This is the universally despised S-class villain character, yet you spent all your fortune to buy it. Other actors mocked you for being crazy, but only you knew that this would be the key to your empowerment. Because this antagonist setting is the big boss in the fantasy world, and as long as you finish off this character, you can extract any skills corresponding to that character. At this moment, as the filming of your antagonist role concludes, the voice of the system immediately rings in your mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill card, Divine Mind. You are slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat disappointed. The film you are starring in, Legend of the Sword Immortals Demon Subjugation, sounds grand, but in reality, it is a third-rate imitation work with a low-level fantasy worldview, made to save on special effects costs. As the second villain boss In Woojo, his combat power is at the level of the foundation building stage in a xianxia novel at best. In terms of setting, he won't even be able to fly long distances on a sword, relying on riding a horse or scene cuts to move around the map. However, In Woojo also has some decent abilities. First of all, he is proficient in a cultivation technique called the True Immortal Technique of the Great In. The name sounds very high-end. Probably the design logic of this impoverished production team, choosing a high-end name for the technique without incurring extra special effects costs. In addition, In Woojo is also skilled in the In sword technique, capable of wielding invisible In swords to silently decapitate enemies within 100 feet. This setting's logic undoubtedly stems from the cost-saving benefits of using invisible In swords in the later stages. You weren't really aiming to draw character cards, you just hoped to draw the cultivation technique of the Tai In True Immortal Secret Art, or at least the In Nourishing Sword technique. However, Divine Mind is a skill card that has never appeared in the character setting. You move your thoughts slightly, check the skill card, Divine Mind. With a swish sound, a white skill card appeared in your mind. Card name, Divine Mind. Card quality, common. Skill level, 1 star. Card description, after equipping this card, the host can gain the skill Divine Mind. Divine Mind is the embodiment of mental power, possessing functions such as reconnaissance, manipulation of objects, intimidation, interference with consciousness, counter-interference with consciousness, and more. For specific details, the host should explore on their own. Note that the power of this skill can be enhanced as the card level increases. You couldn't help but smile when you looked at the skill introduction. The functions of this divine sense were diverse and powerful, starting with 1 star at the initial level. A month ago, after breaking up with your girlfriend of 3 years, you awakened to the system where you could extract character skills simply by killing off the character. At that time, you happened to land a role in a web series called The Legend of the Gambling King, which imitated early Hong Kong films. You played the male supporting role named Ah Sing. Ah Sing was not only skilled in gambling techniques but also possessed the extraordinary abilities of seeing through cards and swapping them in unbelievable ways. Unfortunately, the overall quality of that film was low, coupled with your mediocre acting skills, so you were unable to draw out abilities like perspective, card switching, and other superpowers. Instead, you only drew a white common skill card called Card Control Technique. Moreover, by simply using your mind to insert the Card Control Technique into the invisible card slot, you quickly master skills such as shuffling and cutting cards. A regular deck of playing cards can flutter and dance in your hands like graceful butterflies, flowing smoothly, naturally, and very splendidly. After the successful experience of starring as acting and completing the filming to obtain skill cards, your passion for acting was suddenly ignited. You immediately asked your agent, Sister Zhang, to help find some suitable films. Zhang Jia has a wide social network and quickly found 3 projects for you. Unfortunately, the leading roles in those projects had already been taken, so you could only choose supporting roles. After some consideration, you decided to play the role of the second villain, In Woojo, in The Legend of the Sword Immortal Conquering Demons. Upon wrapping up filming, you successfully drew the skill card Divine Mind. Open the character skill panel. You set aside distractions, your consciousness sinking into your mind, revealing the character panel and skill bar. Character name, unnamed. On the right side there is a plus sign. Clicking on it should switch to the second character, third character, but the plus sign is currently grayed out and cannot be selected, obviously needing to meet certain conditions before a new character can be unlocked. Character image is a silhouette, very similar to your outline. At the bottom of the character panel, there are 3 skill card slots. The first slot is already loaded with Card Control Technique, and a star is lit up on the face of the Card Control Technique card, indicating its skill level is 1 star. This is the result of your recent month of practicing card control in your spare time. It has been proven that by practicing card skills, you can increase the proficiency of that skill and level up. Snap! At some point, a plain deck of Wu's playing cards quietly appeared in your hands. Your fair and slender fingers gently flicked, and the whole deck of cards seemed to come to life, agilely leaping and spinning on your fingertips. Snap! You clasped the cards with both hands, swiftly cut them again, while lightly flicking your pinky fingers on both hands. Swish swish swish. 5 cards flew out in succession, gracefully gliding and spinning in the air, before gently landing on the bedside table. This is the ability brought by the 1-star card control technique. In the past month, you have mastered many fancy card tricks with this ability, and the learning process has been as smooth as drinking water and eating. And as you practice this set of card control techniques, the experience bar at the bottom of the card slightly increased. This makes you full of anticipation. If a 1-star card control technique is already so powerful, what kind of performance can we expect from 2-star, 3-star skill level card control techniques? It's just that we don't know the exact effect of the just drawn Divine Mind. With a thought, he loaded the newly acquired white 1-star card, Divine Thought, into the second skill card slot. Moment. Boom. It was as if something exploded in Shang Yixu's mind, as if there was a cold yet gentle hand that gently stroked across his cerebral cortex, causing goosebumps to explode all over his body, and he shivered with excitement. He instinctively frowned and closed his eyes. But in the next instant, he sensed an anomaly. The world in front of him had changed completely. Chapter 2, Combined Divine Techniques. Shang Yixu's eyes remained tightly closed. However, his perception was exceptionally clear, as if the entire world was slowly spread out in his mind. He could feel every crease in the sheets, the outline of the bedside lamp with its switches, and the 5 flush playing cards neatly arranged on the nightstand. Not only that, but the disposable slippers under the bed, the unfinished half bottle of mineral water on the coffee table, the laptop next to it, the duffel bag next to the single sofa, the curtains drawn tightly shut, and the slightest draft that slipped in through the cracks in the window. All these details came back to him in minute detail. Shang Yixu, as a cultured youth who had read a lot of web novels and movies and dramas, immediately realized that this was the legendary divine idea perception, very different from what the naked eye sees. The divine mind perception is less colorful than vision, but gives the brain a more three-dimensional perception of details. For example, while the naked eye could only capture the surface of the playing cards on the bedside table, he could now perceive the pattern on the back of the cards, and could even outline the clear outline of the pattern in his mind through the slight bumps in the ink. For example, although he couldn't see the slippers under the bed with his own eyes, he could perceive their position and shape, as well as the texture of the poor quality fabric with his divine mind. The same was true of the half bottle of water on the coffee table. Three-dimensional and complete in his perception, knowing even the bumpy structure of the plastic bottle. The subtle perception brought with it a huge amount of information that made him a little uncomfortable for a moment, but it was as if it was all instinctive to him, and he naturally knew how to navigate it. Suddenly, Shang Yixu's mind moved slightly, and the half bottle of water on the coffee table seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand and flew towards him in the air. Pop! He reached out to catch it, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down in one gulp. The sweet water flowed down his throat, slightly calming the excitement and fire that surged through him. Even though it's the second time I've tried a skill deck, the feeling of incredulity and excitement is still the same. The usefulness and magic of this divine thought seemed to be far greater than the card control technique, and it only took a little contemplation to uncover endless potential. Besides, these two abilities may not be impossible to combine. At that thought, Shang Yixu's finger gently hooked. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 neatly arranged playing cards on the nightstand instantly flew up in the air and steadily fell into his palm. His fingertips gently rubbed the edges of the playing cards, savoring the slightly rough yet sharp touch. The mind gradually falls silent and becomes one with it. The index and ring fingers gently held an ace of spades, as if brewing something. A few moments later, Shang Yixu gently threw up the empty mineral water bottle in her hand, and the bottle drew a high arc and flew toward the trash basket. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, the playing card with the power of divine thought imperialism attached to it between his fingers bounced out like an arrow off a string. Shoo! With a piercingly sharp whistling sound, the playing card spun violently, turning into a stream of light that shot towards the bottle in the air. Bang! Almost instantly, the extremely fast spinning playing card struck the empty bottle with unparalleled precision afterward, exploding with a dull, explosive sound. The empty bottle was cut in two. Half of it accelerated to hit the curtains. The other half was hit the coffee table, and jumped to hit the wall, bounced back by the wall, rolled to the corner of the bone, and that hit through the empty bottle of playing cards, originally has been as fast as lightning like flying to the wall. C is about to be nailed into the wall. Suddenly the speed suddenly slowed down, and then stopped in the air for a moment. Immediately afterward, the playing cards accelerated and flew backwards like a boomerang. Shang Yixu gently raised his hand to take it, and the ace of spades returned to him once again. He rubbed the edge of the card with his fingertips, and the part of the card's edge that cut through the mineral water bottle was already slightly furrowed. This difference was especially obvious under divine perception. If it were to be used again, it would more or less affect the accuracy of the fly card. He discarded that card and casually drew a card from the pile, and it was a large ghost. Swish, swish, swish. His fingers curled and flicked one after another, and the 5 playing cards instantly bounced out at the same time, spinning extremely fast and flying 2 to 3 meters away, before stalling slightly and then quickly pulling back, returning to Shang Yisha's fingers. Fingertips flicked and they were ejected once again. Swoosh! The 5 playing cards were like dancing butterflies, constantly fluttering around Shang Yisha. They sometimes traveled back and forth in a straight line, sometimes in a boomerang-like arc, and sometimes in a dripping circle around him before returning to his hand. The various flying card trajectories intertwined into a dazzling array of residual shadows. Every now and then 2 cards are about to collide, only to brush past each other in a skillful and thrilling manner. It's like it's been through countless pre-rehearsals, and it's wonderfully breathtaking. After a full minute or so, Shang Yisha's temples were slightly swollen, and he obviously felt a bit mentally exhausted, before he stopped moving with a sense of purpose. The 5 playing cards fell into his palm in perfect order, so nimble and obedient that they seemed like part of his slender fingers. Phew! Casting the card control technique with his divine thoughts so continuously consumed a lot of his energy. Rubbing his somewhat bulging and sore brow and temples, he mentally moved. Check the skill deck slots. The card slot interface was instantly presented in his mind. He first glanced at the card control card, and the experience bar directly exploded by 1/10 of the progress, which was welcome. After looking at the skill deck, divine thought, again, the experience bar had only risen by a small amount, about 1/30th of the progress. Ha! 2 identical white 1-star skill decks, used at the same time, with different experience value growth rates? After a moment's thought, it could only be roughly inferred that divine thoughts gained a lot to card control technique, but card control technique didn't help much to divine thoughts, the details of which had yet to be verified. At this point, due to slight mental exhaustion, Shang Yisha's excitement after acquiring the new skill had fallen back quite a bit. He couldn't help but begin to think about a realistic question. In a modern society governed by the rule of law, what use could this rather lethal art of flying cards actually be put to? Hit someone with it? I'm afraid I'll have to go in and step on the sewing machine in a minute. Performing as a magic trick? Or make a video to be an internet sensation? Although it wasn't completely unfeasible, Shang Yisha didn't have any interest in becoming an internet celebrity. He thought about it as he packed his bags, and when he was done, he set aside the distractions for the moment. After all, you can draw cards again after killing off your character, so you might be able to draw more useful superpowers later. Afterward, Shang Yisha put on his duffel bag and dragged his suitcase and headed for the door. Passing by the standing mirror in the doorway, he subconsciously stopped to take a look. In the mirror, he has a slender and well-proportioned body. His abdomen under the t-shirt 8-pack abs are hidden and bulging. His features are young, handsome and full of sunshine. He is a handsome man who can eat by his face. He admired his super handsome self for a moment before leaving the room and taking the elevator to the hotel lobby, handing his room card to the front desk and leaving the hotel. After finding a small restaurant and having a light lunch, I called an internet taxi to the passenger center. Soon, Shang Yisha got on the bus to the Jinwu railway station, and pre-purchased the high-speed train from Jinwu to Mordor through 12306. And after arranging everything, this is when he started to look through the wizards, ready to focus on replying to some messages. As a small actor of 18 lines, usually used to work when the cell phone are thrown in the locker, and then focus back on the message after the busy. It's been a while since I've looked at it, and I've saved up a lot of unanswered messages on WeChat. Look directly at the top chat. Sister Zhang, the agent, sent a message an hour ago. Isha, you've already killed off the green on your side, right? Shang Yisha quickly typed a reply. Sister Zhang Cheng, it's been successfully killed off. I'm just getting ready to go back to Magic City. I'll probably arrive home around 7 or so. The opposite side replied in seconds. Okay, you pay attention to some safety on the road. Rest well at home tonight, and come to the company tomorrow morning. Okay, Sister Zhang Cheng. After replying to the agent, Sister Zhang, Shang Yisha was just about to reply to her mom's message, when a new message just popped up on the Weixin. The note name is, Wei, I'm going to pick up something from King Chen this afternoon. Are you at home? Shang Yisha froze slightly. Isn't she filming in Sioux City? You killed it so soon? He didn't go through her friend circle, thought for a while and replied, I'm not at home in the afternoon. The neighborhood access card, you can get it yourself if you haven't thrown it away yet. I deleted your fingerprints in the fingerprint lock. Send me a message when you get to the door, and I'll remotely set up a temporary password for you. Then waited a little. The other party did not return. He did not care. Quit the chat interface, began to turn over the mother's message. Son of a, your father heard that you and that art school girlfriend broke up. and is about to mix in the acting circle cannot go on. Today at noon happy exceptionally more than a couple of cups of wine. Just entrusted me to ask you if it is possible to come back to inherit the family business? Shang Yisha's face instantly darkened. So, dang, can you expect me to be any better? Chapter 3 Looking for Lao Dang to explode some gold coins? Shang Yisha and his dad had been in a cold war for quite some time. It's a long story about this. Specifically, it starts with his decision to become an actor. Shang Yisha is actually not an actor from an art school and is not really interested in being an actor. He had been a very good student since he was a child, and in 5th grade he had entered the provincial key class for gifted youngsters. The college entrance examination was even the 93rd in the bulk province, and he was admitted to the experimental class of engineering at Aurora University. In a gathering of friends, he happened to know the magic theater Qin Weiwei. After a period of contact, each other have a good feeling on the logical talk about love. The two have been dating for 3 years now and have been living together for the last year and a half. As a result of the relationship with Qin Weiwei, Shang Yisha also got to know some magic theater friends and people in the acting circle, and because of his good looks and school bully, he was pushed directly to the film and television company. At first, Shang Yisha is not too willing to be an actor, just cannot stand Qin Weiwei encouragement, as well as the company in the beginning also did show full of sincerity, gave a lot of loose conditions of signing, after considering for a while on the signing of a short contract of 3 years. At first, the company also spent some resources to train, package, and even hype Shang Yisha. However, Shang Yisha's acting qualifications are mediocre. Starred in 2 small supporting roles did not splash anything, but also refused to cooperate with some excessive persona hype, triggering the dissatisfaction of some of the company's executives. Again, for some other reason, he offended the exec who signed him and he was thrown into a semi-snowstorming corner. It wouldn't have been a big deal to get snowed in. The big deal would have been to have the family Olden pay out some money to get out of the contract, or drag it out until the end of the contract. He can still continue to follow his mentor through graduate school and doctoral studies, and so on along the way. Otherwise, he could have listened to his family's Lao Dang, finished his studies and went back to inherit the family business, first as a happy rich 3rd generation for a few years, and then take over the family business passed on to Lao Dang by his grandfather to continue to grow bigger and stronger. Of course, he has also planned his future with Qin Weiwei. After officially graduating from undergraduate school this year, he will take her back to meet her parents, so that both parents can also meet, and then get married when he goes to graduate school or works for a year or two. But the change happened just over 6 months ago. At that time, a drama in which Qin Weiwei appeared as the 3rd female character suddenly burst into flames, and the character she played, although not too much, was extremely highly discussed because of its pleasing persona. Qin Weiwei, on a few hot searches in a row, quickly accumulated a large number of fans. Lightspeed among the ranks of the company's popular Little Dan, a variety of high-quality resources to her surging pounce. What a hot variety show of airborne guests. S-class IP drama of the female second and so on. The resources are also endless. She was just busy at first, and the two were rarely able to meet, but gradually the family returned less and less, and eventually even the Wilson exchanges became somewhat perfunctory, until a month ago when she initiated the breakup. In this regard, Shang Yisha had already been psychologically prepared, and naturally would not be entangled, and quickly and directly agreed. It also happened that during that time period, Sister Zhang Qing Zhang, a former big-name agent who had retired from the entertainment industry for 5 years, heard that she had rejoined the company due to reasons of a family change and was attempting to make a comeback. Just the company's popular artists have been cooperating with the agent for many years. It is impossible for her to take over again, and she can only turn out some small artists from the nooks and crannies of the company that no one wants to bring in the 18th line, and Shang Yisha is one of them. In the words of Sister Zhang, Shang Yisha, with Sister Zhang's half a lifetime of experience, you are definitely a born big star embryo, and now it's just a pearl in the dust. Sister Zhang, I'm optimistic about you, and I'll definitely try my best to fight for you to get the big resources, and hold you up to be a big star. Then, Sister Zhang, without further ado, threw him a third-rate Netflix movie, prequel to The Plugged King, and directly asked him to go to the crew to go through the audition process, to play the role of Xing, the male number 2, who had already been internally decided. The gracious Shang Yisha could only agree with the mindset of trying again. In hindsight, it's a good thing I said yes at the time. Not long after entering the group, he awakened the system due to a breakup, and with Xing, who starred in the prequel to The Plugged King, Shang Yisha drew his first skill card, Card Control. Recalling all the previous things, Shang Yisha couldn't help but feel a bit saddened in her heart. This is really unintentional. With this post-killing card drawing system, I'm afraid he'll have to be bound to the profession of actor next. As for going back to inherit the family business or whatever, How can it be more fun than drawing cards? I'll just have to suffer the old den at home for a while. Anyway, Lao Deng is still a year short of his 50th birthday. Healthy, no disease, no disaster. Another 10 or 20 years or 30 years of work is also okay. Thinking of this, Shang Yixia returned a message to her mother. Mother, ask Lao Deng for me. Can you pop some gold coins out to cast 2 movies for me? With the post-killing card draw system, it's certainly best to be cast in the kind of role where you're superpowered. For example, a flying Superman, or a mythical god, or at the very least, a really big production of a fairy movie. However, he was also aware that with his current status in the acting industry, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to star in big productions, and there weren't that many crews for him to pick from. So, it's just a matter of trying to see if you can take the shortcut that is olden. If you can bring money into the group, the discourse is different. You can even change the settings yourself, and then you can write in whatever abilities you want. When he finished, he looked through his mom's circle of friends. Yoga, fitness, travel, shopping. The main focus is a life of unproductive hedonism. Kudos, kudos, kudos like crazy from me. Another enthusiastic message under one of the circle of friends. The country is no more than a city. My mother, if she traveled back to the ancient times, is definitely a scourge of the country and the people level of the absolute red face. Then again, under the yoga friends circle. Mom, you're making it hard for me to find the right girlfriend this way. Shang Yixia's mom is 4 years younger than Lao Deng. Lao Deng is a rich second-generation origin. The mother grew up and the family conditions are also very good, coupled with the fact that she has been living a good life. Active maintenance, like fitness, yoga, etc. Naturally, the body is very good. Looks also very young. Of course his mom is beautiful, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to give birth to his son who can live on his face. After liking his mother's friends circle for the last month, he received, as he had hoped, a Wi-Fi transfer message with the number 18888 against the background of a yellow and orange transfer box. Remarks on the transfer: consolation money for lost love. What a generous bounty. Shang Yixia hurriedly clicked to receive it and thanked her mother for the reward. Don't even think about letting your dad invest in the theater group. Mom sent a message. Your dad will definitely say that our family is in the heavy asset industry. The profit margin is low, and money doesn't come from the wind. That's a really expected answer. Obviously, the second generation of rich people from the Lao Deng has always had a twisted idea that the son should be raised in poverty, as the so-called eat bitter in the bitter side of the people. Guided by this erroneous thinking, Shang Yixia's living expenses were only 3,000 per month when she went to college in Magic City all these years. And say something like, this is enough money for you to eat. Money is not enough to spend. Not enough you can go to work to earn money or not study hard to get a scholarship can also. Poor him. Shang Yixia is obviously a rich third generation. If not relying on the mother from time to time secretly succor, he talked about a relationship are struggling. You should know that Qin Weiwei's consumption level is not low. By the way, didn't you break up with that art school girl? Mom started egging on again. Why don't you find a girlfriend from your Aurora classmates with good abilities? And when you get married in the future, you can let her take over the family business for you, and you can do whatever you want. That's okay? Shang Yixia was blown away by her mom's novel thinking. Chapter 4. If you don't post a vlog, you don't know how confused you are. After perfunctorily saying a few sentences to her mom, Shang Yixia ended the awkward conversation with her. After replying to some more messages from friends and classmates, Shang Yixia realized that Qin Weiwei still hadn't returned the messages. He knew that it was her habit to signify that she was angry. In the past, of course Shang Yixia would have tried to coax her to be happy. However, now that the two were broken up, naturally there was no more obligation to coax her. Casually putting on his mask, he fished out a copy of Analog Integrated Circuit Analysis and Design from his duffel bag and slowly warmed up. Although he has bailed out of graduate school, formerly under the tutor Gao Hongba, but his own studies are somewhat neglected is also a fact. You'll have to catch up when you have time. At first, he couldn't read it, but I don't know if it was due to the fact that his brain's mental power was improved after possessing the divine thought skill. Not long after, his body and mind were immersed into the book, gradually forgetting about his surroundings, and his mind kept generating new insights. Learning is enjoyable and time flies. After arriving at the Jinwu railway station and transferring to the high-speed train, all the way to the Magic City Red Bridge station, Shang Yixia was studying. A few hours of study down, he felt that the harvest is not small. The previous ambiguous knowledge points openly clear a lot. Collected the books, picked up the luggage, lined up at the waiting point and got into a cab and drove to King Chenhua Ting. Jingchen. This set of house. Is his mom in order to let him in the future in the Magic City school or work have a place to stay? Only full payment to buy. In order to obtain the qualification to buy a house in Magic City, the mother also hung up a few years in advance in the sales branch in Magic City. paying social security and personal taxes. Now that this point was the evening rush hour, Shang Yixia leaned comfortably against the car seat and looked out through the window. The road was full of traffic, and the evening sun was already draped all over the scaled city, as if it were a neon sign that had arrived early. Until 6:30 in the evening, the cab had only just pulled up to the shopping street next to King Chinhua Ting. But when they got here, the car was stuck in a traffic jam and couldn't move. The beeping horns outside were blaring, and the cab drivers kept honking their horns, but the traffic didn't even move a bit. Shang Yixia looked out the car window and saw that a few steps to the side was a commercial street. This belongs to the commercial facilities of King Chinhua Ting. The rent is not cheap. After a round of winners and losers, the restaurants that can survive have two brushes, and in the evening it is even more lively. There was a side entrance to the neighborhood near the commercial street side, just a short distance from the building where he lived. In the past, when Shang Yixia and Qin Weiwei lived together, they came to have a late-night snack and all of them went directly to the side door, and this road had long been too familiar to be used. "Master, I'll get off here." Shang Yixia somewhat apologetic cab driver communication, thinking that in a moment to pay an extra $20 to compensate the driver, but it didn't work out. The driver's face went straight to his face and his mouth began to curse. Shang Yixia wasn't happy either, frowning and staring at the driver. "Keep your mouth clean. Just because he has a decent temper doesn't mean he can tolerate people bringing his mom with them when they curse." The driver was full of displeasure, and wanted to spray a few sentences at each other, but in case he collided with Shang Yixia's eyes, suddenly an inexplicable pressure and fear floated up to his heart. He subconsciously scrunched his neck and hurriedly conceded to turn off the meter. Shang Yixia was also slightly surprised to see this, but immediately reacted that this should be one of the effects of the superpower, Divine Thought. Remember that the skill card contains the following description: Divine Mind is the materialized embodiment of spiritual power, possessing functions such as detection, imperiousness, deterrence, interfering consciousness, counter-interfering consciousness, and so on and so forth. Manipulating the flying cards was a manifestation of Sentinel, so the situation at hand was a shock function. Shang Yixia didn't say anything more and got out of the car after paying according to the meter price. He put his duffel bag on his back and pulled his boarding suitcase down the road, and didn't get very far before he saw a cordon that blocked off most of the road. On the other side of the road there are several traffic police are directing traffic, slowly evacuating the congested traffic. Shang Yixia curiously peered over there, and saw that there was still black smoke continuously coming out of a storefront, and the huge floor-to-ceiling glass seemed to have been shattered by something, with glass slag falling all over the place. That location, isn't that Chen Ji Seafood Restaurant? His impression of this seafood restaurant is quite deep. He also remembers that the boss's wife is a charming middle-aged woman, talking and doing sharp work and quite bold. Their seafood is also fresh, and the craftsmanship is also good. He and Qin Weiwei both like seafood quite a lot and hadn't patronized this restaurant much before. "What's going on here? Go go go. Don't look. It's just a gas pipeline explosion accident. Nothing to see. It's quite dangerous here. All hurry up and disperse." A police officer stepped forward to evacuate the crowd of onlookers, probably due to the lack of manpower. He also enlisted a dozen security guards from this side of the commercial street to help him maintain order together. Shang Yixia naturally wouldn't push forward at this time, and was evacuated backward along with the crowd. Alas, this accident. The owner of the seafood restaurant husband and wife are afraid of a big loss. Just hope that people do not have anything. He said a silent prayer for the couple who owned the seafood restaurant and turned away to head for the side entrance to the neighborhood. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Somehow, he only felt as if a string had been ruffled in the depths of his brain, and his scalp tingled slightly as if an electric current had run through it. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a woman in a black trench coat and sunglasses crossing the police line against the flow of people and walking quickly toward the store. The black trench coat woman was tall, her steps were like the wind, and she had some valiant flavor. As if she felt a gaze watching, she suddenly turned around and casually glanced over to Shang Yixia's side. Shang Yixia made eye contact with her. A sense of palpitating panic suddenly struck his heart, and it was as if some kind of warning sign rang in his brain, reminding him that this woman was dangerous. At that exact moment, a black trench-coat man also came out of the seafood restaurant to join the woman. The black trench-coated man was large, and held a square box with an antenna and a pot lid, suspected to be some kind of instrument. Only then did the black trench-coat woman withdraw her gaze and lowered her voice to inquire about the situation with the black trench-coat man in a serious manner. The two walked into the seafood building while talking. It was only at this point that Shang Yixia's taut heartstrings suddenly loosened, with a feeling of relief. Not daring to linger any longer, he pressed his doubts aside and hurriedly dragged his suitcase toward the side door, ripped off the mask and swiped his face to enter the district. Did not go far as the 58 buildings where his house is located, took the elevator to the 18th floor, pressed the fingerprint lock into the 1802. The house has less than 130 square feet, 2 bedrooms, a study and a hall layout. The living room is north and south. The north living room is the dining area. Facing south is the parlor area. Place the coffee table sofa and 85-inch big TV. TV cabinet also puts the table PS5 and 2 handles. The air in the house was a little stuffy after 6 days without a home. He turned on the fresh air system and the air conditioner, and after taking a shower, the air and temperature in the house was much more comfortable before he lay down and sat down on the couch and fumed for a while. Suddenly, the phone vibrated a few times. Shang Yixia picked up a look, found that it is Plug King prequel of All Teachers Big Fire Special Fire Prestige Work Group. The group master Zhou Shuiwei et al., All Teachers, are filmed tonight at 8 o'clock in Y Station Video on time. Help reproduced publicity. This movie was pretty quick in post-production. Shang Yixia was just about to reply when she received a private chat from producer Zhou Shuiwei. Ms. Shang, help publicize and promote it on the vlog. I'll treat you to dinner later. When you're invited to dinner, naturally, you're not going to give out red envelopes. But Shang Yixia didn't care. Okay Sister Zhou, no problem, he replied cheerfully. However, I have limited real fans on my vlog, so I can't help too much. Mr. Shang, you are too modest. Your willingness to publicize is a big help. Not to mention that you are so handsome and a senior student of a famous university. You will definitely be a big hit in the future. Thanks to Sister Zhou's good advice, our movie will definitely be a big seller. After the two exchanged a few quick blows, Zhou Shuiwei went about her business. Shang Yixia opened the vlog and clicked into the backstage. His own fan base is over 30,000 followers, but he knows very well that almost 30,000 of these are zombie fans brushed by the company, and it would be nice for real people to pay attention to 2,000 or 3,000. He's been snowed in by the company for a little over 2 years now, and his last vlog was saying that he was going to take a break from acting for a while, and was going to focus on his own studies. A year ago there were a number of fans who sent him private messages concerned about how he was doing, but he hadn't logged into his vlog for most of a year now, to the point where there were very few fans who still followed him persistently and occasionally sent him private messages. Shang Yixia recharged herself with a vlog membership, and then retweeted the official announcement from the Plug King prequel production team with a quote, "A well-produced online movie in which I play the male number 2. Xing." Whether or not the post-production of this movie was refined or not, Shang Yixia hadn't paid any attention to it, but he could sense that the production team had put some heart into making this project. I just heard that the funding for the project is really limited and there's no way to polish it properly, so I'm afraid there won't be too much money that can be saved for promotion and distribution. 5 minutes after sending it, Shang Yixia refreshed the dynamic page and found that the retweet currently had 30 reads and 1 like, with no one commenting or retweeting. Okay, if you don't post a vlog, you don't realize how mushy you are. Chapter 5, cool. Let's salvage it. Shang Yixia exited the vlog and cooked herself a bowl of noodles with scallion oil and crab meat. I bought the canned goods for the scallion oil and crab meat, and the noodles are sun-dried, so they keep for a long time. It's not much, but it's better than eating instant noodles or ordering takeout. Look at the time. Almost 8 o'clock. Shang Yixia opened the Y Station TV video, began to frequently refresh, waiting for the movie on the shelves. At 8 o'clock sharp, the prequel to King Plugger hit the shelves right on time, and it was given a secondary page promotion. No front page promotion was given, and it looks like the Y site wasn't very impressed with the movie. This gave Shang Yixia some bad vibes. This movie is not going to cool off, right? Never mind. Watch the movie first. He watched it while eating noodles. The movie did its best to pull in the suspense in the first 6 minutes, and Shang Yixia felt that it was still somewhat interesting enough to watch. Without realizing it, he watched the entire 70-minute film, slightly feeling unfulfilled. You can't really talk about this movie if you say it's very good. Let's just say it's a middle-of-the-road movie with flops and highlights that would rate a 6 or 7 out of 10 with him. The place that made Shang Yixia feel the most uncomfortable was, on the contrary, his own acting. It's really awkward, not to mention the facepalm face. The lines he reads out are as flat as plain water, with little tension to speak of. It gave him a vestigial feeling of being publicly executed. A month ago, you were at this level? Noodles are a little hard to eat. It was true that there was no harm without comparison. He felt that when he appeared in Immortal Sword in Demon Subduing, his performance as Yin Wu Gue was obviously much better than Xing. Maybe it was an improvement. Maybe it was because of his appearance as a villain. The character tension was obviously stronger. It's no wonder that after acting out Plug King prequel, the skill decks drawn don't even have a single star of proficiency. The system is sincere. However, one is not without merit. Firstly, he is handsome, which is reflected everywhere in the drama, and he completely overwhelms the male lead. Awa. Secondly, His own hand of card control was very cool under the prop effect and post-effects rendering. Not too much worse than what he had shown in reality after he got the card control technique. Plus his face value was outstanding. It looked very bright. Other than that, there really isn't much. After Shang Yixia had finished summarizing the effects of the Blocked King prequel into a movie to herself, she opened her Prestige once again, clicked on the Plug King prequel to the Teachers of the Big Fire Special Fire Prestige group to look at. The group really has a lot of messages. He looked through it and summarized it in one word. Cool. More than half an hour ago, Zhou Shuyu sent out the background broadcast data of prequel to the Plugged King. The audience's 6-minute retention rate, 40%. That still seems like an acceptable figure for a low-budget Netflix movie. The problem, however, is that the piece is in a hurry to show quite a bit of tawdry maneuvering in the first 6 minutes, which leads to a 40% 6-minute retention rate. Zhou Shuyu said, the film in the 8 minutes to 30 minutes time period of the highest jump rate, but instead of 30 minutes after the audience jump rate significantly lower, can be smooth to watch. In that case, it will reduce the two important indicator data of movie viewing completion rate and average movie viewing duration. Indicator data is poor. The video site will reduce the follow-up promotion, resulting in this film's subsequent cooler. More and more cooler after the cost will not be recovered, and may even lose a lot of money. If this happens, producer Zhou Shuyue will have a hard time trying to pull in people to invest in the organization to do projects, and her career will be on a slippery slope. That's why Zhou Shuyue was a bit depressed after posting the data in the group. The male lead, Awa, and the female second were repeatedly consoling her in the group, saying things like failure is the mother of success. Let's summarize the lessons of failure and fight again in Blurry. At this time, starred in a number of online big, more experienced female number one said in the group, Sister Zhou, although our data is not very good, but it cannot be considered a real punt. If we can increase the promotional heat outside the video station, rushing traffic should still be able to rush out some volume. The website will also help to ramp up the promotion if there is volume, so there will be a chance to make it back in time. The key is that there is no money now. Zhou Shuyue sighed and replied, the total investment of our project is only 4 million. We spent too much in the early stages, and the post-production has exceeded the budget by $300,000. So basically we don't have much left for promotion and distribution. With money you can still fight, but without money to promote it that's definitely cool. There was a silence in the group. No one, except for people who happen to suck at money, wants to see a movie therein flop. Only when the movie is on fire, everyone can rise to the top, broaden their theater and raise their prices. Spell it out. I'm going to borrow 2 million to rush the amount of publicity. Maybe we can rush back to the cost, then there is still a chance to form a bureau to fight again. Zhou Shuyue gritted her teeth and said, I still have a house in Suzhou City. If I take it as collateral, it's no problem to raise $2 million in a short period of time. Brothers and sisters, wait for my good news. See here. Shang Yixia came out and spoke. Sister Zhou, wait a moment. Yixia, don't persuade me. There's still a chance to fight. If you don't, you'll really lose. Zhou Shuyue seemed to have made up her mind about something. It's true, too, that anyone who can do a job like producer isn't a driven person. I'm not advising you to wrestle or not to wrestle. I'm trying to help you analyze the data to see if it's worth it or not, or how to wrestle for the highest win rate. Shang Yixia said. Just now I looked at the data reported by Sister Zhou, and now the biggest problem is the content of the 8 to 30 minute time period. I watched this segment as well, and it was indeed mediocre, nothing to write home about, and the high audience bounce rate makes sense. Not waiting for a question, Shang Yixia continued, but we start to get highlights after 30 minutes, with a sudden increase in plot stickiness, and even a trend of reversal, suggesting that someone jumped out and then fast-forwarded to the back to start watching. Combined with what I watched, the 30-minute plot node coincides with Xing coming out of a failed mental slump and using his superpowers to show off his card control skills in a very cool and eye-catching process. So you can see it's where a lot of the post-production budget was spent. From this point of analysis, although my acting skills are mediocre, the audience's recognition of the dazzling card control technique is still very high. Then, if Sister Zhou will borrow the 2 million, vigorously publicize the wonderful scenes of Xing Xiong rising to control the cards, coupled with the copywriting targeted marketing, then the effect should be the optimal solution. In terms of copywriting, it can be reinforced to proclaim that the movie adopts the narrative technique of depressing and then raising, indicating that all the previous blandness is to pave the way for the subsequent raising of higher. Use phrases such as the plot is supercharged after 30 minutes, a masterpiece that was almost delayed by the editor, etc., to strengthen the tolerance of the viewers who are attracted to the first 30 minutes of the bland plot, and to increase our completion rate and average viewing time. Having external traffic coming in, combined with the fact that the site also has a reason to promote itself more when the numbers get better overall, creates a positive ripple effect to the upside. Zhou Shuiyue sent out a shocked expression, then lamented, Teacher Aisha, being analyzed by you like this, it's like I was stroked on the top by an immortal. My brain instantly enlightened. What to do next, what to do, and how to do it are all clear. Sister Zhou is flattering. You're just an authority figure, true to form. You have any more suggestions? Before Shang Yixia could speak, the female number 1 sent out a soulful suggestion. I propose that the C position of the propaganda poster be replaced with Yixia. It's best to add a hand of cool card control techniques. Hua's face value really can't be beaten. If it were any other way before the movie cooled off, this would have been the legendary ripoff, and odds are it would have caused conflicts and disputes. But right now, it's purely a case of beating a dead horse before the movie dies, and no one is going to count that. Awa, the male one, let out a series of ellipses, as well as a questioning sentence. Can Xing be as handsome as me? I'm known as the mainland's little Awa. Handsomer than you. Female 1. Handsomer than you. Female 2nd. Handsomer than you. Big Bad Jai. More handsome than you. Zhou Shuiyue. Male 1 Awa. Everyone wait for my good news. Zhou Shuiyue was like being opened up the 2 veins. All of a sudden there was no uncertainty and confusion. Appearing combative and full of self-confidence. This time, my lady is going to bring you this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to make a beautiful turnaround. Turn around and ask you to act in the prequel to Plugging the King 2. Definitely over 10 million investment. We're sure to win. That's what Zhou Shuyu, said. And Jezebel can't stop it even if she comes. Cheer up Sister Zhou. When the new promo copy comes out, we'll go and help with the promo again too. The atmosphere in the group, which had been cool, flared up. Chapter 6, Playing It Cool. I'm serious. After exiting the group, Shang Yixia returned a few messages of blessings from her friends in passing, and then opened the V-blog again. The forwarded propaganda advertisement just now had come to more than 800 reads, more than 100 likes, 20 retweets, more than 10 comments, and the number of fans had risen by more than 10. Well, there were also a couple of private messages from serious fans. Brother Isha has made a comeback? Great! I finally waited for you. I'm forwarding this to see the new movie. You dead heartless. Once disappeared is almost 2 years. Ichika, go for it. I'll always support you. What are you doing back here? I'm already in labor. This. Shang Yixia forehead was sweating. What's your moonlighting got to do with him, Shang Yixia? But by this time, he also calmed down a bit. Just now in the group pointing out the behavior seems to be very sensible. But there is still the suspicion of compelling Sister Zhou to mortgage the house to borrow money to get the promotion. It's okay if we make it, but if we lose, it would be a bit too sorry for Sister Zhou. Shang Yixia felt like she should do something. After thinking about it for a while, he went into his study, took out his cell phone shooting stand and pointed it at his desk, took a small video, and then posted a vlog again. 10:30 at night, a 5-star hotel in Sioux City. Qin Weiwei, a recently popular second-tier young flower, was wearing a robe and was holding a desktop tablet to watch prequel to The Plug King. Born from the Magic Theater, she has delicate features, fair skin and long legs, and indeed has the capital to be read. Her manager, Lin Ping, however, was pacing back and forth anxiously next to her, her mouth rambling. My Miss Qin, why did you take the initiative to send a message to Shang Yixia? What on earth are you doing? You're not trying to get back together with him, are you? Qin Weiwei didn't raise her head, her face expressionless. No, I just want to go get my personal belongings back. What personal items are so important? Lin Ping was anxious. We can buy new ones. If you're still not happy about it, I can go on a run for you. Weiwei, now is your career to take off. The impact of a line of small flowers of the perfect window period. How many people eyeing a lifetime cannot wait for this opportunity? You don't want to make a mess at this critical moment. I'm not messing around. Qin Weiwei continued to stare at the screen, watching Xing show off his card skills with dazzling maneuvers. Don't worry, Sister Ping, I can carry it off. You'd better be able to carry it. She lifted her teacup in a bad mood, took a sip of tea to moisten her throat, and when she saw the screen on the tablet, she was furious again, and didn't hold back from mocking. You're still watching? This investment is only $4 million of broken net. Big what to see? I've just asked someone to inquire. The data of this movie is not good. 80% is too cool. And that's Shang Yixia. It's been 2.5 years since he signed a contract with the company, and his acting skills are still so lousy, so you can imagine that he has no motivation at all in his career. And you just aren't the same person. I admit that he is indeed good looking. But so what? It's not like before these days. You can't catch fire just by looking good. You is still too young, cannot see through the essence of life. You and his future is the two worlds of people. Listen to my sister's words. Put him down early. We focus on the cause. I'll help you persuade him to stop living in King Chen. The rent there is quite expensive. Why don't you go back to school earlier and concentrate on your studies? Maybe you can even get some grades. Fooling around in the acting circle can only be a waste of life. Lin Ping blah 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 blah. But Qin Weiwei didn't seem to listen to a single word and continued to look at the prequel to The Plugged King. After watching the climactic part where Xing and the villain, Ajai, duel to the death with a blocking game, her mind, however, again floated back to the message that Shang Yixia had sent her. I wasn't home this afternoon, and you can get your own neighborhood access card if you haven't thrown it away yet. I deleted your fingerprints from the fingerprint lock. Message me when you get to the door and I'll set up a temporary code for you remotely. Deleted. He deleted my fingerprints. Suddenly, Lin Ping's cell phone, who was still rambling, twitched twice, and she tapped on the message to see that it was from a friend inside the Y station that she had poked around for data earlier. She froze at first, but then her expression grew odd. Prequel to King of Clogs suddenly got better numbers? Could it be that the studio has suddenly ramped up its promotional efforts to heat up the movie? But where did that poor, small production team get the money for promotion? Then, she received another message with the keyword of 96th place in the vlog hot search, Shang Yixia's stunning appearance in the prequel to Plugged King. When she saw this one hot search, Lin Ping almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I said, the film you buy what hot search is not good, said Shang Yixia's stunning role as excessive awe with his face paralyzed face acting. In addition to handsome, simply nothing. Buying this hot search will only backfire, right? Isn't this a pure waste of money? Then, Lin Ping followed the hot search and found a short video. The short video seems to be set in a den. Shang Yixia was wearing a clean t-shirt and was cutting and washing a deck of playing cards, her slender fingers deftly flicking and picking. It didn't seem like a big movement, but the whole deck of playing cards seemed to come to life, jumping, rolling, rotating, and overlapping cleanly and without losing the splendor in his hands. Swish! Shang Yixia's palm on the desk gently wiped. Playing cards on the table row swing a perfect half-arc. Tail finger and then on the first playing card gently hooked. The cards stood up. The index finger belly pressed on the edge of the card, along the card surface of the half-arc across. Wow! The cards stood up like dominoes, silky smooth and unrivaled, and fell in magnificent order, most of the deck flipping over on the table. He turned his fingers over to ruffle them again, and once again the fallen cards stood up in order and flipped to the other side. Wah wah wah! Shang Yixia's long slender fingers stroked left and right, just like the conductor of a grand ball, while the deck of cards was like a member of a dance troupe, dancing around as his fingers changed, making a pleasant clattering sound. Lin Ping stared wide-eyed, completely mesmerized by this gorgeous scene. Handsome, simply awesome. How did this happen? Is this a prop or a special effect? Swish! Shang Yixia reached out and copied. The whole deck of playing cards and all fell into his palm. Flexing his fingers a pop a pull. Clatter! Playing cards in his hands pulled up a long dragon of flying cards. Pop! The cards closed again, swished, and unfolded again into a long dragon. Each playing card seemed to possess life, fluttering back and forth in the air like happy elves, and they were like armies, showing amazing consistency and discipline as Shang Yixia commanded them. Lin Ping's entire body went numb. The intense excitement brought about by this wonderful and dazzling visual effect stimulated her brain crazily, causing her to secrete a large amount of dopamine, and her entire body was set ablaze with it. How on earth did this Shang Yixia do it? So cool. It's gorgeous. Lin Ping has been mixing in the entertainment industry for so many years. Sensitivity has long been exercised. After watching this short video, which is only just over a minute, she almost immediately judged that this video has the potential to explode in flames, and when it is well operated, the spread will soon take off. It's no wonder the numbers for the Plugged King prequel suddenly got better. She then took the time to look at her own popular second-tier young flower Qin Weiwei, and then looked at the seemingly glowing Shang Yixia in the video. An absurd thought inexplicably arose in his mind. Chapter 7, Upgrading Card Control. Same time frame. A senior girls' dormitory at Jinling University. Yu Jiaqian finished her evening study, took a bath and changed into her pajamas and laid down on the bed. A few of the housemates were either away on internships or no longer lived in the dorms, making it seem cold and quiet. She opened her vlog out of habit and looked at the people she was following. She didn't have the habit of playing vlogging. It was only when Shang Yixia, the schoolboy god from her high school classmates, suddenly entered the acting circle that she registered for vlogging and followed him, and went to check out his dynamics every day. Although Shang Yixia hadn't posted a vlog in a long time, she would still check it from time to time. She sat up straight, staring at her cell phone screen in some disbelief. Shang Yixia surprisingly posted 2 vlogs today, one of which was a retweet of the Netflix movie he starred in, prequel to The Plugged King. What's going on? He's back in show business acting? The second vlog was a video. She clicked on the video. Then, a few dozen seconds later she was full of stagnation. A few minutes later, still stagnation. How can you be so handsome? After having a hard time coming back to her senses, she couldn't resist forwarding the video to her high school group. But I did not expect to open the group to take a look, only to find that early people turned. The classmates group has been a few hundred messages. It's been 3 or 4 years since I graduated from high school, and the group hasn't been as lively as it is today for quite some time. Their class is an intensive class in a top high school, and there are several who got into Qingbei, like Yu Jiaqian, who can only go to Jinling University, and is considered a scum in the class. Everyone is focused on school, so they don't really care about celebrity show business. But they still had concerns about Shang Yixia. One is Shang Yixia in the class grades more forward. The second is good looking enough. Personality is also very sunny and cheerful. And students get along. Wang Jianfeng, H. Shang Yixia, old Xiaoyu, this card skills have grown this play quite flower. I happen to go to the Magic City in the next 2 days, just to have a peak showdown with you, so that you kid recall the years of being dominated by the card god. Shang Yixia returned in a second, ate Wang Jianfeng. Comrade Xiao Jian, come. Dad is waiting for you in Magic City. The old rules, whoever loses packs a week's breakfast. Jianfeng Wang, it's a deal. Ha ha ha, I'm just waiting for the big star to buy me breakfast. Oh ho! The group was instantly more lively, with calls to come along and requests from people who wanted to watch it live when they were there. In fact, Shang Yixia was really not as good as Wang Jianfeng in terms of poker playing skills. There's no way. This guy is a pervert. The kind of monster who took state 1 in the math Olympiad and even made the national team, and was guaranteed a spot in Yao's class straight away. This had once made Shang Yixia, who had studied hard since she was a child and was proud of herself, feel a deep sense of frustration, feeling that the gap between herself and Wang Jianfeng's IQ was even greater than that between herself and Qin Weiwei. In the acting circle, Shang Yixia claimed to be a school bully and god of learning. No one dared to pick on him. But in this class, forget it. Hello everyone, just call me Shang, or Lao Xia. Shang Yixia chatted and farted around in the group for a while before going to brush up on the vlog again. Unlike the cold and quiet picture before, his vlog is now hot. The number of followers has gone up by 1,000 or so in a short period of time, and the number is still climbing. Supposedly Sister Joe had already borrowed some of the money, and after discovering his vlogging video, she felt it was a good marketing point, and started to run it around the video, bringing him a wave of traffic. Efficiency is nice, but that's the way it should be. If you don't run this movie before the site has knocked it out of the park, are you going to wait for it to cool off? Shang Yixia clicked on her second vlog. It was a video that was just over a minute long and was accompanied by the text, "Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Acting talent is not good. I can only practice my skills. I wish the prequel to The Plug King a big fire." The comments on this vlog exploded straight away. Mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the V-boom. God, diligence can make up for clumsiness. You this if the talent does not work. I can only go to receive the handicapped appraisal certificate. Brother Isha is so handsome. So handsome. It's fake, isn't it? It's all special effects, isn't it? Silly X. You blind Can't you see that this is in the study at home with a cell phone shot? Shang Yixia also put a watch next to it for timing. This video before and after totaled more than a minute, without any traces of editing special effects. Pinky. Even the special effects are super cool. I'm going to watch the prequel to Plug King. Don't fall for it upstairs. The cut card effects in that crappy movie don't look as good as his randomly recorded one. That movie was okay too, but don't get your hopes up. You have to make it through the first 30 minutes before Shang Yixia comes out and gets exciting. Wonderful my ass. This idiot actor is a paralyzed face. He can't even read a line well. Nothing but okay looking. The entertainment industry is polluted by this bunch of people, leaving veteran actors with no drama to shoot. Handsome is finished. Shang Yixia, Mom supports you. Yixia, you hurry up with your album and concerts, and your sister will work to support you. Xing, when are you going to shoot King of Plugs prequel too? Shang Yixia was overwhelmed by the surging tide of comments. He remembered that when he first debuted, the company helped him to hype and brush. The comments were far from such heat, and many of these messages directly called him Xing. Obviously they are all new fans who came to pay attention to him after watching the prequel to The Plug King. Also at this time, ding! A crisp system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host's rendition of the character, Xing. The character spread has increased. The character recognition has increased. The quality of the skill card control, has been upgraded to green fine, and he has gained the card phrase, charming light. Ha! Shang Yixia froze for a moment, and then immediately revealed an expression of surprise. I originally thought that the quality of the skill decks drawn after the kill was fixed, and that white normal would always be white normal. It didn't occur to me that when the film was released, there was character spread and character recognition to boost. That's interesting. View skill deck. Shang Yixia focused her attention on the card control card, only to see that the originally plain and uninteresting white card was currently emitting a faint green light, and the edge of the card also had an extra circle of golden lace in the style of wheat ears. The texture was obviously much more gorgeous. And in the card's introduction, there was an additional phrase that glowed with green light, glamour light. Attention was focused on the phrase called glamour light, and specific instructions immediately appeared in his mind. When you perform the card control technique, you emit a charismatic glow, making it easier to attract attention and positive emotions towards you. Note, the higher the proficiency star level of card control, the stronger the effect of glamorous light. At the same time, Shang Yixia also noticed the card control star rating. Although the proficiency level was still only lit with 1 star, the experience bar had come to around 20%. This is the experience value that went up when I recorded my own video earlier, and by logical deduction, when the experience value rises to 100%, the proficiency level of 2 stars will be reached. Shang Yixia walked over to the standing mirror and used the card control technique again. Wow! The playing cards fluttered in his hands in a magnificent overlap. The mirror himself, however, surrounded by a hidden haze on a soft light, so that the original handsome him, as if it was like hitting the spotlight, became even more eye-catching. Light overflowing. In this instant, Shang Yixia had the feeling that she was handsome by herself. What should I do if this continues? Chapter 8, Magic City Entertainment Company. However, Shang Yixia had stayed up for a few big nights in a row filming a movie before, and today, he had rushed all day, in which he had also used his supernatural abilities such as divine thoughts and card controlling technique many times, and by this point in time, he was already very tired himself. After verifying the effects of the new words, he had a vague headache and felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Can't stay up any longer. Get cleaned up. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Shang Yixia woke up with a start, feeling that she was full of energy and her brain was very clear in consciousness, which seemed to be the feeling after getting enough rest. It's been a long time since I've slept this well. This might also be one of the effects of having the skill card, Divine Thought, loaded. We'll have to do a verification sometime. While washing up, Shang Yixia swept a glance at the Vbo. After a night of publicity and fermentation, his vlog was even more lively than last night, and the total number of followers had come to more than 37,000. The various messages and private messages in the background of the vlog had been so numerous that he was overwhelmed. Glanced at Wilson after closing the Vbo. There were a lot of private chat messages and a lot of buzz in some of the work and life groups. He picked out some key ones to read. The first thing was the private message from the producer Zhou Shuyu. A night had passed and she had sent a dozen private messages to Shang Yixia. Scanning a glance, in addition to some such as Shang Yixia, I love you to death, and so on excited to incoherent big truth, is constantly sent some happy news? The last one is even more than 5 o'clock in the morning. Said what Plug King prequel more than 6 minutes of effective playback, has reached 400,000 times. The average playback time, finish rate, are much stronger than last night when just on the shelves. Today Y Station Video also promised to be on the homepage to cooperate with the type of promotion publicity. And the workgroup Plug King Prequel Teachers Big Fire Special Fire also was renamed Plug King Prequel 2 Preparatory Group. The group inside is very lively. Everyone is not stingy to Shang Yixia all kinds of praise. There's also all sorts of AITs asking him how on earth he did that short selfie video of his card control technique. There were also various compliments to Zhou Shuyu, praising her for her timely and extremely courageous actions. There are also analyzing the Plug King prequel according to this momentum. How much money can eventually share from the Y Station? At this point, it's a foregone conclusion that the movie will make its money back, depending on how much of a split it gets later on. The higher the split, the better the movie did. Even if the guys cannot share the money, the value is bound to follow the rising tide. Behind the new movie cooperation will have the capital to brag. Of course, they are all enthusiastic. Shang Yixia didn't participate in the conversation. Just opened the skill deck bar for a moment and checked the card control technique, and found that it was still of green refined quality, and hadn't been able to improve its quality further. Maybe it's relatively easy to reach green finest, and if you want to go further, the requirements for character spread and recognition will be more demanding. But that's okay, sales of the Plug King prequel are still climbing higher and higher, so it's entirely possible to watch the follow-up for a little while longer. Shang Yixia in the kitchen spread 2 sugar-centered Hollister on the slices of bread and milk to eat a simple breakfast. By the way, replied to the concern of the people from all walks of life, and only then wearing a mask out of the neighborhood to call a car, all the way to the company. Magic City Civic. This is the company Shang Yixia signed with. This is a company with high status and strength in the industry, which is located in the Guangfu building in the city center, occupying the entire 28th floor of the building, with a total office area of 2. several hundred square meters. Just entering the company, you can see that there are many posters posted, a lot of easy openings and so on, which are the publicity of successful projects that the company has participated in, and there are the publicity of the big hit TV series, web series, movies and so on. There are also character posters of some of the company's popular artists. Among them, Xiao Jingxiu had the most various posters, which was the company's recognized first sister, who had acted in a number of hit films and won many awards, and was a veritable movie queen. However, recently Xiao Jingxiu into a scandal whirlpool, said to be a big director's wife, broke the news slamming Xiao Jingxiu and their own husbands have a leg up, is to climb his husband's bed to take the post-film position. It's making a lot of noise right now. It would be good if she managed to weather the storm. Otherwise I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to keep her current position. Secondly, there is the company's first brother, Chen Yuanhao, who has appeared in many TV dramas as the male lead, 2 of which are very hot, 1 of which is even at a phenomenal level, and his popularity is so high that he has boosted the company's performance. However, Chen Yuanhao's attempts to break into the big screen have repeatedly failed, and he was even criticized by a famous director for his overexertive acting, which is only suitable for dramas and variety shows with noisy voices, but not for movies that require delicate acting skills and moods. This also made Chen Yuanhao's reputation suffer, and his position in the company could only be subordinate to Xiao Jingxiu. Showbiz is really a stormy place. Shang Yixia shook her head and moved her eyes away. Then she noticed some newly pasted-up Qin Weiwei posters, both her last appearance in the ancient costume IP drama Pouring City and Pouring Country, the poster of the female third to Oba Mao Yang, the poster of her riding a horse single-handed holding a red-tasseled gun, valiant, red-armed with a strong sense of the picture. There's also a makeup promotional poster for her new role as the female number 2 in the S-rated urban workplace drama I'm Not a Barrister. It was a fledgling young female lawyer with a face full of collagen. Other than that, there are various medals from government departments, photos with leaders, and various trophies for literary and artistic achievements, among other honors on display. These are the traditional skills of a civic company, which will present its programs and resources to every guest as much as possible, conveying the concept that we are strong and we have many successful programs at hand. In this way, you can take more initiative in the next negotiation or cooperation. Shang Yixia didn't look at these much, and walked straight to an office outside and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A crisp woman's voice came from inside. Shang Yixia pushed the door to enter, then saw a dressed in competent professional clothing, about 30 or 40 years of age. Charm of a mature woman. Is cold face phone? No. This thing is not negotiable. That's it. I have to hang up beforehand. This woman, naturally, was the agent who was now bringing Shang Yixia Zhang Qing. After Zhang Cheng hung up the phone, she turned her head to Shang Yixia and revealed a smile. Yixia, you're really good. Without saying a word, you've organized such a big job for me. Of course Shang Yixia understood what she was referring to, and slightly revealed a coy smile and said, Sister Zhang Cheng, I also saw that Sister Zhou was in a hurry, so I thought to support the publicity efforts, and I didn't expect that the video that I casually shot actually caught fire. Alright, don't be modest. Zhang Cheng waved her hand and said with a smile, Zhou Shuyue's side bombarded me with prestige last night, and they're all about to blow you up to the sky, but that video of yours is really handsome. Even I can't help but powder you. With that, she took out a movie and television project book from her desk drawer and threw it to Shang Yixia. Take a look at this big project. Originally I was still hesitating on how to operate it. However, with the caliber and heat of that video of yours yesterday, we can let it go. Shang Yixia took the project book and first saw the project header. Republican Amazing Rogue Bandits. One look at the name made the corners of his mouth twitch. The name, when you hear it, feels like a counterpoint to the Hollywood blockbuster The Thrill of It All. Is this the big project Sister Zhang was talking about? How come your big projects are either copying Hong Kong movies or Hollywood? Chapter 9? Character Juggler. Fruity. The one-sentence introduction on the cover of the project book says, outright and plainly, Republican version of The Thrill of It All. However, after turning it over and looking at it, he realized that this project was initiated by Red Fruit Pictures. The producer is called Yu Haiyang, and the total investment is up to 20 million. Shang Yixia has recently acted in 2 Net Big, is considered to have some small understanding of the industry. This Red Fruit film industry in the industry is a very successful company. Do fire a lot of Net Big and Net Drama. Yu Haiyang is also a famous producer in the industry. Several big hit network is mostly by him to manipulate the executive producer. Also the director of this project is a famous director in the Netflix community. That's exactly why. This project is very easy to complete the pre-financing, and the funders are all famous companies or individuals in the industry. Even Shang Yixia's company, Magic City Entertainment, followed the investment of 3 million. And that storyline is simple. During the Republic of China period, a certain local warlord, who was a scourge to one side of the country, raided a large amount of supplies and then exchanged them for gold and jewels, which were transferred overseas under the protection of a group of cronies and soldiers. A mysterious aspirant organizes a group of oddballs and orchestrates an operation done in full view of the public, as if it were a grand magic show, to loot the warlord's wealth and make his men pay the price they deserve. At the end, the aspirants contributed to the nation by donating all these gold jewels to the resistance organizations. Of course, the traditional juggler is used here in order to fit in with the local culture as well as to differentiate it from the astonishing thrillers. Then, Shang Yixia briefly looked over part of the script. The lines and characters were also quite interesting, calling it a good work. However, no one in the movie industry can guarantee that the film will be hot, and the results will ultimately have to be tested by the market for real money. Only after Shang Yixia finished reading did Zhang Cheng ask, "Yixia, what do you think of this project? Which role are you more interested in?" Shang Yixia pondered for a moment, then spoke. "This project is quite interesting. If I were to speak of interest, of course, I'm most interested in that young juggler Zhao Xingyao, but this role is so important that I'm afraid it's not our turn. The character has growth, a lot of drama, and takes on the high points of the final charade, and while it's not the male lead, there are some parts that are more likely to stand out than the male lead. In a project of this size of investment, there must be countless pairs of eyes on the role. Originally you didn't have a role, but now it's not necessarily so." Zhang Qing smiled and said, "Actually, Yu Haiyang and I have a good relationship, and he still owes me a favor. Originally I was thinking of getting you a third male role with a lot of drama. But last night I watched your short video, and then after watching the prequel to The Plug King, I came up with a bold idea, the same as to sell favors to beg for roles. Why don't we just have a bigger appetite, and simply keep our eyes on the role of the juggler Zhao Xingyao?" This, Shang Yixia was a bit surprised. "Sister Zhang Cheng, I'm afraid Mr. You won't agree, right? It's a role that's going to take on the responsibility of selling the movie, and both his credentials and acting skills are nowhere near enough to take the role by selling a favor. And that Yu Haiyang can do fire those several online big, must be very capable and advocate of the character, unless it is the kind of big man who can crush him to death to open his mouth. Otherwise will not be for the sake of favors to reduce the quality of their own this film. Tell me first, how did you do your short video?" Zhang Qing didn't answer directly, but looked at Shang Yixia's slender fingers. "Is it special effects or your skill?" Shang Yixia thought briefly, took out a deck of playing cards from his pocket, and casually used a few simple maneuvers to cut and shuffle and interlock them, with smooth and gorgeous movements. He had originally just wanted to show a little bit of card control. However, he did not want to fall into Zhang Qing's eyes, but when he was cutting the cards, it was as if an invisible spotlight was hitting him, as if it was covering him with a layer of soft fluorescence, adding a bit more charm to his already very handsome image. It was also as if there was an invisible hand that forcefully grabbed Zhang Qing's eyeballs, causing her to unconsciously focus her attention highly on Shang Yixia. This is the effect of the word charming light that comes with the promotion of card control to green quality. "So handsome." Zhang Qing was slightly lost in thought as her heart began to thump wildly, and her eyes glowed with a touch of ecstasy. Pop. After a short demonstration, Shang Yixia closed the cards and ended the demonstration, saying, "When I was acting in the prequel to The King of Plugs, I found shuffling and cutting the cards very interesting, so I practiced seriously and hard." It was only when she heard that crisp sound of the card being closed that Zhang Qing came back to her senses as if she was waking up from a dream. Looking at Shang Yixia again, he was still handsome, but there was no more of that unstoppable thumping feeling that he had just felt. She couldn't help but curse herself as her cheeks burned. "Zhang Qing Zhang Cheng, don't get any wrong ideas. Yixia, he's still a kid who hasn't graduated from college. Amit Ba Buddha, Amit Ba Buddha. Sister Zhang Cheng, are you alright?" Shang Yixia saw that she was not in the right state and rushed to express her concern. It's fine. Zhang Cheng picked up a glass of water and took a sip. With years of willpower exercised in the workplace, she quickly stabilized her mind and eliminated distractions, shaking her head in admiration. "A schoolmaster is a schoolmaster. A genius is really an existence that we mortals can't comprehend. Ordinary people may not be able to practice like you even if they practiced hard for a few years." Shang Yixia wanted to retort that she wasn't really a genius at all, but thought better of it and just said vaguely, "Perhaps, I'm particularly talented in this area?" Zhang Cheng didn't dwell on this issue much longer, but instead mused and summarized, "Your face is very capable of fighting, and your fingers are also very nice and nimble, which is your advantage, and I've talked to Yu Haiyang. That juggler Zhao Xingyao will have a lot of close-ups of dazzling maneuvers, which require quite a high degree of hand endurance and finger dexterity, and at the moment there are very few people who can match you in that regard. Yixia, your biggest problem right now is still in your acting skills. The role of the juggler has quite a lot of drama, and has appearances in many important episodes. The requirements for acting skills are not low. With your current acting skills, it's hard to fight for this role. But if you can improve your acting skills a bit in a short period of time, even if it's just to let you Hyung feel the improvement in your acting skills that is visible to the naked eye, the chances of us securing this role will be greatly improved. After all, as long as you're able to grow, you can still be well-tuned and polished during the filming process to make you fit the role better. Having said that, Zhang Qing gazed into Shang Yixu's eyes, as if trying to see his attitude clearly. Do you have the confidence to improve your acting skills a bit in a short period of time? Shang Yixu thought hard for a moment. The acting shortcomings are tangible. If it were before, he would have found this kind of opportunity dispensable. But now with the post-kill card draw system, things are different. He had already experienced the benefits that skill cards brought. Character cards are obviously higher end than skill cards, but they also require more of his abilities. If he could improve his acting skills a bit and better interpret the essence of the Yi Juggler character, he might be able to draw character role cards directly after the finalization of the movie, instead of just drawing some scattered skill decks. Think about it. Shang Yixu's eyes turned serious as she nodded at Zhang Cheng and said, Sister Zhang Cheng, I'll try my best, but I don't know how to improve my acting skills. In fact, the best way to improve your acting skills is to go and find a movie where your character is an actor to act in. And if you can draw the skill card, acting, the problem is solved. It's just a shame that there are no similar projects for him to act in at the moment. Zhang Cheng naturally did not know the twists and turns in Shang Yixu's heart. Seeing his solemn and serious attitude, she also revealed a pleased smile. As long as you are willing to work hard, leave the other things to me to arrange. By the way, you know Gu Yongzhang, right? Mr. Gu? Shang Yixu paused slightly and then nodded. I know, but I haven't dealt with him. According to Shang Yixu's knowledge, this Gu Yongzhang is also a Magic City entertainment artist, class origin, but already 30-something years old, still only acting in some insignificant supporting roles, belonging to the company's fringe artists who are not hot at all. Of course, he had now been plucked out of the nooks and crannies by Sister Zhang Cheng and become a member under her command. Yongzhang's acting skills are very good, and his reputation in the Magic City's drama circle isn't small. He's just missing the right opportunity. These days I'll let him bring you along and help you sharpen your acting skills. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, she picked up her cell phone and sent Shang Yixu an address, and pushed Gu Yangzhan's prestige to him in the meantime. He's currently at the filming site of King of Kitchen, so go directly to this place to look for him, and he'll make arrangements for you. Shang Yixu took a look and found that the address was a famous old restaurant in Magic City, Dahonglu, not far from the company. He immediately excused himself from the company, took a random cab, and spent only 20 minutes or so before arriving downstairs at the Dahong building. Getting down from the car, Shang Yixu casually surveyed the surroundings and was about to pull out her cell phone to send a message to Gu Yongzhang. At this point, a middle-aged uncle wearing a chef's outfit and looking about 30 to 40 years old hurriedly walked out of Dahong building. Sweeping around, his eyes immediately locked onto him, waving his hand at him and greeting, Xiao Xia, you're just in time. There's a small character who jumped the ticket. Come and help save the scene. Ah, this. I just got here and you're giving me a role? Chapter 10. What kind of fairy hands are you? Aren't you guys being a little hasty here? Shang Yixu spat in her heart, but on her face she didn't show any emotion, walking up with a calm demeanor and politely greeting Gu Yongzhang. Hello, Mr. Gu. Sister Zhang Qing asked me to come and study with you properly. At the same time, he secretly sized up Gu Yongzhang. The two have been pictured in the company before, but have had no concrete contact. Gu Yongzhang was about 35 or 36 years old, with a good-looking appearance and some mustache. Quite an uncle. It's a good look, and it's still recognizable. Before Zhang Qing's sister said that he is good at acting, but I do not know what kind of gods have been offended. But there has not been much opportunity to get to the top. Isha, you and I don't need to teacher, and don't you not you. Gu Yongzhang smilingly patted Shang Yixu's shoulder. His attitude was very enthusiastic. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Gu. Okay, Gu. Seeing that the other party had said so, Shang Yixu also readily accepted good advice and revealed a sunny, clear smile. After the pleasantries, Gu Yongzhang then led Shang Yixu to walk towards Dahong building. While walking, introduced, our King of Kitchen crew is shooting a food movie. The producer and the owner of Dahong building is more familiar, so he borrowed the person's live set, and do not have to pay the venue fee, is considered to be in Dahong building brand implantation to offset each other. That's really saving a huge amount of venue fees. Shang Yixu chimed in. There are advantages and disadvantages to live action filming, so let's leave it at that for now. Gu Yongzhang led Shang Yixu to the shooting site and found the director who was speaking to the actors to introduce him. Director Li, this is Shang Yixu. Look handsome enough, right? Li Guide is short and fat, wearing glasses with a goatee, sniffing and looking over a glance. His eyes immediately is alight. Old Gu just showed me a video of your dazzling card tricks. It's really something. I didn't realize that the real person is even more handsome. Casually rolling up the script into his cackling nest, he warmly shook Shang Yisha's hand. Director Li is too kind. Shang Yisha had a smile on her face and a humble attitude. Those are just tricks on my part. This time I came mainly to learn acting from Brother Gu and Director Li. Shang Yisha grew up in good conditions at home, seen the world more. The bottom line is also enough. Wherever you go with a kind of calm and relaxed sense of relaxation, even with the Magic City Entertainment's boss to talk to him is polite, but never nervous, not to mention stage fright. Humble. Let's learn from each other and make progress together. After both sides exchanged some polite pleasantries, Director Li handed Shang Yisha back to Gu Yongjiang and went off to get busy again by himself. The director of this small-budget Netflix movie is not one of those big, established directors who don't have the capital to be capricious. They also have to build up connections, want to advance in their careers, and hope that the movies they make will one day make it to the big screen and win awards. Yisha, the situation is like this. Gu Yongjiang brought Shang Yisha to a more secluded corner and talked to him about business. There's a small supporting character in the crew who has a problem at home and needs your help to cover it. The role is not much, only a few lines, about 10 seconds of footage. I've already greeted Zhang Cheng. She'll turn around and find the crew to make up an agreement. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Gu's arrangements. Shang Yisha nodded. Naturally, he had no problem with that. This small supporting role with a very small part doesn't get much money, but it's still a role big or small, and he wants to try to see if he can draw skill decks. Gu Yongjiang was satisfied with Shang Yisha's attitude, and with a little more sincerity in his attitude towards him, he took out the script and talked to Shang Yisha about the small supporting role. This minor supporting character is called Wu Yongguang, a Jiangnan ancient pastry craft inheritor who broke into the final 8 rounds of the King of Cooks competition and lost to male number 3 in the process of the 8-4 rounds. Shang Yisha only had to shoot a few shots that acted as backdrops, appearance entrances, and interviews with journalists, plus close-up images of faces earnestly making Xiaolongguan buns during the competition. Finally, when you have lost the match, say to the third male, "Your Excellency is a superb cook. I am ashamed of myself." You can exit the stage after you've said your lines. The backstory is that the male third is easily crushed by the villain, setting up the villain's reign of culinary terror. Then, the villain is defeated by the protagonist in the finals against all odds, and the protagonist wins the title of King of Cooks, preserving the old name, De Hong Lu, founded by his grandfather. Shang Yisha understood. His role is used to set off the male third and set off the villain. The final light but all gathered to the protagonist. This is a typical cool text ring set. Yisha, don't worry that you don't know how to make xiaolong buns. Afterward the director will make up all kinds of fancy techniques of the professional chef. You just have to do it and put up a decent front. Of course, in order to make your movements and expressions more realistic and avoid wearing out, you still have to roughly learn the process of making xiaolong steamed buns, including mixing the filling, kneading the dough, kneading the pleats, etc. Get a feel for it, and then design some camera-ready movements and expressions. Having said that, Gu Yongjiang then directly led Shang Yisha to the noodle kitchen of De Hong Lu, wanting to ask the head noodle chef Li Changshan to personally give Shang Yisha a demonstration in teaching. Li Changshan is an old man of almost 60 years old, born with a big waist, full of seriousness. He was not very satisfied with the fact that the movie shooting had disturbed the normal business of De Hong House, but due to the fact that the boss had explained the situation beforehand, he could only reluctantly cooperate. After listening to Gu Yongjiang's request, he nodded and didn't say anything, directly asking his apprentice to bring some already mixed fillings, kneaded dough, and a kitchen scale. Young man, I will give you a demonstration of the process of wrapping xiaolong steamed buns. Look carefully. Li Changshan first pulled a piece of dough 15 grams or so, more skin thick and uneven, less skin thin and easy to break. Without weighing it, he began to swish the skin with a rolling pin. The steamed bread skin must be the same size and thickness. He rolled out the skin in 3 or 2 strokes, and scooped a spoonful of filling and placed it in the center of the skin, and with a slight curve of his palm, the skin wrapped most of the filling, and then his palm turned, and the fingers of his right hand were extremely flexible and gently twisted. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a small cage steamed bun was molded in his hands, with a thin white skin, bulging, and each fold bending upward very well proportioned, presenting the shape of a chrysanthemum carp's mouth, which gave people a pleasing sense of aesthetics. The filling is about 30 grams and the pleats are controlled between 18 and 23. After simply saying that, Li Changshan withdrew his hand and took a step back, coldly saying to Shang Yisha, "Young man, it doesn't look too difficult, right? Try it." Gu Yongjiang, who was watching from the side, was in a cold sweat. What do you mean it doesn't look hard? This stuff is typically, once you see it, you will know it. Once you learn it, it is super difficult to learn. And your old man said so briefly and concisely. Can learn the hell. However, Shang Yixia was still very calm and directly nodded her head and responded. I've memorized everything. I'll get on and try. When he finished, he cleaned his hands and then dried them. First, I followed Master Li's example of pulling small pieces of dough with my hands. This action seemed very simple, but Master Li looked at it with a slightly raised eyebrow and a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shang Yixia didn't roll out the dough right away. Took a bowl and put it on the kitchen scale to peel it first. Weighed his little dough and it showed 16.3 grams. Ha! That much of a difference? He pulled a new piece of dough and weighed it. 14.4 grams. Pulled another piece. 15.3 grams. I grabbed again. I grabbed and grabbed. Starting from the 6th small piece of dough to the 10th, each piece of dough pulled out by Shang Yixia was a standardized 15 grams, with an error within 0.1 gram. Satisfied with this, he began to try rolling out the dough. However, it is such a simple action of pulling the dough, so that the presence of Master Li's disciples, as well as Gu Yongzhang, eyes are staring straight. What are you doing here? I pulled 5 pieces of dough in a row, and surprisingly, each piece was exactly 15 grams, especially Master Li. His eyebrows jumped hard twice. Young man, what kind of magic hand is that? I told you 15 grams, and that was an approximate imaginary number that didn't allow you to be precise to one decimal place. Chapter 11. Nothing else. Just familiar hands. In fact, Shang Yixia had long been aware of it. Ever since he had loaded the skill card control, the dexterity, control, and dexterity of his fingers had all increased tremendously. And although it wasn't comparable to the kind of godlike finesse that he had when using card control, it was still far above the level of a normal person. Now that the card control technique had been upgraded to the green refined quality and loaded with the skill card, Divine Thoughts, it was as if the precision and control of his fingers had stepped into a transcendent level. A small thing like pulling the dough. If you let him try a few more times, you can be completely accurate to 2 decimal places. After pulling the dough, the next step is to roll it out. Shang Yixia picked up a piece of dough and was about to do it, when she suddenly paused and turned back to ask, Hello Master Li, what is the diameter of our dough? Only then did Li Changshan come back to his senses and hesitantly said, the diameter of the crust is about 13 centimeters and the thickness is about 1.5 millimeters. Okay, please master give me a ruler. Shang Yixia politely returned a sentence, then began to imitate Master Li's rolling out of dough maneuver operation. The first sheet of dough was rolled out a little roughly, not quite uniform in thickness, and more than 15 centimeters in diameter when measured. Shang Yixia stopped the action. A little thought, which began to roll the second sheet of dough. This time obviously improved a lot. And then the third, fourth. Li Changshuan's mouth slightly opened and closed. He had the intention to point out 2 sentences, but Shang Yixia progressed too fast, as if he was playing a game with 100 times. No, 1,000 times the experience hanging. Every time he rolled out a piece of dough, the proficiency increased unimaginably. By the time the 5th crust, the thickness of the crust has been very well proportioned. A measurement of the diameter, 13.5 centimeters. Under normal circumstances, this crust would actually qualify. But Shang Yixia was not satisfied and started rolling the 6th and 7th. The rolling pin is lightly pushed and kneaded and rolled in him, and the amplitude and rhythm of the left hand turning to convey the dough has been organically intertwined with the rolling pin, with a rhythm as precise as machinery, and a gesture of flowing water, which is excellent for viewing. By the time he rolled out the 10th sheet of dough, Shang Yixia was already subconsciously adding fancy movements to the rhythmic process. Swish, swish, swish. The rolling pin rotated in his palm, dancing out a circle of stick blossoms, yet it fit the rhythm of each roll, as if it had already reached the point of unity of man and staff. Compared to a skill like card control, which requires a rigorous change in the joints of every finger, this kind of rolling out the dough to play a little trick is just too easy. Li Changshan, Gu Yongzhang, and others present were looking numb. Yixia, you brat, it's not possible that you're originally an old hand at rolling out dough, and you're pretending to be young and dumb here, right? Gu Yongzhang's eyes widened as he issued a soulful question. This is the same question that Li Changsun wanted to ask. No, as long as the mind is a bit more skillful, this isn't hard to learn. Shang Yixia revealed a sunny smile. Mindfulness. Is there some kind of misunderstanding of the words, you kid? However, before they could ask any questions, Shang Yixia had already started trying to fill the filling. He took the clean bowl and scooped a spoonful of the filling and weighed it, slightly heavier by 2 grams, followed by a second spoonful, and a third. Soon he was able to pinpoint 30 grams for each spoonful. The group was rather surprised by this. Shang Yixia then began to try wrapping the filling and pinching the pleats. he recalled Li Changshuan's movements in his mind. First his palm arched slightly, his thumb and forefinger gently closed, his right hand gently pinched and closed at the edge of the crust. There was an additional pleat, followed by a twist and a turn. A second pleat appeared. When the circle is finished, pinching the last pleat, Shang Yixia frowned, but only pinched 17 pleats. And between the pleats, the spacing and thickness of the pleats are not very consistent. Compared to Master Li, that small steamed bun sells a lot worse. He felt there were several details that he failed to understand. By this time, Li Changshan feels like he has to step up to the plate. He hurriedly took a step closer and explained in a pleasant manner. Young man, the first one can be pinched like this is already very good. There are a few details in your gesture just now that are not quite right. I'll show you again. Saying that, Li Changshan reconducted the teaching process. This time his entire movement was very slow. Every detail was clearly stated. And when the demonstration was finished, he let Shang Yixia wrap it again. Thank you, Master Li. Shang Yixia nodded gratefully, picking up a sheet of dough again to start wrapping like second small steamed bun. This time he didn't want to be fast, but he wanted to mimic it with precision. 7 or 8 seconds later, a stuffed and fleshy steamed bun appeared in his palm. Although the pleats are still not well proportioned, they are no more or less than exactly 21 pleats, and can be seen in the shape of a chrysanthemum carp's mouth. Before Li Changshan could say anything, his disciple was already staring blankly, as if questioning the meaning of his life's existence. He remembered when he was learning the art. All kinds of clumsiness, heart to eye to hand. I do not know how many times to the master scolded. Genius, you are truly a genius in the pastry world. Li Changshuan's old face was also excited. When I used to read martial arts novels, I always heard that some dumb pigs had to polish a move for an unknown amount of time to learn it. As he said this, Li Changshan glanced at his disciple in disgust. And then he continued, but there are some martial arts geniuses who can memorize all the moves and imitate them as long as they watch them once. Originally I didn't believe there were such people, but now I've grown to know them. At this time, Gu Yongjiang added on the side, Master Li, Yixia, he is a god of learning. When the college entrance examination was the top 10 in the province, for the sake of his girlfriend only did not go to the capital to study, enrolled in our Aurora University. This. Shang Yixia was a bit numb at once. I was only in the 90s in the college entrance exam, and I didn't go to the capital to study purely because I didn't have enough points. Not to mention that he didn't even have a girlfriend at that time. But before he could split hairs, Li Changshan then revealed a no wonder expression, said with emotion. So as a famous university student no wonder learn things fast, is too much better than cooking technical school out of the people. With that, he gave another disgusted, hard glance at his apprentice. His disciple was on the verge of tears. Master, you clearly said in the past that although I have an ordinary talent, I am hard-working. Why do you dislike it now? Shang Yixia, however, had a few moments of helplessness. What brand-name college senior learns fast? That's a real stereotype. You get the intellectual perverts in my class to learn this, and there's a good chance that their hand-eye coordination won't be as good as your protégés. Come on, don't waste time. Let's keep practicing. Li Changshan burst with unprecedented passion for Shang Yixia and began to help him polish the details step by step from beginning to end. And Shang Yixia also learned with an open mind. In the process of rolling out the dough over and over again, wrapping folds, his progress is incomparably fast. More and more action in the clouds and water, wrapped out of the steamed buns all thin skin and large filling, folds well proportioned and constant in the 21. His proficiency and skill seems to be a bit less than Li Changsun's, but Shang Yixia is handsome, and his fingers are white and long like a pianist, and every movement is highly ornamental. I don't know when. Li exported now behind him, and the camera for the footage captured Shang Yixia's increasingly fancy and aesthetically pleasing production process. His eyes glazed over, his short, fat body shivered, and the inspiration for the shot surged out of his mind like an unstoppable tidal wave. I have absolutely no control over my inspiration. One shot. This is definitely the best material for one shot. There was no need to switch the camera at all, and there was no need for any hand replacement at all. Shang Yixia's hand was the perfect hand. It has to be slapped in with the person. He had a feeling that when this footage went up, it would definitely leave an indelible impression on the viewers, especially the female viewers. Chapter 12, the third skill card. Under the enthusiastic guidance of Master Li Changshan, Shang Yixia tried to learn the techniques related to kneading and mixing fillings. For Shang Yixia, who was loaded with the two major skill cards of card control and divine thought, learning and mastering these skills was as easy as eating and drinking. Soon after, he was pulled by the groundskeeper to put on his makeup, change into his costume in the dressing room, and officially enter the set. Inside the brightly lit lobby, 2 sets of pastry-making tables have been set up and the competition venue for filming has been set up. A huge banner was pulled up. which read, King of Kitchen Competition. And in the center of the venue, 3 referee tables were set up, and several referee actors were already in place, gathering over there and chatting in a small voice. There were also a number of crowd actors on the periphery, either acting as race staff, media reporters, or onlookers. The cameras are all in place as well. Mr. Shang. As soon as he saw Shang Yixia, the assistant director came over and enthusiastically pulled him into the competition venue, first pulling him to shoot a few shots that acted as a backdrop, and then adjusting the angle to shoot a few shots of the appearance, and then pulling him to the number 2 cooking position, gesturing for him to stand behind the counter. You first familiarize yourself with the counter and ingredients, and then later, partnering with Master Zhao, you'll first shoot a few close-ups of the knife work. By this time, a man in his mid-20s, dressed as a chef, was standing by the stove. He looks clean. His fingers are very long, obviously as originally prepared for Shang Yixia knife hand replacement master. That is, the deputy director of the mouth of the Master Zhao. After exchanging a few slight pleasantries, Master Zhao introduced Shang Yixia to the tabletops and various ingredients in front of him. Do not use a lot of knife work to do stuffing, namely chopping meat, chopping onions, ginger and garlic and so on. But after all, this is a slightly transcendental elements of the food genre, and later we'll add a lot of special effects, so that the food presents a transcendental temperament. For example, will glow and so on. Therefore, even processes such as chopping meat are rendered on camera to blow off a little steam. Soon, 2 sets of cameras began shooting at the same time. Originally, the person in charge of filming Shang Yixia was the assistant director, but now the job was grabbed by director Zhao, on the grounds that he felt that filming Shang Yixia was more fulfilling. The shoot went well. Soon the shots of chopping meat, chopping onions, ginger and garlic went by, kneading the dough, and catching several close-up or full-body shots, and soon the meat scene came, already ready to go all the way to the end of the mirror. Director Zhao's eyes were focused, his expression unprecedentedly serious. But Shang Yixia is also starred in a number of films. Old actor, calm and unhurried, in accordance with the production process of small steamed buns operated once, and then the second time, until after the 5th time, the director shouted. Then, it was time to shoot the judges' critique session. Several judges commented on the xiaolong steamed buns of the 2 contestants respectively, giving Shang Yixia a good evaluation, and then gave male no 3 extremely high praise before declaring male no 3 the winner of the match. Next, another shot of Shang Yixia's despondent look after failing in the competition, and another supplementary shot with the male third, going up to say sincerely, Your Excellency is a superb cook. I am ashamed of myself. And then the director called a cut and the scene passed. This process, there is really no need for acting skills. Small supporting roles on small supporting roles, acting easy and simple. Congratulations Mr. Shang, your play has been finalized. Hard work, hard work. Director Li personally came over to greet him and smilingly offered a red envelope. The red envelope was quite thick, at least a few $1,000s. Thanks, Director Li. Shang Yixia didn't make a fuss and took the red envelope to say thank you. After a few polite pleasantries about time for dinner and such, the 2 parted ways and went about their own business. Director Li is certainly busy, but Shang Yixia wasn't idle either. After going to the dressing room and changing out of his costume, he sat down in a random corner and pretended to take a water break before calling out in his head, System! Congratulations to the host for killing off the character in King of Chefs, Wu Yangguang. The system's voice sounded in his head, with a hint of electronic-sounding coolness. The host can extract the character's character card. Drops. Detected that the online university has low investment, low worldview completeness, low character fleshing out, low character popularity, medium host interpretation, medium host and character integration. For once, it's not a series of lows. The system is unable to effectively extract the character's character card. Instead, it will randomly extract a skill card from the character. Will it be extracted immediately? Yes/no. The interpretation degree and character integration degree have changed to medium, indicating that the system believes that Shang Yixia's performance in interpreting the character of Wu Yangguang has reached a moderate level. Of course, this could also be because the character is just too low in difficulty. Yes, extract. Shang Yixia replied with anticipation. System randomly selected, Wu Yangguang, skill card in. Ding! The crisp and pleasant electronic sound of the blessing gem dropping sounded. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the skill card, Chinese pastry. Chinese pasta? Shang Yixia froze slightly. He had originally thought that he would draw a xiaolong steamed bun skill, but he didn't expect that it would be a direct, Chinese pastry, skill with an extremely broad coverage. With a slight movement of his mind, he said, check the skill deck, Chinese pastry. Swish! A white skill card deck presented itself in his mind. Card name, Chinese pasta. Card quality, white. Skill level, 1 star. Card description, after equipping this card, the host can obtain the skill, Chinese pastry. When the host learns or makes Chinese pastry, there will be extra proficiency and effects added. That's it? The introduction was very simple, and far less complicated than Divine Thoughts. It looked like even though they were both white cards, there was still a big difference between this, Chinese pastry, and the Card Control and Divine Numinous cards. However, the latter two cards were both drawn after he had worked hard for a long time, whereas this, Chinese Noodle, came very easily, and it only took more than 2 hours combined before and after. Anyway, there was still one empty slot left in the skill deck, and Shang Yixia didn't think too much about it, directly loading it in and then leaving it alone. Returning to the set to observe Gu Yongzhang acting. Gu Yongzhang stars as the master behind the male lead, who and the villain used to be mentors and brothers, both disciples of the male lead's grandfather, in which various grudges are entangled to this generation. Have to admit, Gu in terms of acting skills crushed him Shang Yixia a few streets, casually in action. A look are extremely in place. On the contrary, is the same as the male lead of the class cannot keep up with the rhythm of the Gu brother, was set off by some dull brain. Of course, even then, Shang Yixia felt that male lead's acting skills were far above his. By noon, Shang Yixia followed the crew to dabble in a meal, and directly ate the head of the table at Da Honglu. One had to admit that this was the best crew meal Shang Yixia had ever had. In the afternoon, Shang Yixia took a short break, ready to continue to observe others acting as in the morning. The results just watched not a moment. Was again the head pastry chef Zhao Changshan pulled to the back of the kitchen, to continue to teach him a variety of fillings modulation methods, such as crab meat fillings, shrimp fillings, etc. As if he wanted to be the whole life of the knowledge of all the brain stuff to Shang Yixia. And after Shang Yixia loaded the skill card, Chinese pastry, it was easier and more comfortable to learn, and the proficiency of the card dawdled. One of the two was happy to teach, the other was happy to learn, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Just as he was learning, Director Lee and the assistant director are getting together to look back at some of the shots taken today, especially the one shot to the end of Shang Yixia's line of kneading, pulling out the dough, rolling out the dough, filling, and pinching the pleats, which Director Lee watched over and over again, loving it. Shang Yixia's movements are smooth and natural, yet full of artistic beauty, and with his white, slender hands and sunny, handsome appearance, the entire shot presents an artistic flavor. He felt awesome, such great one-shot material, and how much it had to blow up the scene after the post-production effects were added. Wait, looking at it, Director Lee, but the more he looks at it, the more he feels that it is not quite right. Always feel where there is a kind of inexplicable sense of incongruity, but he cannot find out for a moment. By the time he flipped back to the later footage, he was watching the images of several judges with shocked, happy expressions on their faces as they tasted male number 3's small steamed buns, then blew male number 3 off and declared him the winner. Director Lee slammed his thigh in response. Isn't that shady? He finally realized where the dissonance was coming from. Chapter 13, 3-card linking effect. Mr. Screenwriter, Mr. Screenwriter, come here for a second. Director Lee shouted. Director Lee, what are you looking for me for? A screenwriter with a full beard, wearing glasses and a vest, ran over quickly. Take a look at this part. Director Lee pulled up a replay of the footage and gestured for the writers to take a closer look. The screenwriter scooted closer and propped up the frames of his glasses to look closely at the end. What do you think of this part? Director Lee asked with a serious face. The shooting is quite good. The screenwriter gave a thumbs up, revealing a smile to offer up a horse's ass. It's really worthy of being Director Lee. This shot to the end technique is just bull, killing 99% of the directors in the country. Is that what I'm asking? Director Lee didn't appreciate this in the slightest, jumping up in anger and saying, no matter which way you look at it, Shang Yixia's role as Wu Yongwan showed cooking skills that were far superior to that of male No. 3, but now, male No. 3 wins instead. Don't you think that's unreasonable? Don't you think the faces of those referees, in particular, look like they're getting paid dirty money to rig the fight? The male third won halfway convincingly. The screenwriter was full of confusion, whispered in defense, but the script and setting is written like this or, please Mr. Shang reshoots a little, tighten up the acting? Director Lee coldly stared. You can really spoil people. What then? The screenwriter asked weakly. The male third's cooking skills won't improve anytime soon. Change the script. Director Lee said flatly. Let Wu Yongwan win and eliminate male number 3. The screenwriter looked at Director Lee with a face full of shock. Is this dog director toxic? I want to spit in his face and tell him to change himself if he wants to. Problem? Director Lee looked at him sideways. No problem. The screenwriter patted his chest. I'll go change it. He trotted off in a huff and was soon snapping away with his laptop and changing it up on the fly. It's actually not that hard to change this episode. Just replace the lines between the two. Replace the results. And don't even move much in the middle of the process. On the contrary, the subsequent plot changes are more significant. After Wu Yongguang wins this round, he has to go up against the villain. And the plot has to be retconned. The writers snapped a change and typed so fast their hands were making stumps. And the other side is like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the Li Chongshan master pastry knowledge of Shang Yixia. Looking at the door to find the assistant director is also a face of confusion. This, I'm not killed the green, but also can be operated in this way? Don't worry, Mr. Shang, we won't underpay you in terms of remuneration. The assistant director slapped his chest. We will sign another supplementary agreement with Sister Zhang Qing. This, Shang Yixia was speechless. Was this about money? However, after a slight hesitation, Shang Yixia finally agreed to give it a try. He also wanted to see how the system would respond to playing the same character a second time. Soon enough, Shang Yixia changed her costume again, reapplied her makeup, and entered the shooting set. As soon as he ended up inside, he was met with the haunted look that the third male was giving him. It's no wonder that the male third heartbroken. Anyone who acted, found that their male third to play no, cannot help but to mutter a few words in the heart. The director said something about everything being plausible for the plot. Plausible my ass. As an 18th line actor, do you know how hard I work? For this male third role. Me, oh me, oh me. Shang Yixia's footsteps slightly lurched, and she could only throw him a look full of apologies. Soon, the referee's side reset his lines and took another shot of Shang Yixia's joyful expression after her victory. Afterwards, it was the former male third who, after losing the match, walked up to Shang Yixia and said in a sultry and sincere tone, cupping his fists, "Your Excellency's culinary skills are superb. I am ashamed to be inferior to you." Understood, Shang Yixia humbly said. Thus, the reworked episode was patched up. Next, it's going to be a scene where Shang Yixia and the villain play against each other, and whoever wins advances to the finals. Soon, a villain with granny gray white hair and Chinese robes stomped into the scene with live BGM. Glancing disdainfully at Shang Yixia with his eyes, he went straight to the putting down of harsh words. I heard that you are the inheritor of the ancient pastry master Wu Bingchang, and you are especially good at making Xiaolong steamed buns? As a senior, I'm not willing to just bully a small child. I'll defeat you in your area of expertise and destroy your pride. Shang Yixia was stunned. He'd felt awkward when he'd seen the line earlier, but he hadn't realized he'd have to buckle his toes to hear it live. It's the kind of shameful line that even veteran actors can't handle. I'm afraid this movie is going to be cool too, right? Wait, why did I say too? But he was too small a man to criticize the writers. He could only take the scene with a hard-on and let loose. I'll beat you and prove to Kiki that I'm the strongest king of kitchen. This shameful line, originally belonging to the third male, was now inherited by him. To round the plot back up, the writers also fill him in with a bunch of setups, saying that he's had a crush on Kiki since he was a kid, and that he came to the king of kitchen for Kiki. Kiki is the daughter of Ding Jianxin, a retired chef and the first female lead of the show, and Ding Jianxin is the character that Gu stars in, set to be the villain's mentor and the protagonist's behind-the-scenes teacher, the old uncle-like presence of the system. It was he who coached the hangdog uneducated protagonist into a master chef, and after the protagonist is crushed in the final round, he finally realizes the ancestral cooking aphorisms left by his grandfather, and instantly improves his cooking skills, defeats the villain, preserves his grandfather's Dahong house, and holds a beautiful woman in his arms. As for Wu Yongguang, the pastry chef heir, he could only stand in the corner and silently cast a blessed look. As soon as he thought of this, Shang Yixia felt that this movie is 80% going to be pounced on, and he was not willing to waste his time watching it anyway for free. But he's just a small actor. He can't change anything, just do his part and draw skill cards. The truth is that subbing isn't all it's cracked up to be. Click. Yixia, you acted a little problem. Assistant director, you go and talk to him about the drama. Emotions, you have to pay attention to emotional expression. A few moments later, there was another click. Director Li looked at Shang Yixia with complicated eyes. This guy is good at everything, but why is he so stiff in his acting and his lines? After a few more clicks, Director Li finally learned the power of Shang Yixia's mediocre acting skills, and Shang Yixia was a bit speechless at her own performance. Obviously, with card control and divine thoughts, he had become a fast learner, but how come his acting level still couldn't go up? Oh, I wish I could draw an acting card. At this point, Gu Yongzheng, who had been watching for half a day, couldn't help but come out and pulled Shang Yixia and started to privately impart his experience. You have to open your own mind, release your own emotions, and don't think of yourself as the Shang Yixia who is too good in all aspects. You are Wu Yongguang, A stubborn boy with a shy and introverted personality who is very focused on his work and at the same time stands up for the girl he likes. While helping him analyze the main points of Wu Yongguang's character, he was still worried about striking Shang Yixiao's confidence and comforted. Don't worry, you'll have no problem. A lot of actors who haven't been professionally trained are like this. Shang Yixia had been comforted and nodded her head to show that she probably understood. After Shang Yixia shooting a lot smoother, although the process is still bumping, but is slowly over. With Gu Yongzhang patiently guiding him from the sidelines, he felt like it was easier for him to get into the swing of things than before. After getting through these literary drama difficulties, it's finally time to film the official race scene. Then the director and the onlookers were shocked. Standing behind the kitchen case, Shang Yixia immediately looked like a different person. Her temperament seemed to have become different, inexplicably giving off a sense of a very professional atmosphere. And what he did next proved it. Standing behind the desk, he changed the stumbling and stagnation in his hands and feet from the stumbling and stagnation when he was acting in the literary drama. Instead, he had a kind of self-confidence and calmness like fighting in the home field. Even the rhythm and rhyme of kneading the dough seemed to contain the flavor of the unity of the celestial beings. A handful of flour gently sprinkled on the counter, fluttering in the air, just like a beautiful snow. Ta-da! The rolling pin in his hands, as if it were the baton of a symphony, or like a magic wand in the hands of a magician, rolled out a sheet of dough of even thickness, like a work of art. In a flick of the wrist, his fingers were long and clean, and when he pinched the pleats he moved as cleanly as if he were performing a splendid finger dance. A white, full and cute little cage bun kept flying into the cage drawer when he snapped his fingers, orderly arranging itself into a formation in the cage. This. Director Li's face was red with excitement. Yeah, that's the flavor. If Shang Yixiao's last performance was described as a beautiful culinary performance, this time, it made Director Li feel a sense of impact that transcended the mundane. It felt like a recreation of the coolness and tension that he had in his videos when he played card control. This is the linked effect after loading the skill deck, Chinese pastry, card control, and divine numinous. 3 cards. All eyes were focused on him, forcibly being hard controlled on the spot. Chapter 14, Skill Cards Upgrade. With steam curling up. Not many moments later, several cages of small cage steamed buns made by Shang Yixia came out of the oven. Referee A picked up a small cage steamed bun, showed a scrutinizing expression according to the script, and said his lines: thin skin, large filling, well-proportioned folds in the form of a chrysanthemum carp's mouth. Good selling. He then pinched the small steamed bun to his mouth, biting through the edge and gently sucking in a mouthful of soup. The taste of freshness with a hint of sweetness rushes into your mouth. In a flash, Referee A was stunned on the spot. He hurriedly took another bite, and his eyes instantly lit up, and his expression became a bit fluttery, as if it was a kind of blissful feeling after tasting a supreme delicacy. He couldn't help but boast in a loud voice. Delicious, too delicious. The strength of the crust and the fresh flavor and sweetness of the filling are perfectly blended together. Referee B took a bite and also showed a dumbfounded expression, then ate the entire Xiaolong steamed bun in 3 or 2 bites, with the same happy expression on his face. I haven't had such authentic Xiaolong steamed buns in a long time. Why do I feel that it's even better than Master Li Qingshuan's? Referee C chimed in. The play has gone all crooked, but the director didn't call for a click. Li Qingshan, who was a technical guide on the side, was not happy. He admitted that Shang Yixia was indeed a rare pastry chef genius, but even more genius had only learned for half a day, and the steamed buns he made could be even more delicious than his. Moreover, the filling that Shang Yixia used was actually premixed with his help. Li Qingshan was very unconvinced and went up to clip a small cage steamed bun, but the result was that just after biting through the skin and sucking in the soup, his entire body froze. His eyes widened a little bit. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and then he violently turned his head to stare at Shang Yixia. You kid, you can't really be someone from a certain school of pastry chefs, right? Is it the Xiqing school or the Sucheng school? You're here undercover to steal my art, right? Shang Yixia sweated and hurriedly said, Master Li, it's true that I'm from Xiqing, but I really haven't learned this. Li Qingshan said, your Xiqing genre is too sweet. This is trying to improve it, right? Then he turned his back and ignored Shang Yixia, with a look that clearly no longer trusted Shang Yixia. Seeing this scene, the director, assistant director, and screenwriter, all of whom couldn't hold back, went up to taste it, and each was shocked. Soon, the scene was chaotic. Shang Yixia personally steamed 3 cages of 24 small cage steamed buns in no time to be looted. Everyone ate with intent, their eyes looking straight at Shang Yixia. Director Li, can we hurry up and shoot the movie? Shang Yixia looked helplessly at Director Li, who was leading the hilarious uproar. The big deal is that after today's shooting is over, I'll make a few more cages for the guys. Delaying the progress of filming is delaying his kill. Delaying the kill is affecting his card draw. This crew is so unprofessional. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't delay the shooting schedule. These are all quality blooper material. Director Lee said smilingly, turn around and cut it. It can be used as promotional material. But you're keeping me from getting off work. Shang Yixia didn't even want to talk to him. It's a good thing that Director Lee feels that the material is almost built up, and he's back to catching up on the shooting schedule. But the filming goes awry again when the referee team tastes the villains made Xiaolong bao buns. It stands to reason that plot and setting wise, they need to show shock after tasting it and then come up with a fancy compliment. But I did not expect. But the referee team subconsciously frowned slightly, and then the shocked expression looked a bit fake. And the lines of praise more or less also brought a few words of taste. There is no way. Just ate Shang Yixia's steamed buns, and then eat this. There is always a kind of which is not right. Not fresh, not sweet, not smooth, not tender, and even feel a little snooze. Ka! Director Lee simply shouted click and asked for a reshoot. Soon, the director yells click again. A few strips in a row. Those actors on the referee team were in worse and worse shape after eating too much, and one strip was not as good as the other. These actors, while generally older, are not veterans of the theater, just small supporting roles, and it's impossible to perform without physical objects and still be comfortable. The screenwriter looked at Director Lee's increasingly gloomy face and couldn't help but beat a drum in his heart. This director is not going to make me change the script again, is he? The actor playing the male lead, who had been happily watching the action, was looking at it with a sense that something wasn't right. I feel that compared to Shang Yixia, this villain's performance is a bit crotch-pulling. If the director had taken another shot in the arm and changed it to Wu Yongguang winning the match and arranging a final between him and himself, subsequently changed the script again. Come on, Wu Yongguang, the third male, rises to prominence, takes out the villain and the male lead, and holds the female lead. The plot made him shudder just thinking about it. When the time comes that he, the male lead, is directly downgraded to a male third, shall he not become the laughingstock of the circle? Acting and acting, he lost his male lead. Don't do it. We're making a movie, not a reality show. On the contrary, the original male third appeared very relaxed, holding a melon in his hand, squatting aside to watch the fun. The more he looked at it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but nibble hard on the melon, heaping a dark smile in his heart. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. This time you all have a taste of what I just did, right? His psyche was instantly much more balanced. It's a good thing Director Lee isn't that irrational. The script would have been too surgical to continue to change, and after hesitating for a while, he decided to go with the first one, and edit and post-process it a bit when the time came. The assistant director rushed forward and said, Director Lee, this one isn't very convincing, is it? What can be done about that? Director Lee asked in an unhelpful voice. How about switching the one shot for Mr. Shang with this one? The assistant director proposed a solution. Do you think that his agent Zhang Qing is a good bully? Director Lee sneered twice. You've never seen the scene where she tore someone up back then. Alright, that's it. Turn around and add more luminous special effects to the villain's side, and render more rendering in post. The filming of the later episodes then continued next, with the judges each lighting up the scorecards, and Shang Yixia's Wu Yongguan losing the fight. Next, there was a shot of Shang Yixia eclipsing the scene and giving her silent blessing to the hero and heroine. This section is Shang Yixia's shortcoming. The camera clicked and clicked. Gu Yongzhang was at the side and kept adjusting Shang Yixia's state and teaching her acting skills. It's been a long time coming, but this last one has finally passed. The assistant director arrived in front of Shang Yixia with a smile on his face again, handing over a red packet once more. MS. Shang, congratulations on killing it again. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Shang Yixia breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Today's scene is so hard, much harder than the last time I played Yin Wu Gui in the Immortal Sword and Devil Subduing Tale. Although Yin Wu Gui has a lot more scenes. As the villain, he often just needs to be expressionless and have a cooler aura. This Wu Yongguang's mentality, he really isn't very good at substituting. If he didn't have Gu around, it would have been difficult for him today. Fortunately, this is a network movie. The director's requirements are not high, and there is no time to grind on with him endlessly. Almost let through. If it is replaced by the kind of huge investment in the big screen movie, the director is afraid that even kill his heart. It was a good thing that he and Gu had made an appointment to act in a play together one of these days when they were free, to improve their acting skills. After receiving the red envelope, Shang Yixia went straight to the locker room, changed sharply, and then called out again to open the system. Congratulations to the host's second rendition of killing the character in King of Chefs, Wu Yongguang. The system's voice rang in his head as always, cool and still. Drops. Detected that the online university has low investment degree. low, worldview completeness, low, character fleshing out, low, character popularity, medium-high, host interpretation, medium-high, host and character integration. The system is unable to effectively extract the character's character card. Instead, it will randomly extract a skill card from the character or upgrade the current skill card quality. Drop. Detected that the character does not have a second skill card. The host can only upgrade the quality of the current skill card, Chinese pastry. Is it possible to upgrade the quality of the skill card, Chinese pastry? Yes/no. So it is. Shang Yixia drifted off. After a second appearance in the role, you can draw cards again or upgrade the quality of existing skill cards. Except that the characterization of Wu Yongguang is so crotchety that he can't do anything but Chinese pasta. The writers are really bad. Can't they set up a few more hidden skills and identities for him? Couldn't he be a Chinese pastry chef on the surface and secretly a superhero who maintains a just peace in the world or something? Or maybe he's a Chinese pastry chef on the surface, but behind the scenes he's a mad scientist who's passionate about researching high-tech and fighting alien invasions. Who doesn't have a little side hustle these days? Oh, my god. The writers these days don't have enough imagination. However, his performance in this rendition of Wu Yongguang was significantly better than the previous one, and the ratings for host interpretation and character integration improved again. Determined to upgrade the quality of Chinese pastry, Shang Yixia put aside his distractions and focused on the skill deck. The system boosts the Chinese pastry skill card in. Ding! The crisp and pleasant electronic sound of the blessing gem dropping sounded. Congratulations to the host. The skill card, Chinese pastry, has been successfully upgraded to green refined quality, and randomly gained the word, spiritual healing. Chapter 15, the green word, spiritual healing. Heart healing? Shang Yixia's mind moved slightly. View skill deck, Chinese pastry. Swish. A skill card that glowed with green light and had a circle of wheat patterns around it presented itself in his mind. Attention is focused on the words, spiritual healing. The introduction instantly appeared in his mind. The host's handmade Chinese noodle dishes can alleviate the diner's spiritual wounds, forget their worries, and produce a stronger sense of pleasure and relaxation. Nice guy. Shang Yixia's eyes glowed. He had originally thought that Chinese pastry was nothing more than an ordinary life skill deck. No match for card control, and even less comparable to divine thought. I didn't realize that once I upgraded to the green refined quality and gained the words, there was a qualitative metamorphosis. Modern society is developing too fast, resulting in people's ideology constantly suffered the impact, whether it is love, work, or marriage, etc., are prone to differences in ideas and perceptions of all kinds of contradictions, a strong pressure. Many people have their own troubles and injuries. If eating one of his handmade xiaolongbao steamed buns could have a spiritual healing effect, the scenarios for the utilization of this skill would be very wide. For example, the mentor's side of his obsession with acting slightly delayed the study of this matter to express dissatisfaction. You can ask the mentor to eat a small steamed bun's pad stomach, to help him calm his mind, forget about the trouble, and then forgive him. Shang Yixia. The exact effect, however, remains to be proven. I had previously promised the director that I would make more steamed buns for the group when the work was over, so it was a good opportunity to try them out. Shang Yixia came to the Chinese pastry kitchen, find Li Changshan master apprentice, Amatha senior called to borrow the kitchen a use. Senior very used, not only out of the loan of the kitchen, but also personally to him to play the hands. This time, Shang Yixia in accordance with the teachings of Master Li, hand chopping stuffing, plus onions, ginger, garlic, pork skin jelly and a variety of appropriate seasoning. The various ratios of flour are also personally manipulated. Kneading, wrapping stuffing, pinching folds are all in one go. His hands and feet are extremely nimble. Soon, a cage of small cage steamed buns on the steamer, and another cage was sent to the crew. Not long, it will be alarmed Li Changshan, who is still helping out in the crew. He came back with a black face and grunted. Shang Yixia, you're not done stealing from the master. You're not allowed to enter my kitchen again. Master Li, you old help me taste what else is lacking. Shang Yixia clamped 2 steaming steamed buns and handed them to him on a plate, her face full of sincerity. All the processes are made according to what you taught me. Humph. Li Changshuan's face slightly slowed down, tasted a mouthful. First the whole person stiffened, eyes rounded, the next instant his eyebrows stretched, his face revealed an unspeakable sense of joy. Swish, swish, swish. He finished 2 small cage steamed buns in 3 or 2 bites, closed his eyes and slowly felt it, and finally exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, as if the unpleasant feeling that had been accumulated for a long time had instantly dissipated. And when he looked at Shang Yixia again, he was satisfied with how he looked. You kid, really good Li Changshan corner of the eye with a smile, and pleasantly said, really worthy of my Li Changshan taught out of the disciple. Have your master 78% kung fu? in the work of just 2 small cage-steamed buns. The small bit of dissatisfaction he had previously felt towards Shang Yixia had already dissipated. After all, he was his precious disciple, Li Changsun, so of course he had to choose to forgive him. Thanks for the compliment, Master Li. What did you call me, Master? Shang Yixia tried to address. Good. From now on, you're the heir to the intangible cultural heritage of my Dahong Lu Chinese pasta. Ah, this. Shang Yixia's forehead dripped sweat. Master, I usually don't have time to be a chef. It's fine. Just hang on to your name. It's enough to have your several indisputable senior brothers on top here. Li Changshan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. When you are free, come over and take a look. I'll teach you all the Chinese pastry I know. Oh, okay. Shang Yixia nodded like garlic, but his senior brother, he wanted to cry. Master, you used to say that I'm the one who carries on your intangible cultural heritage. This has become too fast. Soon, Shang Yixia had fulfilled her earlier promise. Originally, he also wanted to give his senior brother the fee for the use of ingredients and kitchenware, but the crew said that the cost was covered by the crew. So not only did Shang Yixia not spend any money, but he also left with 2 extra zhang and a box of loose xiaolong steamed buns. Freeze it in the freezer and the broth inside will solidify and keep it fresh for days. Just take it out and steam it when you eat it. His hometown Xiqing side, carry 2 zhang xiaolong steamed buns. Visiting friends and relatives belongs to the more traditional etiquette, such as tomorrow carry to Zhangqing's sister to taste. Recently, her family things are bad. Eat a few more steamed buns, just soothing emotions. Before leaving, Shang Yixia also ate a few small steamed buns made by himself, and indeed his mood is much more comfortable, and the fatigue of a day's labor dissipates a lot. Pack up your stuff. Shang Yixia said goodbye to the crew and the master and took a taxi back. On the way, he picked up his cell phone out of habit and took the time to reply to various messages, glancing at his vlog in the process. After not paying attention for a while, his vlog followers had surprisingly risen to more than 50,000, and that video of the card control technique had more than 1 million views, tens of thousands of retweets, and thousands of comments. Shang Yixia raised her eyebrows in surprise. It looks like Zhou Shuyue's money-burning operation and promotion is still continuing. The topic of prequel to the Plugged King is still in the midst of continuous fermentation, and Zhou Shuyue didn't send him any messages. Most likely she is too busy to get her feet wet. Let's just leave it for now and ask how it's going when all the dust settles. Put away the cell phone. He checked the situation of a few more cards in passing. Card control was still of green refined quality and hadn't been able to metamorphose any further, but the proficiency had increased quite a bit, and was steadfastly advancing towards 2-star proficiency. The proficiency of Divine Thought had also increased, but the growth rate was still slow, and it was still far from a 2-star proficiency. But everything is looking up anyway. It was already slightly late outside, and Shang Yixia still let the net car park near the commercial street. He got off the car and first found a restaurant to have a dinner, before heading towards the side door of the neighborhood. Ready to go home. Just got near the side door. Suddenly, the divine thoughts inexplicably rose a few degrees of alertness. He sensed something strange and hurriedly looked back. Just see, not far from the roadside there are a few people, do not know why, pushing and shoving, entangled, shouting and cursing, which a few people holding a camera, microphone, tape recorder, etc. Suspected to be paparazzi type of people. At this point, inside an alpha on the side of the road, a tall woman with a duck hat, mask, and sunglasses jumped down. She was carrying a koan bag in one hand and pressing down her duck tongue cap in the other, and hurriedly rushed towards Shang Yixia's location with hurried footsteps. Shang Yixia always felt that this woman looked a bit familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a while. Just pondering, the woman had walked a short distance down the steps. At this time, the bushes next to the back of the two people suddenly sprang out, one holding a camera wildly pressing the shutter, the other holding a recorder to the woman's mouth to dislike. Xiao Jingqiu, what exactly is your relationship with Director Liu? Did you sleep with him? Movie Queen Xiao, Gao Shui identified you and Director Liu as having a room, saying that even the photos were taken. Do you have anything you want to explain about that? Only then did Shang Yixia react. So it's the company's first sister, Xiao Jingqiu. No wonder. Xiao Jingqiu obviously did not expect this side will be ambushed by the paparazzi. Cold and was startled. His feet stepped in the air. His figure stumbled and fell on the steps. The pain was so painful that she stifled a grunt. Very painful. The two paparazzi were even more excited, as if they had caught a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and immediately surrounded the past. The camera lens disliked Xiao Jingqiu's face, and another paparazzo directly reached out to pull her mask. Xiao Jingqiu was instantly shocked and furious, reaching out to block in some panic. That would be too much. Shang Yixia frowned, finally unable to look at it anymore. Drawing his mask from his pocket and putting it on, he headed that way in one swift step. In the meantime, With a thought, the divine mind extended out. A wind swirled through the flower bed, and a great deal of dust and sand was lifted up by the wind, and with unerring precision it battered the two doggies in the face. Ouch! 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 My eye! The two doggies covered their faces and screamed. Shang Yixia pushed them away, and as soon as she helped the somewhat panicked Xiao Jingqiu up, she quickly swiped her face and entered the neighborhood through the side door. Chapter 16, Xiao Jingqiu. After entering the neighborhood, Shang Yixia helped Xiao Jingqiu into the underground garage from the nearby human security channel, all the way to the corner of the hiding place, which stood still to take off the mask. This side should be safe for the time being. By the way, is your foot alright? The whole thing. Xiao Jingqiu also has been in the dark vigilant observation of everything. See, Shang Yixia temperament is very clean and sunny, not like a paparazzi work of people. Tightly hanging heart fell a little. She also took off her mask and sunglasses, revealing a pretty face. My feet are fine. By the way, my name is Xiao Jingqiu. Thanks for saving me. I haven't asked for your name yet. Shang Yixia nodded her head and smiled. Teacher Xiao is a national goddess. Who wouldn't recognize her? My name is Shang Yixia, and I'm also a signed artist of magic entertainment culture. But I'm a junior, so don't address me as you or not you. Xiao Jingqiu's eyes were surprised with a hint of caution. Such a coincidence. Which agent brought you? She came to King Chen Huating to take refuge today. Her whereabouts were supposed to be kept secret, and for this reason, she even specifically switched cars with the vice president. But as a result, she was still being watched by the paparazzi, which inevitably did not allow her to have bad associations. My agent is Sister Zhang Qing. Shang Yixia knew that she was now a cup of tea, so she simply showed her the chat records between herself and Sister Zhang. Scanning the chat log, Xiao Jingqiu's freshly born caution dissipated a lot, and somewhat embarrassedly changed the topic. Sister Zhang Cheng is a very powerful gold medal agent. If you follow her and do a good job, you'll definitely get results. She had also heard about Zhang Qing's rejoining the company, and under her hand, she was bringing in a few artists who were not being utilized by the company, so she thought that this Shang Yixia should be one of them. See that the misunderstanding is cleared up. It was only then that Shang Yixia said, Mr. Xiao, this side is more hidden. You can hide here for a while. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. He just stepped in to save the day, not looking for an opportunity to hug Xiao Jingqiu's thighs, and he had already done his duty by being able to help here. He is a hanging boy who sits on the system and just wants to simply act and draw cards happily, not to get involved in the whirlpool of right and wrong. Wait, you live in Jingchen too? Xiao Jingqiu hurriedly called out to him, her eyes a little anxious. Yes, I live in building 58. Just go up the elevator entrance next to it. Shang Yixia pointed to the elevator entrance not far away. Live alone? For now. Xiao Jingqiu hesitated a little, but still pleaded. My house is over in the 8th building. The underground garage is not connected to this, and my broken foot hurts a little from walking. If possible, can I go to your home first to take shelter? Although this corner location hidden, but the overall atmosphere of the pitch black, she is now after the fear of energy has not yet passed. Let her alone to stay here. Always suspect that the side of the human defense channel will be rushed down a few doggy. Shang Yixia looked at the somewhat dirty and pathetic look on her white shirt and straight pants, so she nodded her head and smiled. Okay, then welcome Mr. Xiao to my home as a guest. The two put on their masks again and took the elevator to the 18th floor. Fingerprints unlock the door. Open it, change shoes and enter the house. Xiao Jingqiu secretly looked around. This house decoration style unity. The overall very clean and comfortable. Should be more formal and professional decoration company installed. Although the area is not compared to her side of the 8th building along the river flat, but also not ordinary people can afford to buy. Teacher Xiao, you sit on the sofa first and rest for a while. Tea or drink? Shang Yixia politely inquired after setting her up. Xiao Jingqiu casually placed her bag on the sofa at hand and nodded haughtily at Shang Yixia. Trouble you? Just warm boiled water. Taking advantage of the gap between Shang Yixia going to pour water, she rushed to send a message with her manager to ask about the situation, and the answer she got was that the police had been called. The agent, after learning that Xiao Jingqiu was already in a safe location, rushed to tell her to stay put and just stay there until things passed. Not long after, Shang Yixia handed her a cup of hot water. Thanks. Xiao Jingqiu took the hot water and took a sip, pretending to casually ask, this is a nice house you have. Did the company rent it for you? Shang Yixia slightly hesitated. Before in Qin Weiwei cohabitation, the mother firmly opposed. Shang Yixia revealed that this house is the family's. Also do not agree with him to expose the family condition situation. After all, the old family side of the old generation thought that the art school girls are more flexible, if not to the point of marriage, or a steady hand is better. Shang Yixia is a mom's baby boy, but also rely on the mother to receive funds for love. Can only comply with the mother's decree, only to say that it is rented. Originally, I wanted to wait until I got my diploma. Then I invited Qin Weiwei to visit my home and discuss the matter of meeting both parents. I didn't realize it didn't make it to that point, but the two had problems. However, for Xiao Jingqiu, Shang Yixia felt that there was no need to hide it, and casually said, "The family bought it, and it is listed under the family's name. It looks like you have a good condition in this family." Xiao Jingqiu easily flirted. "And so handsome. There should be a lot of girls like you, right? You talk about your girlfriend, right?" She had been secretly observing Shang Yixia. He was sunny and handsome, with a clear temperament, yet not as worldly and sophisticated as the company's other young artists. As she thought back on the matter, he was very calm and measured from beginning to end, not overbearing, and the main thing he was playing for was a sense of going with the flow and loosening up. It's usually the boys who grow up with better homes and stable families of origin that develop this kind of personality. Just broke up not too long ago. Shang Yixia shook her head helplessly. "There's such a thing?" Xiao Jingqiu deliberately showed a surprised expression. "You're in such a good condition. Which girl is even willing to part with you?" In fact, she had long ago observed signs of cohabitation between men and women in this house. For example, there are some art paintings hanging on the wall that don't match the decor about the theme of love. 2 handles next to the PS5 in front of the TV cabinet. A pair of couple teacups in the grill under the coffee table. Cushions for girls in the corner of the sofa. And so on. The reason she tried it was not because she had designs on Shang Yixia. Just that this young man saved her at a critical moment. Always have to find a chance to repay people. As for how to repay, should repay to what extent, we'll have to look at the other person's character and personality and then make a decision. If he is a liar, then she, Xiao Jingqiu, will have to be more careful. Shang Yixia just wanted to reply. Suddenly, the doorbell rang ding dong ding dong. Xiao Jingqiu tensed steeply and her body stiffened. Shang Yixia couldn't help but frown as well. He rarely gets visitors here. Could it be the paparazzi? That's not right. The paparazzi don't have access cards. They can't even go up to the 18th floor. Also at this time, his cell phone rang with a voice call request from Wilson. Qin Weiwei? What's she doing on a voice call? Shang Yixia paused briefly and said in a calm voice after connecting. Weiwei, what is it? Shang Yixia, I'm here to pick up my things. You're home, right? Please open the door. Qin Weiwei's cold voice rang out from the cell phone. Shang Yixia and Xiao Jingqiu were shocked at the same time and could not help but look at each other. Xiao Jingqiu sighed in her heart that she had really had bad luck lately. All kinds of bad luck. It was not easy to be saved by Shang Yixia from the paparazzi, but she actually ran into his ex-girlfriend who killed the door to get something. This is going to give her bumped into. Once publicized, she Xiao Jingqiu even if her body is full of mouth cannot say, wait a moment. Shang Yixia hangs up her voice after saying that, and looks at Xiao Jingqiu with some embarrassment and says, Teacher Xiao, my ex-girlfriend came to get something. Why don't you go into the study to avoid it? Shang Yixia himself has a clear conscience. What he is considering is that Xiao Jingqiu is now in trouble. Letting Qin Weiwei see her here may not cause another storm. Good or not, Xiao Jingqiu naturally didn't want to meet up with Shang Yixia's ex-girlfriend and got up with a glass of water. Shang Yixia took the initiative to help her into the study, helped her pull on the study door, and heard the lock inside click. Obviously that is Xiao Jingqiu inside the door unlocked. She was quite cautious. After hiding Xiao Jingqiu, Shang Yixia then went to open the security door, only to see Qin Weiwei, dressed in a white dress and wearing a mask, looking at him with somewhat complicated eyes. It was the first time the two had seen each other in a month or so since they broke up. Chapter 17. So Qin Weiwei is your ex-girlfriend. Come in. Shang Yixia invited her in with a flat tone and went straight to the point. Most of your luggage was taken last time, and the few personal items that were left, I packed up and packed in a large suitcase for you. With that, he went to the balcony and dragged his suitcase over, saying, let me help you carry it down. Qin Weiwei took off her mask, revealing a clear and beautiful face, staring at Shang Yixia with a deadly stare. Shang Yixia, if you want to work as hard as you do now, we won't be as hard as we are. Qin Weiwei. Shang Yixia frowned straight away as she listened, interrupting her. Stop talking about these meaningless things. What you said before was right. The two of us aren't from the same world, and our personalities aren't right for each other. So breaking up now might not be a bad thing. In fact, since the two began their relationship and spent the honeymoon period ahead of them, there have been many conflicts because of their personalities. However, Shang Yixia adhered to the principle that he was a man and had to give in to his girlfriend more and coax her more before getting along until later. For example, when Shang Yixia is idle, she likes to calm down and read books, but Qin Weiwei loves to be lively and often goes to bars and KTVs, etc. Shang Yixia is afraid that she will have an accident if she plays alone, so she has to accompany her every time. For example, Qin Weiwei's character is a bit of a little princess disease, and at the drop of a hat, she would get all kinds of angry and wait for Shang Yixia to coax her. However, as a science student, Shang Yixia was actually more inclined to solve conflicts and problems from a rational perspective. He prefers to be able to live his life with his girlfriend in a peaceful manner, with mutual respect and care for each other, just like his old den and his old mom. If it was just these, Shang Yixia could still accept them all. Just with Qin Weiwei more and more fire, she began to enter and exit a variety of messy social occasions, but also from time to time appeared to drink high and so on the situation. Shang Yixia had talked to her about this several times, but she thought it was tying up her freedom and hindering her career development, and after the two of them had a few fights, and she got busier and busier, she came back less and less. Shang Yixia's heart also gradually cooled. He couldn't imagine and had trouble accepting that his marriage and family would look like this in the future. Until Qin Weiwei took the initiative to break up, Shang Yixia was actually heartily relieved. This relationship, it's so exhausting to hold on to. Breaking up at a time like this is not a bad thing for either person. But Shang Yixia's words fell into Qin Weiwei's ears and they were out of place. Her face was obviously a bit ugly. Shang Yixia, what do you mean by your words? I'm the one who initiated the breakup, not you. It's the emotions coming back to the forefront. Shang Yixia opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but finally closed it. He realized that now unless he coaxed her with kind words and calmed her down, no matter what he said, it would be wrong and would only inflame her emotions even more, which would then turn into further conflicts and quarrels. Seeing that Shang Yixia didn't say anything, she didn't open her mouth to say something nice and soft. Qin Weiwei's face became more and more ugly, and as soon as she pulled the suitcase over, she headed out. Alright, I don't need you to send me off either. The moment she was out the door, her eyes flicked to see a women's kunai bag on the sofa. At that moment, a touch of ice coldness and anger surfaced on her face. Well, I said how come you changed? So it is engaged in a seamless connection. No, maybe it is still a seamless connection. Shang Yixia, you are really good at this. If you and that woman have a clear conscience, what is she hiding from? Why don't you call her out and show me what kind of woman is better than me? Shang Yixia's brows furrowed, and her tone chilled. Qin Weiwei, almost done. We've already broken up. I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Let's get together and leave a few points of face for each other. Shang Yixia, you will definitely regret this. Qin Weiwei was furious and pulled her suitcase out the door. Bam! The door slammed shut. Phew! Shang Yixia breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a little hard to argue with her. Just now, I really wanted to take a small cage bun and stuff it into her mouth, using the function of the green word, mind healing, to calm her negative emotions and sweep away her hostility. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp before his mood soothed. After a few minutes, click, the study door latch sounded again, and Xiao Jingqiu tiptoed out. I'm sorry for making Mr. Xiao laugh. Shang Yixia was a bit embarrassed and apologetic, and went up to help her sit back on the sofa. It's nothing. It's normal for young couples to quarrel and fall out. Xiao Jingqiu glanced at him and asked with a slightly gossipy curiosity. The one just now, is it Qin Weiwei? She was no stranger to Qin Weiwei, the company's newest popular second-tier flower, the hot new generation. They also met a few times. A friendly conversation. On the surface she seems to be lively and lovely and simple. A mouth of a Jingqiu sister. Shang Yixia was silent, not wanting to answer this. After so many years of relationship broke up, although there is relief and relief, but if you say that the heart is not difficult that is false. Sorry. Xiao Jingqiu apologized repeatedly. In the meantime, underground garage. Lin Ping, the agent who was guarding the elevator entrance. As soon as she saw Qin Weiwei dragging a large suitcase out of the elevator entrance, she hurriedly greeted her and pulled over the suitcase and transferred it to the driver on the side. Her mouth was full of ramblings. My Miss Qin, you can finally come down. What's wrong with your eyes? Why are they red? Are you okay? Shang Yixia bullied you? As long as you squeal, I'll go and settle the score with him right now. Qin Weiwei sullenly didn't say anything, and in the midst of Lin Ping's ramblings, she quickly got into an Alpha parked next to the elevator. Quickly grabbing her cell phone and searching the luxury website, she quickly found the same bag. On the surface it was priced at more than $500,000, but Qin Weiwei knew that this price could not be taken down at all, and that it required all sorts of allotments and preconditions in order to be eligible to buy it. She searched again. A photo of Xiao Jingqiu attending a film festival some time ago appeared on the screen, and it was the same bag she was holding in her hand. Qin Weiwei couldn't help but frown, seeming to have a few doubts, but thinking about it, she felt it was unlikely. Xiao Jingqiu and Shang Yixia were completely different worlds. Moreover, she had been with Shang Yixia for a few years and felt that although he was a bit more straight and less uptight, she still believed in his character. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding. Those words just now were just emotions getting the best of me and I couldn't control myself. My missy, why don't you say something? Broker Lin Ping got on the car, her face full of anxiety. So did Shang Yixia bully you? Nope. Qin Weiwei turned off her cell phone and closed her eyes. Sister Ping. Let's go. Where to? Go back to Sioux City. I have to catch a play in the morning. Okay, Xiao Chen. Trouble you. Let's go back to Sioux City. Lin Ping hurriedly instructed the driver to drive. The most she would like to see, of course, is for Qin Weiwei to be as far away from Shang Yixia as possible, preferably never to cross paths. She was really afraid just now, afraid that Qin Weiwei would go up and rekindle her old feelings with Shang Yixia and dry hump them again. Chapter 18, Unrewarded. In the name of the gods. Inside 1802, the atmosphere was slightly dull. In order to ease the embarrassment, Shang Yixia casually turned on the TV and picked a lively variety show, and then chatted with Xiao Jingxiu. More than an hour passed quickly. Suddenly, Xiao Jingxiu's stomach made a few gurgling intestinal noises, and her face instantly burned as she awkwardly said, "Originally, I wanted to go home and have a simple meal, but I didn't expect to be delayed until now. It's my negligence. Poor hospitality." Shang Yixia hurriedly got up and said, "I just happened to bring back some small cage steamed buns, so I'll steam a few for you to pad your stomach first." With that, he went about his business. Small cage steamed buns are full of sugar and oil. Originally Xiao Jingxiu did not dare to eat them, but seeing Shang Yixia get up, she was embarrassed to be pretentious and nodded her head and said, "Thank you, it's hard work for you. Why don't I come and help?" It's fine, Mr. Xiao, you're a guest. You just sit down." Shang Yixia's hands and feet are very nimble. From the refrigerator's food box took out 8 small cage steamed buns, used the electronic steamer to set a time. In less than 10 minutes, the steaming small cage steamed buns came out of the oven. Xiao Jingxiu looked at the steaming small steamed buns, and her stomach rumbled once again. She was really hungry, but even so, she maintained her elegant posture and gently took one and put it to her mouth, biting through a bit of the skin and carefully sucking in a mouthful of soup. She was stunned at first, but then the expression on her face gradually changed to one of shock. The sweetness and the freshness spread down her oral taste buds to her brain, and she felt as if a switch had been flicked somewhere deep inside her brain. A trembling sensation like an electric shock instantly spread throughout his body. Her whole body went numb. Immediately afterward, there was a feeling of complete release of pleasure from the body to the mind, like an electric current surging through the whole body. Her whole body crisped up again. Woohoo! It's so good! A mouthful and a mouthful. Xiao Jingxiu quickly sucked the soup dry, not caring about the image. 3 or 2 mouths finished a small steamed bun, followed by the second, the third. Full 8 small steamed buns eaten belly. She still licked her lips, not yet finished look, and her face became radiant, and the gloom that had always lingered between her brows was dissipated cleanly. It was as if a sudden rainstorm had washed away all the worries and sorrows in her heart. For a moment she couldn't think of any words to describe the moment. Only one phrase echoed in his mind that best expressed the mood. Asterisk. These little cage buns are so good. Is it really that good? Shang Yixia was also looking dumbfounded. Although the Xiaolong steamed buns he made were indeed delicious, and the people in the crew, and even the masters at Da Hong Lu had verified it, but the ones that behaved as exaggeratedly as Xiao Jingxiu, he really hadn't seen. However, when you think about it, it's really not that hard to understand. Xiao Jingxiu usually must abstain from sugar and oil, and will even control carbohydrates, even if it is to eat a normal steamed bun in a small cage. Moreover, as a movie queen, she must be under a lot of pressure at work, and with the recent bad luck, she must be in a very bad mood as she is in the vortex of negative public opinion. While his skill card, Chinese noodles, originally had a delicious bonus, and the word, spiritual healing, was in play. As the saying goes, the more pressure the more violent the release, which caused her to be so exaggerated. This made Shang Yixia slightly regret that just now she should have sent Qin Weiwei a bunch of Xiaolong buns. Maybe after she went back and ate a few of them, her bad negative emotions would dissipate and she would be able to talk to him calmly. Send some to her agent sometime. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Shang Yixia once again focused on Xiao Jingxiu and carefully asked, "Teacher Xiao, do you want to steam a few more?" Xiao Jingxiu instinctively wanted to nod her head, but in the end, she forced herself to control her desire and shook her head with difficulty. As expected, Xiao Jingxiu's ability to become a movie queen also has her unique side. This self-control alone is very strong. Well, at that moment, her agent sent a message saying that things had been resolved and that she and her driver were already downstairs in the garage. "Shang Yixia, I really thank you so much for today." Xiao Jingxiu got up to take her leave. "That's fine. I'll see you off." Shang Yixia didn't stay and sent her down the elevator to the underground garage. Seeing this, her agent rushed to welcome her, and after exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Jingxiu excused herself. Shang Yixia watched the car leave and was about to go back when a clear meow suddenly came from her ears. Turning his head to look, he saw a tiger head, eyes as if talking civet cat, is lying on the roof of a car and greeted him. The cat lying posture calmly. The tail is also flicked to and fro, as if this underground garage is its territory. Quite a good kitty. Shang Yixia smiled and returned the greeting, then went upstairs and came down with a bag of cat food. He liked cats, but Qin Weiwei disliked the dirty cat fur, so he stocked up on cat food and canned cat food to feed the occasional feral cat, pouring some cat food at his feet. The civet cat sniffed it and quickly jumped off the car's roof cover and walked over with cat-like steps, bowing his head to eat the cat food. The civet cat ate with a crunch and quickly finished showing off the pile, then rubbed around Shang Yixia vigorously, looking very happy. Shang Yixia took the opportunity to ruthlessly jerk off twice. After feeding the cat, Shang Yixia went back to No. 1802, cleaned up the house slightly, then took a shower and went into the study room to start reviewing the knowledge from the university. In the past 2 years he had focused on his relationship, and had eaten a lot of things imperfectly, and his mentor had just seriously criticized him a while ago, asking him to catch up on himself. He reflected on this himself and felt that what his tutor had said made sense, so he took a little time out of his day to review during this time. Setting himself an alarm and turning the book to the last marked unit, he was soon immersed in a sea of knowledge. Since loading the Divine Numinous card deck, his mental power had improved tremendously. His concentration power was significantly stronger. His comprehension power had also increased tremendously, and his review efficiency was much higher than before. He sometimes couldn't help but feel that if he had had this kind of learning ability in high school, he might have been able to snatch the title of provincial top student. In a blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. He snapped back to his senses when the alarm clock went off and he stretched, ending his studies for the day. As usual, I opened my cell phone to check and respond to some messages from various people. Shang Yixia, I've arrived home safely, and things have been taken care of. Thank you for today. This is a message from Xiao Jingxiu who just added today. Yixia, remember to meet me at the theater tomorrow. I'll take you in some plays. This was a message from Gu Yongzhanggu. Yixia, I've made up the contract with the king of Kitchenside. The crew said that your performance was very good, so if you keep up the good work, you'll definitely be a hit. This was a message from the agent, Sister Zhang Qing. Among them, a whole day no news of Zhou Shujue, but also bombarded him with a large number of messages. All the good news of sales before blocking the king today. What's Why station gave the TV side a front page cover promotion and the overall result was very good. More than the first 6 minutes of effective viewing had already reached 1,100,000 viewers, and according to the current viewing hours of the prequel to The Plug King to split the bill, Sister Joe's side had been able to get a share of 6 to 8 million. It's already paid for itself. That's still the first day's results. With this report card, it will be very easy to ask the investors for additional promotional expenses. This is a win for Sister Bo Chao. No wonder, as soon as this data came out, she started bombarding Shang Yixia. Shang Yixia ignored her all kinds of nonsense about not being able to return the favor, only being able to return the favor with her body, etc., and replied, congratulations to Sister Joe for making a lot of money, and don't forget to invite me for plugging the King's prequel too. He wasn't being polite. After tasting the dividends of a second interpretation of the role from King of Chefs, he was very interested in taking on the role of Xing in the Plug King prequel too. Sister Joe replied in seconds. What are you doing that's so bad that it took you so long to reply to the message? That's a must. I've already asked the writers to conceptualize a second installment, and you're straight up the lead. Regarding that promotional video of yours, I'm prepared to sign a supplemental contract with Zhang Qing on my side to include that video in the promotional expenses. Do you want a one-time buyout or a split? Anything? I don't know much about this. Sister Zhou, you can talk to Sister Zhang Qing. Shang Yixia both cared and didn't care about money. He was more concerned about whether or not he could draw cards and what cards he could get. Chapter 19 Promotion to Blue Quality. New words for card control. Same time frame, near Qingchen Huating neighborhood. A mediocre-looking Iveco pulled into an open parking space on a commercial street. Unlike its plain exterior, the Iveco's interior is packed with all sorts of electronic equipment, with screens that look quite complex with images that resemble radar wave scans and ripple lines that look like heart frequencies. Because the electronics take up so much space, the otherwise spacious interior of the car seems cramped. A burly black-clothed man was sitting with his legs curled up, in constant contact with the squad members through his communication device. Number 3, what's the situation on your side? A message came through on the other end of the comm. Chief, no sign of the target for now. 5, did you get anything? No, I'm catching up on the search. The man in black's face grew heavy. Yesterday's operation had gone a bit awry, and at the critical moment, he had let HS-016 run away from the battle. So much so that now his squad needed to work full overtime and squat and search. If HS016 can't be caught or eliminated before he commits another crime and messes up again, a serious warning penalty won't go away. More than anything else, this damn HS series of demons is just too much of a headache. Although their individual combat ability is not too strong, but they are very cunning. After eating a loss will learn a lesson. More attentive to hide themselves, becoming more and more difficult to deal with. If they really let it grow, the consequences would never be something they could bear. Continue to intensify the search. No one will be able to rest until this HS016 is caught. The man in black grimaced as he gave another order. Sister Faye won't let me go, and I won't let you guys go either. Yes, Chief. Over the comm came the resounding replies of his squad members. The next day, Shang Yixia left home in high spirits. First taking advantage of the early morning to go to the company to give Sister Zhang Qing 2 Zhang Xiaojiao steamed buns, and then went to the theater not far from the company to meet with Gu Yongzhang, and began the inhumane acting practice under the guidance of the other party. One had to admit that Shang Yixia's acting talent was really not that great. His current acting skills were inferior to many of the freshmen in the magic theater. After all, students taking the magic theater more or less learn to act a little bit in advance, and the enlightenment he shows in acting is inversely proportional to the mindfulness he showed when he was learning to wrap Xiaolong buns. A little bit of everything. In this way, Shang Yixia could also be certain that none of his 3 skill decks could provide a boost to the improvement of his acting skills. Even Gu Yongzhang had a bit of a headache with this, sighing that geniuses always have their own weaknesses. He had no choice but to help Shang Yixia stroke it from the beginning, starting from the most basic acting. After a day, Shang Yixia was tossed and exhausted. After returning to 1802 Jingchen, he took a shower, had a brief dinner, and then spent the evening swimming in the sea of cultural knowledge, absorbing and digesting it at a rapid pace to make up for the frustration he felt in his acting practice. But even if he was tired, he was willing to train for acting. If you don't have enough acting skills, it's hard to get a big production project, and you can only act in some small productions as the second male and third male, and draw some scattered skill cards, and you can't draw a complete character card at all. Even for the fun of drawing cards, Shang Yixia would bite the bullet. So, a week has passed. Under Gu Yongzhang's 80-hour-long special training in acting, Shang Yixia's acting skills had improved considerably, and she could already barely take part in the supporting roles of the drama. Only that she couldn't activate the card drawing system after the performance. And it's even further from the truth to say how well it's going to play out. In the words of Gu Yongzhang, the current level of Shang Yixia's acting skills is only slightly stronger than the original male number 3 of King of Chefs, and 1 step behind the male number 1 of King of Chefs. God have mercy. That male number 1 was so crushed by Gu Yongzhang's acting in King of Kitchen that he was on the verge of going into self-imposed isolation. It also shows how awkward Shang Yixia's acting is in the prequel to Plug King. If it wasn't for his good looks, and if it wasn't for his cool poker skills that added a lot of points, there would have been a lot of cursing underneath his vlog. Even now, there are quite a few cursing messages in his vlog, and as the Plugging King spreads the release higher and higher, the number of people cursing him is also increasing proportionally. However, Shang Yixia's vlog fanbase has also reached more than 70,000, with quite a few active fans, defending Shang Yixia every day. So what if my brother's acting sucks? My brother, he's handsome. Look at how slick and handsome he is with that deck of cards. Handsome is the end of the story. Acting, that's something only old actors want. Is correct. Even his Shang Yixia's fans, basically no one recognizes his acting skills. After all, everyone is not blind. They can see Shang Yixia's acting is stiff and awkward to the naked eye. This point is hard to wash. On top of that, the effective total airplay of Plug King Gaiden has exceeded 2,300,000 this week. It's just that as the peak of the heat passes, the subsequent heat dissipates rapidly, the platform gradually moves resources to the later, and the daily airplay begins to fall off a cliff. According to professional estimates, if there is no secondary traffic outbreak, the total airplay of Plug King Gaiden in a year should stop at less than 3 million. That's a far less impressive figure than the big-budget Netflix hits, but it's still a pretty good report card. The most important thing is that the total investment of the king of plugging outside is only $6 million, but the total share of the year may reach about $20 million. And in the future there will also be some revenue, so it is a small to make a big money movie. This wave, producer Zhou Shuyu, naturally Win Hemp, and even Win Floating, she has been the future Plug King prequel 2 investment cost up to 20 million level, and the hot broadcast of the Plugging King's outgoing broadcast, to Shang Yixia brought a lot of benefits, the future film pay, the market recognition, the huge increase in the number of fans and so on, and only one side. Along with the report card of Plugging King Gaiden, Shang Yixia's mind rang out a ding system prompt. Shang Yixia opened the system, and the system's clear and cold voice rang out at once. Congratulations to the host's rendition of the character, Shing. There has been an increase in character spread, an increase in character recognition, and the quality of the skill card control, has been upgraded to Blue Excellent, gaining the card phrase Psychedelic Light. Another upgrade to card control? Shang Yixua's heart rejoiced and her mind moved. Check the skill card control, only to see that the card that originally emitted a faint green aura, the light emitted at this time had turned into a deep, ghostly blue light, and the lace around the card had become more complicated and ornate, with a more textured feel. And in the introduction of the card, there was an additional phrase that glowed with blue light, Psychedelic Light. Attention was focused on the phrase called Psychedelic Light, and specific instructions immediately appeared in his mind. When you perform card control, you emit a psychedelic light that can cause the target to hallucinate and become immersed in your card tricks. Note, the higher the star level of the card control skill, the stronger the effect of the psychedelic light is. This? An illusion? Shang Yixua's complexion got a little complicated. If the effects of words like charming light and spiritual healing were still within the range of human ability, this psychedelic light, obviously, was beyond that. Isn't this a proper control class transcendent skill? Moreover, his current card control technique had only reached a level of 2 stars over halfway. What would be the effect if the quality of card control was raised to a higher level and the skill stars were pulled full? Shang Yixua's heart was growing in anticipation. In the evening, there was another round of cultural review, swimming in a sea of knowledge that I couldn't get out of. By 11 o'clock in the evening, he tucked in a bag of cat food and went downstairs, ready to feed the stray civet cat and go out for a midnight snack. It had become a regular part of his schedule for a while. Just as he exited the elevator, he looked up and saw that the civet cat was already squatting not far away to guard him. As soon as it saw Shang Yixua, it immediately stomped over with a cat step, meowing while rubbing around the S-step on his calf. "Oh, you little thing is really blackmailing me." Shang Yixua smiled and pulled out the small bag of cat food and was ready to feed it just like the other day. As a result, at that moment, the civet cat suddenly took a few steps backward, and then meowed towards Shang Yixua, as if signaling him to follow. This civet cat. Wouldn't it be that it's gotten into some kind of affair outside and wants to help feed the pregnant female cat? Shang Yixua slandered in her heart, but her person had already subconsciously followed. Walking out a few dozen meters to a corner hidden location, he saw the civet cat standing in the darkness meowing for him to pass. It can't be that there really is a pregnant mother. Shang Yixua just said half a sentence. Her body suddenly stiffened. His keen divine perception sensed something was wrong. There seems to be something hiding around that corner. It's people. There are 4 people hiding there. In an instant, a coolness flew up from his tailbone, spreading all the way to his brain, making his entire body numb. Danger. Chapter 20 Crisis and Cool Card Tricks. At this moment, Shang Yixua hadn't realized what had happened, but the 4 sneaky people hiding in the dark hideout, coupled with the frantic alerts from the divine mind spirit sense, all of them were reminding him that something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, Shang Yixua twisted her head and pulled her legs out. However, it was also in this moment, the eyes of the civet cat glowed with scarlet light, and the cat's mouth opened, violently emitting a sharp roar like a baby's cry. The voice was like an invisible spike, ruthlessly piercing into Shang Yixua's brain. Ah! Shang Yixua's face turned white with pain. Her hands covered her head, her feet staggered unsteadily, and she nearly fell to the ground. The 4 people hiding in the darkness also rushed out at a fast pace as if they had received some order. They were all dressed in security uniforms, tall and short, fat and thin, but their eyes glowed a frightening red. They let out grunts and low growls from their throats, running as fast as beasts, but in 2 or 3 seconds they caught up with Shang Yixua, who was floating on his feet, and clasped his arms to hold him down hard on the hood of a BMW. At this moment, the fear in Shang Yixua's heart climbed to the extreme. He is too familiar with the security uniform on them, which is clearly the security guards of King Chen Huading. 2 of them are still specialized in guarding the side door of the uncle on duty, and often look at the face of some familiar, and occasionally nodded to exchange pleasantries for a moment or two. But now, they all exuded an aura of danger like ferocious beasts, and their power was astonishingly great. Even though the young and strong Shang Yixua fought back, it was to no avail. Completely unable to break free from their control, he instinctively tried to scream for help and get the attention of the others, but his mouth was covered so hard by the security guards that all he could do was whimper. Shang Yixua was shocked and angry, and her heart was even colder. He didn't know why this scene was happening. Were the security guards preparing to murder people for their money? Or had they encountered a psychic event? Or had they been infected with some kind of zombie virus that had created a mutation? Snap! The civet cat leapt onto the roof of the BMW with light feet. It stared condescendingly at Shang Yixua, as if it was the master of this area, icy coldly scrutinizing its prey. Those originally clean and clear eyes now scarlet. What kind of monster is this? So you're the one behind this? Shang Yisha's whole body is cold. The heart cannot help but curse. Good you only broken cat. The old man everyday good intentions to feed you. You even envy the enemy. Treat me as prey. The civet cat stepped on the hood of the car with elegant cat steps, staring at Shang Yisha's eyes with its scarlet cat eyes from close range. In the next instant, a scene that frightened Shang Yisha to the extreme happened. Civet cat forehead M-shaped lines in the center. A fist-sized bizarre red eyeball protruded and floated out, and then violently struggled from its brow to break free, suspended in the air, so quietly floated in front of Shang Yisha's forehead. What was even more frightening was that there were many thin and constantly twisting tentacles floating behind that red eyeball, as if they were nerve tentacles controlling the brain. Even the cuties all know what's coming next. Shang Yisha's originally not high Saiyan value instantly fell wildly to the bottom of the valley. His face was as white as a piece of white paper, struggling desperately, but could not break free from the control of the security guards at all. It's over. It's over. It's over. Shang Yisha was of course afraid of death, but this scene was definitely more terrifying than death. Thinking with his toes, he knew that once that weird scarlet eyeball squeezed into his head, it could take over control of his brain and turn him into a monster. He didn't know if his consciousness still existed at that time, but if it did it was rather more frightening. At that time, he could only watch as the monster took control of his body and went on to do all sorts of hurtful things, perhaps even impersonating himself to victimize his parents. Just in the nick of time, being pushed to the extreme, Shang Yisha calmed down instead. His insides became cool and calm and empty, and his brain raced as if wound up. He recalled that just now, his brain was suddenly stabbed by needles as if it was in excruciating pain, and that should be because he had been attacked by that eyeball with his spiritual power. Since that was the case, could he, who had the skill card, Divine Thought, also learn to attack with Divine Thoughts? He clearly remembered the introduction of the Divine Nemesis. Divine Thought is the materialized embodiment of spiritual power, possessing the functions of detection, imperialism, deterrence, interfering consciousness, counter-interfering consciousness, etc., etc., etc. No mention of assault, but it should be covered under etc., etc. Shang Yisha hadn't bothered to try the Divine Thought attack bit before. After all, what if something accidentally happened? But right now, he couldn't care less. Between his mind's electric thoughts, his divine thoughts spread out like water, and in just a split second, the situation around him was slimly reflected into his brain. The location of that eyeball, and the form, position, and power delivery method of the 4 security guards controlling him behind him. Everything. The next instant, he moved. In this instant, Shang Yisha was like a different person. His expression became incredibly cold, as if everything was under control. The brain condensed an invisible needle prick of divine thoughts and ruthlessly stabbed into the brain of the short and fat security uncle in the right rear corner. Ah! The short and fat security guard let out a miserable scream, uncontrollably drawing back his hands to hold his head and letting go of Shang Yisha's right arm. Shang Yisha's right hand was free of the trap, and he forced himself to endure the intense exhaustion brought to him by the massive consumption of his divine thoughts, and his right hand gently gripped and flicked. Swish! 3 playing cards appeared in his fingers and flexed his fingers. Swish! 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 The 3 playing cards were ejected almost in no particular order. They rotated violently and the air friction issued a swoosh swoosh sharp whistle. They in the air like a heavenly maiden scattered like a 3-way boomerang arc trajectory. Put! 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 Almost in an instant, the unusual sound of 3 sharp instruments piercing into flesh and blood rang out at the same time. 3 playing cards were inserted into the right wrists of the 3 security guards at unbelievable angles. Blood splattered, and their right hands instantly lost their strength. For Shang Yisha's pincer force, it lost 90%. Shang Yisha violently struggled, finally breaking free from the control, and her feet flew backward. Zip! The bizarre eyeball emitted ear-piercing sound waves and mental power attacks almost simultaneously. The 4 security guards hissed as if they had been stimulated in some way, ignoring their injuries and brazenly lunging at Shang Yisha. In the meantime, an invisible pinprick of spiritual energy stabbed Shang Yisha's brain once again. But Shang Yisha, who had suffered a loss once, would not be unguarded? Since spiritual power could be transformed into an invisible and substantial attack, of course it could also be transformed into an invisible and substantial defense. With a thought, he visualized a small invisible shield of divine thoughts in front of his forehead. Almost at the same time, the invisible mental needles of the bizarre eyeballs arrived right in front of him, ruthlessly stabbing the divine idea shield he had just condensed. Bang! An invisible sound of broken glass exploded in Shang Yisha's head. The shock made his eyes bleed, his spirit tired again for a few points, and his body's essence seemed to have been drained as if it had become atrophied. Luckily, it was finally barely enough to block the terrifying mental attack of the bizarre eyeball. Next, it's time for me, Shang Yisha, to fight back. He grabbed his hands in the air out of thin air. Between his fingers there were more than a dozen playing cards. Hand shape change, playing cards in the hands of tumbling, overlapping, flying. This instant, time seemed to have come to a standstill. It was as if there were several invisible spotlights hitting him, hazing him with a layer of invisible glamorous light. Every time he raised his hand, every time he flexed his fingers, at this moment it all became indescribably handsome and cool. Those few security guards who were sprinting with all their might had their figures lurched, and their eyes felt as if they were grabbed by invisible hands and forcefully pressed down on Shang Yixia. Under the baptism of the charming light, the hostility in the guard's eyes inexplicably dissipated a lot, and his expression became a bit bewildered and at a loss. It's now! Shang Yixia flung her hands together, her 10 fingers flicking rapidly as if she were playing a piano climax section. A playing card was shot out like a machine gun bullet, creating an arc in the air with a different trajectory but with a great sense of aesthetics. With sharp whistling sounds, the playing cards enveloped several security guards from different angles and directions, like blooming fireworks. This scene is cool as hell. Chapter 21, Killing Monsters. Explosive Equipment. Shoo shoo shoo. Pffffffffff. In fireworks-like visual effects, the violently rotating playing cards were like a precision-guided flying dagger, hitting the legs, ankles, and even feet of the security guards, and the cuts in their muscles and ligaments made them unsteady, and they fell to the ground one after another with plop plop plop. Shang Yixia didn't want to kill anyone and avoided their vitals as much as possible when she struck. Except for monsters. However, a full 5 playing cards went straight to the boss. As if to satisfy some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder, the 5 playing cards against the boss were assembled by Shang Yixia into a flush of 10 spades. J, Q, K, A. The killing opportunity was hidden in the sky of fireworks, shrouded at 5 angles toward the weird eyeballs, and the sharp whistling sound was exceptionally ear-piercing. The creepy eyeball didn't move fast enough to escape the flush. It's over. Shang Yixia maintained the handsome posture of the last throw, as if an invisible light was emanating from his body, and his eyes were full of confidence. But the moment the spade flush was about to cut into the bizarre eyeball, it violently shrunk and rose, and an invisible energy wave spread out to the surroundings. Barely, the 5 flush playing cards suddenly stagnated, as if they had been hit by the time stasis technique, suspended in a stagnant manner at a distance of only a few centimeters away from the bizarre eyeball. That's okay? Shang Yixia's eyes were filled with stupefaction and a face of disbelief. The next instant, as if the bizarre eyeball was enraged, its body rose and shrunk again, and the spade flush was immediately brushed and flicked out by it, floating in the sky. At the same time, the tentacles behind it that were like a network of nerves suddenly shuddered violently, like seaweeds dancing wildly in the seawater, and its pupils emitted a dangerous red aura. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread out from it, as if it was brewing a fatal strike. Shang Yixia's scalp tingled, her entire body chilled, instinctively sensing mortal danger. It's over. It's over. Isn't the strength of this monster's mental power a bit over the top? Suddenly, meow, ah, a cat's purr of anger rang out in a clear voice. The majestic civet cat had come to its senses at some point, struggled to get up from the ground, jumped up, and viciously clawed its way towards the creepy eyeball. Put! As if hit by a tennis racket, the weird eyeball accelerated with a thud and landed on the hood of the BMW, and then bounced into the air like a bouncing ball. And the civet cat fainted instantly and fell limp to the ground after striking this retaliatory and energetic blow. Good kitty, good chance. Shang Yixia's spirit was lifted when he saw this. He was busy twisting his torso sideways, pulling his right hand to the left side of his side belly, and between his right index and ring fingers, he had already caught a big colorful ghost at some point. He knew that this was his last chance. Not caring about the splitting headache feeling caused by excessive consumption, he frantically mobilized his divine thoughts and attached them all to this large ghost card. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the colorful clown on the big ghost seemed a little more vibrant, grinning and lifelike, as if it was coming to life. Stored up to the max, Shang Yixia's right hand fiercely exerted force and fiercely threw it outward, while his index and middle fingers cooperated with the force and flicked outward with force. Shoo! The big ghost sign shot out. A piercingly sharp whistling sound resonated through the underground garage. Between the flying spins, the big ghost card shot toward the weird eyeball at an unprecedented speed, and even Shang Yixia felt that the one he threw out was not a playing card. Instead, it was a light, a speeding stream of light. Time, as if in this instant endlessly slowed down. Everything around seemed to slow down 100 times 1,000 times, but in the next instant, it was as if 100 times 1,000 times a fast lens had been turned on. Put! The big ghost sign hit the creepy eyeball that popped up on the hood with the precision of a crisp cut like fruit. Scarlet juice burst out and flew all over the sky. After the big ghost sign penetrated it completely, the going remained unabated and struck the front windshield of the BMW. Bang! With a popping sound, the windshield cracked in response, and centered on the bursting point, fine spider veins instantly covered the entire front gear. The big ghost that bounced back then lost all its power and floated down on the hood of the BMW. Bingo! Phew! Shang Yixua's mind that was tense to the extreme suddenly loosened. Before he could revel in ecstasy, his feet went limp and he knelt down on one knee as if all his strength had been drained, and his face became incomparably pale. Ouch! It took more than 10 seconds for it to subside, and cold sweat had soaked through his t-shirt without him realizing it. Shang Yixua took a deep breath and slowed down before standing up with great difficulty, staggering towards the bizarre eyeball that had fallen on the hood of the BMW. The creepy eyeball had been chipped into 2 valves by the poker, with only some thin skin barely connecting the 2 hemispheres, and was motionless on the hood, as if it had lost all vitality. The large ghostly card on one side was face up, and the colorful clown grinned as if he were laughing at the ungratefulness of the creepy eyeball monster. Just as Shang Yixua was scrutinizing the monster corpse, it suddenly withered and dried up at a rapid pace, and scarlet energy precipitated out of it, gradually coalesced, and eventually coalesced into a scarlet cat's eye stone the size of a glass bead, dripping and rolling on the hood. Shang Yixua took a few steps backward, her eyes shocked. The scarlet cat's eye stone rolled down the hood, and as it was about to fall to the ground, Shang Yixua instinctively reached out and scooped it up. Somehow he had the feeling that it was like some kind of unimaginably good thing. It's like the desire to eat when one smells food, or to drink when one is thirsty. It doesn't need to be taught. It's as if it's an instinct engraved in one's genes. It was just that he was a little surprised that any human instinct was the product of a long evolutionary process of superiority and inferiority. So why did this unheard of instinct exist in his genes? But at this point he had no time to think about it. As soon as the scarlet cat's eye stone entered his hand, an ice-cold and very comfortable feeling spread across his palm, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected the host harvesting a third-order, abnormal object, Eye of Confusion. Is it absorbed and transformed into origin power? Yes/no. Shang Yixua froze for a few seconds, digesting the seemingly short, but huge amount of information. This scarlet cat's eye stone is called the Eye of Confusion? Since it's the third order, does that mean there's a second order? Or a fourth? There were also terms like anomalies and origin power that sounded fresh. Shang Yixua secretly weighed the situation. He wasn't sure if leaving this Eye of Confusion in his hands would create danger, or invite danger. In that case, it would be better to let the system absorb it, cleanly and once and for all. After all, he, Shang Yixua, was able to get to where he was today, and in addition to his own talent and hard work, the system had also provided some help. With his mind set, he immediately said, yes, absorb. The next instant, the scarlet cat's eye stone then turned into a starry red light and dipped into Shang Yixua's palm. A cool, comfortable sensation traveled all the way up his small arms, quickly spreading throughout his body, and wherever it passed, the soreness in the muscles around him quickly returned. In particular, his brain, which was still vaguely aching, seemed to have a cool spring water injected into it, and the swelling and pain was instantly soothed. And the desert-like dry spirit also seemed to have been nourished in some way, with a strange power of the divine mind gurgling out like a stream of fluid. There is only one word to describe this feeling. What a blast! Shang Yixua felt as if she had been resurrected with full blood, and her physical strength and divine thoughts were instantly restored tremendously. Nonetheless, the system duly sounded the blessing gem drop beep again. Ding! Detecting the absorption of some origin power. The system has successfully unlocked one unnamed character panel I skill card slot. The system's voice was still cold, but in Shang Yixua's ears it was like hearing the sound of immortality. He hurriedly opened his character panel and scanned it, and sure enough, he found that the skill card slots had increased from the original 3 to 4. Good. Shang Yixua was greatly relieved. This feeling was like he had fed the system an Eye of Confusion and the system had fed back to give him a skill card slot. This inexplicably gave him a marvelous feeling of raising a system and watching it slowly grow stronger. Chapter 22, Divine Idea Deck Star Rising. Of course, to raise the system, the prerequisite was that he had to have more abnormal objects. As for the source of the anomalies, Shang Yixua's mind once again remembered that weird scarlet eyeball monster with floating tentacles, and actually didn't find it abhorrent, but rather a little cute. He didn't think that the creepy eyeball he encountered today would be a uniqueness monster. There's a saying that when you see a cockroach, it means there are a million cockroaches behind it. But after the excitement, Shang Yixua's face froze again. Since there was more than one creepy eyeball, the odds were that he wasn't the first person to run into such a monster. And now that the outside world was calm, there were no reports of any monsters. Obviously, there must be someone or an organization behind the scenes to solve these abnormal monsters, controlling the channels for news to spread and circulate so that people can continue to live their lives peacefully and solidly. There is absolutely no way that civil society organizations could have justified and been able to do this. Then the results are crying out to be seen officially organized. Dragon Team? Irregular Incident Safety Authority? Special Cases Investigation Section? In just an instant, a whole bunch of fictional settings popped up in Shang Yixua's head. At the same time, he also thought of that day. The black trench coat woman he saw at the entrance of Chenji's seafood restaurant had given him a very strong sense of danger. She was mostly a member of the official organization. In the web novels he had read, the various plots of the folk transcendents once they came into contact with the official organizations usually ended up with them joining the officials. But Shang Yixia is only in her early 20s now, and she still wants to continue to study, take the doctoral exam, act and draw cards, and even fall in love again without any restrictions, and live her life lightly. He didn't want to be too constrained for the time being. The most troublesome thing is that he, Shang Yixia, is a hanging boy with a system that needs to rely on acting to draw cards, and once he's taken in by the officials, it's not guaranteed that he'll discontinue his acting career. So it's not good for him to say to the officials that I have a hanging and I have to act in order to become stronger, right? Shang Yixia pondered for a while after the heart has made up its mind, or first temporarily to avoid a bit. If it really cannot avoid, then make plans. Now that you've decided to recuse yourself, you need to find a way to clean up the scene and erase the traces. He looked around the room. Cat and the guards were still unconscious, and the guards still had playing cards stuck in some of the deeper wounds on their bodies, the edges of which had been softened by the blood and had risen, invariably stopping the bleeding, and the wounds had taken on a coagulated state. Shang Yixia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The security guards should at least not have died from blood loss. Subsequently, his mind moved. In addition to those playing cards stuck in the security wound, the rest of the scattered playing cards as if caught by the invisible hand, clattering off the ground and up, in order to fly to the center of his palm. It seems like one's divine thoughts have gotten stronger. Could it be that because of the intense battle just now, the cards had ascended? Shang Yixia's heart rejoiced and called out to the system. System, view the Divine Thought card deck. The Divine Thought deck was very useful to Shang Yixia, but its experience was very difficult to practice. And at this moment on this white card, it had brightly lit up with 2 stars, and the experience bar was also an extra 30% more like that. I didn't expect a battle to spike a large amount of experience value. It was only slightly unfortunate that the Divine Mind deck was still white normal quality after the star upgrade. Does it mean that battles don't improve the quality of the cards? It can only be improved by interpreting the character, or as the character's spread or recognition increases. In this way, Shang Yixia was somewhat looking forward to the release of Immortal Sword Descending, hoping that it would do well and allow his Divine Numinous cards to promote their quality a bit. His request wasn't too high, just raise it to the purple extreme level. Shang Yixia, with good intentions, checked the card control skill card again in passing. Sure enough, card control had also gained a large amount of experience value, and the skill level had instantly soared to 3 stars, with a large amount of additional experience value. So it seems that real combat should be the best way to increase your experience value. Check the Chinese pastry skill card again. There is no boost in experience value. Obviously, the cards need to be involved in real combat for the experience value to increase. After quickly detecting the 3 skill cards and figuring out the system mechanism, Shang Yixia continued to clean up the scene. After collecting the loose cards, he was left with the ones cut into the bodies of the guards, which had his fingerprints on them, but he wasn't in a good position to pull them out to avoid the guards bleeding out again. In the midst of his mind's lightning, his divine thoughts flicked slightly over those playing cards. As his divine concept skill level came to 2 stars, he used his divine concept with more and more finesse, and became more and more delicate when sensing his surroundings. The ink pattern on the playing cards, the slightest residue of fingerprints can be sensed clearly. Shang Yixia's mind moved with his heart, and his divine mind gently wiped over the playing cards like a spring breeze, and those residual fingerprints were wiped clean. Subsequently, the traces under the guard's fingernails, on the hood, all the hairs, cat hairs, and trace debris near the scene were smoothed out and eliminated one by his divine mind, and collected in the plastic bag with the cat food. Finally, Shang Yixia slowly walked over to the BMW and looked at the civet cat that had collapsed on the hood. Unconscious, after a moment's hesitation, he bent down and gently took it into his arms. LOL, what can be wrong with a cat? In the end, it is also a victim, and if it hadn't assisted with a claw at the crucial moment, interrupting the weird eyeball monster's spell readout, he, Shang Yixia, would more than likely have to account for himself here today. Afterwards, Shang Yixia used her divine thoughts to make another sweep in that BMW, landing on the car monitor, and was relieved when she realized that it was in the middle of shutting down, making one more round to make sure the scene was all taken care of. He then headed for the elevator entrance. walking the way he came. The footprints on the ground were gently smoothed out with his divine thoughts, and he also intentionally avoided the garage surveillance, pondering in his mind what to do about the surveillance. But unexpectedly, he was surprised to find that the garage camera surveillance, including the camera in the elevator, are actually in the off state, and even the entire garage, all the resident car carriers are stopped. After a brief thought, he realized that it was the work of that weird eyeball. In order to avoid revealing its existence, he even suspected that the vehicle entry/exit system at the entrance to the garage had also been turned off by the creepy eye, or else it wouldn't have been possible for several minutes to pass without hearing a single car traveling through the garage. This made Shang Yixia unable to help but feel a pang of fear. The intelligence of this weird eyeball is not low. The process of planning to attack him is very carefully laid out. If it really succeeds in its attack, it may not even attract the attention of the officials, and he, Shang Yixia, would most likely be replaced and controlled by the monster in silence. This situation is chilling to think about. Shang Yixia shook her head, shook off the distracting thoughts, and did not immediately go upstairs, but quickly turned around in the garage, which led her to the elevator entrance of Building 58, and took the elevator. Still swept away his footprints, but did not move the fingerprints in the elevator, and did not press the elevator with his hand, but gently pressed an 18th floor button with his divine mind. The elevator doors slowly closed, and just as the elevator doors were about to close, he vaguely heard a loud thud, followed by the sharp whistling sound of a car frantically driving into the underground garage, continuously braking and swerving sharply inside the garage, its tires rubbing against the ground. This is definitely not normal driving behavior. A fugitive? Officially? Obviously you can rule out the first one. So the officials found this place so quickly? All sorts of information flew through his mind and he subconsciously deduced it. Starting from the time he was attacked by the eyeball with his mental power, to the time he killed himself back, to the time he cleaned up the scene and left. It seemed to be a very long time to say, but in reality, it shouldn't have been more than 5 minutes. Officials apparently didn't just rush in after a report. A little bit of extrapolation. It was highly likely that they possessed instruments and equipment to detect intense energy fluctuations, or intense mental fluctuations. That's why the word drastic was added. It was because Shang Yixia remembered the odd instrument in the hands of the burly black-clothed man at the entrance of the seafood restaurant that day. If a slight fluctuation in mental power could be scouted out by the other party, he, Shang Yixia, would have been exposed that day. Oh, seems like a fun game. And I wonder if you guys can find and lock me in? Anyway, I'm not a criminal, so I'll join you when you find me. The elevator car sank slightly and quickly pulled up to the 18th floor, opened the door and go inside. It was only when she returned home that Shang Yixia's tense emotions completely relaxed. It was at this point that the emotion of fear came to his mind, so that he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating. After a few moments, he slowed down and heaved a sigh of relief, placing the civet cat in his arms on the couch first, then rummaged around in the storage room, found a stainless steel basin used for burning paper dollar bills in New Year's Eve, and burned the collected hairs, playing cards and other evidence one by one, and threw the ashes in the toilet and flushed them out. He rummaged around the house again, found a cardboard box, padded it with some soft old clothes, and built a makeshift litter for the cat, before carefully placing the cat, who was still in a coma, inside, took another small bowl and caught some water and put it next to the cat's litter and gently stroked its head, hoping it would get better. After doing this, Shang Yixia took a shower, changed her clothes, and then carried the cat food bag back downstairs. He'd been going downstairs every day for a while now to feed the cat and have a late-night snack on the side, and there would be a record of it in the surveillance, and it would look suspicious if he didn't make a trip today. Besides, while he was at it, he could stop by and see how the scene was going. With a sweep of his divine mind, he found that the surveillance in the elevator car had been restored, and his demeanor became more and more relaxed and natural. The elevator quickly reached the negative floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Shang Yixia's heart suddenly moved, inexplicably giving birth to a strange sense of vestigial vision. How is he or she now acting a bit like a criminal returning to the scene of the crime? I'm obviously the victim here. Chapter 23, Returning to the Scene of the Crime. Time forward slightly. The underground garage crime scene was cordoned off at the first opportunity. Trace exploration experts were exploring the traces of the scene, while a burly man in a black trench coat had a very hard look on his face. This anomalous transcendental event took place in an underground garage, where the thick floor and concrete isolated energy and mental fluctuations, so much so that their anomalous fluctuation scouting command vehicle failed to detect any sign of it. If it wasn't for the fact that his squad members had discovered that there was a problem with the surveillance in the underground garage of the King Chen Huating during their inspection, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to discover the situation so quickly. All the surveillance in the underground garage over here, and all the elevator shafts were turned off 20 minutes before the murder. And it was HS-016 who took control of the security guards ahead of time and did it. The parking monitoring systems of all the vehicles in the basement have been damaged, suspected to have been destroyed by HS-016 with psychic power. Trace exploration specialists failed to find hairs or valid fingerprints at the scene. Even the footprints were wiped clean. And the target is suspected to be a veteran. The black trench coat man's frown grew tighter. The scene had been roughly restored to the truth of the matter after a preliminary exploration, combined with the clues they had obtained earlier. HS-016 had gone into hiding after escaping from Chunji seafood restaurant and parasitized a certain security guard, controlling a few security puppets through the covert development of these days. The reason why HS-016 acted this time despite the risk was probably because it found a much better quality parasitic target. And then just in the process of parasitizing it, it was countered by the parasitized target. All of this was understandable to the black trenchcoat man, but what he couldn't understand was why the parasitic target had hidden himself after he had killed HS-016 in return. Wouldn't it be better to be quiet at the scene and wait for them to come and take care of it? Even the parasitized target cleaned up the scene extremely skillfully and efficiently, and then disappeared without a trace. That leaves only two possibilities. First, the transcendentalists who are the targets of parasitism are themselves not clean, and they are afraid of being liquidated after contacting the officials and revealing the fact that they have violated the law and discipline. Second, the parasitized target is afraid that officials will restrain, enslave, or even dissect him if they capture him. At the thought of this, the black trenchcoat man couldn't help but have veins popping out of his forehead. This idiot can't trust the official organization. He doesn't even know how good the welfare benefits are when he joins the organization. And there are settlement policies and subsidies for home purchases. So what's the point of running? Head. This is some basic information about this transcendent that I just compiled. At this moment, a tall female team member walked over and handed the black trenchcoat man a pad. The man in the black trenchcoat took the pad and scanned it, realizing that the intelligence analyzed was very limited. Target transcendental level, inferred to be between level D and C. Transcendental ability suspected to be mental side. Likes to use mental power to control playing cards to attack. Cautious character. And then it's gone. The man in the black trench coat raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Transcendent strength is not bad, and spirit side transcendents are relatively rare. But attacking with playing cards was originally the usual tactic of many spirit side transcendents. And similar usual weapons include needles, razor blades, fishing silk thread, and so on. Poker isn't as good as the others, but it's cool and pretentious enough. I'm afraid it's hard to pinpoint the target based on that alone. The good thing is that, deduced from the motives and actions of HS-016, the target is likely to be one of the residents of King Chenhua Ting in this underground garage of the Link, and the scope of the search and investigation is not too wide. Chief, here's the tenant information I got from the property. It's uploaded to the pad. Another team member sent a message. The man in the black trench coat took a look at the good guy. This huge underground garage is connected in all directions, involving a full 19 buildings, 38 elevator shafts, and a small 2,000 household 6 or 7,000 people, young and old. Further extrapolations depicting target information and image standoffs that we need to further rank and screen. Yes, the squad members got busy again. It was at this time that Sheng Yixia, whose temperament was clean and sunny, stepped out of the elevator entrance. Scanning the scene, a long cordon had been drawn up over there, and a number of police officers and security guards were on duty to keep onlookers away. That's right. A lot of onlookers have already gathered this late at night. Sheng Yixia naturally went over to watch the fun with a curious face. Outside the cordon, in the crowd, a pot-bellied old man is showing off with the new onlookers to explain the situation. Speaking in a staccato, colorful, I just saw the security guards were carried to the ambulance. Ouch. Covered in blood. That miserable I suspect a gang of thieves is out in the neighborhood, smashing the windows of people's cars, and the security guards were stabbed when they went up to arrest them. Grandpa, are those security guards in any danger? Sheng Yixia asked casually. I'm told it's okay, no fatal injuries. Sheng Yixia sniffed in relief. He didn't know if the guards could remember him after they were resuscitated, but even if they remembered, Sheng Yixia didn't care. The big deal was exposing himself. He wasn't going to kill someone for this, right? Inside the cordon, a middle-aged police officer was solemnizing his face to understand the situation with a man in his 30s, wearing glasses. Have you offended anyone? No. I'm just a vice president of a game company. Even if there are extreme players who are dissatisfied with the new version and want to retaliate, then they should go and smash the dog planner's car glass. What's it to do with me as a vice president? So you're the owner of the BMW? Sheng Yixia glanced at him, and in his heart he said sorry. Big brother, you just take it as an act of God. Go through the insurance by yourself. I will not compensate you for the money. It's not that he doesn't want to admit it, but wouldn't this payout expose him? One can only be bitter about this game company VP. There are police officers on the sidelines to the onlookers to understand the situation, asking are recently found no unusual phenomena, have found suspicious people and so on. When the police officer asked Shang Yixia, he said very frankly, no. What are you doing downstairs at this hour? Going out for a midnight snack and feeding a stray cat on the way. Shang Yixia raised the cat food in her hand, then a flash of worry appeared on her face. By the way, comrade officer, have the criminals been caught? Will it be dangerous for us to continue living here? Don't worry. Things have been resolved. There will be no danger. The officer casually relieved the onlookers a few words, and took out his business card to let the group sweep the prestige, plus cell phone number. My name is Zhang. Is this piece of the community police officer? Encountered anything can send me a message and call. Shang Yixia also added a bit with the flow. After walking through the process, Shang Yixia, as if she was not in the mood for another snack, turned around and went back to her house. After half an hour or so, the civet cat awoke, but was very depressed and lay motionless in the litter. Shang Yixia opened a can of cat food for him and let him rest in the cat's nest. The next day, Shang Yixia did not feel at ease with the civet cat, woke up early in the morning and went to see it first, saw that the canned cat food was eaten up and the civet cat was not in the cat's nest, probed with his divine mind before finding the civet cat lying under the dining room table, and found that it was in a much better spirit than last night. As if the civet cat also recognized Shang Yixia, it rubbed its head affectionately against his hand. Shang Yixia didn't force it to come out, and opened another can of cat food for it, so she casually put down a bowl of noodles for breakfast. As he was eating, he received a message from his agent, Zhang Cheng, asking him to come to the company. He immediately used the software to make a car appointment, then finished the noodles in 3 or 2 bites and hurriedly cleaned up the dishes. A few moments later, Shang Yixia, who was sitting in a net car, received another message. It was a message from Xiao Jingqiu. Yixia, my matter has been resolved. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you. I don't know which day you are free. Congratulations to Sister Jingqiu for clearing her name. Shang Yixia smiled and replied, I'm just lifting my hand. I don't need to go to so much trouble by inviting dinner. In recent days, Xiao Jingqiu has been busy dealing with that thing of hers, but also from time to time will chat with Shang Yixia a few words. After the relationship is familiar, the two people's name has gradually become Yixia and Jingqiu's sister. That won't do. I'll invite you to my house as my guest in a few days. It's a deal. After a few moments of small talk, the two ended their chat. Shang Yixia swiped the news in passing, and sure enough, she saw the public opinion reversed, and it turned out that the back photo taken by the wife of the Lu director was not Xiao Jingqiu at all, but it was revealed that there was someone else, also a famous actress. In this way, the rumors about Xiao Jingqiu went away. As for how the person behind the photo was raked out, Shang Yixia doesn't know. Most likely Xiao Jingqiu was behind it through her contacts. Soon the company arrived. Shang Yixia paid to get out of the car, went upstairs into the company, and went straight to Sister Zhang Qing's office. Just tried to knock. Inside the door there was a bang sound of table slapping, followed by Zhang Qing's angry voice, Gu Minhong, don't use your set to pressure me. I've never seen you do things like this. Get out. Gu Minhong? As soon as she heard this name, Shang Yixia's face went cold. So it's Vice President Gu. What's this about? Chapter 24 I am Shang Yixia. I resist subterfuge. Shang Yixia's impression of this Gu Minhong could be too deep. 2.5 years ago, it was Gu Minhong who represented the company and Shang Yixia to talk about cooperation, and after signing the contract, she did open up some resources for him at first, but as Shang Yixia failed to splash out after eating the resources and refused to cooperate with the overhyped school bully persona, some of the company's executives began to resent him. At this time Gu Minhong, instead of helping him, but also took the opportunity to fall on the well, let Shang Yixia to go to the KTV to accompany her to drink, and took the opportunity to move feet. It also said something about as long as Shang Yixia listened to her, she would be able to help Shang Yixia smooth out any trouble and even provide him with more resources. Shang Yixia was disgusted enough that she directly splashed a glass of wine on her and left. Ever since then Shang Yixia had been half snowed away by the company until Sister Zhang Qing dug him back up. In these 2 years, Gu Minhong also hinted several times that Shang Yixia, as long as he was willing to cooperate, it was still not too late. But how could Shang Yixia take care of her? Long ago, she was blacked out on all fronts. Didn't realize. Now she popped up again. This is to see him. Shang Yixia appeared in Blood King prequel, A Small Fire, and cannot hold back to find things? Shang Yixia didn't want Sister Zhang Qing to be implicated because of what happened to her, so she immediately knocked on the door and then directly pushed the door in, sweeping a glance at the 3 people in the room. In the office, Gu Minhong, who was half-aged but dressed in a flamboyant manner, was sitting across from Zhang Cheng with a flourish, and next to her was Yu Zihao, the company's fresh meat artist wearing a casual t-shirt, with milky white skin and a good-looking face. Zhang Cheng, on the other hand, still maintained her table-slapping posture, her eyes furious. In the next instant, the gazes of the three people in the room fell on Shang Yixia in unison, their expressions all different. Gu Minhong's eyes lingered on Shang Yixia for a few seconds before she looked back at Zhang Cheng with a cold expression. Zhang Cheng, you don't have the right to tell me to get lost. You don't run the company, so you can do whatever you want? Mr. Yu's Republic of China's Amazing Rogue Bandits is a big production web series, and the company has followed up with a $3 million investment. And that juggler's role isn't something you can give to whoever you want to give it to. I said, get out. Zhang Cheng's gaze grew cold. Don't force me to fight you. It's not pretty. Gu Minhong's face changed slightly, and she got up with a cold smile. I won't get into it with you, but that's the way things are. Saying that, she twisted her head and walked towards the outside of the office, and flashed a smile at Shang Yixia as she passed him. Yixia, congratulations on the fire you've started to catch lately. I'm still on the same terms. You can come to me anytime when you've figured out what you want to do. By the way, you also advise your sister Zhang Qing, don't make another mess before your own ass is wiped clean. With that, she stepped on her high heels with a haughty face and left. Day. That little fresh meat Yu Zihao also followed closely out the door, and before leaving, he also gave a meaningful look at Shang Yixia, revealing a provocative mocking smile. Shang Yixia did not pay attention to the two. Bang closed the office door, to a blind for clean. He can't even look at Yu Zihao, this person, and he entered the company in the same period. Only Gu Minhong put all her thoughts on him. Shang Yixia at the beginning, feeding him resources and hype for fame, which naturally caused Yu Zihao's jealousy. When Shang Yixia was half snowed out, Yu Zihao got close to Gu Minhong all of a sudden and gradually had all sorts of resources, so with his toes, he knew what he had been done by Gu Minhong. And this Yu Zihao's ability is really not very good. 2.5 years down the line ate a lot of company resources, but also just a small third-rate artist who cannot be on the stage. Zhang Qing poured herself a glass of water before she calmed down some of her anger and looked at Shang Yixia and asked, Yixia, were you snowed in by the company because you refused Gu Minhong's subterfuge? Sister Zhang Cheng, I'm really sorry. Shang Yixia apologized. I didn't think that she still held a grudge against me and got you involved. No wonder. Gu Minhong is looking at you strangely. Zhang Qing didn't blame him. Instead she laughed. In this regard, her vision is not bad, just with an innate scholarly handsome saintly body like yours. I'm looking at it with a craving. Shang Yixia was speechless. How can you tell jokes at a time like this? Alright, not teasing you. Zhang Qing's expression became serious. Gu Minhong means that your contract with the company is only half a year old, and now that you've spent a lot of resources to make you popular, whether it's negotiating with you to renew your contract or jumping ship or going solo after you've become popular, it's not favorable to the company. This is irrefutable from the company's standpoint. I just want to ask you, what do you think yourself? If you're willing to talk to the company about renewing your contract, I'll go and talk for you and try to get the best conditions and benefits, but you have to be mentally prepared. This time it's bound to be a long contract. But the good thing is, after you sign this long contract, I'll definitely be able to secure the role of Zhao Xingyao, and I'll tear her apart for anyone who dares to reach out. After saying that, she stared solemnly at Shang Yixia, patiently waiting for his answer. Shang Yixia considered for a while and said, if I can, I would prefer to terminate my contract with the company. If it's too much trouble, then drag it out until the end of the contract period, and I can rest for half a year to sharpen my acting skills. Zhao Xingyao is a role he does value, but it's not something he has to play. He, Shang Yixia, is still young and has plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhang Qing sniffed and frowned slightly. You are now in a rapid rise period. Resting and dragging out the contract is not a good choice. It's better to be quick and direct to terminate the contract. If you really want to terminate your contract, I will help you operate, Shang Yixia said with deliberation. With Gu Minhong interfering, I'm afraid that terminating the contract won't be that simple. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will find a way to fix it, but I also have a condition, Zhang Qing said directly. If you want to leave, then I will also leave my job and continue to be your manager. This. Shang Yixia was taken aback by her decision. So hasty? Sister Zhang Cheng, you're not really scheming for my beauty and trying to subvert me too, are you? Take the trouble to put away your horrified eyes. It looks like I'm too much of a badass. Zhang Qing glared at Shang Yixia without any good humor. You must have heard of the story of the 1,000-mile horse in Bolu. Like I said, I'm optimistic about your future. Betting on you is much better than staying in this Thai company. As an agent, all I have to do in my life is to bring up a big star, and that's considered winning hemp. Shang Yixia coughed slightly awkwardly and solemnly considered it. He felt that Zhang Qing was a really good agent, thundering and speaking his mind, and it was quite pleasant to work together. So he nodded and said, I think I can give it a try, but I don't want to be bound by too many constraints. I will register an agent studio. While you register a movie and television studio, I will sign a formal agent contract with your studio. Don't worry, we are cooperating with each other. Mutual fulfillment, not mutual enslavement. Cooperate with each other and make things happen for each other. Shang Yixia liked the style and also felt Zhang Qing's sincere attitude, nodded her head and said, I agree, but the matter of terminating the contract, this doesn't need you to worry about. All kinds of trivialities and troubles are left to me to deal with. You just need to get down to business and improve your acting skills. I don't know about others, but this breath, anyway, Zhang Qing, can't swallow it. Zhang Qing sneered twice. What kind of thing is that Go Minhong? She also dares to ride on my mother's head. To this, Shang Yixia can only silently cry out, Sister Zhang Qing is mighty, Sister Zhang Qing is domineering. After discussing some things, Shang Yixia signed a commission agreement and was rushed by Zhang Qing to Gu Yongzhang's side to continue acting in the drama and brush up on his acting skills. Only unfortunately, the system for acting in the drama didn't respond and he couldn't draw any cards. Otherwise he'd have to pump up the card pool just from the plays he's doing these days. By late afternoon, Shang Yixia was dragging her tired body back home again. The spirit of the civet cat at home had recovered a lot, and as soon as he saw Shang Yixia come back, he rushed over upside down, rubbing against his calf and shamelessly asking for food. Shang Yixia bent down and jerked it hard a few times, but didn't give it food. Instead, I filled the litter box I bought on the way, poured half a bag of cat litter in, and busied myself with installing a mobile watering bowl for the cats and building a new litter box. And when I was done and turned around to look at it, I saw that the civet cat was already up to its neck in the litter box. Swish 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 swish, digging at the litter to cover up the marks. Good cat, quite resourceful. Shang Yixia was very happy to see this. He hasn't been home all day, and our cat hasn't pooped or peed anywhere, which means it's very smart. Barf. Shang Yixia opened a can of cat food to reward him. The civet cat's eyes lit up and immediately rushed over and snapped and licked up the cat can, its tongue curling out of its stump. Just when Shang Yixia was watching cat eating with great interest, the doorbell rang. Shang Yixia stood up and looked through the cat's eye, and saw a burly man in a gas company uniform standing outside the door, looking around with a toolkit on his back. He was speechless for a moment. I say, big brother, you don't think I won't recognize you just because you've changed your clothes and tools, do you? Yes, this is the black trench coat guy, the official organization figure. Officials are pretty efficient, and they're on to him now? Chapter 25 National Security Bureau for Irregular Incidents, request for monthly tickets. But he, Shang Yixia, was innocent, so even if he found out that it was him who killed the monster, he had nothing to fear. Without any hesitation, he opened the security door, and then looked at the burly man in the uniform of the gas company with a puzzled expression. The burly man immediately restrained his fluttering gaze and somewhat unnaturally squeezed out a friendly smile. I am an employee of the Flower Run Natural Gas Company. This is my ID. Did you hear about the recent gas line explosion? The company sent us into the house to check the gas line valves and meters in order to eliminate hidden dangers. Can I come in if it's convenient? That's right. Please come in. Please come in. Shang Yixia warmly invites him in, and after seeing him put on his shoes, she pulls him towards the kitchen. Big brother, you have to help me check it properly. Our gas meter is going especially fast. I rarely cook at home, but the monthly gas bill can be quite a bit. Shouldn't there really be a leak? The house's gas bill, utility bills are actually tied to his mom's PayPal. Even the property fee is paid by his mom. He actually did not know how much the monthly gas bill. But this word to the strong man scared. He rushed to squat in front of the kitchen cabinets. Burly body looks a bit strained, but seriously test the gas pipes and valves. A few moments before wiping the sweat and stood up and said, I did not check out where there is a problem. Turn around, you want to feel again where there is something wrong. Call our company to report repairs. Tough, big brother. Shang Yixia handed him an unopened bottle of chilled water with a look of gratitude. You take a sip of water and rest. The strong man hesitated for a moment, thanked him, took the water and unscrewed it and gulped half a bottle, then looked around and feigned small talk. Little brother lives alone? Yes it is. One person living in such a nice house? How much does that mortgage payment have to be in a month? The family had the money to pay for it in full. The burly man's expression stalled. That didn't make him whole, and he's still paying the mortgage to this day. The information shows that this young man is called Shang Yixia, a senior student of Aurora University, as well as a small actor of the 18th line. The reason why he is listed as one of the key targets of investigation is because the character Xing, which he played in, prequel to Plugging the King, is very good at card tricks. And Shang Yixia also released a cool video of shuffling and cutting cards, which was also on the hot search and sucked up a lot of fans. It just so happened that the one who had killed HS016 was the transcendent on the mental side, specializing in card tricks. With all the reasons, the strong man decided to come and line up Shang Yixia himself. Big brother, you look like you're in your 30s, right? Nice eyesight, little brother. I'm 36. Married yet? Too busy working to have a girlfriend. How many installments of the loan are left? 68th. Ugh. The burly man was silenced by that sigh of dryness. Is this a case of lining him up yourself? Or being lined up? He rushed to pull over the topic, and after a few moments of pulling the wool over the eyes, the strong man also failed to detect anything strange, and the portable abnormal energy fluctuation monitor, in his toolkit, did not have any gains, and could only excuse himself by saying that he was going to go to the next one, and excused himself and left. Before leaving, the burly man left Shang Yixia a business card and said meaningfully, if you want to have any doubts and need help, you can contact me by phone at any time. There's also a website behind the business card, so you can log in and take a look, and all your problems will be solved. Thanks, big brother. Shang Yixia took the business card and politely sent him out the door. Wait for the burly man to leave. Shang Yixia half laid on the sofa and checked up on the business card. The front side of the business card is not unusual, is a simple name and contact information. To see the reverse side, is a blank piece of nothing. I thought there was a URL. Shang Yixia's eyes stared slightly. Things seemed a little off. He had earlier unloaded the Divine Numinous card deck from the slot for safety's sake, and now he was busy reloading his Divine Numinous, and once again tried to condense his Divine Numinous to look at the blank space. A magical scene appeared. A line of text like a living thing emerged from the blank out. At the top is a website. There are a series of messages and statements below. Greetings, comrade mysterious transcendent. First of all, we thank you for your bravery and courage to get rid of the abnormal monster HS016. According to the relevant regulations, you can apply to our unit for the settlement of mission rewards. The rewards can independently choose points or cash. The points can be exchanged for transcendental equipment, resources and so on in our unit, the specifics of which can be logged into the unit's official website to view the details. Secondly, we, National Bureau of African Affairs, are thirsty for talent, and we are now formally inviting you to join our organization and contribute to the maintenance of peace and security for humanity. We know that you have many concerns, but please rest assured that my unit, the State Bureau of Africa, is the official institutions. All members are included in the civil service system. Wages and benefits are very generous, but also a series of talent introduction of related policies, which include settlement, housing purchase subsidies, personal income tax exemption, operating income tax and so on. If you would like to join us, or if you are in danger in any other trouble and need help, you can contact my unit. The final inscription reads, National Security Bureau for Irregular Events. Shang Yixia's expression gradually became odd. The State Administration for Africa? He didn't expect the officials to target him so quickly. Instinctively, I opened my phone and wanted to log onto the website to see how many points I could redeem and what transcendent supplies I could exchange for. But then, in a flash, stopped moving. Just because he saw these messages doesn't mean the officials have locked him up. It's also possible that the officials gave out business cards to every target of the lineup, and the special content on the back of the card requires a certain amount of transcendental ability to see, and if he logs into that URL, he'll be leaking his IP and cell phone information. So much for being really locked in. Oh, so close to being hooked. Shang Yixia is not that he doesn't believe in the NFA. Just now that big brother squatted down very seriously to help him check the gas pipeline does not look like a fake. It's just that Shang Yixia is a person with a system. At the current stage, he just wanted to act quietly, draw cards, and develop slowly, and didn't really want, at least not for a while, to be constantly involved with all sorts of transcendental events. He memorized the web address and phone number before he pressed the business card under the dining room table glass. Then it was time to eat dinner and study and get into the same routine as usual. Early the next morning, it's still the same plain-looking Iveco interior, full of high-tech electronics. The burly black trenchcoat man woke up rubbing his red eyes and said to a team member who was operating the equipment, Xiao Zhang, is there any new IP logging into our official website? Their website can't be accessed through external links, only directly through the URL. The young man known as Xiao Zhang, dressed in a plaid shirt, looked like a typical programmer. Xiao Zhang rested his head on the frame of his glasses without looking back, and answered directly, no. The black trenchcoat man pressed his temples helplessly. It shouldn't be. We acted in full action yesterday to line up, and a total of more than 700 business cards were handed out, so we should have covered that mysterious transcendentalist. Boss. Xiao Zhang still didn't turn around. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence will definitely guess that logging into the website will expose their IP. Is there a possibility that the other party saw the message but is not willing to contact us? It shouldn't be. Our unit's welfare conditions are so good. Shouldn't it be very tempting? The black trenchcoat man glanced at Xiao Zhang. Didn't you immediately join the unit as soon as you saw these conditions? The reason why the black trenchcoat man wanted to recruit that new transcendent was that the unit was indeed short of manpower right now. And secondly, according to the psychoanalyst's analysis, this new transcendent was a normal human being with empathy and sanity. The main basis for this is that the other side is clearly in danger. But instead of killing the security guards who are controlled by HS-016, they use more troublesome means to knock them down. When collecting the loose playing cards and traces of the scene afterward, he also worries about the security guards losing blood again and doesn't pull the playing cards out of their wounds, even knowing it would increase the likelihood of him revealing his identity. That's why, when they line up, they take the softest approach. Swish! Chang's hand stopped as he maneuvered the device. He slowly turned back, gazed at the burly man, and said, word for word, is there a possibility that I'm just a broke programmer with a broken heart and an unemployed job who just can't wait to need this job? And that mysterious big brother lives in a $20 million mansion. Girlfriends are casually talked about and pressed, lived in, housed, supplemented, and subsidized. And, boss, I've been working overtime for 9 consecutive days, eating and living in a nearby supply truck every day. And I'm now tempted to deliver a message to that mysterious transcendentalist comrade, telling him, you, don't, pass, over, yeah, never hide yourself. We're a 007 work system. Ahem, the black trenchcoat man awkwardly coughed twice, a little embarrassed. Almost, this is not this task on the top of the pressure is tight? Tomorrow I will give you a vacation. Turn back to apply for overtime subsidies for you. Mission bonus. But as soon as he spoke, his cell phone rang. After picking up his cell phone and scanning it, his face instantly became very serious. Let's go. There's a situation over at Silver Mountain. We need support. Let's set off immediately. Shang was silent. Choo. Shang Asia, who was teasing the cat and eating her breakfast beautifully, suddenly sneezed twice. He wondered a little how he could somehow have a strange feeling like he had escaped. Chapter 26, Successful Termination. A new card drawing program is here. June. I'm going to work to support you, so be good and wait for me at home. Shang Asia ruthlessly jerked the civet cat he named, Shanging June, a few times, and after getting a few clear cat calls from the other side in response, he then left the door satisfied and continued to go to the theater to find Gu Yongzhang to sharpen his acting skills and keep his daily life the same. And just as he stepped down to sharpen his acting skills, a small storm has erupted within Magic City Entertainment. Outside an office with the title of Vice President, Zhang Cheng, dressed in professional attire, was cursing, Gu Minhong, get the hell out of here. You're stinking. Filthy things. You have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it? Don't you just like to eat fresh meat? Come on. You come out. Old lady, I'll help you to recruit. Do you like to eat art department or polytechnic department? Sunny type or milk dog type? As long as you squeak. Old lady, this will help you to pull a platoon for you to pick. I poo you a stinking shameless. Give you face is it? Relying on a few small power in the hand. All day no to show off. You also do not take a bubble of urine to look at. Just like you such a yellow face. Not afraid of the young men to be disgusted to death? I don't know who you are, do I? When I was on fire and carried half of the company's performance, you didn't even count as a fart. If it wasn't for me quitting, would it be your turn to be the vice president of? Zhang Qing cursed and slammed the office door. It happened to be the work point now, naturally attracting a large number of onlookers, but they didn't dare to get close. They could only cross their fingers and whisper excitedly about something from a distance. What's happening that's so exciting so early in the morning? What else can there be? Vice President GE's old habits are back. He wanted to lay his hands on the small artists that Zhang Qing brought with him, and as a result, he was punched in the face by Zhang Qing directly rushing through the door, and now he doesn't even dare to go out the door. Who is that Zhang Qing? So fierce? Daring to punch Vice President Gu in the face. You're new here, aren't you? You've never heard of the famous witch Zhang Cheng. I heard that when our company was on the verge of bankruptcy during the financial crisis, it was all thanks to Zhang Qing's efforts to tear up the company and pull resources back, which led to the popularity of our current first brother, Chen Yuanhao, and allowed the company to survive. Not to mention punching Gu Minhong, she even dared to punch the old boss. Boy, can't see it, this Qing, she's so fierce? I can't afford to mess with her. But it's not just that. I heard that Zhang Qing originally wanted to put up with it and wanted to help that little artist get out of his contract, But it turned out that Go Minhong even purposely made trouble out of it, and in turn tried to sue that little artist to make him pay for the damages. And that's what pissed Zhang Qing off. Not far away, heard the news rushed to save the scene of the fresh meat Yuziheo, some fearful to go forward to persuade the pull, Zhang Qing's sister. We have something good to discuss, so make a mess will be too ugly. Get lost, don't touch me. Zhang Qing shook him off and pointed at Yuziheo's nose. With your dirty hands, you dare to pull my mother. Don't think that no one knows about your with Go Minhong. You don't know how to use the precious resources you got from kneeling. What kind of do you act all day long? You'd have been on the second line a long time ago if you'd taken out that energy to lick Gwen Hong's stinking teachings to hone your skills. Zhang Qing's bellowing scolding caused Yuziheo's face to turn green and white for a while, and the pointing and murmuring in the distance made him wish to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He was truly surprised that Zhang Qing's fire output was so fierce. With such an exciting melon, it naturally drew another round of chatter. Although a lot of things had long been rumored privately, it was still extraordinarily exciting to have Zhang Qing so openly tear away the shibboleth. You guys don't know anymore, do you? But Go Minhong not only bullied Zhang Qing's people, she also tried to help her forbidden man Yuzihao steal the roles that people got back. And now that people want to terminate their contracts, they're even suing him in return. So that's how it is. I wouldn't be able to endure it in my place, let alone Zhang Qing. By the way, it wouldn't be the role of Shang Yixia that you stole, would it? Ah, it's still like that. That Shang Yixia is a little hot right now. I love him as Shang. He's so handsome. So Go Minhong wants to eat Shang Yixia. Go TMD. Dare to covet my male god. Suddenly, the chatter around them came to an abrupt halt. The staff who had just been chattering and eating melons have lowered their heads to silence, with expressions of both embarrassment and weakness. It turned out that a woman had appeared not far behind them at some point. She was dressed in a plain women's suit dress, and with sunglasses on her delicate and three-dimensional face. She appeared to be tall, and casually stood there looking imposing. Who is not the first sister of the company? The movie queen Xiao Jingqiu. It was completely different from that day in Shang Yixia's house when she was wretched and pitiful. Xiao Jingqiu's brows frowned slightly. She originally just passed by, saw Zhang Qing and Go Minhong open tear. Originally did not want to care more, only heard Shang Yixia's name before stopping, but did not expect to hear this news. However, Xiao Jingqiu didn't say anything more, just said in a cold voice, all disperse and work well. Yes, Sister Jingqiu. All of them, as if relieved, hurriedly dispersed with their heads down and went about their business. Xiao Jingqiu whispered a few words of instruction to her agent, then went straight to her large view office and sat down in her office chair, frowning slightly in contemplation. This office she could seldom come over, but the company had to prepare it for her, unlike Shang Yixia, who didn't even have a workstation in the company right now. Soon, an assistant brought her a glass of warm water. Xiao Jingqiu pressed down on the idea of sending a message to Shang Yixia to ask about the situation, took a sip of warm water, and waited silently. Not much longer. Her agent, Sister Li, entered the office and whispered to Xiao Jingqiu about the causes and consequences of what she had poked around. The more Xiao Jingqiu listened, the tighter her brow wrinkled. A moment later, she murmured, Sister Li, you threw Secretary Wu's side of the relationship, on behalf of Yixia to our President Wang on the pressure, urging him to properly resolve this matter. Okay, Sister Li agreed and said with some hesitation, Jingqiu, why bother using Secretary Wu's favor for this small matter? I'll just go and talk to Mr. Wang. Xiao Jingqiu rolled her eyes at her. I don't want Zhang Qing to come and slam the door to my office, pointing her nose at me and scolding me for wanting an old cow to eat young grass. Ha ha. Sister Li laughed. That Zhang Qing is also good enough. With that, he went about his business. It was also just over 10 minutes later, in the office of the boss of Magic City Entertainment. With a bang, Zhang Qing shook off the assistant of the boss and pushed the door hard. Mr. Wang didn't even raise his head for a moment, and continued to say to the other end of the phone, okay, I understand. I get the meaning of the leader. Yes. I will deal with this matter appropriately in a fair and just manner. After saying that, Mr. Wang hung up the phone and waved his hand towards Zhang Qing in a calm and collected manner. Sit. I'm not sitting, Zhang Qing said in a cold voice. Today this matter you have to give me a hand. Or not. Alright. Zhang Qing, you're also an old contributor to the company. Can't we talk about anything properly? Something that makes sense. Can I not support you? Mr. Wang glared at her fiercely. How much negative impact have you caused to the company by doing this now? Oh, Zhang Qing sneered in her heart. If I don't put some pressure on you, will you be able to talk to me calmly? However, seeing that his tone had changed, Zhang Qing also gave in. Yes, Mr. Wang is right in his lesson. I will pay attention next time. Terminate the contract for Shang Yixia, right? Mr. Wang nodded his head. Okay, then follow the terms of the contract, and deduct money when it's time to deduct money. Is Mr. Wang so forthcoming? This is not in line with your character. I thought that I would have to tear into a wave with you as well. Mr. Wang's face went black. It's not just Sheng Yixia who wants to terminate her contract, there's also Gu Yongzhang, Gu, as well as my separation report for your approval. Mr. Wang. After a few moments, Zheng Chan left satisfied. As soon as she left, Mr. Wang immediately dialed Gu Minhong's phone and scolded with a face full of anger. I say you have enough to eat? What are you doing to mess with that Zheng Cheng? A few days later, in a cafe, Zheng Qing and Sheng Yixia sat opposite each other, and Zheng Qing took one formalities document for Sheng Yixia to sign, among which there was the termination contract and also the agency agreement for registering the studio. After signing, she gathered a pile of documents and a smile appeared on her face. Yixia, your Magic City Shangxia film and television studio will soon come down. Congratulations on your upcoming career takeoff. Thank you, Sister Zheng Cheng, for your hard work. These days, Sheng Yixia didn't go to the company, but continued to follow Gu Yongzhang to sharpen his acting skills, but he also heard about what Zheng Qing did in the company, and he was really thankful that Zheng Qing was willing to stand up for him so much, or else his contract definitely wasn't resolved so easily. Why are you being polite? It's been said that we support each other and make each other successful. Saying that, Zheng Qing was again pulling out 3 film and television project books, handing them to Sheng Yixia and saying, pick a project for yourself, and open up a studio for both of us. Ahem. So thunderous? Sheng Yixia, who was drinking coffee, almost choked. Yixia, since we've left the company, we have to compete, especially the role of the juggler Zhao Xingyao. We must get it. I've heard from Yongzhang that you've been making a lot of progress lately, so let's play a regular character for a real-life rehearsal first. Sheng Yixia's expression also became serious. Sister Shang's words made sense. A practical drill was still necessary, not only for that subsequent juggler role, but also for her own kill card draw. He casually picked up a copy of a movie and television project book, only to almost choke on his coffee again after reading a few pages. What kind of program is this? Can it get any more outrageous? New book for monthly vote support. Yo, kinda important. Mwah 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 mwah. Chapter 27, 3 choices. I don't want any of them. Request for follow-up. It's a near-future sci-fi movie called My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend. The story is set around the year 2050, when proxy wars are spreading across the globe. Tens of millions of people are dying in wars every year, and countless people are displaced. The male protagonist is the leader of the anti-war organization, Dawn, who inadvertently saves the female protagonist during an operation against the warmongers, Aeon Syndicate, and the two sides work together to deal with the Aeon Syndicate, destroying the Aeon Syndicate's bionic human laboratory after a series of twists and turns. It was only then that the hero found out that an original heroine worked with him to save her father Dr. Wu, who was controlled by the Forever Living Group, and that the heroine was just a substitute that Dr. Wu had vomited and created in order to miss his wife and daughter, who had died in a car accident. In the end, the hero gives up on the second female and confesses his love for the heroine and goes with her. Read the synopsis and the general synopsis. Sheng Yixia's entire body was not very good. This film from the world background to the background of the story, all full of illogical and dog blood. And he also cannot imagine a big network movie with an investment of only $4,300,000 is still engaged in science fiction, which can make what sci-fi scenes. About the show itself knows this problem. So the show is starting to make a big deal out of talking about relationships. Even the crushing of the Aeon Syndicate's bionic conspiracy relies on love and courage. And the whole thing keeps falling in love. Falling in love my ass. Your dad's been captured for so long, and he's still falling in love every day. Writers can't make up scripts if they don't fall in love, can they? He even added in the jealousy and other doggerel between the first and second male, the second male and the first female, and so on. Sheng Yixia is flying through the script, while inwardly spitting madly, from the male to the male second, from the female first to the female second, are useless. This crap drama. Give him to act, he did not act. He tossed the crappy project aside and flipped up a second one. The project is called Spring Wind Left, which sounds like that inexplicable literary small fresh style, and as expected, after scanning the synopsis, he found that this is a youthful pain type of campus romance drama. Looked over the synopsis and storyline more specifically. Sure enough, the campus to fall in love with the sweet, to graduate after the separation of the two places to go to college, had to break up the regret, and then adult reunion, interspersed with jealousy, misunderstandings, make a mess, reconciliation, and then break up. So you guys were in love in high school. Ha? What kind of high school is this? A bunch of boys and girls don't do anything. Don't study hard. Fall in love all day long and get jealous. Is this school that open? Why he Shangxia High School all day on the bitter learning. Learning, and then learning. He want to dare to fall in love. Mom and teachers will dare to 24 hours on his turn to supervise. Before Shangxia had the chance to drop the script like an electric shock, Zhang Qing on the side spoke up. Isha, this, Spring Breeze left, is not bad, right? The female number one is now a little famous potential young flower, with a good image, and your acting really complements each other. The crew immediately saw that you still have some student spirit in your image, and both you and the male lead are schoolboys who can play that flavor. I'm still a few points short of getting into Peking University, while the male lead can go to Peking University even if he falls in love and gets jealous all day long. And I, Shangxia, am ashamed to be inferior. Even if someone like Wang Jianfeng has the kind of IQ, he still has to actively participate in OU, take the national exam, and kill the national team in order to be guaranteed admission to the Yao class. Shangxia was spitting madly inside. 300,000. And I've also fought for you to get $300,000 in pay. Zhang Qing said somewhat invitingly. This drama only costs $3,800,000, and I've gotten you the best paycheck so far. Shangxia's expression stiffened a bit. At his current level, having him play the male lead and paying him $300,000 for the role is indeed good enough for him. But the question is, what kind of card can you draw for playing such a thing? Drawing love cards? Just stick a love card in the slot and girls from all walks of life will fall in love with you? Didn't he talk to Qin Weiwei enough before? However, considering Sister Zhang Qing's emotions, Shangxia deliberated. Sister Zhang Qing, let's not think about making money right now. This movie is too much of a comfort zone for me. Wasting time, not to mention not half improving my acting skills. We also have to think about laying the groundwork for taking on the role of juggler Zhao Xingyao next, and we have to pick a role that will sharpen our acting skills in real life. Zhang Qing's expression stared slightly, but she still seemed to be convinced by Shangxia, nodding her head and saying, "It's me who was ill-considered. We should indeed look at the long term. Taking down Zhao Xingyao and acting him out should be our biggest goal at this stage. Take a look at the next project. That director is an up-and-coming director who once won an award at Cannes. And it's not a Netflix movie, it's a proper big screen movie. But this one your paycheck will be low, only 50,000, and you can only play the male second." As soon as she heard this, Shangxia's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. With his current credentials and strength, which serious big screen movie's second male lead would seek himself out? Fruity. It's a literary movie called Spring of the Marionettes, with the theme of a 1960s or 1970s country rom-com, interspersed with a lot of satire and criticism, explicit or implicit, of the era. It costs, like, $5 or $6 million. Looking at the project description, this is a movie that is intended to be taken to foreign exhibitions, with little expectation of the domestic box office. Shangxia's entire body was slightly numb. Ms. Chung Qing. No, is this a serious big screen movie? Not to mention the director's purpose and intention of making this movie. What skill card can he, Shangxia, draw on that cynical Runman's male number 2, who went abroad at public expense after getting into one of the top universities in the country, and never came back after that? Shangxia fell into silence. 3 programs, and not one of them is reliable, and all of them are in love, as if the writers can't write without being in love. After hesitating for a long time, Shangxia put down Spring of Petunia and silently picked up My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend, which he had despised to the bone at first. He now felt that the movie was actually okay. Sorry, My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend. It was me, Shangxia, who had the wrong eyes before. Isha, you're not going to act in this, are you? Seeing him picking back up My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend, Zhang Qing's face looked a bit embarrassed. Honestly speaking, many people in the industry don't think much of this sci-fi film that's worth more than $4 million. And the male lead of this movie is already booked out. So you'll have to play only the second male lead, who doesn't have much of a part. No, actually the male number 1 isn't that impressive. Shangxia silently spat in her mind, then gave Zhang Qing a gentle smile. No, I want to play Dr. Wu. Chapter 28. I, Shangxia, can only live a whole life. Request for follow-up reading? Put. Zhang Chang almost sprayed her coffee on Shangxia's face, and it took her half a day before she managed her expression again. Are you serious? She looked at the little cutie, like looking at Shangxia. Although Dr. Wu's character's appearances are okay, he's a backdrop-type supporting character with no tension in his scenes, and is properly a toolman serving the advancement of the plot. Starring in this kind of role, instead of doing anything to sharpen your acting skills, is not good for your commercial value. No, I think we've all underestimated Dr. Wu. Shang Yixia slowly took a sip of coffee before her expression gradually became grave. If we think about it carefully, there are actually a lot of suspicions on him. For example, if Dr. Wu loved his wife and family so much, why did he only produce a bionic daughter when his wife and daughter all died? Did he not love his wife? For another example, no great scientific research can be done without a huge amount of money, a well-equipped laboratory and an experienced team. And knowing that a bionic cyborg project involves every aspect of disciplines, Dr. Wu can't possibly create a bionic cyborg that fools even the male protagonist by staying home all by himself. Zhang Qing was a bit confused by what she heard. She, who was good at tearing things up, obviously didn't have any common sense or knowledge base in this area, but based on her awe of Shang Yixia's status as a schoolteacher, she still nodded her head feeling unaware of the situation. Seeing this, Shang Yixia suddenly began to ask, then the question arises, where does the huge funding, R&D team support, and top-notch labs that Dr. Wu needs come from? Pop. Zhang Qing slapped her thighs and came to a realization. The Forever Living Group. It turns out that Dr. Wu has long been a traitor to the Forever Living Group. Not necessarily. Shang Yixia slowly shook her head. Sister Zhang Cheng, if you think about it more carefully, why did Dr. Wu's wife and daughter both die in a car accident? Why was Dr. Wu immediately captured by the Forever Living Group just after completing the masterpiece that is his bionic mechanical daughter? Why is it again so coincidental that the bionic daughter was in danger when she went to save Dr. Wu and happened to meet the male team of the anti-war organization, Dawn, to save her? Could it be? Do you really think that the main male team and the bionic daughter can overcome the powerful army of bionic mechanical warriors by love and courage? With their group of two little cuties who only know how to fall in love all day long, how could they crush the Yongsan group's long brewing plot? The drama muddles through with coincidence. But do you really believe it's coincidence? A series of quick-toned questioning confused Zhang Qing. She froze for a good few moments before giving a horrified look. You mean there's an invisible hand behind the scenes manipulating everything? Just because Zhang Cheng is an excellent and very driven agent with a keen grasp of relationships, as well as her professional experience and keen sense of smell, doesn't mean she can easily run through the logical chain of a sci-fi drama. Her ability was pressed into service, just as Shang Yixia didn't have the ability to tear into her like that. That's right, if there's only one coincidence, then it might really be a coincidence. But a series of coincidences combined together can never be a mere coincidence. It's bound to be a well-arranged conspiracy. Shang Yixia lowered her voice and asked seductively, so, who do you think the black hand behind this, Sister Zhang Cheng? Zhang Xing was also a bit creeped out by what she heard and her eyes glazed over. Could it be that Dr. Wu is the one behind this? That's right, Sister Zhang Cheng, you also keenly perceived this, Shang Yixia complimented. And then her expression became very serious and earnest. According to my deduction, there is only one truth to the story. Dr. Wu is supposed to be a core expert specialized in bionic machinery, and the warmongers Yongxing group wanted to use Dr. Wu to develop bionic mechanical warriors to put into the battlefields of all parties to win more benefits and power. But Dr. Wu only wanted to live a simple life with his wife and daughter, so he rejected the Yongxing group. In a fit of rage, the Forever Living group sent someone to kidnap Dr. Wu's wife and daughter and threatened Dr. Wu to cooperate with them. Kidnapped? Zheng Cheng was stunned. Didn't he say he was dead? It's just smoke and mirrors. What scientist would work with the unit that killed his wife and daughter? Only kidnapping makes the most sense, Shang Yixia said in a serious manner. Therefore, Dr. Wu had to cooperate with the Forever Living group, but he was thinking of rescuing his wife and daughter and destroying the Forever Living group all the time. So while researching on the bionic mechanical warrior, he secretly made his bionic daughter out of the edges. Very reasonable. Zhang Chang nodded thoughtfully, but why is the daughter's memory different from what you said? This is the scary part of the bionic mechanical warrior system. As long as they are given the right memories to weave, they will be convinced that they are fighting for the belief of justice. This involves the bionic cyborg's ethical and moral system, the exploration and study of the legal system, which can give our movie more depth. Zhang Qing shuddered at what she heard, but she had already smoothed out the plot and flew down the line. So, Dr. Wu fed his bionic daughter false memories and made it so that she happened to be saved by the Breaking Dawn organization. And then she cooperated with Breaking Dawn, destroying the bionic human army and dismantling the conspiracy of the Forever Living group. Yet all the coincidences during this period were actually Dr. Wu's covert manipulation and assistance? Sister Zhang Qing, you are indeed very smart, Shang Yixia complimented and then continued. Because Dr. Wu can't go to save his wife and daughter in person, the only way to not arouse the suspicion of the Forever Living group is to use Dawn as an external force. Zhang Qing suddenly smartened up and frowned. Then the Winged Life group should know Dr. Wu's daughter, right? Won't it make the Winged Life group suspicious if the Bionic Daughter and Breaking Dawn hang out together? Shang Yixia sighed. Alas, the Bionic Daughter merely thought that she was a copy of Dr. Wu's daughter's memories and thought that she was supposed to look exactly like Dr. Wu's real daughter, when in reality everything was a false memory. Zhang Qing shuddered with excitement. It's horrible. The Bionic Daughter is so pitiful. Not only is she a tool to be used, even all her memories are false. If I were her, I would definitely break down. Being utilized is nothing more than the destiny of bionics, as they only exist as tools from the moment they are made. Shang Yixia's voice was deep. Alas, that being said, Zhang Qing sighed and nodded in agreement. But Dr. Wu is also really ruthless and sinister enough, but he was also trying to save his wife and daughter, so it's still possible to understand him. Not necessarily. Shang Yixia shook her head in opposition. I don't think the ending of this movie is full and three-dimensional enough. It would have been better if there had been a reversal at the point where the male lead of Breaking Dawn and the Bionic Daughter embraced and seemingly stepped into a happily ever after. For example, the hidden mechanical door beneath Dr. Wu's lab slowly opened, and inside stood row after row, densely packed with bionic cyborgs, and each one looked exactly like the Bionic Daughter. They were expressionless, sweetly smiling, terrified and frightened, or desperate and agonized, and Dr. Wu is watching them with doting eyes, and at this moment, Shang Yixia seemed to have gotten into the act as well. His facial expression became very soft, and his eyes were filled with a weird doting color. It was as if he was Dr. Wu in this moment. Ah, this! Snap! Wow! The coffee cup in Zhang Qing's hand fell to the ground and shattered, but she couldn't care less about this, and even heaved a cold shiver and looked at Shang Yixia with eyes like looking at a pervert. Yixia, you scared me. I'm sorry, Sister Chang Qing. Shang Yixia shook her head helplessly in her heart. I really don't want to play the other two shows, but I'll just have to live with the whole thing myself so I can draw good cards. Chapter 29, Mom, Call for Money, Request for Catch-Up Readings, Monthly Tickets. Shang Yixia rushed to the front desk and personally poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing drank half a cup of hot water, plus the staff cleaned up the coffee cup crumbs to divert her attention, and only then gradually slowed down from the horrible atmosphere Shang Yixia had created for her. She glared fiercely at Shang Yixia. You just made all that up, didn't you? It's indeed made up, but do you think it's energizing? Sister Zhang Qing? Shang Yixia asked with a smile. Powerful is powerful. Zhang Qing closed her eyes and thought about it, shivering with the aftershock. It's just that the ending is too scary. Leave a hook for the next part. Shang Yixia thought. In case he really starred as Dr. Wu, he had to leave himself a chance for a second part, so that he could continue to upgrade the quality of his skill cards and also increase the chances of drawing Dr. Wu's character cards. Knowing that the chances of drawing character cards are positively correlated with many conditions, such as character fleshing out, worldview fleshing out, etc. How can you possibly draw a good card without actively adding to the character's setting yourself? Besides, Dr. Wu was a top-notch scientist, and drawing a random science-based card from him would be enough for him to enjoy for a summer. After all, Shang Yixia has always had a self-awareness of his own. He knows that his own intelligence does not belong to the top of that hang, even if it is to concentrate on the route of the scientists. The future of the dead is also an ordinary researchers. Unlike never wanting to be an actor, becoming a scientist has been his ambition since childhood. However, this was not necessarily the case now with the card drawing system. Just a single, divine numinous, card would allow him to increase his concentration and comprehension when studying, and he was expected to become an excellent scientist. If you put together a scientific research type card deck, Shang Yixia feels that his future as a scientist is bright. That said, after Zhang Qing sobered up from the story, she also entered the comfort zone of her professional agent. But now there are still a few problems. Firstly, does the producer recognize our new proposal? Secondly, if the producer changes the script based on the proposal we provided, once the drama cools off, I'm afraid that we will have to take the blame for it, and the industry will spread the rumor that you, Shang Yixia, is a person who likes to blindly change the scripts and add scenes for the industry will rumor that you, Shang Yixia, are a theater hog who likes to blindly change scripts and add drama to yourself. Third, it's the same old problem. This crew is too poor. It's too hard to make a quality sci-fi movie with a mere $4.3 million. Shang Yixia pondered slightly. These three questions can actually be combined into one. Zhang Qing was at a loss. She didn't understand. Money. Shang Yixia smiled and made an exaggerated gesture. If we bring capital into the group, that's the father of the capital side. The father put forward an opinion to change the script. That can be called the theater bully? That's fatherly love. It can still be like this? Zhang Qing stared wide-eyed, not expecting it to be like this at all. Sure enough, the crew has the money. The script has been changed. and no one will be chewing on Dad. 3 problems perfectly solved. But Zhang Qing immediately calmed down again. The problem is, where do we get the money? The condition for you and the company to terminate your contract is that you don't take the money from plugging King Outsider and King of Kitchen. Although that's not much, but your studio is an empty shell. Then let's count the money first, Shang Yixia said. If you, Sister Zhang Cheng, are optimistic about the newly changed film, how much money can you come up with? Zhang Qing suddenly fell silent for a while. After a while, she shook her head and said, my ex-husband blindly invested and went bankrupt, and the family's money was almost spoiled by him, and I was only able to save the house after tearing myself apart with my ex-mother-in-law's family, but on the condition that the house would be given to the children in the future. Sorry. Shang Yixia was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly apologized in quick succession. Sister Zhang Cheng, I didn't know something like this had happened. It's nothing. Zhang Qing shook her head indifferently. We are in-death partners, not ordinary co-workers. I should have been honest with you about some of my family's situation so that we can have a foundation of trust. I'll tell you more about it later. Shang Yixia, after a brief thought, said, let's do it this way. I'll try to solve the money matter. You solve it? Zhang Qing glanced at Shang Yixia suspiciously. I'll try. Forget it if it doesn't work. Saying that, Shang Yixia didn't avoid Zhang Qing and directly dialed her mom's cell phone number. Only after 3 rings, the phone rang on the other end of the mom's happy voice. Son, today the sun came out of the west. How do you have time to call your mom? Chapter 29, Mom, call for money, requesting for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. Mother, Shang Yixia hemmed and hawed. Hold it. You want money, right? I'll call you later. Mom was obviously very familiar with her son's routine. No, I just want to ask Mother, have you read my Plug King's Gaiden? Shang Yixia changed her routine. I've seen it. I've also watched the video of your card playing. It's worthy of being my son. The acting is really handsome. Mom smiled and complimented. I also forwarded it to other sisters to see. They all think you are handsome. Sure enough, doesn't even the Queen Mother recognize his acting? By the way, I also left a message under your video. Have you seen it yet? Mom's voice continued. I'll send it to you. Soon. A screenshot was passed on Weixin, and the message on it was, handsome is done. Shang Yixia, Mom supports you. This. Shang Yixia was taken aback. So this is your message. He was familiar with the ID of his old mom. After all, this ID often sparred with the black fans and had been very active in defending him. He used to be afraid to take a ride, thinking it was a mommy fan. Turns out, I didn't realize it was the real mom. Shang Yixia, what? You have another mom? Old mom sent her soul questioning. Ahem. There are too many messages. I didn't read them carefully. I'll focus on you later. Shang Yixia hurriedly diverted her attention. Do you know about the Plugging King prequel that has a total investment of $6 million and a split of more than $20 million? I probably understood something from the comments on your vlog that said it was all because of you. Mom smiled and said, I didn't realize you were capable of much now. This silenced Shang Yixia. Mom's concern for him is really a little beyond his expectations. It is estimated that every day to hang him below the vlog, but instead, he is the son. Too little concern for his mother. After a few moments, he choked a little and said, Mom, I miss you. Now, it was his mom's turn to be silent, paused for a while and said, Son, don't talk like this. I'm afraid. Speak quickly. How much money this time? How much private money do you have? Mother? I'm out of contract with the company now and have opened my own studio. Cut the crap. You hurry up and say how much you want. My girlfriends are asking me to play mahjong. $3 million? Shang Yixia said tentatively. I'll transfer you $5 million from my personal money, but don't tell your father. That's for sure. How can we mess around and spread the word to Olden about us, mother and son? After hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before Shang Yixia's bank text message came and received a transfer of $5 million. Then, he showed the message to Zhang Qing, Sister Zhang Qing. Now we have funds. This scene completely silenced Zhang Qing dry. Her eyes looked at Shang Yixia slyly. She originally felt that Shang Yixia's temperament and cultivation were very good, and there was a kind of temperament in his bones that didn't care too much about more or less money, judging that his family's condition shouldn't be bad. But I didn't realize that it turned out to be the kind of nuisance that could go back and inherit the family business even if he couldn't make it in the entertainment industry. Plus more, begging for daily catch-up reading and monthly votes. Chapter 30? My dream is to become a scientist. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qing spoke solemnly, since you're so optimistic about this movie, Yixia, I'll go and raise 2 million as well to make a pile with your funds. Sister Zhang Cheng, there's no need for you to. Shang Yixia knew that she was having a hard time right now and just wanted to persuade a few words. However, Zhang Qing directly interrupted. Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. She then revealed a relaxed smile. Isha, don't worry. Your sister Zhang Qing has nothing else right now, but the connections and credibility she has accumulated over the years are still good, so it's easy to raise $2 million. Besides, the story you just told is indeed good. I think we can take a shot at it, and turn it around sooner if we succeed. But what if it's going to pounce? Shang Isha solemnly reminded that, the biggest characteristic of film and television works, is that never mind how loud the cowhide blowing? What big IP, S-class project, not online to accept the market before the real money test is empty. Who cannot guarantee which film will definitely return to the capital? It's not like you can't turn over a new leaf. Zhang Qing smiled indifferently. I'll give you a few more dramas, urge you to catch fire, and when your paycheck easily exceeds 10 million, a mere 2 million won't matter. Not to mention, sci-fi movies need to burn a lot of money. Not that burning money is always hot, but not having money to burn is really cool. Zhang Cheng is a veteran agent and still knows the characteristics of each genre very well. Shang Yisha pondered for a while and said, sci-fi does need money. At least the texture that should be there has to be there. I'll ask Sister Joe if she's willing to follow the investment. She's been earning a lot of money lately, and she's still very much floating. After obtaining Zhang Qing's consent, he edited a Wi-Fi message with the general situation and sent it to Zhou Shuiwe. It was only 3 minutes before and after. Zhou Shuiwe then returned a single word, follow. Before Shang Yisha could reply, Zhou Shuiwe's prestige video called. Shang Yisha didn't spoil her and cut the video into a voice call. Her voice gentle. Good day Sister Zhou. Shang Yisha, I'm the capitalist mom now. I order you to open the video call and let me check to see if your figure has gone out of shape. Immediately. Now. Zhou Shuiwe's condescending voice came out. Shang Yisha moved the phone away a bit and smiled towards Zhang Qing, as if to indicate, look, this person is indeed quite floating, right? Zhang Qing also laughed, and directly rushed to her cell phone. Zhou Shuiwe, do you want me to wash Shang Yisha and personally send her to your room? Ah, Sister Zhang Qing is also here. Zhou Shuiwe's voice was suddenly a bit flustered. Shang Yisha, why didn't you say so earlier? Joking. Zhang Qing and the Magic City Civic Writing Gominhong face crazy output thing has spread in the industry. I heard that Gominhong has not gone out for a number of days, are engaged in autism. Okay, say business. Shang Yisha hurriedly interrupted their hooligan behavior, and said after quickly telling the matter, roughly this is the situation. Sister Zhou, how much do you intend to follow the investment? To make money, Zhou Shuyu naturally will not be ambiguous, since you already have 7 million. Then I'll follow the 3 million. To make up an 8-digit integer bottom is also sufficient. This is how it is to get money together. If you just let Zhou Shuiwei offer $3 million alone, she would definitely consider deliberating for a long time. But with Shang Yisha's 5 million and Zhang Qing's 2 million at the bottom, Zhou Shuiwei's mindset is completely different. And she is now a little bit superstitious about Shang Yisha's ability and luck. And she pulls out money very quickly. 10 million, plus the original $4.33 million from the producers. Getting a Netflix quality sci-fi movie isn't exactly rich in funds, right? But it's more than adequate. Funding this thing, sometimes it is not that the more the better. With the net big this market volume, really if you get out of the tens of millions of dollars to the amount of money, the possibility of return to the capital but greatly reduced. Alright, then Isha, you put together the revised script. I'll go talk to the production team. With $10 million in hand, Zhang Qing's bottom line also looked full. What other conditions do you two have? With that amount of money, you can pretty much claim to be able to do whatever you want with a poor production team. I'm going to be a producer in the group, Zhou Shuiwe said unambiguously. If you don't supervise tens of millions of dollars, God knows what kind of muddled accounts those people will make for you. Although she was preparing for Plug King Gaiden 2, that project would not land for a while yet, and now she was idle. So she just went and did something. That would be best. Zhang Qing also knew that Zhou Shuiwei, as a producer and supervisor, had already worked on 3 Netflix projects, and was very experienced in all aspects of the crew's doorways. I'll go back and sharpen the idea and copy, and give it to you by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shang Yisha also got serious. Now it's not like just now when she could just blurt it out. Tens of millions of funds is not a small amount. Whether it was him, or Zhang Qing, or Zhou Shuiwei, all of them definitely did not want to lose. Besides, it was his studio's first project, so even if he didn't make any money, he'd better be able to do it without losing any money. The 3 men divided up the work and began to do their own thing. Shang Yisha went back home and started writing copy on the computer. First filling in the backstory elements, deducing the reasons for the formation of that sci-fi world from factors such as the economy, energy battles, and so on, giving it a detailed line of historical change. This was followed by a break from the original synopsis and a rerun of the storyline's logic, twists, turns, funnies, and so on, especially for the character of Dr. Wu. It is from the aspects of IQ, education, work history, family of origin, as well as the growth trajectory, etc. Fully fleshed out his persona, as well as the reasons for the formation of the character, so that the plot characters can stand up. It also adds to the persona of the other characters, fleshing out the characters in a more three-dimensional way. Shang Yixia is a typical science student. His analysis of the structure of a movie or television work is very different from the perspective of those screenwriters who come from the liberal arts. And in his opinion, the structural framework presented by a complete work should be very clear. It's like a beautiful industrial product, like a sports car. He was able to disassemble it in his mind, from the frame to the skin, from the engine to the wheel hub. Each part could be individually disassembled in his mind, and could be combined at will in his mind, constantly optimized, and could ultimately be turned into a transformer-like, structurally complete and beautiful product. This approach may not have a high enough ceiling to get a soulful literary masterpiece, but for a commercial Netflix movie, it's possible to keep its floor and strive for higher. At least the story structure can be clear and logical. The climax when the climax, the suspense when the suspense, the hot blood when the hot blood, the deep and heavy when the deep and heavy. Instead of making a story cloudy and uninformative, under the effect of the divine idea deck, Shang Yixia's spirit was very concentrated, completely immersed in it, and changed it up to brush up and fly. But the workload was really not small, and it took a whole night for him to get it all done. And then he habitually checked it again before sending it to Zhang Cheng. After doing all this, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep, perhaps too tired. Shang Yixia had a very rare dream. In his dream, he became a top great scientist, overcoming one scientific problem after another until he stood at the top of the human race. As for Wang Jianfeng's dream, he was only worthy of standing like a minion under the stage, responsible for looking at him with incomparable admiration and shouting Father 666. Time passed and 2 more days passed. After Shang Yixia shoveled the cat litter and fed in June, he took the elevator down to the underground garage with it, stroking its head and admonishing, "June, Daddy's going to go to work to raise you, so play near the garage and don't run far away." These days, as Ing June regained his health, he became more energetic and lively, and although he was very well behaved and never destroyed anything in the house, Shang Yixia could feel his pressing desire to go out and move around. Therefore, when Shang Yixia is not at home during the day, she lets her go out to play and picks her up when she comes back. Miao Young June responded with slight impatience, then rushed out in a single bound, disappearing in 2 or 3 clicks. Seeing this, Shang Yixia shook her head helplessly. Young June was the smartest cat he'd ever seen, and he didn't know if he was naturally smart or if he'd been blessed with a brain field that developed after being parasitized by the eyeball monster that the NFA called HS016. He hadn't been logging onto the URL provided by the burly man in black to check out the information on the transcendent realm. Naturally, in order to make some preparations, the day before yesterday from the drama theater to leave work half a day early, on the way in different stalls, bought a few used old cell phones. The evening in the study drumming 2 or 3 hours, will be these different cell phones dismantled parts, cobbled together a miscellaneous assembly machine. At the same time, he disassembled the battery and converted it into an externally powered battery system, making it easy to physically disconnect the phone from power at any time. The reason why Shang Yixia knew all this and had quite a few tools at his disposal was naturally because he was enrolled in Aurora's experimental engineering class, and playing with these was nothing more than child's play. He went back to the house first and prepared slightly. Half an hour later, Shang Yixia left the house with a duffel bag on her back, wearing a mask and a duck-tongued hat. He didn't take his usual cell phone with him this time, but carried a small amount of cash, took a one-card ride on the subway, buses, and on the way, he also stopped by the restroom to change into a different color t-shirt and a duck hat, mask, and so on. After arriving at a commercial plaza on the outskirts of town, he found a surveillance dead zone and sat down. This way, Shang Yixia's sharp divine perception didn't detect any signs of tracking. After resting for a while, he then took out his second-hand assembler and rubbed on the public Wi-Fi in the commercial building next to him, then opened his cell phone's browser and typed in that URL provided by the NFA on the fly. The internet wasn't fast, but the page still showed up quickly. The page is blank, with only one line, "Believe what you see." This routine again? Shang Yixia focused his attention on slightly activating his divine idea, and the page instantly became colorful, lines of text and patterns emerging. There is a striking line of welcome in the center of the screen. "Dear Transcendent, welcome to the official website of the National Bureau for Security Handling of Unusual Events, East China Regional Substation. Chapter 31, the crew changes the scene for Dad. Same time frame. It's still the same plain-looking Iveco. It was traveling on the outer ring around the city highway. The eyes of the group in the car were bloodshot. and one of them was shriveled and mentally exhausted. Even the black-robed, burly captain was half lying on the back of a chair with his eyes closed, his bearded face looking very tired and haggard. His normally handsome black trenchcoat was even dirtier at the moment, with multiple rips and scratches, and stained with unknown liquids. This operation to support the team of Silver Mountain Brothers finally came to an end, but it really drained their essence. The drowsy Xiao Zhang just instinctively continued to stare at the monitor, but when he saw a certain message, he suddenly froze, and then his eyes lit up, excitedly roaring, "Boss, boss, there is a new IP logging onto our official website, or the IP of our magic city." Phew! The black-clothed strongman stood up in a prancing manner, and the exhaustion in his gaze dissipated in full, replaced by intense excitement, as if a person had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights, and then smelled the tantalizing and incomparable aroma of a meal. The burly man in black was still interested in the mysterious transcendent. First of all, it was that person could single-handedly kill HS-016 even when the situation was unfavorable, indicating that his strength was quite good, and analyzing the comprehensive evaluation of his transcendent battle power should have reached the D+ level. Even compared to him, the captain, it wasn't too far off. Secondly, that guy seems to have a good brain and is definitely a talent when used in the right way. Most importantly, this mysterious person was also a relatively rare spirit side transcendent, and when combined with himself, a flesh-body strengthening side transcendent, they definitely complemented each other, and the strength play 1+1 was greater than 2. If there is such a person in the squad as a deputy, the work efficiency may be doubled, and the brothers and sisters under the hand do not have to work so hard to work overtime every day. The black-clothed strong man's heart was on fire, and with an arrow step, he rushed to Xiao Zhang, full of monkey thoughts, and sent out a series of questions. Did he log in with Wi-Fi? Or 5G? Did you find out his personal information? It was logged in using Wi-Fi. Xiao Zhang displayed a map of Magic City and located the IP in a suburban location. His face slightly odd, but it's a public network IP for a shopping mall. I also did not check his cell phone information, perhaps with the software shielded. I'll try again. Xiao Zhang did not wait for the captain to send word. Crackling a burst of operation, the sense of doubt became heavier. The cell phone he was using was very strange, with mixed hardware numbering information, like a cobbled-together assembler, and it was impossible to trace the owner through the hardware numbers. Boss, should we immediately notify the police station near the mall and ask them to cooperate with the operation and gather the mall security to conduct a dragnet search for suspicious people? The burly man in black felt it made sense and was just about to nod his head. A woman's voice rang out. Never. Xiao Zhang and the black-clothed strongman looked back at a pretty female group member with puzzled eyes. The pretty female team member explained, "This mall is 37 kilometers away from King Chenhua Ting, and the other party logged onto our website after several days and a heavy disguise, so it's obvious that he's very cautious. He must be trying to watch from the shadows and doesn't want to make immediate contact with us. With the target's alertness and his ability to process the crime scene, once the net is drawn, it will instead alarm him and make him completely give up on logging into our site again." That's a reasonable statement. However, the black-robed strong man was showing a difficult face. Then what to do? Are we not doing anything? Captain, you're being too monkeyish, the pretty female group member said. The fact that he's willing to log onto the website shows that he's still interested in us. I also know that the captain is trying to recruit him, but it's like chasing a girl. You have to learn to lower a girl's guard. What kind of person comes right out of the gate and takes drastic action such as stalking, pickpocketing addresses, investigating privacy, etc.? This will only make the other person resentful, more and more alert and disgusted, and even fearful to cut off all contact. In this case, even if we force him out, he won't be willing to join us. So what can you do then, Captain? Force him to join us? We are an official and formal organization, not the Black Shark Club. Listening to that pretty female group member's analysis, Xiao Zhang also felt quite reasonable, nodded his head and said, Learned, so that's how I used to scare people away when I was chasing girls." At these words, the pretty female group member and the black-clothed strongman both stared at Xiao Zhang in unison, their gazes filled with strange colors. Ahem, what I mean is, should we pass a message with him to express our goodwill? I can say hello to him by modifying the text on the webpage and refreshing it. Xiao Zhang hurriedly changed the topic. No, just let him hang out on the site by himself and don't bother him, the pretty female group member suggested, and said very seriously to the strong man in black, Captain, trust me, I'm not as good at fighting monsters as you are. But I've talked to more boyfriends than you've had blind dates. Ahem. Swallow, how do you talk? The black-clothed strong man's old face reddened as he seriously said, I was busy with my work. My mind was focused on maintaining peace and tranquility on Earth, and I didn't want to talk about my girlfriend for the time being. Alright, just do as you say. Soon, Chang began to dictate the mysterious transcendentalist's course of action on the site. He signed up for supernumerary transcendentalist membership, but the registration information is all filled out blindly. He's downloaded the House of the Transcendent. His quest reward for killing HS-016 through settlement was reviewed and approved, and he received 15 points. He started browsing the information on the East China Region Transcendent Material Trading Platform. He was browsing through the supernumerary Transcendent mission release information, the grouping information. He seemed to be very interested in it and stayed for a long time. He's offline. His cell phone is off. His cell phone physically disconnected. The black-robed stout man was itching to hear, with a lustful look on his face. So when will he show up again? It felt as if the goddess in his heart did not even see the face. Just feel each other's breath in the air after alternating. The goddess disappeared in the sea of people. 3 to 5 days. The pretty female group member, Yanzi, said with certainty, provided that you guys don't bother him again. In the meantime, Shang Yixia walked out from the hidden dead end of the surveillance. And every time he walked past a surveillance, the surveillance image would be vaguely blurred, as if he had taken a breath into the camera in the middle of a winter's day. Sweeping around, the winds were calm and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is this a friendly signal to me in a non-intrusive way? The corner of Shang Yixiao's mouth curled up into a smile. In fact, he had already prepared a plan to deal with the search operation today. I didn't expect the other side to hold back. Shang Yixia logged onto the website today to get some intelligence information, and secondly, to test the reaction of the NCA. The results of the trial were quite satisfactory. The NSA didn't send anyone to search him, or remotely invoke surveillance and other actions, and likewise didn't try to stuff a Trojan horse into his assembler, except that someone tentatively swept around the inside of his cell phone and paid attention to the entire flow of his operations. At least, the overall action was very restrained. There is restraint that is good. It shows that there is some sort of concern in mind and can prove that the other person is a target for calm communication. However, he had enough for the day and would wait to digest before making plans. Subsequently, Shang Yixia used a different planned route and used her transportation card all the way back to King Chenhua Ting. When I got to the underground garage, I howled at the top of my lungs Youngjun and Youngjun. Not long after, the civet cat Ingjun with a lazy pace, from the corner of the slow walk, as if it is not quite enough to play, reluctant to go home, but because of hunger and had to give in to the reality of the appearance. Shang Yixia doesn't spoil it, entering the elevator and signaling it to follow on its own. Otherwise you'll spend the night in the garage tonight. Only then did Ingjun rush into the elevator with an arrow step, rubbing against Shang Yixia's calf to show his intimacy. One person and one cat went to the 18th floor and returned home. Shang Yixia first pitched in to feed Ingjun after taking a bath and then ate something. It was only then that he sat down on the couch, checked up on his usual cell phone, and replied to important Wilson messages one by one. Among them was a document sent by Sister Haru Zhang. That was the new script that the production team of My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend had changed based on Shang Yixia's opinionated script for 2 days and 2 nights in a row with a burst of liver. According to Zhang Qing's description, when the production team heard that the script and setting would be changed, they were initially very resistant. But after hearing that Zhang Qing was willing to give the crew a follow-up investment of $10 million, they were like chicken blood, holding script meetings and changing the script overnight. The magic of money. After Shang Yixia lamented, she began to focus on reading the new script. After he carefully read the new background setting, story outline, and the script, he sort of let out a long breath of relief. And this time the script was generally okay after all. There are a few detailed parts that are still to be worked out, but those can be talked about once you're in the cast. With a script like that and tens of millions of dollars, the odds of losing money are much smaller if you shoot it properly. Sister Zhang Cheng, the script is okay. When are we going to enter the group and start shooting? Shang Yixia sent a message. He couldn't contain his inner desire to hurry up and finish playing Dr. Wu and start drawing cards. Tomorrow. They've been preparing for this project for quite some time. The studio has also been contacted a long time ago, and the production team is just waiting for the funds to be available to start the project. Zhang Qing replied almost in seconds. True to form. Netflix is all about efficiency at every turn. Okay, tomorrow then. Shang Yixia didn't want to delay any longer. Re-refined with a lot of detailed settings. Dr. Wu is already fuller and much stronger than he was in his previous role. Shang Yixia's heart began to look forward to what skill card she could draw from Dr. Wu. Chapter 32, Shooting. My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend. The next day. Magic City Film and TV City. In a remote studio. Regardless of the size of the crew, the pattern is fairly uniform after the opening ceremony of worshipping the god of fortune. The producer of the Bionic Girlfriend production team, Yang Jingsong, full of joyful smiles, gave out red envelopes to all the people in the program team, the amount of which was uniformly $200 for good luck. When it was handed out to Shang Yixia, Yang Jingsong shook his hand and didn't let go. His attitude was very enthusiastic. Mr. Shang, I've heard a lot about you. You're really young and promising. Where? Mr. Yang is the industry's old-timer. I came here this time to learn more with Mr. Yang. Shang Yixia had a smile on her face and a very humble attitude. About this producer Yang Jingsong he also know in advance. This person comes from a famous film and television company in the capital. Participated in the production of several big screen movies. In the previous years, when the net big wind mouth period, he didn't bother to come out to start a business. He did come out last year, but the Netflix windfall has long since passed, with various production crews reeling in greatness and audience tastes becoming more and more gripping. Yang Jingsong had done 2 online big results in a row were not satisfactory. To be exact, it was a loss of money, so that the funders lost confidence in him, but also led to this bionic girlfriend at the beginning of his project was difficult. Only raised 3 million. The other 1,300,000 or his own money. Mr. Shang, you're being modest. I've seen King of Plugs outreach. You've really shown. Yang Jingsong complimented. With you joining us, I have more confidence in our movie. In fact, at the beginning, Yang Jingsong found Zhang Cheng and invited Shang Yixia to join as the male number 2 because of his marketing ability and added fans and traffic. Relying on that one video of playing it cool, Shang Yixia's vlog fanbase was now close to 100,000, of which at least 60,000 to 70,000 were new active fans, which was more than the active fans of many third-rate starlets. As for acting, Yang Jingsong never expected Shang Yixia's acting skills. Anyway, his second male lead in this movie is a vase that doesn't need much acting skills. It's just that he never expected that Shang Yixia would raise tens of millions of dollars to join the project, and also proposed a series of modifications. Dad wants to change the script. What can I do? Change it. Mr. Yang, everything we do is for the good of the film. Earning money is the most important thing. Shang Yixia nudged him. Don't ever drift because you have more funds. Yes. Earn money. We have to earn money. Yang Jingsong chimed in. He's also had enough of the management's mouth, and is thinking of flinging money in the face of that group of management and towing the line once he's turned the corner with this movie. After some courtesy, Yang Jingsong led Shang Yixia to recognize the director, assistant director, producer, and the male lead, etc. In fact, he didn't need to introduce the producer, that is, Zhou Shuyue, who is now moving to give her body to him. However, in the workplace, Zhou Shuyu was also full of seriousness, a cold-faced female supervisor, and just greeted her normally. The male number 1, Miao Mingjie, who played the leader of Breaking Dawn, was about 27 or 18 years old, with a tall, tough and somewhat masculine appearance. He was an actor recommended by another movie company that had invested $3 million. As soon as Miao Mingjie saw Shang Yixia, his attitude was also very enthusiastic, with a mouthful of Mr. Shang and a very low posture. In fact, he did thank Shang Yixia in his heart for not killing him. If Shang Yixia had to play this male number 1, then the probability was that he would have been vaulted down, and the account of $3 million and $10 million was something that an elementary school student could understand. A little while later, Agent Zhang Cheng led Gu Yongzhang and a few others over for a meeting. Gu Yongzhang, an old acquaintance, naturally needed no introduction. Shang Yixia had already learned acting from him for a little over 2 weeks, and was tortured to death by him every day they were together. This time, Zhang Qing relied on a $10 million investment and not only plugged Gu Yongzhang into the group, but also the other 2 artists under his command, Yu Zi and Ji Yu. Zhang Cheng took the opportunity to help Shang Yixia terminate her contract with the company, and incidentally, even Gu Yongzhang, Yu Zi, and Ji Yu's contracts were terminated. But unlike Shang Yixia's treatment of opening a separate studio, the 3 of them signed under Zhang Qing's agent's studio name. This time, it's kind of a set performance for the 4 little fuzzy curiosities under Zhang Qing's command. Hello Shang. Yu Zi and Chi Yu's posture in front of Shang Yixia is similarly low. For one thing, their current curiosity is not as good as Shang Yixia's. And for another, Shang Yixia is a rich son who can casually take out $5 million to invest. Ugh. All are your own people. Don't ever be polite. You are all a bit older than me. Just call me Yixia. Shang Yixia hurriedly humbled herself, and while exchanging pleasantries, she secretly sized up Yu Zi and Ji Yu. Yu Zi was not too pretty, but she had a unique temperament, and her body was in good shape, and she was said to be an artist from a dance academy. And Ji Yu than Shang Yixia 2 years older, but he looked at the face more tender. Live as a small fresh meat. People look very handsome. Personality is a little shy. It is said to be singing class reality show debut. Also do not know why we'll mix so paste. Young Zhang, I'm going to go out to run the project. These few junior siblings of ours are relying on you to lead them. Zhang Qing smiled with a bit of a spring breeze. This time, she had a cool feeling of doing whatever she wanted to the production team with her $10 million investment. She unceremoniously takes the female number 1 for Yu Zi, the male number 2 for Ji Yu, and casts Gu Yongzhang as the number 1 villain, the old boss of the Yongsheng group. How could Zhang Cheng miss such a good opportunity to praise her own people? In her words, Arisha has given up the male lead. What's wrong with me taking a district female lead? Of course, when Zhang Cheng did this, he also communicated with Shang Yixia in advance. After all, he invested the most money, and once the project failed, he lost the most. Magic City Entertainment is a big company in the industry. The artists who are pressed at the bottom are definitely more than just Shang Yixia, and therefore, Zhang Cheng picked and chose and eventually only fished out 4 of them to bring. Naturally, it will not be a target for nothing. From her point of view, at least these 4 all have their own merits and characteristics, and have a chance to be popular. With Gu Yongzhang, that quality front-runner, in place, Shang Yixia chose to trust Zhang Qing's vision. Other than that, at least Gu Yongzhang playing the old boss of Yongshen Group was definitely a plus for the project. After arranging the scene, Zhang Cheng left in a hurry. She is now out of the single dry cool is cool, but there is no Magic City Entertainment that tree in the back to support. Grab resources naturally not so easy. Must take the initiative to run the crew to contact feelings. Everyone, don't group together here. Gu Yongzhang smiled and said, all spread out and go deal with people individually, lest our small team atmosphere be too heavy and have a bad influence. At the word of command, each dispersed and went about chatting. Soon the director asked for the first scene. The atmosphere was suddenly serious, but usually the crew chooses a simple scene for the first scene, to try to get a head start and to allow the guys to get into the swing of things in a gradual manner. This director, however, does the opposite. The first scene chosen was a martial arts scene in which the heroine is chased by the Aeon Syndicate's biochemicals, as well as a rivalry scene after being saved by the hero. At the same time, Ji Yu, Gu Yongzhang, Shang Yixia, were also notified by the assistant director of the next scene to be filmed, each of which is a difficult scene. Especially Shang Yixia was asked to prepare for the last scene, the row of daughters, revealing a doting and obsessive eyes of the scene. It's green screen, no physical solo eye candy, and the difficulty is basically kind of drawn out. Soon, Yu Zi, who was the female number 1, put on her makeup and tight sci-fi battlesuit, and entered the scheduled shooting location. Taking advantage of the time when the action director was quickly explaining and demonstrating the essentials of the action with her, Shang Yixia came over to Gu Yongzhang's side and inquired in a low voice, Brother Gu, what does the director mean by this? Is he holding a grudge in his heart and trying to vent his negative emotions arising from too much interference from the management and the crew in this way? Shang Yixia is not afraid of acting difficult scenes at the beginning, but just worried that the director has emotions. If he keeps working with emotions, this project is afraid to directly cool. Gu Yongzhang was worthy of being an old supporting actor who had been in the battlefield for a long time. His face was calm as usual, not quite. In fact, I know this director, and he's very good in all aspects. He may want to get rid of the charm on the capital actors, especially on you, and take the opportunity to establish the director's authority. After all, it's hard for a director to direct a movie without authority in a crew. Oh, dismounted. Shang Yixia smiled instead. He doesn't care about that. He only worries that the director's psychological burden is too great when facing the capitalist actors, and he has scruples everywhere. How can he direct a good work in this way? He really didn't want his mom to lose her $5 million, and the better the director's shot, the better chance he has of drawing a quality skill deck. Now, wait and see. Shang Yixia looked toward the bearded director with a serious and majestic expression, loudly directing the scene, and raised her spirits to watch the scene. Chapter 33, Mr. Shang, you're really a dedicated actor. My bionic mechanical girlfriend scene 5. First mirror, first time, pop, action. As the field manager's crisp beeping sounds, the director calls for the camera to start, and several camera positions are activated at the same time. In front of the green screen, Yu Zi leapt down from a 1-meter high platform, landed on the ground and rolled in a circle, then knelt backward on one knee, while pulling out the 2 prop guns on her waist, making a bang 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 continuous shooting motion. The whole movement is light as a cat, clean and very pleasing to the eye. Shang Yixia's eyes also lit up as she watched. Unexpectedly, Yu Zi's face wasn't very pretty, but when she wore the tight combat uniform, it was very revealing, and her flexibility, agility, and control over her body were all very strong. It made every move she made very clean and fluid. Ka! After the director shouted, he couldn't help but turn around and the producer Yang Jingson looked at each other, both seeing a flash of surprise in the other's eyes. As Gu Yongzhang had deduced, The arrangement of these scenes today did have their considerations in it. This time, Zhang Qing raised tens of millions of dollars to enter the game, and changed the script and stuffed 4 actors into the group. They were also worried that during the filming process, the actors would have problems with their mentality, and become impatient and disobedient, so they specially filmed difficult scenes at the beginning, ready to wait for them to have problems, and then to temper and repeat the filming to polish off their arrogance as capitalist actors. They originally thought that Yuzi would definitely be nervous when she rushed onto the stage, and they were mentally prepared to shoot this shot 7 or 8 times, but they didn't want this first one to work so well. What to do? Straight through, or? The director quickly came to a decision and shouted, "Very well, let's keep one. My bionic mechanical girlfriend scene 5. First mirror, second, pop, action." Yuzi repeated the actions from earlier, still clean and sharp, her movements light and soft, yet agile and powerful. Click. This one's over. Start the next shot. The director didn't have any nonsense this time, and went straight through, followed by several other shots of this scene, such as the female lead drawing her melee dagger and the other bionic fighting moves, etc. All of which Yuzi accomplished with a high degree of completion under the action director's guided demonstration. Yang Jingsong's face was filled with joy. He is out of the big factory. He has seen a lot. Naturally he has his vision and appreciation. This Yuzi's basic skills are very solid, especially in terms of body flexibility is perfect. She's not exactly pretty, but her facial features are more memorable and her legs are still long. And the action director is a man who knows what he's doing, and he's designed the action sequences with a lot of high lifts, leg sweeps, and high side kicks for her. When the movie is ready in post, it's bound to be a quality fight scene with a good mix of coolness, striking and sexiness. It's kind of a pick-me-up. Yang Jingsong himself understands very well in his heart. 2 consecutive blood loss of him. This has been his last chance. The film at least have to do less loss, or no loss of money, to have the opportunity to fight again. Otherwise you can only find a place to go to work again. It is precisely for this reason that Yang Jingsong is under a lot of pressure. And the more pressure he is under the more he cares about every point. And Yuzi's excellence in the action scenes is tantamount to adding a piece of weight to the scale of victory. Can he not be happy? Subsequently, Yuzi is again acting opposite male number 1 Niao Mingjie. However, Yuzi, who is not an actor from a science class, reveals her weaknesses at this time. She is relatively weak in terms of her ability to write a scene, and she has been clicked by the director several times in a row. At this point, Gu Yongjiang from the Paste Cafe team came on stage to give Yuji acting instructions, encouragement, help her relax, and tell her that the play wasn't difficult, as long as she found the emotion to act in character. It wasn't long before Gu Yongjiang helped her find the emotional point. Yuzi's performance was really much better, making the director also sigh in relief and secretly sigh that Lao Gu was really a talent. After Yuzi's scene was finished, it was time to prepare for Ji Yu's scene. He had already put on his makeup and had been preparing for a long time as well, looking a bit nervous. Shang Yixia comforts, Ji Yu, your scene isn't too difficult, but you need to shake up your spirit and make yourself as handsome as possible. Shi Yu thought, also right. This male second was originally invited Shang. Even Shang's so awkward acting production team can send out invitations. Visible role is indeed not difficult. He instantly self-confident, spirited, full of energy. Shang, I will definitely work hard. It was a pity that Shang Yixia didn't have a mind-reading card, otherwise she would have quenched his face. Go go go. Cheers. Shang Yixia encouraged again. When Yuzi came down, Shang Yixia also praised her unstintingly. Sister Yu, your action scenes are fantastic. You really deserve to be a dance major. Yuzi's face was flushed. She looked excited too, waving her hands to Shang Yixia. Don't ever call me sister. You should still call me little fish. My friends call me that. Brother Shang, I've seen your Plugging King Gaiden. It's really handsome. I'm a fan of yours, and I've also followed your vlog. Don't. You call me Yixia too. By the way, little fish, let's add a little bit of prestige, and I'll close your vlog back. After adding friends with each other, Shang Yixia opened the vlog and found that her fan base was almost breaking 100,000. Found the small fish vlog back off a bit, and found that the number of her fans was pitifully small, and had only just broken through 1,000. The 2 latest vlogs, both retweeted Plugging King Outreach's promotional advertisements, including the one that performed the card control technique, which had more than 1,000 reads, and the number of likes fell into the dozens. Fish, have you acted in any movies released recently? I can forward it for you as well. Shang Yixia said politely. No. I just acted in 2 small supporting roles in 2 online movies, and one of them cooled off just 2 days after it hit the shelves. Yuzi playfully spat out her tongue. I deleted the promotional advertisements myself. I don't have many fans anyway, The producers won't be able to find out. The two made small talk for a few moments afterward. The stage manager then found Shang Yixia and asked him to go change his costume and makeup. Shang Yixia bid farewell to Yu Zi and went to the dressing room. The makeup artist was very polite and asked Shang Yixia what she wanted for her makeup, so she could try to cooperate. Shang Yixia recalled the image of her mentor Gao Hongba in her mind, so she took out her cell phone and showed her mentor's photo. Try to be more mature and stable, have some white hair, not make me look like I have a tender face, and have the temperament of a scientist. His mentor, Gao Hongba, was originally a big name in the industry, a properly accomplished scientist. Will this show my age? The makeup artist looked carefully at the tutor's picture and frowned. Mr. Shang, you have a very good image. The makeup should highlight your handsomeness more. No, to play a scientist, you have to perform the image and temperament of a scientist. Shang Yixia's expression was serious and very earnest. Trouble you. Just kidding. His card system, but there are two key requirements, called host interpretation degree, host and character integration degree. Acting as scientist if the performance of the flavor of fresh meat too, these two can get high evaluation to hell. The makeup artist stood in awe. Mr. Shang, you're such a dedicated actor. I'll try my best to meet your requirements. Shang Yixia was satisfied, but at this moment, coincidentally, the sound of cell phone prestige sounded. Glanced at it, but it was a message from Gao Laodang. In this instant, Shang Yixia's entire body was a little less than good. The cell phone almost flew off as well. Not. I just took a look at your picture. What do you mean you sent me a message right away? Chapter 34, this Shang Yixia is a pervert, right? Sent you a few questions in your email, so solve them and get back to me. Gao Laodang was as concise as ever. Shang Yixia's heart thumped. Gao Laodang had come to surprise check his revision progress. Although he successfully bailed out of graduate school under Gao Laodang had always been dissatisfied with his slacking off on his studies, and ordered him to primp himself on the basics before he officially went to graduate school. What's coming, is coming. Fortunately, he, Shang Yixia, had recently become obsessed with studying and couldn't help himself, and with the Divine Thought Card's boost, his revision progress was even more rapid by the day, and he himself felt that his current self was frighteningly strong. Shang Yixia quickly opened her email to check the questions sent by Gao Laodang, and scanned through them. Well, it was a bit difficult, but not a big problem. Mr. Shang? The makeup artist whispered a reminder. It's time for makeup. It means you're still playing with your cell phone? Why don't you put it down? Sorry. Shang Yixia hurriedly apologized and said, I'll return a homework assignment to the teacher. Makeup teacher, you help me do my hair first. Okay, bah. The makeup artist was rather helpless, but she had been doing makeup for a long time on various film sets. What kind of people hadn't been seen before? And immediately began to get busy. Shang Yixia, on the other hand, pestled his head, stalking his neck to quickly solve the problem. Before and after but 5 minutes, he gave Gao Laodang back to the email, and reminded on the Weixin, Teacher, I finished solving it, and the answer has been sent to your mailbox. As expected, Gao Laodang's side didn't reply to him immediately. After another 5 minutes, Gao Laodang once again sent a prestige message. It's okay, I sent you a functional requirement. You get an integrated circuit design program that realizes that function to me. Shang Yixia's entire body began to go numb. This old dang, he's still got his nose in the air. What do you mean, get an integrated circuit design program? Brother, no, dang, I haven't even started grad school yet, and you're already catching mules and horses? Am I going to be able to shoot this movie? Gao Laodang added another rare sentence. Give it to me within 10 days. Remember, the program requires simplicity, efficiency and stability. Oh, and it also requires simplicity, efficiency, and stability. Isn't that the so-called perfect solution? And you're only giving it 10 days? Even though his insides were filled with the desire to spit, the words came out of his mouth, but he honestly replied back, Roger that. He didn't go to the mailbox to see the functional requirements sent by Gao Laodang, for fear that his brain would be a muddle after reading it, and he wouldn't be able to act well. And next, it would be a tough battle. He began to close his eyes and let the makeup artist do whatever she wanted to his head and face. 20 minutes later, the makeup artist's voice rang out. Mr. Shang, the makeup is already done. Would you take a look? Shang Yixia opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror, and what he saw was a mature and slightly vicissitudes of the face. Hair combed meticulously, but mixed with a little white color. Seems to have hidden old age. However, he's got a good base, and even when he's aged down, he still has a different kind of mature charm. Shang Yixia froze for a moment before slightly adapting to his current image. He asked the toolmaker for a pair of glasses and a costume, went into the dressing room to change, and looked at himself in a white coat and glasses in front of the standing mirror, and again fell into silence. The scientist's iconic white coat, his mature but handsome face, his unsmiling expression, his deep eyes baptized with knowledge. Is this his future self? He recalled Gao Laodang's walking posture and temperament in his mind and adjusted it in the mirror for a few moments before walking out of the locker room with an unhurried gait, while a slight sense of fatigue came into his eyes. Still chatting, makeup artist and props master saw the situation. All froze, staring at Shang Yixia in a daze for a few seconds before the props master sighed in amazement and uttered, "MS. Shang, you have this modeling. It's simply excellent. Just now look at your appearance. As if you have just stepped out of the laboratory." The makeup artist agreed. "It does have a scientist's temperament. It's just," she spoke with slight hesitation, "it's just the image that kind of buries your handsome appearance. It's okay, makeup teacher, your makeup skills are great. Thank you for your hard work." After a few polite words, Shang Yixia walked out of the dressing room and went to the shooting site. Ji Yu's scene has finished filming at some point, and he's carefully observing Gu Yongzhang filming the scene with Yu Zi. Gu Yongzhang, needless to say, his acting skills have reached the point of pure fire. Every action, eyes, are pinpointed extremely in place. Line skills are also very strong, can excellently and the role of the integration, so that life out of a kind of he is the boss of the Yongxing group of feeling. Click. This one passes. The director was very excited and led the applause. The scene also resounded with applause. Just now, Gu Yongzhang seemed to give the actors on the scene a vivid lesson in teaching live acting. Ji Yu, how was your performance just now? Shang Yixia applauded as she came over to Ji Yu's side and asked. Just now Ji Yu turned back and answered half a sentence. Then he was shocked and took 2 steps backward, staring at Shang Yixia. You are brother Shang? Shang Yixia's arrival also attracted the attention of the group. The unified reaction was dumbfounded, shocked, and froze for several seconds. Even the director and producer Yang Jingsong ran over and circled around Shang Yixia twice. Mr. Shang, wouldn't this be a bit of a big sacrifice on your part? Yang Jingsong said with slight hesitation. He invited Shang Yixia to join him, originally because of his image and flow, but now this image, completely and handsome, do not match. Mr. Yang, I'm an actor. As long as it's for a better fit and interpretation of the character, I'm fine with it. Shang Yixia smiled. Yang Jingsong rolled his eyes in his mind. I'm talking about whether you can or can't. What I'm saying is that with an image like yours, how am I going to use you to attract your mom fans, girlfriend fans, and sister fans to come see the movie? I'm more afraid that they'll rush our movie and give it a bad review. Besides, what kind of actor are you? Do you have any acting skills? Although Yang Jingsong inner 10,000 MMP do not know where to start, but he did not dare to spray Shang Yixia, the scold master father, in person. Can only pull on the director and said, Zhang director, what do you think? He wanted the director to rely on his authority on the set to persuade Shang Yixia to change her look again. And even if she was going to play a scientist, it had to be a handsome, screen-licking scientist who could make those women lick their screens. The director carefully sized up Shang Yixia for half a day and held back a sentence. Try. These words were another punch to Yang Jingsong's heart, and he said with egg on his face, alright, let's give it a try then. After the audition, when he shows his bad acting skills and this unsellable image, Director Zhang, you'll know you're wrong. Soon, Shang Yixia took her place right in front of the green screen. The cameraman kept adjusting the camera position under the guidance of the assistant director, and the lighting technician kept adjusting the light source. This shot of him looks very simple, but in fact it's quite uncomplicated, requiring several camera pushes and pulls, rotations, to render as much of the atmosphere shown by his expression as possible, and the demands on the lighting technician are not low. When everything is ready, there was silence. Photography begins. The field goalkeeper starts to hit the boards. Bionic girlfriend, scene 76, first mirror, first time, pop, action, with a command from the director. Shang Yixia, who had already been brewing for a long time, instantly entered the performance state. It was as if he was watching something, and as if he saw something. The meticulous and serious and cold expression gradually softened, and a doting color emerged in his deep eyes, as if he had returned to that day when he first saw the newly born little angel outside the maternity ward. He reached out as if he wanted to touch her, but was afraid of hurting her. Gradually, that doting color grew thicker and thicker, so thick that it revealed a touch of bizarre perversion and madness. The producer Yang Jingsong and producer Zhou Shuiwei, who were watching the show on the monitor, were like cats that smelled danger. Their hairs exploded, goosebumps rose, and their scalps were numb and their whole bodies were trembling. This is a pervert, isn't it? Chapter 35, The water in the transcendent world is deep. Zhou Shuiwei in particular felt it most deeply. Her impression of Shang Yixia all along was that he was sunny, handsome, smart, clean, and very polite, steady and measured in dealing with people, and quite helpful and righteous. Of course, now there's the added tag of being the youngest son of a rich family. All the labels that can be put on it have nothing to do with the image in front of you, but are the opposite of it. But the current Shang Yixia gave her the creeps and struck fear from the bottom of her heart. This is a madman who would drag the world with him to the grave in order to resurrect his daughter. Ka! The director's shout rang out, and it was as if the tense emotions of the people around them were broken and loosened up, and most of the awe in their hearts disappeared. Yeah, that's Shang Yixia playing Dr. Wu. He's not a pervert. But what the crowd did not expect is that after the director shouted click, Shang Yixia still maintained that action and expression, and even the expression became more and more distorted. Gu Yongzhang rushed up and put his arm around Shang Yixia's shoulder and kept whispering, Yixia, it's over. Wake up. It's over. Wake up. Phew. Shang Yixia exhaled heavily, gradually slowing down, her voice a little hoarse. Brother Gu, I'm fine. Gu Yongzhang also breathed a sigh of relief and patted him on the shoulder with an easy smile. You acted very well just now. Go go go. I'll tell you about the embarrassing incident that Ji Yu had during the shooting just now. He was scolded by the director. Then, he started to keep using an exaggerated tone, colorfully talking about the scene that Shang Yixia didn't see just now. The way Ji Yu was sprayed by the director and all cried out. This caused Ji Yu, who was following closely behind, to stare straight into those large, Karanzi-like innocent watery eyes. No, brother Gu, was I that humiliating just now? In fact, Gu Yongzhang certainly understands Shang Yixia's problem. He's using the experiential acting style, incorporating Dr. Wu's state of mind to act, and as a result, the incorporation was so deep that he didn't get out of the scene for a while. This situation is not uncommon in the acting process, and it is even not uncommon for an actor to get so deep into a scene that he or she can't get out of it for the rest of his or her life. And the experienced school of acting, or Gu Yongzhang personally taught him, mainly Shang Yixia acting basic skills are too poor, but the basic skills are not 10 days and half a month to make up for. Want to in a short period of time to improve the acting skills to a good level, only to learn the experienced school, and then slowly to make up for the basic skills shortboard. It was for this reason that the experienced Gu Yongzhang immediately woke Shang Yixia up and distracted him with gags to help him quickly get rid of the effects of being immersed in Dr. Wu's mental world. Brother Gu, don't worry, Shang Yixia smiled and said, I'm a logical person. I can distinguish between inside and outside of the scene. The main thing is that the character of Dr. Wu is equal to what I've reimagined. I just wanted to experience his deepest emotional motives, to pave the way for the second film. Okay, it's good that you have it in your heart. Gu Yongzhang didn't dwell on it much and patted his shoulder with a smile. Snap! The director led the applause, and Yang Jingsong, Zhou Shuiwei, and the rest of the cast followed suit, and even the masked actors joined in. There was a round of applause. Mr. Shang, you really amazed me. The director's Mr. Shang was a true expression of affection. You're too polite. Director Zhang, I've just been pondering Dr. Wu a lot, and it just so happens that this part is more sensational. Shang Yixia was even humble. Should we secure another line? The director hurriedly waved his hand. No, this one is good enough. He didn't dare to let Shang Yixia come back for another one, for fear that he would be too deeply involved in the drama and have a negative impact on his psyche, and Zhang Cheng would not be able to tear him apart at that time. And Yang Jingsong's complexion was much more complicated. I didn't expect Shang Yixia to portray Dr. Wu so evocatively. It would be unreasonable to say that he should change his look now, but if he didn't, wouldn't he be missing a huge wave of traffic? Ugh, headache. Just have to take one step at a time. However, at this point, Zhang Qing under the banner of the four heavenly kings of the debut have come to an end. In the eyes of the director, in addition to Ji Yu is more pulling crotch, the other three for the film is a plus point, especially Shang Yixia. That was a surprise. Still, Netflix's filming work is fast-paced, and as the shoot progresses, the entire crew gradually steps into the fast lane of filming, and everyone on the set is busy as hell. Even the actors who don't have a scene on the set are constantly previewing the subsequent scenes, or like Yu Zi, who is constantly practicing her fight routines. Perhaps because of the more abundant funds, the director was more strict with the shots, oftening many times, making the cast and crew suffer a lot. However, when it comes to suffering, the degree of hard work of middle and lower level actors is definitely ahead of most industries. What with dozens of days without a home, continuous rotation, big night drama, falling to a bruise, or even injuries, no one will complain of suffering, let alone scold the production team for being inappropriate. It's not just about actors wanting to be popular. Rather, there's a peculiarity to this industry that once the show starts, the money is burning through the roof every day, and no crew is going to take on an actor who enjoys screaming and dragging his feet. For some middle and lower tier actors, it's okay to be told that their acting sucks, But if they are rumored by the industry that they can't take the pain, that's really the end of the story. By 11 o'clock at night, the director announces that today is the first day and work should not be too tight and announces that he is calling it a day. Producer Yang Jingsong is in high spirits and organizes a late-night snack tonight, but Shang Yixia politely declines. In order to avoid the reputation of being out of place, he also took out the assignment email from his mentor to act as a shield, giving the group a glance before revealing a face full of bitterness. Then, to the uncertain, but respectful eyes of the crowd, he got into an online car with his duffel bag. However, Shang Yixia did not go home immediately after coming out of the theater group, but went to a place called Ningxi Road. On the way, got off the car, ordered some kebabs and a bottle of beer at a lively late-night snack store, picked a roadside table to sit down and eat unhurriedly and did not move to observe and collect information. Soon, his eyes then caught an RV. It was parked in a corner parking space on the side of the road, its twin expansion parts already deployed. Shang Yixia was eating the skewers while the situation when he logged into the official website of the National African Bureau yesterday was floating in his mind. Although Shang Yixia was unable to access too much deep information because of the newly registered supernumerary transcendent account's insufficient permissions, but even so, the intelligence gathered was enough to shock him and turn his original worldview upside down. It turns out that underneath the seemingly calm surface of the world, there is such a dark tide, as if there is a huge iceberg hidden beneath the surface. The reason why Shang Yixia appeared here, it was also because yesterday, in the House of Transcendence, I saw a message asking for a group. A supernatural with the ID of Rei Hirono said that she had taken on an anomaly investigation mission and was looking for a like-minded partner to carry out the outsourced mission with her. And the location of the mission, which Forenza Lee had inadvertently revealed, was near this Ningxi Road. However, the thread posted by Forenza Ray didn't hang around for long before it was hidden due to a content violation. But the content of the post alone was enough to make Shang Yixia a little sleepy. A lot of information and questions can be inferred from the content of this post. As long as the NCA is not controlled by a bunch of corpses, then the odds are that the officials are now understaffed, which is why they have to outsource some of their tasks and spread them out to supernumerary transcendence. There is a very scary hidden message unfolding behind this. The lack of manpower meant that the frequency of unusual events was feared to be more than Shang Yixia's original prediction, and the unusual events that occurred at Chen Ji's seafood restaurant in Qingchen Huating were but the tip of the iceberg. In addition, the supernatural person called Fire Wild Ray also put forward in the post, requesting that the team members' supernatural level comprehensive evaluation should not be lower than grade D, and it would be better to have a grade C big brother to lead the newcomers, and so on. It could be deduced that there was a high probability that Fire Wild Ray was a transcendent with a comprehensive rating of D. Shang Yixia didn't know what standard this so-called transcendent rank comprehensive evaluation was, nor did he know what level he could be evaluated to, but judging from the letters D and C, there should be B's and A's in theory upwards, plus the existence of the Transcendental Materials trading platform. It showed that the transcendental world was more complex and prosperous than he had imagined, and had formed a complete ecological chain and a small social structure. Originally, Shang Yixia's plan was to act quietly and develop slowly, but after logging onto the website of the State Security Bureau and realizing that the water in this world was deeper than he had imagined, he naturally became a bit unable to sit still. Therefore, he decided to come here to take a look, hoping to have some luck in secretly observing the actions of that Hirono Ray, to capture more information, and preferably to observe how the other party accomplished the task. However, at this moment, Shang Yixia was also curious about what kind of person would give herself the ID name of Flame Wild Ray. He had curiously googled it earlier, and found that Hirono Ray was a high school girl who specialized in flames and fought against evil, and was the main character in an old female-oriented anime, American Girl Warrior. Oh well, let's hope it's not a gouger full of bad taste. Chapter 36, JK Ponytail Transcendentals, Hirono Ray. Achoo, achoo. In that double expansion RV, a high school-looking girl sneezed a few times in quick succession. She was dressed in knee-high socks, pleated skirt, white blouse and sailor suit, a typical JK outfit, long black hair and a half ponytail hairstyle, and she was still very pretty and cute-looking. MS. Key, are you okay? Beside her, a man with a shaved flat head and a stocky body cared enough to hand her a blanket. You've already stayed up a second all-nighter. Why don't you take a break and we'll take turns keeping an eye on it? The caravan was also fitted with some instrumentation, but it was far less large and complex than those in the NFA's Iveco, rather like a simplified version. It's okay, I'm well enough to hold up. The girl rubbed her nose, smoothly took the blanket and draped it over her shoulder, and through the one-way glass film of the car window, she looked at the late-night snack stalls not far away with a strong smell of smoke and fire and said, "If you guys want to be hungry, let's go and have a snack first." The girl's name is Kisley, and she just took the college entrance exam a month or so ago. She was accidentally caught in the middle of an unusual event during her sophomore year of high school, survived the rescue of the NFA, and awakened her flame-based superhuman abilities. Originally, she felt that she was the chosen daughter who would save mankind, and wanted to join the National Bureau of African Affairs on the spot to make a contribution to the peace and security of mankind. But she could only put it off for the time being due to the strong opposition of her father, a famous entrepreneur in the Magic City. After that, the father and daughter finally reached an agreement after many arguments and communication. As long as Kisley's college entrance exam score ranking can make it into Aurora University's last year's filing line, her entrepreneur father will support her to set up a supernumerary transcendent squad, so that her ideal of saving the world can start from dry outsourcing. And she was also assured that as long as she could successfully complete her undergraduate studies at Aurora, there would be no more interference in her future choices. Without a doubt, Kisley's college entrance exam results reached the goal, and her father didn't go back on his word, supporting her with a large sum of money to prepare for the establishment of the Transcendent Squad, and recruiting a few outstanding veterans for her to act as bodyguards with high salaries. In the past half of the month, Kisley had completed an F-ranked mission and an E-ranked mission, accumulating a total of 4 Transcendent points, allowing her ideal of saving the world to complete a breakthrough from 0 to 4. Unfortunately, her squad's recruiting program was going poorly, and the posts on the House of Transcendence were soon sinking into the sea, with either no one responding, or those who contacted her being unreliable people, the kind she'd pass on at a glance. And yesterday's message begging for a group was directly hidden by the administrators because they accidentally revealed the location of the quest. Bad luck, blood loss. Just thinking about it, Kisley couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. You know, posting on the House of Transcendence is not without a price. Posting a piece will cost you 0.1 point, and to be on top for a day will cost you 1 point directly. MS. Then we'll take turns to get some snacks. What do you want to eat? We'll bring it for you, the flat-headed man politely inquired. To be honest, it turned out that he was resistant to this job of protecting a rich family's young lady, not to mention that it was a very dangerous job, but there was no way that Mr. She was giving too much. Kisley was just about to order a few meat skewers when suddenly, the monitoring instrument emitted a beeping sound, and a large yellow E+ letter and a creased line representing a violent fluctuation of energy appeared on the monitor. The monitor showed a large yellow E+ letter and a creased line representing a violent fluctuation of energy. Detected transcendental energy eruption fluctuations now. It's at the E+ level. The target seems to be a bit stronger than the intelligence expected. Kisley stood up with a flourish, the fatigue in her eyes swept away, and a faint glow of fire even surfaced as she said excitedly, "It's not far across the street in an old factory building." As of now, the sensitivity and detection range of these devices to transcendent power was extremely limited. Only relatively close distances and violent energy outbursts could be detected, so they could only silently stand guard most of the time. This rare opportunity is fleeting. Without any hesitation, Kisley lifted off the blankets, and as soon as she fished out the long cloth bag by the door she opened the car door and rushed down, leaping towards her target location with quick feet. 5 bodyguards left 1 to watch the car. The remaining 4 are closely behind Kisley. However, their running speed is surprisingly still not as fast as Kisley in a JK suit. The more the body position pulls farther and farther away. And in the meantime, there were also some people at the night stall who saw the scene, only by the time they drifted back to their senses. That line of 5 had already disappeared into the night. Only Shang Yixia, who had long been keeping an eye on the double expansion caravan, had watched the entire process. His eyes were a little shocked, but the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. That JK girl ran really fast, even the skirt is almost fly up. If he is not wrong, that black half-ponytail JK girl most likely is what he is looking for. Fire wildly. That image has a very heavy cos flavor inside. Boss, don't charge me for the table. I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be back. After Shang Yixia shouted, she grabbed her shoulder bag and left the late-night snack stand. Not far away, outside the old factory building with dim streetlights. Bam bam bam. Kisley hands and feet. Agile hands stepped on the iron gate directly over the past, jumped down and did a comic classic landing stop action. Which thump, thump, thump rushed toward the old factory building. A few bodyguards were a bit less skilled, but they each found a way to get over the iron gates and fences. That sharpness is obviously all cooked up. But when Shang Yixia arrived with a duffel bag, she was faced with the iron gate, but she was in trouble. His skill deck doesn't have skills like unlocking locks and flipping over walls. If I had known that, I should have grabbed a martial arts movie, and it would have been easy to cope with a similar scene after drawing a light skill deck out. With a sweep of his divine mind, he circled around to the side of the dilapidated to be demolished mailroom, touched the bolt behind the small iron door, rattled it twice and found it surprisingly unlocked. Well, He gently pulled on the bolt and then pushed it again. And snapped, squeaked, and the small iron door was pushed directly open by him. Oh, good luck. Anything less and he'd have to drill the mailroom window. When Shang Yixia rushed to the old factory building, there have been 2 screams, as well as the banging sound of the fight. He was careful to go over the gods and eyes in use, but found a shocking scene, only to see that JK girl fire wildly. Hands do not know when more a long knife. Even more outrageous is her long knife on the burning flame, waving when the flame rolling, overlapping shadows, looks very ferocious power. Compared to Firenze Ray, her opponent is even more outrageous. That guy looks like a humanoid, but in reality it is more like a demon. Canine teeth exposed, sharp claws, the whole body muscle bulging and turning up. The key parts are covered with dark gray hard armor. The heart part protrudes outward, as if there is an octopus-like tentacle monster will be firmly grasping it. The speed of this monster is very amazing. The sharp claws swung when swept up a path of static shadow. Beat the fire wildly retreating. Can only barely fight. Obviously the strength to be strong on a large section. 2 of those 4 bodyguards were already lying on the ground with chest and abdominal injuries, blood gurgling out, while the other 2 bodyguards were each holding an emerald green talisman in their hands, pressing it onto their companions' wounds. A miraculous scene appeared. The emerald green talisman emitted a glittering green light that enveloped the wounds, and instead of stopping their bleeding, it also promoted the wounds to heal up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a healing charm? Shang Yixia's name immediately surfaced in his mind. He had seen this item yesterday on the Transcendent Material Trading Platform of the House of Transcendence, with a price tag of 5 points, or $500,000 in cash. That's right, points were worth a lot of money. The 15 points Shang Yixia gained could theoretically be used as $1.5 million, and quite a few Transcendent Material transactions only took points, not cash. In the meantime, the bodyguard was still talking loudly into his headset. Our side has encountered a D+ level monster attack. Immediately notify the NCAA to request for support. Immediately request for support. And just as Shang Yixia was in this daze, bam! Fire Noni hard blocked the monster sprinting blow. The hand of the flame long knife a not hold steady was bounced out more than 10 meters. Bam sound smashed on the ground. The flame also dimmed annihilation. Her body was even more unable to withstand the impact, and she flew backwards 3 or 4 meters away. Her back hitting the ground and sliding another 5 or 6 meters away before stopping. Her beautiful JK outfit already ragged, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth, staining the white lapel of her dress. The monster, who had succeeded in his strike, seemed to be playing with its prey, and took a step towards Fire Wild Ray, with teasing and cruelty in its morose cold eyes. The 2 bodyguards were furious at the situation, and they grabbed their weapons to go to support them, but they were hissed at by Fire Noni. Kong, you guys go, there's no need for all of you to die here. The monster also slightly twisted its head, grinning towards the 2 bodyguards, its sharp teeth grimacing as if it was sneering at the 2 mortals who dared to make a move against it. The bodyguard's movements stalled and his face went pale as he froze in place. The monster seemed to have little interest in them, and walked straight to the fallen Fire Noni, a cruel color of excitement flickering in his cold eyes, and grabbed a claw towards her chest, as if he wanted to tear through her chest and grab out her heart to enjoy the delicacy. Firenze Ray's pupils tightened to the extreme. The threat from death made her whole body stiffen, her heart clenched, yet she had a tingling floating sensation, as if her soul had floated out, but it was as if a flame blazed in the light of her eyes. No one knows that she also has an awesome explosive big treasure hidden in her arms, a treasure that her entrepreneurial father begged for at great expense. Come on, damn monster, I'll give you a taste of my big baby, 1 for 1. I'm not losing out on Firenzeli. Her blood seemed to burn and her body trembled continuously, just as she was about to die with the monster. Suddenly, she heard a sharp whistling sound in her ears, followed by a stream of light passing by her ear, cutting through a strand of her black hair. The black hair hadn't had time to fly. There was a muffled thud, as if the monster's claws had been struck by something. The movement was violently interrupted and raised backward slightly. The next instant, swoosh, a sharp whistling sound like a machine gun rang in Firenzeli's ears. Chapter 37 Gorgeous Battle. God's Nemesis deck up 3 stars. Firenze Ray held her breath, only to feel that on her left and right sides, there were constantly sharp whistling sounds alternately cutting against her face, and strands of black hair were sliced and fluttered with the wind. The violently rotating flying object, which drew an arc of residual shadows reflected in her eyes, had struck the kneecap of the monster's right leg like lightning before she could react. Bang bang bang, dull blows rang out in succession, hitting the monster and causing it to continuously stagger backward. Only then did Fire Noni see clearly. Those flying objects are actually a playing card. They swoosh swoosh in the air interlaced with dazzling orbit, but as if it has a tracking guidance system as accurate as incomparable. no matter how much the monster retreated, can be accurately struck at the same point. Although the monster's flared kneecap looked very thick and sturdy, under the stormy bombardment of the poker, it finally, with a click, cracked open a seam, followed by a second seam, a third. Ka-ching-ching. Under the saturated blow it should never have taken, its knee shattered into pieces, shards of bone flying in all directions like broken glass slivers. The monster also instantly lost its balance, and with a thud fell to one knee, letting out an angry, dull, agonizing roar in its throat. Swish! A gust of wind swept by. The figure of a man wearing a cloak was reflected in Fire Noni's eyes, his tall body blocked between her and the monster. His broad back made her feel a strong sense of security, and her tense mind suddenly relaxed. Wow! The man in the cloak cut and shuffled a deck of playing cards in his hands, playing cards in his fingers constantly rolling, overlapping, and instantly like a butterfly haunted him rotating and fluttering. The scene is gorgeous to the extreme. At this moment, it was as if there was another invisible spotlight hitting him, and the hazy light made Fire Noni's thumping heartbeat accelerate, her eyes gradually freeze, and all sorts of visions were strewn about in her mind. There were images of her mother leaving her in the hospital when she was a child, and of her being saved by Faye when she was involved in the middle of an unusual incident in her sophomore year of high school, and of her chagrin when she failed to answer the last big question on her math paper during the college entrance exams the previous year. Pop! A crisp sound of poker cards coming together sounded, and Firenze Ray's consciousness instantly snapped out of it. And then she saw an unbelievable scene. She saw a light, a stream of light. The next instant, put, the monster's heart, which bulged outward as if tightly wrapped around an octopus monster, splattered out a large amount of fishy blood and filth. And at this moment, the monster's originally cold and cruel eyes, as if a trace of bewilderment and doubt still remained, instinctively glanced down at his chest, a large ghost playing card, already at some point deeply inserted into it. The monster then twisted its head with difficulty to look at the cloaked man again, and in its blank eyes, it seemed as if a touch of relief had swept over it. Boom! The monster fell backwards onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The cloaked man's finger gently hooked the big ghost card inserted in the monster's heart, as well as the playing cards spilled all over the ground. Then, as if they were pulled by some kind of power, flew back on their own from all over the place, and neatly landed in the center of his palm. And at the same time, the octopus monster at the mouth of the monster's heart quickly withered, and wisps of grayish-white energy dispersed out, and then it coalesced into a grayish-white bead that rolled down the monster's chest. Cloaked man gently take in the air. The gray and white beads will fly up in the air and landed in his hands. He looked at a glance, then slightly sideways to the Fire Nuali revealed half of the Witch Nua mask, and raised his hand in the gray and white beads, as if to seek her advice. When she saw the hideous half-mask, she was stunned for a moment, but then she came back to her senses, realized what he meant, and nodded her head repeatedly. The cloaked man didn't make himself polite, and after casually stuffing the gray beads in his pocket, he headed out of the old factory building without looking back. Wait, ahem, Biggie, wait, Firenze Lee yelped, but coughed up a lot more blood. Without stopping or turning back, the cloaked man crossed over the two dumbfounded bodyguards and quickly disappeared into the eyes of Firenze Lee and the others. MS. Key. When the cloaked man disappeared, the two bodyguards came back to their senses, yelled and got up from the ground, and hurriedly ran to save Fire Nori. A crowded nightstand. Shang Yixia ate skewers with beer. His face was white with sweat dripping from his temples, and his legs were shaking slightly. Honestly, the feeling that monster gave Shang Yixia just now was still very dangerous. If he could, he really didn't want to go up and fight the monster, but the education he received since childhood and his 3 views, and let him cannot stand by and watch that JK girl fire wildly, so torn apart and eaten by monsters, had no choice but to do it with his head. Fortunately, today was different from the last time. His card control skill level had exceeded 3 stars and divine thought had exceeded 2 stars. His strength was incomparable, and he was also hiding in the shadows, giving him plenty of time to observe the monster's weaknesses, brew up tactics, and take a head start advantage. Through his divine observation, he had already realized that this monster was mostly human-turned, and the octopus-like monster on its chest was mostly an eyeball monster almost. It was only then that the tactics were quickly deduced in his mind in a critical situation. That is, no matter what, first cripple the monster's knees. Although it had turned into a monster, its roots were still human. Then it would be difficult to stand firm after the knees were shattered, or at least it would be impossible for it to have its original speed. At that time, whether it was to kill or escape, the initiative was in Shang Yixia's hands. Sure enough, the tactic worked. Everything is happy. It was just that a short explosive battle just now had caused his divine thoughts to be consumed very greatly again, and up until now he still had a headache, feeling as if he had been emptied out of his body, and his body was all fuzzy. Oh, my God, In the final analysis, the quality of the Divine Numinous card is too low, just white ordinary quality, resulting in insufficient reserves of Divine Nimbus. Once involved in violent explosive battles will be quickly consumed. Can only hope that the immortal sword descending to the devil will be released soon and get a good result, so that the quality of his Divine Numinous card will be upgraded. As for his set on the cloak and Wu Nua mask, that is just his daytime filming dinner break. In the film and television city where the crew stalls casually bought for tonight's action to keep a hand in preparation, I did not expect to really use it. That film and television city can not only shoot the movie, but also external solicitation of tourists, and sell a lot of film and television peripheral characteristics of the product. The overall business is quite good. Shang Yisha finished the remaining kebabs and beer, and her spirit was only slightly restored. And by this time, there were already several police cars and ambulances arriving one after another, blocking off that old factory building, and the injured bodyguard and Forenza Ray were also carried into the ambulance. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. It was only then that he calmly got into an internet car and quietly left. Road. He checked the experience value growth status of the two decks in passing to see if they had been upgraded. At this moment, 3 stars had been lit up on the Divine Numinous card deck, representing that its skill level had reached 3 stars. Shang Yisha couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Sure enough, combat was the fastest way to increase the experience value of a skill. With a 3-star divine idea, the manipulative power and explosive power would be raised by another large margin, which also meant that his combat power had soared by a margin. Chapter 38, I want a light skill card. For example, a middle-aged man who had been hiding in the shadows. He was richly dressed and had a handsome face. His eyes were currently staring at Bai Duan without blinking. No, to be precise, it was the Guqin meaning that was about to split apart. Hong Xiang back again. Millions of things need to do. After some discussion with the military advisor Jia Yan and others, finally decided not to pay attention to Cao Cao's massive expansion behavior for the time being. Wait and see what happens is. Several panicked figures fled in a hurry, and from their uniform clothing, one could guess that they were the sons and daughters of the Yan clan. Come to think of it, Wang Qitian, no matter how to think, feel that he should go to a trip. Not to go can only be so decadent to finish this life. Back to a city. It was already more than 4 p.m., and Mukin drove to Lu Mashuan's school by himself, waited for a while, and it was time for school to be dismissed, but Mukin didn't have the courage to look at it, so he just drove away. The man was already gone, and with a gust of wind, Hulkbuster slammed the yard door shut, then proceeded to plop down in the yard and bask in the sun. Hearing the commander-in-chief on the sidelines, they mourned for that prey for a second, because once the prey was recognized by the heavenly fury, there was no way to escape from his hands. If I'm not wrong, these should be some of the trusts of the organizer of this auction. Yuan Fei saw through it, finally dying. Divine Maple sighed darkly and was about to close his eyes and wait to die when an anxious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lan Shi stared breathlessly at the empty cups and plates in front of her and nodded, when a knock sounded outside. It's fine. Where's Mu Shui? The most important thing in Li Mu's heart was Li Mu and Mu Shui. What he asked besides Li Mu was naturally Mu Shui. However, there are exceptions. Every 100 years on the Holy Island, there will be a period of time when no demonic chi appears, and this period of time is the time when the Holy Island is open to the public, and the rest of the time, the entire island will be covered with demonic chi. This is the dragon tackling technique. If you want to learn it, worship me and I will teach it to you. Mad Sheng softly said. Just arrived at the entrance to the 2nd floor. Sanbao felt himself being quietly swept by a soul force, and did not dare to be careless, which deliberately stooped a hand. Bu told Diaochan all about his troubles, and Diaochan couldn't help but let out a small sigh after hearing it, and there was something hidden in her eyes, but she didn't want Lu Bu to know, and instead turned her head to the other side. Bu saw the situation. The heart is uneasy. After a long time, Cicada only turned back. Bu saw Cicada's pretty face with a trace of tears. Feel a heartache. Then what are we going to do next? Li Tian looked at Arcstar and then at Divine Maple, momentarily unable to decide. Chapter 38, I want a light skill card. The crowd that was excitedly and wildly cheering instinctively paused for a moment, and the cheering came to a halt. The transition from extreme noise to extreme silence was only in a split second. The crowd didn't react to what was going on for a moment and couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. This morning, Prince Xia Yuanjia will be held in the Prince Palace final competition. When Ling Man and other candidates into the Prince Palace have to look at each other. At this time, a total of 8 candidates through the semifinals successfully entered the final session. After slapping out a palm, Su Chunyang turned around and went back without looking, while Chen Mothing was stuck in place without reacting. And after a while, when a few campaigners came forward to help drag Chen Mothing, they realized that he had already fainted due to the shock of his true chi. The assistant coach without any objection to go to inform Huang Yu to play in the fourth quarter. The Zen master did guess what Sloan was thinking. A 15-point difference is not too difficult for the Utah Jazz. Raise the intensity of the defense. Shift the focus of the block a little. 15 points is still possible to recover. Although Kenny Smith doesn't believe it himself when he says it. Good directness keeps his eyes open for nonsense. Fade waved his hand as he scrambled up on his ass and ran off with a grunt, not daring to look back. The Eagles are kind of really lucky to have only 7 games in the first 19 days of March. And even if Ratliff's recovery is delayed by another week than the 2 weeks initially projected, the Eagles' schedule will survive. However, Jason Terry and Raheem and others looked at each other, and each other's eyes said, "Go ahead and say yes." He didn't turn his head to talk to his companion. It would be bad for B to smell the sweet scent if he talked to him, and it would be easy for him to be isolated from the team if he was caught stealing food himself. Lu Mang fourth quarter also on, but on only got 2 shots. After all, is garbage time? The Hawks water fountain next to a few players want to brush data. Who will care about Lu Mang so a rookie? Determining this, Yen Old Demon decided that even if he couldn't kill Chin-Yi, he would still take 90% of his life, or at least make Chin-Yi take a break from making a comeback for at least a million years. At that time, the method she taught Dongqing was very simple. As long as Dongqing knelt in front of the Dalizi gate and shouted the same words, Shiqiu was surprised and happy at the moment, and couldn't wait to know the cause and effect, fearing that someone would try to disadvantage Nan Korue. Since you were able to send Sua Life into the Nightmare Army, I don't know if I can send Iran in as well, but don't worry, she definitely won't disgrace you. Li Kai patted his chest and assured, "Young master, this slap really hit the world." Weeping Lu Zhong walked a few steps mouth as wanting to the young master's means of appreciation, but when he looked up, suddenly pupils shrink, instantly frozen in place. Who took it away? Where did it go? Chu Xinghan coldly opened his mouth. His tone trembled slightly, actually with 3 points of excitement. He thought Yuan Qingyu died, but he did not want to actually be taken away. The original Grey Heart once again surged with hope. Chapter 39, Pretty Female Main Character. Yao Jiaqi. Scene. Just as that assassin was about to hit the heroine, the director shouted click and started the layout of the next shot. Only while everyone was busy, the ancient assassin was still hanging in mid-air, maintaining his stabbing motion. Well, not much later, the next shot opens. I saw a white-robed male being suspended by a weebu flying in front of an ancient assassin, a jade flute in his hand dripping and turning. Then, snap, the jade flute then fell to the ground. Click, click, click. The bearded director growled and jumped up. Zhao Junfei, what's wrong with you? You can't even turn a flute well. I've already told you to practice more. Usually again. The devices are put back into place. The ancient assassin remains suspended in mid-air and continues to hold the assassination maneuver. Another moment passed. The second take opens. The white-robed male once again flew over, suspended by the wyvern, the jade flute dripping in his hand. This time, although the jade flute barely did not fall, but in doing the next action to swing away the assassin's sword with the jade flute, the white-clothed male, because of the lack of core strength in the waist, the swing out of the action of the deformation of the serious, no aesthetic sense to speak of. The jade flute is bared to the ancient assassin's sword slipped through. Click, click, click. The director angrily slammed the subscript on the ground. Stop first. He rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed the white-clothed male's lapel. Zhao Junfei, can you do it or not? If you can't, get lost. The white-clothed Zhao Junfei was shaken by the director for a while. Seeing this, his agent hurriedly went up to discourage him. Director Li, please calm down. Our family Junfei's usual action scenes are all very good. It's just that this 2-day cold has affected the state. If you are in a hurry, let the understudy go through the scene first, and then our Junfei will make up for the shooting. Bull ********. This scene is the male number 2's debut scene. I've long said that I'll give him a one-shot. The director angrily scolded. You didn't catch a cold earlier. You didn't catch a cold later. And you catch a cold just when you're about to shoot a crucial scene? Spittle flew across the room, spraying Zhao Junfei and the agent back and forth. Old Li, the crew producer, rushed over to round up the situation. Getting angry now won't solve the problem. Why don't we shoot another scene first? What do you mean by shooting other scenes first? The director's fire once again rubbed off on him. Now all the equipment and crew are serving this scene. How long have you been doing the preparations before and after? How do you expect me to shoot another scene now? Old Zhang, this Zhao Junfei was strongly recommended by you to come in. Now you're responsible for this problem. The bearded director stormed out. The spit sprayed the producer's face ugly. Oldly, what are you talking about? Let's solve the problem. What's the use of you pushing the responsibility around here, when the director just wanted to get mad again? Shang Yixia couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to stop it and said, Hey, you two quarrels are quarrels. Can you put this big brother down first before you quarrel? It's too disrespectful. The director froze, puzzled towards that ancient assassin's side, only to realize that the other party hanged for too long, already obviously very strained appearance, rushed to the face and said, quickly put the person down. Via slowly lowered the man down, and the groundskeeper went up to hug the man, asking repeatedly, Zhang, are you okay? It's fine. That ancient assassin even waved his hands despite already being hung very uncomfortably. His whole body's blood supply was unbalanced when he landed, and his feet were struggling to even stand still. I'm still fine. But just as he finished speaking, he stumbled and fell to the ground, and several field workers rushed to carry him aside to rest. Oh, my God! Shang Yixia couldn't help but sigh at the sight. That ancient assassin was obviously just an ordinary action actor. Even if he was very dedicated, he was nothing more than a tool in the eyes of the crew director and others. As for that Zhao Junfei, Shang Yixia has heard of him. This is a third-line flow of students. It is said that the V-blog fans amount to more than 1 million of the kind. But in fact, Shang Yixia secretly doubt. His active fans are afraid that he is not even compared to their own now. After this incident, he was no longer interested in dabbling in this theater, and was ready to go back to his home theater to rest for a while. While light cards are important, there's no need to rush them. If you can't, you can go to Hengdian for a while after this period of time. There are so many drama groups there. You can always get a suitable one. Chapter 39, Pretty Female Main Character. Yao Jiaqi. Ha, aren't you Shang Yixia? The pretty heroine, who had been standing by and not joining the strife, kept glancing at Shang Yixia at this moment, as if trying to determine his identity through the shape of his eyebrows. This. Shang Yixia is also a little surprised. Did not expect him to wear a duck-tongued cap and mask were recognized. Hurriedly pulled off the mask. Polite greeting said, Mr. Yao, hello. Did not expect to meet you here. This pretty heroine. In fact, Shang Yixia had also recognized her long ago. Her name is Yao Jiaqi. More than 2 years ago the two had worked together in a puppet theater, when she starred as the female number 2, while Shang Yixia used the resources given by the company to get on the male number 3. Yao Jiaqi's character is more generous. To Shang Yixia this newcomer or more care, the relationship between the two sides can be. However, that ancient puppet play aired a mediocre response. Shang Yixia also failed to splash what splash, and then even temporarily withdrew from the acting circle. Since then the two did not have any serious interactions. Only the New Year's festivals occasionally chat on the 2 sentences. Most of the cases are just in the circle of friends to like each other. Therefore, just now, Shang Yixia pretended not to see it and wanted to muddle through, but she didn't expect to be caught by her. Mr. Shang, hello to you. Yao Jiaqi also rushed to greet politely before saying, can we not be so polite? It's too tiring to talk like this. Let me first congratulate you on your recent King of Plugs prequel fire. Ha. Then I also congratulate you on starting on the big female drama. After a few pleasantries, the atmosphere lightened up. The two of them chatted away, and Yao Jiaqi heard that Shang Yixia also had an online movie being filmed in Film and Television City, so she smiled brightly and said, that's fine. I'll go and visit you when I'm free, and show solidarity with your work. Thanks a lot. So am I considered a visitor today? Shang Yixia smiled back. Not really, you didn't even buy water today. Yao Jiaqi laughed and shook her head, purely with the curiosity of the acting circle to calculate. She should currently be considered the second line of small flowers. Theoretically the status is far more than Shang Yixia. She behaved so close, is considered to be giving face to Shang Yixia, intends to make friends, to regain the relationship. Ha, blunder, I'll get it. Hey, don't mess around. While the two were chatting, the director and producer side also ended their argument and decided to continue the scene. But the director had no choice but to plan to lower the difficulty a bit and split Zhao Junfei's one-shot appearance into 3 shots. Only, when he went to look for the action actor who played the ancient assassin again, there was trouble. That big brother's leg had not yet recovered well, and he walked on tiptoe. The director's face was very ugly. Everything was really unfavorable today, and he hurriedly asked the floor manager to arrange for other action actors, only that suitable action actors could not be found overnight. This Magic City's movie and television city is not like Hengdian, where you can grab any talent you want. Seeing this, Shang Yixia's previously extinguished mind came alive again and said to Yao Jiaqi, why don't you go and talk to the director, and I'll guest star as that ancient assassin. This. Yao Jiaqi seemed to have not thought of this at all and sized up Shang Yixia in surprise. Is this appropriate? Should I ask your company's agent first? It's fine. I've come out to open a studio alone now. Consider it a gift for me coming over to visit. Shang Yixia laughed. That won't do. Gifts are gifts. I'll go talk to the director. Yao Jiechi said, ran to the director in 3 or 2 steps and quickly told him what happened. The director's eyes lit up when he looked at Shang Yixia again. He took the initiative to come over to greet him and said, "It's great that Ms. Shang is willing to help. Thank you. I'll have someone make up a guest contract with your agent." In fact, he had already seen Yao Jiechi chatting with Shang Yixia with the rest of his eyes, and both sides were chatting very hot and close. So he understood that this quite handsome-looking young man should also be a star. However, as the director of a major drama, he was harboring a fire in his heart, and with the matter still unfinished, he would not have the free time to bother with a small star he did not know. But now that the other guy has offered to guest star, things are different. Guest stars usually don't have to be paid, and it's a triple whammy to use a bit of each other's traffic for publicity and a better solution to the dilemma at hand. The two parties were in love and soon came to an agreement. Shang Yixia grabbed a good change of costume, put on a good makeup. Not long before hanging on the Wii, he was actually no stranger to hanging. He also often had to hang from a wigwam when he was previously cast in the Immortal Sword and Demon Subduing biography, and with his 8-pack abs supporting him, his waist and abdominal core strength is still very strong. It's just a shame that in the Immortal Sword Descending Legends you didn't get to draw skill cards like Sword Art or Flight Art, but instead you got to draw Divine Thoughts. Chapter 40 Obtaining a Lightness Card Deck. Requesting for monthly tickets. Having learned the hardness of the Bat Demon's wings and claws, she naturally knew that her side had almost no chance of winning. Zhao Qi's appearance was to get the general's attention, while on the side, Kong Yi was already all set. Taking advantage of the general's inattention, he immediately launched an attack towards the general. I climbed up to the roof and he glanced towards me. I didn't call out to him, just sat quietly on the side. At last he was panting, exhausted, with black eyes, already at the point of difficulty, but still holding the iron bar for support, walking step by step, staggering and staggering, with mud splattered all over his trouser legs, as if a pair of hands reaching out from the ground were pulling him. However, he did reach the age when he should marry his main consort, so he had to fight for himself anyhow. Gong Ai two eyes bared a crack. They were she you smashed earlier on just, and now the district a stubborn monkey also dared to move the earth on the head of the year-old. The heart of the anger has been difficult to say. However, I did not expect that this ignorant seems to feel fun. Smashed on the addiction to this for fun. Paw lift, is a pine cone thrown. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, swiftly reaching out to Yun Qingshui, saying under her breath, even if you hate me, I can't allow you to misunderstand my family's honor in such a way. Originally the two teams didn't know each other, as they didn't train in the same regiment, and it was all because of the practical exercises of the previous month. It's also thanks to me that you guys have a way to open the valley's grave. With that, Yang Qiwei took out a long knife and saw Starling's mother's head cut off. Both sides of the Pig Clan and the Wolf Clan looked up at this amazing battle, but the atmosphere on both sides was very different. Yenner, go back with me. Finally found you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for causing you to suffer so much. Muchio walked over and hugged Lung Yen fiercely into her arms, like she had found a lost and found treasure. Under the blazing sun, the atmosphere of the entire arena was hot. At this moment, on the western ring, the referee's deacon's voice, after ringing high, the entire crowd, none of them towards the black-clothed teenager under the stage looked at. While Yang Hao was lost in thought, he only saw Meng Yu's hand clasping, and the light screen was like a calm lake being thrown into a boulder, smashing into pieces and all of it disappeared. Kane's eyes were cold. A bat shadow flew out from the stone statue. Jiang Dongyu had no resistance. The bat then entered Jiang Dongyu's mind. This girl has waistline and everything is still good. Compared to the few of Xia Yuan's family, it really can't be compared. Then what's the point of summoning the other 3 swords? To look good? Or to scare people with their killing power that's no different from real swords? The pain in his body went deep into his bones and marrow, but between Yi Yi's originally pained and hideous expression, he gradually became clear and indifferent, and between his wretchedly tumbling figure, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Chapter 40, Obtaining a Lightness Card Deck. Requesting for monthly tickets. It's like that batch of veterans, after taking hundreds of thousands of dollars of retirement money, come to work in Dragon Mark. The first year you can get 200,000. 3 years are fixed salary. After 3 years, each year began to get money according to the performance of the money. Then it will be even more. Emperor Fengde was poisoned when he went out to war a year ago, and even though his life was saved, his body suffered a great loss. Don't move. This is just an act. Yi Chu knew that Lu Huai extremely disliked physical contact with people, and specially lowered his voice to whisper in his ear. Gods fighting. Xia Mao took out the puppet box and released as many of the dozens of puppets he had made, snapping on the levitation talisman. As long as Fu Tiantian was by Yi Chu's side, no man would be able to talk to Yi Chu. In Fu Tiantian's eyes, Those men who tried to accost her were all big bad wolves who wanted to eat you. Yesterday morning's tossing and turning until now, running more than 100 miles to and fro. A horse is too tired to run, let alone a human being. After returning from the temporal chaos, Lin Lang advanced successfully. She became a super taskmaster and no longer needed the system's pickup. The two of them loosened Xiao Xian's bindings, and Xiao Xian immediately ran behind Dashuiyan and hid. No, ma'am, Big Brother, seriously injuring that pair of Zhao's is my Qian 10, has nothing to do with Big Brother, and even more so, has nothing to do with the master and madam. I Qian 11 do things for one person and bear the burden. Please ma'am and Big Brother to be complete. Only heard Qian 10 said. On the contrary, Hu-san is not here. His goal is too obvious, or to stay in the Chinaman side of the service, but also in order to sit here in Suzhou, but also to avoid any chaos. Linny looked at Yeye and Yu-He and raised his mouth in a smile. Then he looked at Shui Meiwan and saw her looking at himself with a pair of beautiful eyes that were complicated. The corner of Su Chu's mouth twitched. You can't forget the beauty wherever you go? He simply followed Xia Mao's intention and began to talk about the erotic events that took place after the capture of the Suchilo Khanate. There were two chains, one on top of the other stretching vertically to the opposite bank. Thus, it seemed that the only way to cross the lava river was to walk across with the help of the chains. However, when she looked at the red-hot iron chain, she didn't think that Xing Tian body refining technique could make it difficult for her to be invaded by swords and at the same time, it could also protect her from fire and scorching. Yada 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 yada. It's none of your business. You didn't recognize her at the time anyway, I guess. That way I can't say much. Phantom Dead said casually. She hadn't wanted to say much in the first place. Above the Rui, it has been forbidden by the Heavenly Father. Anyone who is not a Taoist disciple, as well as identifying the three treasures Rui with the same method used to identify ordinary treasures, will not be able to see the aura in it. Lord Su said silently. You're looking for death. Do you really think I can't control you? You dare to be so cocky when you're in my neighborhood? If you want to play, I've got the means to play with you. Only when she came outside did she seriously survey her surroundings. In a valley like this, the grass was usually more lush, so there were relatively more herbs that could be used. Although Gu Qingming could simply treat her injuries, she was after all illiterate in pharmacology and healing, so she planned to get some herbs that could be of use to her back in the vicinity. Chapter 41, Obtaining the Lightness of Being, Card Deck, Requesting for Catch-Up Readings and Monthly Tickets, Taking this card, and not asking how much money was in it. This was treating school Dr. Wang as one of his own. Josukai knew in his heart that he not only had to take care of Zhang Mingyun in the past few days, but also had to work hard to make money. For once with Hedon's feelings, Wang Li is not rejected. A talk on the endless, and then with the single Kuan show love at the same time. Did not forget to Hedon slam some, Fan Jing said. Another mouthful of cigarettes. This time it is lightly spit out the smoke ring after Josukai opened his mouth before, lowered his head and kissed up. She was sitting there, Josukai slightly half lying down. At this time Josukai tilted his head back, revealing that good-looking neck and throat knots, passively enjoying this Fan Jing sent over the kiss. Then the appraisal master looked for a long time, but could not identify the value of this thing, and could only put it down and look at Josukai. They have even regretted a little. If they had known that they would come across this situation, they would have been better off staying at home and sleeping, and come out to look for a treasure? Gao Kai's body broke out in a layer of cold sweat as he listened. Firstly for Yu Xiangning's ability, and secondly because, if Yu Xiangning was going to ask Eunuch Chen about the king's preferences, it meant that he didn't know the king. So what was the matter with this filigree gourd? Now, in this golden light sword formation, countless golden light sword chi crisscrossed across, being blocked to death by one of Yishu's defensive array discs, and could never hurt them in the slightest for a moment. 9 revolutions divine demon tower. Wang Hao whispered and raised his head, his expression grim as he looked towards this tower that stopped his attack. There's no need to be so nervous. There's a first time for anyone when a big girl gets into a sedan chair. Huan Wan opened his mouth, truly a pot calling the kettle black. Therefore, his intention was to hope that Ling Hanjiang would marry the Wen family's girl, and then that end would spend a little more effort to enlist Bend, so that Bend would not want to get married, and might acquiesce to such a relationship. He knew the punishment this Viscount had for failing a mission. His family could no longer withstand any upheaval, and he tried to say something, but Gray didn't give him a chance to state it at all. Accompanied by a violent sonic boom sound, a white rainbow carrying a sword light that tore through the sky, arrived in an instant over the crystal lake, and the sonic boom sound from far and near shook Kong Song Bai in the void as well as the Blood River battle team and others down below with fear and trembling in their hearts. And if one wanted to refine 365 Starstreamers, I'm afraid that it would also be almost impossible, because the ancient demon race had poured out a large portion of their strength to refine so many Starstreamers. Zhang Yuan had just opened his mouth, but the strange man rushed over in a mischievous manner and wrapped his arms around Zhang Yuan's neck, instantly putting him down. Liao Shue's head leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder. Her voice sounded pitiful with a crying tone. After all, Qing Hui's various experiences were just too legendary and fantastic for the Heavenly Vault crowd. Chapter 41, Obtaining the Lightness card deck, requesting for catch-up reading in monthly tickets. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven also seemed to instantly transform into a huge Xianhuang stick, swung in his hand, and all of a sudden, Xiao Ziyu madly smashed down on the surroundings. The other goblin princes would surely come to get a piece of the pie without a second thought, and with the financial power of these goblin princes, they could form an elite goblin mercenary army in a very short period of time. Ming Chengzu Zhu Di is also an emperor on horseback. In the battle of the war also had many times to charge into battle. His charge greatly encouraged the morale of the Zhu army. Tens of thousands of Zhu soldiers at a time, everyone brave. Across the body of his fellow soldiers risked their lives forward. A good movie, an excellent script, a top director, and great actors, all three are indispensable. But if you want to sell out at the box office, publicity is only a secondary factor. And adequate scheduling is the guarantee of the box office. Because of the series of actions taken by CMO, Nia Rui was so angry that she started to block her heart early in the morning. Good. Li Lim nodded, looking more carefully for signs of Yurio, guessing that the sudden appearance of active humans in the jungle was unusual. You don't have a real grandfather and a real grandmother, but you do have a great-grandfather and a great-grandmother, and a great-uncle, a second uncle, a great-aunt, a third aunt, and a fourth aunt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that she was overdoing it, not even showing her face on weekdays, and only coming to the door every time she had something to beg him for. Must take this opportunity to properly clean up her. Then the segment aired, and suddenly there was this magical species of Sweet Belle CP party on the internet. Chen Ling, who was standing at the gate of the mansion with the Chen brothers, looked at the departing backs of Situ Ching and Chen Xuanqi. Tears were already rolling in her eyes. After today's parting, she didn't know when she would be able to see again that cousin who had always accompanied her in her playfulness and fooling around. What the hell are you trying to do? Iki asked once more, unable to support herself when she heard this. Chen Xuanqi's 13 spirit medicines. The other 7 had already been bought from Fong Xuan for only 3 medium-grade spirit stones, while this wild steel flower required 3 medium-grade spirit stones to start with for a single plant, which was also able to show how rare it was. Uncle Hu, I just want to go back and secretly see my dad, then I'll come back with you, okay? Chen Ling didn't eat Hui Jin's set. Instead, she began to pamper herself. Do you think they will be more attached to Shiguang than I, the mother, am to Shiguang? Empress cold words. I went harsh as a knife swept in Dongyang body, just like in the winter. Not see the sun general loneliness and depression. Let Dongyang heart cold. Xiao Mingrua arched his hand and said, in that case, senior brother Yuan Hui, senior brother will be offended. After saying that, the 3 people from the Behen Guang sect attacked the 3 people from the Yunin temple in 3 directions. Chapter 42, Fighting Monsters Makes More Money Than Acting, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Monthly tickets. It's no small thing for a director to outright replace a male second on set, but it also depends on what level of director. Director Lee was not an ordinary director in the first place. He had already directed several IP dramas, one of which had even made it into the top 5 of the annual overall list of T-Station videos, earning the producer a lot of money. It's also because the producer has a good relationship with Director Lee that he was able to hire him to host this divine capture of Yin Shai. Such a character naturally has a different authority on the set. After a slight hesitation, the producer said, Old Lee, why don't we give the young man another chance? If I give him a chance, who will give me a chance? If this drama flops, who will take the responsibility? The director choked the producer back with a black face, and then turned his head to look at Zhao Junfei and said, Young man, if I were you, I would definitely take the initiative to quit, know the shame and then be brave, and be quiet to properly sharpen my skills to fight in the Jianghu again. Otherwise, it won't be pretty if you really get kicked out by me. Zhao Junfei's face suddenly a burst of red and white, just wanted to protest 2 sentences. His agent hastily pulled him a hand, accompanied by a smiling face, said, Yes, lead director you are right. Our family Junfei recently not very good health. We will go to send a vlog statement. Our family Junfei due to the body of the cause of regret to withdraw from the Divine Capture Yenshai drama group. The agent also knew the importance of the matter. How dare he fight with the fiery Director Lee? Otherwise, it's not as simple as just losing the character. The producer wanted to say something, but finally sighed helplessly. The director saw that Zhao Junfei's agent knew what he was doing, so he didn't bother much, and after waving his hand for them to leave, he let the assistant director go find Shang Yixia to come over and talk. Shang Yixia, who was learning the skills of hanging with Zhang Kai and brushing the proficiency of the lightwork card, was also confused when he heard the news. He is just to rub a dragon set, draw a lightwork card only, how to act, and then the other male number 2 to play no more? It made him think of his experience in the King of Chefs theater group, the same acting that mailed in someone else's male third. Well, it looks like I'll have to be a little more careful about rubbing the crew the wrong way in the future, lest it be rumored in the Jianghu that he, Shang Yixia, is a big drama bully, rushing across the various crews to steal scenes. Not much longer. Shang Yixia, who had a slightly complicated mood, came to the director. Shang Yixia, just now Xiao Wang should have talked to you about the situation, right? The director's attitude towards Shang Yixia was quite good, and he said in a pleasant manner, our second male role in this, Divine Capture Yen Xiai, will be yours. You should read the script first to familiarize yourself with it, and by the way, call your agent over to sign the contract. However, because of the preparation to formally ask him to act, the title of Teacher Shang had logically become Shang Yixia. This is not. Director, aren't you being too direct and forceful, without asking me if I want to act? Shang Yixia pressed down the urge to spit, took a deep breath, played the acting skills, and said with an apologetic face, Director Lee, I'm really sorry. I'm recently starring in a web series, and there are 2 more web series to be filmed in a row next, so I'm afraid that I can't really vacate this slot. The director immediately raised his eyebrows and said in a bad mood, what's so great about Netflix? I'm not sure if this one is good enough, but I'll let your agent push it off. We have 30 episodes of this big IP drama. The male number 2 not only has a lot of drama, but also has a pleasing persona. As long as you cooperate with me to act well, I guarantee you promotion to the second line. These words made Shang Yixia's brain burst. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? What's so great about acting on Netflix? I've got a short shooting cycle for those baby webcams, so I've got a lot of card draws. This drama will take at least 3 months to shoot, and you have to stay on the set every day, just to draw a female-oriented lickspittle male number 2 character card? Besides, it's not clear whether we'll get a character card in the end, and if we get a loose card, won't it be a loss? After clearing his mind, Shang Yixia deliberated and politely declined, saying, Director Lee, thanks for your love. Those 2 netizens are my favorite works. In the future, we will have the opportunity to, again. Originally in a very bad mood, lead director Den Blackface exploded, not waiting for Shang Yixia to finish to interrupt. Recooperation a fart. You don't know how to good brat. Roll. Don't appear in front of me in the future. Well, the way he addressed Shang Yixia, downgrading from Teacher Shang to Shang Yixia to brat, was pretty fast. Yes. Director Lee, you go ahead and get busy. Then I'll take my leave. Shang Yixia wasn't used to this foul-tempered Li Laodang, and after a polite greeting, he really left. Yao Zheqi looks at the increasingly black-faced Director Lee with a confused face, and then looks at Shang Yixia, who was walking away quickly. He could only step away and helplessly catch up, walking side by side with Shang Yixia to round up the situation. Yixia, Director Lee, he is cherishing his talent, and feels that you have the potential to lose your temper. However, you should indeed consider his words. Acting on the net all day is not promising. Isn't this something I can't put off? Shang Yixia replied slightly perfunctorily. Kidding aside, whether it was the Juggler 1 or the Plug King prequel 2, there was no way Shang Yixia would give up. It could be about the molding of his battle card deck. Okay BA. Yao Zheqi also felt that it's not good to make shallow conversation, so she smiled and said, then I wish you a big fire in your new movie. I take your word for it, and I wish you a great fire in your Yanxia clothes. Subsequently, Shang Yixia and came over Zhang Kai chatting a few words, added each other a Wi-Fi. Let him have time can also go to the Bionic Girlfriend crew to see. There are also a lot of action scenes over there. The need for some of the stronger skills of professional action actors. Chapter 42, Fighting Monsters makes more money than acting, requesting for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. After saying goodbye to the 2, they head back to their home theater. Just this back on the road, Shang Yixia always feel a little light as a swallow. Feet also secretly itchy. See a ditch would like to jump. See the wall would like to turn a little. Quite a do not want to go the ordinary way of the impulse. The last time I had such a strong urge was 8 years ago. However, after getting beat up a few times by Olden and Mom for not going the right way at the time, the strange urge naturally cured itself. Back to the crew. Today no play Shang Yixia see other people are also busy flying. No time to take care of him. Simply go to the locker room to put down the usual cell phone. Back on the shoulder bag. Put on the duck-tongued hat. Tucked into the assembly of the cell phone. Took a car to the university city. And then looked for the corner of the shopping mall of the more people. With the assembly of the cell phone to rub the public Wi-Fi. According to his original plan, he was going to log into the House of Transcendence app after a few days. But since the attack on Forenza Ray happened yesterday, he also wanted to observe how the situation was going. After opening the app, I noticed a few more unread messages before I even started browsing. One of them was a message from the backstage administrator, politely asking him if he had been near Ningxi Road last night, and asking him sideways if he was the mysterious transcendent who had saved Firenze Ray, and assuring him that he was only trying to confirm his identity in order to hand out the reward for the quest, and wasn't trying to pry into his privacy. In this regard, Shang Yixia had already been mentally prepared when she struck last night. Two transcendents who were good at attacking with playing cards appeared at the same time within a short period of time, and officials were bound to associate them together. However, Shang Yixia didn't reply right away, but first checked up on a few other messages. They are all friend request messages. One of the IDs is exactly Hiranori. The other two are called Fifi and Tank. Shang Yixia added Firenze Ray first, ignoring the other two for now. Firenze Ray sent a message in a second. Biggie, you're finally here. Thanks for saving us last night. How are you sure it's me? Shang Yixia replied with discretion. I met Sister Fei and Uncle Tank last night, and I debriefed them about the mission. And Uncle Tank said that there was a possibility that you, Big Brother, might be the new mysterious transcendent that had appeared, and I begged Sister Fei to give me your registration ID. Firenze Ray typed quickly. Fei? Uncle Tank? Shang Yixia glanced at the two friend requests again, still ignoring them for the time being, and cut back to the chat interface with a special concern. You and your companion. Are you okay afterwards? Thank you for your concern, Big Brother. Firenze Ray replied quickly. I'm in good health. There's nothing more to worry about, and none of my companions' lives are in danger either. Not waiting for Shang Yixia to ask a question, Firenze Ray added quickly. Biggie, can we meet offline if it's convenient? I want to thank you properly. Inconvenient. Can you leave a contact number then? Can't. There was a moment of silence from Firenze Ray across the room, as if she would not be made whole. Lying on the bed in the intensive care unit, she looked helpfully at the tall, beautiful black trench coat woman beside her bed. Sister Fei, what do I do next? The woman called Sister Fei said after a brief moment of thought. This mysterious transcendent has been very cautious in his approach to this matter of contacting us, and since he's acting harmless and friendly for the time being, there's no need to forcefully go and dig him out. After a slight pause, Sister Fei added, Shall you have time to chat with him? Don't break the line. If there is a chance you can still work with him. Roger. Fei. Firenze Ray, lying on the hospital bed, saluted. Shang Yixia, at that moment, was replying to a backstage administrator's message stating that it was he who had saved Fire Wild Ray. Soon, the administrator then sent him a confirmation message that the group quest was complete. Dear Comrade Transcendent, after the report from Fire Nali, our unit confirms that you have co-completed the outsourced mission of the National Bureau of African Affairs, Search and Cleanup of HS-013 mission, and concludes based on the report assessment that you have assumed the main position in the mission, and can harvest 80% of the trophies and points. The valuation of the D+ level Envoy Demon Crystals you picked up is 20 points. The settlement reward of the outsourced mission is 20 points. The total output of this mission is 40 points. Your theoretical harvest is 32 points, and after deducting the loot you picked up ahead of time, you will still be able to harvest 12 points. If you have a problem with our unit's mission settlement, you can file a grievance at any time. Shang Yixia's expression revealed a slightly odd color. This task administrator of the NFA was really more like a system than his system, but a total of 32 points can be a huge haul. Converted into money, it came to a staggering $3.2 million in cash. I didn't realize that fighting monsters made more money than being a star in a play. Chapter 43 Creating Personalized and Exclusive Transcendent Equipment, Request for Monthly Tickets, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Soon after, Shang Yixia received 12 points from the background administrator, together with the 15 points from his last kill of the weird eyeball monster. The total came to 27 points, which could theoretically be directly exchanged with the NCA for $2.7 million in cash, and within the annual $10 million amount, he would also be able to enjoy a tax exemption policy. However, Shang Yixia did not intend to exchange the points for cash. For one thing, she was not short of money for the time being, and for another, if she accepted bank transfers, wouldn't her identity be immediately exposed? But a resource like points was useless to keep on hand. Converting it into a resource to enhance one's strength was fundamental. Shang Yixia ran her finger over it twice and began to browse through the transcendent material trading platform therein. The last time he logged on to the NCA, he didn't study this piece closely because of time and his own plans. But this time the NCA showed no invasion of privacy, so he assessed and believed it, and scrutinized it with aplomb. This trading platform was divided into two elements. One was for transcendents within the East China region to trade with each other, and the second was a channel for the official surrender or exchange of transcendent materials. He scanned both pieces before focusing on the healing talisman. This kind of talisman priced at 5 points or 500,000 cash. Shang Yixia has already seen its incredible effect. Even if seriously injured, can immediately stop the bleeding and make wounds heal. It is a must-have for home travel, visiting friends and relatives. But instead of immediately clicking on the one-click buy to place an order, he first tried to friend the buyer. Not long after, the backstage system sent a message that the Transcendentalist, a lost little Taoist boy in the world, had passed your friend application, and now you can chat with him happily. Dude, how come you're a series of numbered IDs? Came a direct message from the little Taoist boy. Just registered an account. Haven't thought of a name yet. Shang Yixia replied, if I purchase your healing charm, how will you give it to me? Shunfeng Express. Ah, you really are a newcomer, the little Taoist boy said. Of course, you can come and get it in person if you want. I'm usually in Sioux City, so I'll give you an address then. Shang Yixia was silent for a while and said, thank you, I want to take another look. Hey, don't go. The little Taoist boy rushed to salvage his honor and said, if you purchase a large quantity, I can give you some discount. 20% off. How about 20% off? This healing talisman is quite difficult to draw, and the consumables are also very expensive. I really can't earn you a few dollars here. I'll take one. Is 20% off okay? 1. I'll try the effect first, and come back if it's good. Okay, bah. So how do you want to trade? I'll have a friend come and shoot it later. Thank you, brother Dao Tong. For the trouble. No trouble. You're a strangely polite person to talk to. After ending the chat, Shang Yixia started to look at other things. To be honest, whether it was the trading platform or the official redemption platform, there were still a lot of good things, and even guns could be exchanged from the official hands. Unfortunately, in order to redeem a firearm, you have to file an identity and undergo formal training to obtain a license to carry a gun. Shang Yixia roughly memorized all kinds of information, including the approximate price of goods, ready to wait to go back and slowly ponder. He also tried to use his cell phone to take a screenshot to retain the information, but the pictures were all blank after taking a screenshot. Afterward, he directly opened the background administrator message and asked a question. I want to use the D+ grade, Enchanting Demon Crystal Core, to create transcendent equipment. Do you have any suggestions from your side? There was a moment of silence on the administrator's side, as if he was a little less comfortable with being treated as customer service by Shang Yixia. A moment later, the administrator returned the message. If you build transcendent equipment, you can consider making it universal, and it will be simpler to get out of the way after the equipment is upgraded and replaced in the future. You can also build special equipment that fits your fighting style, which will maximize your strength, but this kind will be difficult to get out of the way. Can you build a weapon in the shape of a playing card? My requirements are elasticity, toughness, and firmness. Shang Yixia asked again with discretion. He hadn't felt it earlier when he fought the eyeball monster. But then when he fought the sharp-clawed humanoid monster, he clearly felt that the killing power of his playing cards was insufficient. Ordinary flying cards, it must be a lot of blows to break the knees of the sharp claw monster. Stored power a strike is just barely cut it. If the opponent's defense is higher, I'm afraid that stored power a strike is difficult to penetrate. The administrator was silent again for a moment, as if consulting the information before answering. You can use the new special material to create an exclusive playing card weapon for you, but it's not cheap. And you only have one D+ ranked Enchanting Crystal Core, which can't cover the enhanced attachment of 54 playing cards. Then just build 54 playing cards out of the new material and enchant one of the big ghost cards with that enchanted crystal core. This time, the administrator's side was silent for more than 10 minutes before sending back a message. I've asked the Transcendent Equipment Forger in the relevant field for you, and he can help you build a set of playing cards, and it comes with 10 spare playing cards. However, reinforcing and enchanting a playing card with the enchanting crystal core requires melting, purifying, and covering it in a process so complex that the forger does not guarantee the final enchantment effect, and the overall processing quote comes to 13 points of credit. You can think about it, and if it's agreeable, I'll place the order for you. Shang Yixia thought for a while, weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and decided that she still needed to process a set of combat-type playing cards, and once she encountered a danger that was hard to resist, this set of playing cards might be able to save her life. Now in this world, it was far from being as stable and peaceful as it appeared to be. Then his priority was to improve his fighting strength and survival rate. Agree to place the order and the points will be deducted from my account. Roger that, but you'll have to bring the enchantment crystals or send them in the mail as well. Understood. Once Shang Yixia replied, she rediscovered Ferenza Li's ID and sent a message. Can you do me a favor? Yes. You can do whatever you want, big brother. Ferenza Li replied quickly. Shang Yixia sent a message saying, I want you to help me buy some things on my behalf. Gladly at your service. The fire while Lee lying on the hospital bed sat up with a totter. The whole person was full of vigor. She wasn't afraid of Big Brother troubling him. She was afraid of Big Brother being high and cold and ignoring people. She had already thought about it. If she could pull the big guy into her transcendental squad, in the future when they fought monsters, she would carry the damage in the front, and the big guy would only need to output behind her. And then this squad of theirs wouldn't be quacking and killing? Shang Yixia was her savior, so she didn't be polite with her and quickly typed a message. A healing talisman, and a 20% discount has been agreed upon with the little Taoist boy. 2F rank, evolution potion. Officially exchanged for 1 point of credit. My D+ ranked envoy demon crystal core, which I want to build into a personalized equipment. I need you to help me hand it over to the official, and then help me return it when the equipment is built. That's it? Forenza Lee's expression was stunned and filled with disappointment. Originally, she had thought that the big brother was looking for her to do a big job, but it turned out to be an errand task. What do you think? Dry or not? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Forenza Lee on the hospital bed nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic, and her heart was on fire. Just running errands? The game picks up some epic quests, and it doesn't always start with running errands for the big boys. She had already thought of relying on small quests to get the big guy's favorability up first, and then slowly plotting the big guy as a person. Chapter 44, Yao Jechi, I'll play Shang Yixia's wife, requesting for catch-up reading. Monthly tickets. After Shang Yixia made a flurry of purchases, there were only 9 points left in the remaining points. He sent a message to Forenza Ray. You'll have to wait for my message later. Then go offline, turn off the phone, and cut off the power to the phone. All in one go. After driving around and not finding anything unusual, he took a taxi back to his home theater group. As Dr. Wu's part was really small, he simply took a leave of absence to go home as he had no scenes to shoot. After arriving home, changing his line of work, and opening the safe to take the D+ ranked enchanted demon crystal core, he went out once again and went to a supermarket a few kilometers away nearby, putting the enchanted demon crystal core into the supermarket safe. After scanning for fingerprints, he found a public Wi-Fi nearby to rub on, and sent the location of the safe and the password to Forenza Ray. Fire Noni was greatly shocked by it. Big brother worthy of being a big brother. Transferring a material is like acting in a spy movie to hand over information. It is really exciting. 40 minutes later, she arrived at the supermarket on fire, wearing a mask, duck hat, and large sunglasses. Forenza Ray was dressed in this outfit solely to cater to the unique tastes of the big man. Her entrepreneurial father had told her that to do a good job, you had to work out all the details. For the sake of the Raiders' big brother, Forenza Ray naturally put up a fight. Unfortunately, after she took the stuff and circled around, she didn't see the suspected big brother look-alike, and she didn't receive a reply to her message to the big brother, so she could only leave unhappily and continue to fulfill her errand task. The next day, Shang Yixia once again said goodbye to the handsome, came to the Bionic Girlfriend crew, continue filming. The role of Dr. Wu was not that difficult to film except for the two most crucial scenes, and it wasn't that hard to manage with his acting skills today. However, even so, he didn't relax himself and remained down to earth in his preparations, trying to get every scene right. This was busy until the middle of the day. Had dinner. Yao Jechi came over to visit with her assistant and bought a lot of water and fruits. In this regard, the whole crew was greatly shocked, especially the producer Yang Jingsong quite shamelessly around her. Saddle up and back to flatter and curry favor. No way. The current Yao Jechi is a second-tier flower in the acting world. In terms of visibility and popularity, all the people in his crew are not enough to beat her with one hand. And Yang Jingsong, as a producer with a cause, will certainly not let go of the opportunity to brush up on his goodwill. After some pleasantries and hilarity, Yao Jechi sat down with Shang Yixia on a small mat for the crew to rest and eat, and Shang Yixia chatted for a while before turning the tables and saying, Yixia, in addition to visiting the crew this time, I'm also tasked with being a lobbyist for the director. Click. Shang Yixia maintained Dr. Wu's makeup, biting the apple sent by Yao Jechi in her mouth. Her eyes were a bit surprised. Your family's director Lee actually hasn't died yet? It's really not that I'm being pretentious. I really don't have time to shoot your drama. Director Lee also knows that you're busy, so he met with the screenwriters overnight to discuss and redesign the plotline for you. You should read the altered synopsis first. Yao Jechi took a stack of bound materials from her assistant and handed it to Shang Yixia. Out of politeness in Yao Jechi's face, Shang Yixia, although not too happy, but still took the material to look at it carefully. The result is that the more he looks at it, the more shocked he is, and in the end, his eyes are almost staring out. This. Your family director Lee's brain is not a problem? This stuff is not over the top. According to the script's changes, Shang Yixia plays the male number 2, who, after saving the heroine Yin Xiaoyi for the first time, discovers that Yin Xiaoyi is coupled up with her high-ranking fiancé from the inspection department, and is ready to join forces to overturn the case of Yin Xiaoyi's puritanical father. Therefore, the second male decides to take a different track, taking the opportunity to save the heroine's life by faking his own death and getting out of it, leaving her with a deep and unmistakable impression. Subsequently, the second male disguises himself as a gentle woman from a greenhouse who specializes in various classical instruments, and stays by the heroine's side by way of being rescued and repaying her kindness. For one thing, in order to silently protect her and secretly solve assassinations on her behalf in various aspects. Chapter 44, Yao Jechi, I'll play Shang Yixiao's wife, requesting for catch-up readings, monthly tickets. Secondly, he wanted to get the heroine's heart through this track, until just before the finale. The female male number 2 once again takes the knife for the female lead at a critical moment, and before she dies, she unmasks her human skin and reveals the male number 2's true face before reciting a bunch of doggerel sounding lines. The biggest benefit of this change is that Shang Yixia only needs to act in the foreplay and afterplay, and in the middle. An actress can be used throughout to replace Shang Yixia in the role of the second male. Yao Jechi revealed I'm also shocked, but I'm also helpless expression. Our director Lee was very angry by you yesterday, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he got, and decided to pull you to the set to shoot a movie. So he pulled the screenwriter and teacher together to discuss it, and the result was that one night later, he came up with such a contraption. This stuff is just pure outrageousness. Shang Yixia was also full of buzzing. Acting, she suddenly became a woman. Thinking about it made her shudder. Yao Jechi nodded in agreement. I also think it's outrageous, but director Lee still feels inspired. Came up with a brilliant idea to kill two birds with one stone, and feels quite bullish, and now that he's set in his ways, even the producers can't persuade him. Shang Yixia fell into hesitation. To say that this is the opportunity, it is indeed a good opportunity to quickly draw cards. After all, the male number 2, Zhao Runhua, the Jianghu called Runhua Gongzi. From the setting, a martial arts cultivation is still very high. If you can draw an inner strength deck, it's blood money. But in this case, what if you draw a cross-dressing card? Will it sit in the deck all day? Was hesitating. In the side accompanied by sitting. By the way to eat melon watching the producer Yang Jingsong phone rang. He picked up, at first smiling, but did not say a few words on his face became ugly. Hung up the phone after more cursing. Mr. Yang, what happened? Shang Yixia asked with concern. The guest star of your wife, Pan Mei Jing, stood us up. Yang Jingsong was furious. Damn, does she have any professional ethics left? At a time like this, where do you expect me to find a suitable character to play your wife? This is the program proposed by Yang Jingsong, a reminiscent emotional scene of a young Dr. Wu and his wife meeting and marrying and falling in love will be inserted into the story. The main purpose is to deepen the thickness of Dr. Wu's persona a bit, as well as reflecting Dr. Wu's youthful blooming face, to give Shang Yixia's female fans an explanation. In order to find actresses who can complement Shang Yixia's acting, he also sold a favor and invited a third-tier starlet who has been a little hot lately, Pan Mei Jing, to make a cameo appearance, and also rubbed off on each other's traffic in the meantime. Originally, everything counted. As a result, Ms. Poon's agent just called to release the pigeon. By the way, Yixia, have you offended someone recently? Yang Jingsong suddenly opened his mouth to ask, although that agent, Pan Mei Jing, used the conflict of filming time as an excuse. There seems to be something hidden in her tone. It feels as if someone is targeting you behind your back. Hearing this, Shang Yixia's mind immediately recalled someone. Gu Minhong. With her personality, she definitely wouldn't stop after taking such a big loss. But Gu Minhong in the open and dare not, and Zhang Qing's sister tear heart and cannot hold this breath. In the dark to engage in small actions diaphragm is also very reasonable. Seeing this scene, Yao Jechi suddenly had a twinkle in her eye and said with a smile, since that's the case, why don't I come and guest star in this role? However, the prerequisite is that you have to take our director Lee's play. Yixia, although that scenario is quite outrageous, the scene has to be filmed. Not to mention, I'm quite looking forward to acting with you. Yixia, no problem. Yang Jingsong instantly slapped his thighs, overjoyed. It's decided. Just kidding, Yao Jechi is a proper second-tier young flower, much hotter than that laborer Pan Mei Jing. Isn't this heavenly traffic? Wait, Shang Yixia cried and laughed a little. Mr. Yang, you should at least ask me for my opinion, shouldn't you? What's there to ask? Yang Jingsong shamelessly said, I only accounted for $1,300,000 for this movie, but you accounted for $5 million. In case of a loss you lost the most money. Shouldn't you take more responsibility? It could still be understood in this way? Shang Yixia was shocked and learned. Chapter 45, I, Shang Asia, am a special master director, begging for readings, begging for monthly votes. The teenage boy was indeed intrigued to hear what a few shy girls in this reflection had to say. Naturally, this won't be a problem, but time may take a while, so why don't we just move on? Right now Chun Yuan was carrying the supreme power of stick-shattering Golden Palace. Would it end differently when facing this unknown powerful being? I heard that his son was the father of the city classmates, invited to the home as a guest. Xiao Zhenbang and Lu Yunduo doubled the sense of face. The excitement, no less than to the capital to see the leader. Such a thought flashed through Josu's mind, but he still maneuvered, without slowing down, that round after round of temperance. Okay, I'll taste it. Before Yi Qingge could move, she was already held down by a hand, and she was just sand-thumped by the teenager on the soft chair. This effect gives whoever has this hero skill one more crystal point per turn than the other players. The split body suddenly opened its eyes, while Xiaosu was frozen in place. This pair of eyes, as if they were very deep, could draw himself in. Su Xian took a step back without a trace, and the master teacher's wife pounced, her eyes becoming haunted. After the spiritual light flashed, Gu Changsheng slightly held her breath, staring intently at the front, a moon-white spirit pool wrapped in spiritual mist. The duties of this security advisor are a lot heavier than they sound, and while there's basically not much to do during the weekdays, but, when it comes to urgent tasks and dangerous situations, the security advisor's abilities come to the fore. The two-tailed fox also whimpered and begged Knight Zihan for something before dying, probably hoping that she could help her take good care of her child, but I've managed to make it here as an associate editor, so it seems like I'm too sorry for myself to give up just like that, doesn't it? What are you doing here? Huo Lingfeng frowned and asked as he looked at DY, who had opened the car door on one side and was ready to get on the car with himself. And almost 80% of gamers know whose company and who actually made these games. A bet. Several silhouettes appeared in the sky above the Greenflower building at the same time. It was none other than Changkong Wuji and Qinglong Zi, and they didn't know whether it was a deal or not, but actually appeared here at the same time. Luo Feng collapsed on the ground exhausted, his face a little pale, his hands were already trembling and he couldn't lift them up. This is what marriage is like in the secular world. Today you go on a blind date with me, tomorrow you go on a blind date with him, and in the end you choose the one who is healthy and wealthy. So what's the difference between that and an animal? These three seemed to carry some kind of hidden teaching on them, but he had been paying quite a bit of attention to it, especially with Zhang San's news channels. It was impossible not to know about Ling Feng's return, and it was surprising that he would be absent. During this period of time, it wasn't just the Spacegate that didn't use that magical power to let Zhao Hao travel through time and space. He had never been much of a contrary character, and if this so-called sixth aunt and old mother-in-law really wanted to take things to the extreme, then he could only say sorry. The elder retreated a few steps back with a stifled grunt, and at the same time, one hand slashed in the void, and a blade slashed at EX. Chapter 45, I, Shang Asia, specialize in the director of the hegemony, begging for follow-up readings, begging for monthly votes. Pops and Mom thought it was fake, but she didn't think so. Yi Fan's performance today was uncharacteristic. How he was usually an obedient person. Acting, there would definitely be a break. So what am I going to do? Get close to her without being able to let her discover my identity. Guan Lian evening frowned. For this matter she didn't have the slightest clue right now. After Anxiao went outside the kitchen, she cruised around the room left and right, and there were no more traces of the rest of the room, as if it was all tidied up. Anxiao went to Shinsolve's bedroom, which was also all clean, with only Shinsolve's things laying there, and he obviously knew the relationship between them, and surprisingly, he still wanted to meet with them, without even the slightest intention to avoid suspicion. In order for Du Huahua to make herself appear different from Yang Yuhan, she deliberately called Brother Ashan instead of Uncle Ashan, only that she was interrupted before she could finish her words. At the same time, it also made him crave for power like never before, and the amount of ground that he raised his hands to see the destruction of the heavens and the earth deeply attracted him. Master, you must drive slowly. Guyu seemed to recall the rumors mentioned earlier and spoke out to instruct his master. Manager Shen, I'm sorry, I've got my eye on this set of jewelry, so don't make things difficult for the manager. You can look at the others. I'll ask the manager to give you a discount. Jiang Ren pretended to be kind and said, that's why he was even more determined to pursue her relentlessly, and he swore that he would get his hands on Evian. Meng Qing was still trying to give Xine a surprise with this tossing and turning, but then he thought that he still had to keep in touch with Xine at all times. A very short conversation. The opposite side of the person to report the work heard their boss did not have the slightest room for discussion, also quickly hung up the phone. The car returned to the calm. But my heart is not calm. But she wasn't violating the rules of the road, and her car was going within the posted speed limit. so the primary responsibility wasn't hers anymore. In that case, when they acted in the future, they would naturally understand what the sheriff said and do it with all their might. I didn't realize that such a pure and clean man would actually be blinded by the flowers and grass outside. Haven't seen it. Huo Chunyan shook his head. He felt that the strange garment looked good on Miao Miao. Mom, they lied to you. If there was really any evidence, they would have arrested someone long ago and would still let me sit here? Zhou Tao did not expect that as soon as he entered the house, his mother would advise him to turn himself in. But after thinking about it, I think it's a cold or something like that. And I can't help but feel regret that I wouldn't have purchased the physician if I had known that. At times like this, silence was golden. It was better to do more than less. Knight Hanjin could be a dead man. After all, he was the eldest young master of the Knight family. And even if Knight Han Shan got angry, he wouldn't do anything to him. Interesting, you're not going to fight in martial arts fighting. I'm going to have a good fight with you in Infinite Challenge. Fiery Rose suddenly smiled sweetly, and the fiery flames deep within her eyes instantly changed to a burning mode. Good. I haven't seen Auntie Chen in a few days either. He rubbed his eyes and yawned, leaning his head against his mom's shoulder and rubbing it. The devil and the righteous are like two countries fighting each other. Fighting for years and years. How deep is the grudge accumulated? Even the Hangshan sect has a large number of disciples and elders died under the butcher's knife of the devil's sect. This Lu Zhengfeng is good. But instead of making friends with the devil's sect's elder Chu Yang, which makes the other people, how can they be embarrassed? Chapter 46 Killing. Broken Zhao Ranhua, begging for monthly votes and catch-up reading. 10 minutes after the start of the next day's project bidding meeting, Yi Zifen, who had been traveling, suddenly appeared. At this time, the price competition has already begun. The first offer has been submitted and is waiting for the singing of the bid. Li Yunmu had people escort the Song Yusek's sect master to his front, then removed his mask. Zhao Dazhu looks very bluff. The door security simply not allowed to enter. Xing Yang explained that his bodyguard, the other side, is still full of questioning eyes. He had no choice but to take out his ID card, and signed a name, left Zhao Dazhu downstairs. The first kiss was initiated by him. The second kiss was initiated by her, but it was because she asked for something. This is the first time that she took the initiative to kiss him and did not ask for anything. Does this mean that she has begun to slowly accept him? Booyah _ how can one word cool be said? Every England player was hounded after the match as they all played quite well. The surrounding people looked at the wounds on Yu Yang's body. Their hearts were filled with shock. And after hearing Catherine's words, they couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. This is not even serious. What kind of injuries are considered important? Once winter begins, the natural barrier of the river is gone. Once the river freezes, the Allied forces can cross the Yellow River. At that time, it will be a little difficult to want to support the grain and grass to Aotsang again through the waterway as it is now. Although there is still a long time to go before the winter begins. But all of these problems, they have to make preparations early to be able to do so. Such an aura. I'm afraid that the world called the Godfather of Asia, Lang Grin, that is, Long Ying's brother, also cannot catch up. The two demon warriors, the magic resistance was ridiculously strong. However, Liana was a sword cultivator, and the power of the sword chi was something that even a Taoist would not dare to try. The two demon warriors hard resisted Liana's sword chi, one sword at a time. Those passing pedestrians, see him will be full of joy. Respectfully salute to greet the country is still quite a good feeling. Shadow Guard? Could it be? Is it him? How is that possible? There was something inexplicably strange in his tone. Kakashi didn't believe the guess he had just made, but everything in front of him mercilessly brought his guess to its destination. This Gao Ong, Wang Mang, really extraordinary ability. Just, they are in the notice and the time compression of the general. So really can do it? Wang Li knew in his heart that the Marquis of Qin was short of men, and that once the Wang clan submitted to him, Ying Fei would surely reuse them. This is a great opportunity. If you miss it, you won't be able to find it again. And just as those of them were about to rest, Cassius was finally brought back to Linden Village by Gertefeld and the others. Looking at the markings on the map, combined with the news from the scouts, after a long time, Jui finally found a place where the remaining yellow turbans must pass through. Nearly half an hour later, the battle stopped. Sweaty, flushed cheeks of Chiu Lin Zipping glared at Feng Yi, but also fiercely pinched the soft flesh of Feng Yi's waist. Big brothers matter. If we are able to help, I am not afraid of life and death anyway. Is the body of the crime, can make up for the work, is also considered a good thing. I once again dare to speak, although did not explicitly said to ask him to help save the big stupid brother. The intention is self-evident. Chapter 46 Killing. Broken Zhao Ranhua, begging for monthly votes and catch-up reading. Get this power? What do you mean by that? Rukia looked at Abino Yu with a puzzled expression. But that good people every late at night to come. Always do not let me light a lamp to see. After a night of coexistence, in the dawn before quietly, never let me see her face. More did not tell me what her name parents who. You scum. I'm going to tear you apart. Vladimir was really losing his mind now. Instinctively Gullit took a step back as he felt the deep chill that was capable of freezing himself. Giggling and grumbling with resentment, the evil phoenix's head completely evaporated from the world under a single shot of my king's void roar, leaving behind only the empty, obese lower half of its body, which had ceased to move. However, upon hearing this, the sisters' faces could immediately be shrouded in a layer of blackened gloom. The conversation between the two came to an end with the ringing of the afternoon class bell, and Ikamaru Jin packed up his bento box before saying goodbye to Kirishima Yoshino and walking back to the clinic. And the drop of clear tears in Night Shien's hand was still that heartbreaking, flowing with watery splendor, not knowing whose tears it was. Strangely enough, the two walked a good distance, but the calm is surprising. To the end did not touch what the forbidden array is wondering when. Just listen to the hoo-hoo. Suddenly popped out of a wolf head and body of the monster, jumped towards the two pounced. Chen Zhanhao almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he was just sitting quietly at the side, wanting to see what kind of colorful things would happen next. While Longhua, on the other hand, was so furious that he clenched his fists tightly, and almost didn't make a grating bone sound. Long Xingyu listened quietly, tilting his head to look at the evening sun in the sky. The setting sun shone on his face, reflecting half of his cheeks in a golden color. The third layer was the Garo Xing fire layer. Compared to the red world of the second layer, the third layer was a yellow world with magma and flames in the air, on the ground, and everywhere. Even the gust of wind that blew head-on was hot with a salty flavor. There sat a man in a gray cloak, a wide cloak that enveloped the other person's entire body, and from my perspective, I could only glimpse the back of the pair. Shin Shiryun said, "This is a big matter. There are too many people around. It is inconvenient to say. All the eunuchs in the palace for many years, all are sensible people, listened to her this express. All said excuse me, dizzy retreat out." Cheng Jiaxuan was present at the time and witnessed the whole thing, so she didn't need to avoid it. After a night of tossing and turning, several of us although exhausted, but because of the ice bucket in the middle of no Ga Rinbu Peak location, heart are very happy. I also hope in my heart where Grandpa cannot do anything. After all, it snowed so much, and Grandpa with supplies after all, not as much as us. Neither of them moved first, staring at each other closely. The maple leaves falling in the sky blocked the view, forming a rain of maple leaves. Both of them didn't blink their eyes, waiting for the best opportunity, not waiting for Zhao Lin to answer. Chen Yufan said in a deep voice, "Zhao Lin, this should be counted as one of your heart disease. If you can't solve it, it will affect your attainment in piano." "What is it? Can you talk to your teacher?" Li Dehai nodded his head and smiled. "In fact, just now if it is not because of Lin Hui we call cell phone when the sound is a little big, he really did not think he would this ran into her. Then since he ran into, he naturally want to have a good catch-up." Chapter 47, Chinese Musical Instruments. Casting the Sea, request for catch-up reading in monthly tickets. Under Shang Yixia's full expectation, the system voice continued to broadcast in his mind. The host can extract the character's character card. Drops. Detected the IP web series, investment degree, medium, worldview completeness, medium, character fulfillment, medium, character popularity, medium, host interpretation degree, medium, host character integration degree, medium. After a series of comments, the system is unable to effectively extract the character's character card. Instead, it will randomly extract a skill card from the character. Will it be extracted immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Extract. Shang Yixia secretly muttered in her heart. Inner strength card. Inner strength card. Inner strength card. The system randomly selected, Zhao Ranhua, skill card in. Ding. The crisp and pleasant electronic sound of the blessing gem dropping sounded. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the skill card, Chinese musical instrument. What the hell? Shang Yixia was struck by lightning and her entire body went numb. What about the promised, inner strength card? What the hell is this, Chinese musical instrument? System. Check the skill card, Chinese musical instrument. Shang Yixia hurriedly moved his mind. Swish. A green skill card deck presented itself in his mind. Card name, Chinese musical instruments. Card quality, green. Skill level, 1 star. Card description, after equipping this card, the host gains the skill, Chinese musical instrument. When the host learns or plays a Chinese musical instrument, additional proficiency and effects are added. Note 1, a Chinese musical instrument is defined as a musical instrument that has been popular and spread on a large scale in ancient China, and is not limited to the place of origin, e.g., pipa, eru. Note 2, this card has the word psychic resonance, which makes it easier to establish psychic resonance between the listener and the performer. sharing emotions of joy, anger, sadness, and happiness when the host is immersed in the playing of Chinese musical instruments. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought after patiently reading the card introduction. What mistake did he, Shang Yixia, make? After being abused by Chief Director Ba and working hard for 2 full days, he drew such a thing. Even if he couldn't draw any internal martial arts cards, at least a set of Zhao Renoa's supreme sword art, that thing was very practical whether it was used for fighting monsters or acting, and could bring a noticeable gain to himself. But this Chinese musical instrument was too useless, and that lyric is kinda crap. Why do you need a lyric to be redundant when you play well and naturally resonate with your audience? But after being depressed, Shang Yixia thought for a second and felt that this card wasn't really that bad. After all, she didn't draw a card like, male dressing as a woman. That stuff is what's called disgusting. Shang Yixia figured it out and decided to try the efficacy of this Chinese musical instrument card. As the saying goes, if you draw a card with your own hands, you have to utilize it even with tears in your eyes. God catch yen xiai, this kind of crew. All kinds of Chinese musical instruments are still a lot. Like what? Guqin, guzheng, pipa, eru, trumpet, suona, drums, gongs, fast boards, and so on everything, but Shang Yixia circle. Or ask the tool master will he use the jade flute borrow over to try. The flute seems to be slightly easier to get started with compared to other instruments. It is also easy to carry around, and can even be used as a weapon to fight monsters at critical moments. He then found another corner to sit in. First, through his mind, he unloaded the Chinese pastry from the 4 skill cards that already had full slots, and then loaded the Chinese musical instrument into it, and closed his eyes to feel it for a while, but he didn't notice any abnormal changes. Regardless, Shang Yixia used her cell phone to open a video website, searched for flute teaching videos, and found one that seemed to be more reliable to observe and learn from. Chapter 47, Chinese Musical Instruments. Casting a light on the sea, requesting for catch-up reads and monthly tickets. Modern society is this convenient. Want to learn anything can be searched for tutorials. Not to mention playing the flute, this kind of bias towards the masses of instructional videos. Even in the river with the tiles floating in the water there are people to study and teach. Soon, Shang Yixia watched a basic instructional video and felt as if it wasn't that difficult. He wasn't sure if the flute was inherently simple or if it was because it was loaded with Chinese instruments. He picked up the jade flute and placed it across his mouth. And suddenly, an inexplicably familiar feeling surged through his heart. As if this jade flute was an old buddy that had accompanied him for many years in a generally affectionate manner. And he naturally began to play it according to the tutorial in the video. Blowing is the teaching song Little Donkey in the video. I have a little donkey I never ride. This tune is very simple, and it is relatively easy to memorize, and he has memorized the sheet music just now. At the beginning when he blew the first few notes, he was still a little rusty, but by the time a piece was finished, he was already a little skillful, and when he blew it 3 times, it was already very smooth and natural, and the whole piece, instead of having no mistakes, was also quite nice to listen to. Pause for practice. Shang Yixia checked the experience bar of Chinese musical instrument, and it rose a little bit imperceptibly. Then, he picked a somewhat difficult tune, A Smile from the Sea, to learn, and after another 3 times, he had already mastered the tune more skillfully, and even the basic skills of the flute, similar to fingering, breathing, and other aspects of the skills had also improved by leaps and bounds. After a slight meditation, he focused his attention and immersed his mind into the music. The person and the flute seemed to merge into one in this instant, and began to blow the prelude. A trace of a desolate and sluggish Jianghu atmosphere quickly spread out with the flute sound. As if there is a head wearing a bucket hat Jianghu guest rafting, his hands holding the sword, hanging his head stood in the bow of the boat, the sluggish river wind blowing his lapel hunting flap. The next instant, the tune goes straight to the point, with a feverish, heroic, yet lonely feeling spreading out in all directions. I don't know when. 2 of the field workers carrying the props stopped in their tracks and began to listen sideways. Slowly, there were more and more people around. None of them spoke, just stood there quietly listening. It was as if they had all entered that magnificent Jianghu of constant strife, yet chivalrous and stirring. Wine and beauty, swords and rivers and lakes, grudges, love affairs, and a lot of trouble. I don't know how long it took for the song to fall, but Shang Yixia still maintained the movement of playing the flute, her eyes gently closed, as if she was still immersed in her emotions and hadn't been able to return to her senses. To be honest, Shang Yixia, because of the family conditions, and is immersed in the sea of knowledge all day long in the school bully martial arts, this piece of contact is not much, and do not quite understand the so-called Jianghu Qi. But after this song was blown, he felt that feeling of wanton spontaneity, wild and unrestrained, yet heavy-hearted and to the core. And those who stopped to listen to the audience, but also the same moment and a half did not come to their senses. as if with Shang Yixia emotional resonance, swimming together in that far away, but also as if close to the rivers and lakes. After a long time, scattered applause rang out around them, followed by a round of applause. Shang Yixia, you brat. Chief Director Ba also came back to his senses from the shock, and directly rushed over and grabbed Shang Yixia's lapel, and scolded with a puff of anger. Why didn't you say this earlier if you know how to do this? I could have given you shots, given you images, and designed the plot for you all. This. Shang Yixia felt innocent. How could you let him say it earlier? How would he have known what skill decks he could draw before he made this movie? Chapter 48, Soundwave Attack. King of Kitchen is going to be released, begging for a catch-up read, begging for monthly votes. I don't care. You make up some footage and bloopers for me. And if you can't, edit it into a music video for promotion. The bossy director has a bossy look on his face. Director, I'm off from work after the kill. I don't care. I want you to make up the shot. Okay, I'll make it up. Can I make it up? More than an hour later, after Shang Yixia finished filming the footage of the bloopers and the MV again, removed her makeup, and changed her clothes, she came over to the side of the chief director of Ba, and saw that he was happily looking at the footage of herself playing the flute. Shang Yixia went over to take a look. Not to mention, when he played the flute, put a blower on the side to blow the wind. The wind blowing the clothes' fluttering appearance is still quite handsome. Ha! Out of the corner of his eye, Chief Director Ba saw Shang Yixia, and immediately revealed a look of surprise and dislike. Why are you still standing here? Waiting for dinner? Go go go. Get out if you want to get off work. Don't get in my way here. Shang Yixia's entire body fell into silence. Not only is this Li Loudon a dominating director, he's also a used-up old scumbag. Leaving from the God's Catcher's crew, Shang Yixia also didn't go back to his girlfriend's crew. The director over there had already adjusted the order of filming to make it easier for him to focus on killing the divine constable Yen Shai first, and then give him focused filming afterwards. Shang Yixia, who was already somewhat exhausted, simply took a taxi directly back to Jingchen, about as tired as he was. Or perhaps the driver was driving too steadily and the wobble was too hypnotic. He fell asleep in the car without realizing it. An hour or so later, the car arrived at Qingchen Huating. The driver woke him up, and he paid to get out of the car. After a good night's sleep, Shang Yixia's fatigue dissipated a lot, and she was refreshed. As usual, he first yelled at Young Jun in the basement a few times, and when he didn't get a response, he started searching around. After circling around the 28 buildings, he found Young Jun, who was hanging out and playing with a couple of female cats. Seeing this scene, Shang Yixia's face blackened. I've been working hard every day to earn money to support you, but you're playing here, holding down 3 female cats in one breath. Shang Yingjun, what the hell are you doing? You don't even answer when I call you? Angry Shang Yixia went up to grab Yingjun. Unexpectedly, Yingjun is very sensitive. Immediately let go of the mother cat, thumping 3 or 2 jumped to a tree branch, then bent his legs and squatted. Don't turn his head to fake sleep. A look as if he didn't even look at Shang Yixia's appearance. With that gesture, it was obvious that she wanted to wait for Shang Yixia to leave and continue playing with those female cats. Playing this with me, huh? Shang Yixia was exasperated and laughed, rushing forward with an arrow step, stomping on the trunk of the tree. The whole person rose up from the ground, probing his hand towards Yingjun and grabbing him. Yingjun obviously didn't expect Shang Yixia to be able to jump that high, but the cat's reaction speed was already very fast, and when he saw the opportunity, he immediately leapt up with a flurry of residual shadows and scurried towards the tree. I'm not sure. Shang Yixia's foot is again in the trunk of a stump. The whole person flew out horizontally, probing a hand to grab a pinch of the neck of the handsome, smooth it into the arms. The person in the air also played a sideways rotation before the posture of the dashing stable landing. Oh, you still really think that dad can't rule you? Shang Yixia laughed a little smugly. In the past, he really couldn't do anything about this little guy. But now, didn't he have a light card? Although this light card was gray and inferior, the enhancement of his stance was quite obvious, completely complementing his shortcomings in stance, and it was especially useful at critical moments. Just like just now, when he took a jump, he naturally knew where his feet should go and how his body should balance in the air. Just like body memory, he was ready to make the light card the resident card in the slot. Yingjun, who was pinched at the back of his neck, instantly became honest and curled up in Shang Yixia's arms without moving. Cats and kittens are all like this. The back of the neck will be honest when scratched. This is a genetic weakness left behind by the mother cat's habit of holding the back of the kitten's neck to shift its position. Shang Yixia carried it back home. Just after arriving home, Yingjun, who had regained his freedom, wasn't too honest, and rushed at Shang Yixia with a protesting wail, indicating that he hadn't had enough fun for the day, and that he wanted to continue to go out and make waves. With a calm expression, Shang Yixia took out her cell phone and found a strongly contrasting video of Cat before and after her balls were cut, and played it for Ying Jun to see. Young Jun reads it with horror and dull eyes, caught in a state of skepticism about the cat's life. Shang Yixia stroked its head and said gently, "What happens to disobedient cats? Understand?" Chapter 48, Sound Wave Attack. King of Kitchen is going to be released, begging for catch-up reads, begging for monthly votes. Meow. Ying Jun's second goat issued a sticky meow. Intimate and pleasing around Shang Yixia, a good rub. Has been rubbing. Shang Yixia did not strain to reveal a smile, only honestly ran to eat cat food and drink water. This dog, it's really smart. Shang Yixia had already checked some relevant posts in the home of the Transcendents. There were some Transcendents who had accidentally awakened their transcendent abilities after being exposed to a transcendent event, and in the same case, some animals would have a small chance of stepping into transcendence. He had always wondered if Young Jun had awakened his supernatural abilities as well. Otherwise, he was a bit too smart for a cat, and now he was also eating an exceptional amount of food, and his strength and speed seemed to be much stronger than the average cat. After all, it wasn't often that a male cat could hold down and rub against 3 females in one breath. In retrospect, it had recovered too quickly from its initial injury. It was also based on this consideration that Shang Yixia didn't bring it to cut its balls. After a slight rest, Shang Yixia cooked a bowl of noodles to quickly eat as per usual, and after tidying up the house a bit, she came to the study. This time, he didn't come to the study to study or to get a design proposal for Gao Laodang. Instead, he took out a jade flute and a glass and prepared to try out the combination technique of Chinese musical instrument and divine numinous. As for this jade flute, it was naturally something Shang Yixia had shunned from the Divine Constable crew. This is a special prop customized by the crew. The surface looks jade-colored, but in fact it is a polymer synthetic material. Feels good and very strong. After all, this thing is going to be used for a fight scene, and it's not going to be sturdy. Shang Yixia's study was renovated with soundproofing needs in mind, so even playing an instrument here won't disturb the neighbors. He struck a blowing pose and paused slightly, percolating for a moment. Suddenly, the tones of Songhai's laughter rang out directly at a high pitch, and he used his divine mind to homogenize the beam of sound waves, shooting them in the direction of the glass. Bang! The glass instantly exploded, shattered pieces bursting out in all directions, clattering around the study like a hailstorm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shang Yixia was also confused and stopped playing the flute, looking at the broken glass all over the ground. Her eyes were also filled with excitement. He had seen Kung Fu, and was extremely impressed with the 2 moves that used the koto to play music and inspire sound waves to hit people. Similarly, there are also early years of Hong Kong film Six-Fingered Zither Demon, relying on a guqin. It killed the entire Jianghu bloody rain. Shivering. All of this made him very envious. I never thought that he, Shang Yixia, would be able to learn a sonic attack one day. However, probably due to the lack of internal power, this sonic attack was far inferior to the 2 blind men in Kung Fu. But the future was ultimately promising, wasn't it? And it doesn't necessarily have to be limited to internal power cards. What with fighting spirit cards, psychic energy cards, spirit power cards, and mana cards being guaranteed to have an effect as well. It's just that the cleaning that follows is a problem for the average person. Available for Shang Yixia, only to see him move his mind, covering the entire study. The next instant, countless glass debris flying up in the air, converging into a beam, like a water column, like a clattering, all fell into the wastebasket. The entire den was restored to its clean and tidy appearance. Such cleaning efficiency has put that house sweeper on the verge of losing its job. Shang Yixia reopened the study and saw Ying Jun probing outside. And when he saw that Shang Yixia wasn't dead, he relaxed and strutted around to continue eating his cat food to suppress his shock. And it is being done. His cell phone rang a few times in succession, and when he opened it, he saw that it was King of Chefs, Director Lee, who he hadn't contacted for a while. Sending a message. Mr. Yixia, tonight at 8 o'clock, our King of Chefs will be online on the Y station on time, so have time to help forward the promotional text. Haha. It's in theaters so soon? It's even faster than Immortal Sword and Devil Subduing? However, it's true that a show like King of Kitchen doesn't need much post, and it's normal for it to be fast. Shang Yixia instantly came to life. Chinese pastry, although it was only a life-type skill card, it was still very versatile, and it was still a green skill card now. So if it could be upgraded to Blue Excellent, or even to Purple Extreme, it was guaranteed that some more useful phrases would come out. One time, Shang Yixia's heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 49, The King of Culinary Program has a big shady secret. After all, secretly no matter how to do it again is no problem. But now Zhuge Zong has intervened in this matter. Lu Rao is still unforgiving to Zhou Yu. There is a momentum that now want to get Zhou Yu, which makes Zhuge Zong's anger has reached the level to be covered up. Lin Tianxian used his hands to lean on his legs to find a relatively large tree to sit down, hiding his body behind the tree to reveal a head to observe the movement over there. Hearing Ling Xiao said so, Chen Yong will only this income space ring, from the space ring to take out a white robe. Simply wear good after the body surface of the flame dispersed. The flame dispersed to see Chen Yong body surface a wound. Want to use this to make a living in the game. After all, as long as you can be recruited by the guild, you can have a fixed salary to take. Relatively easier to make money than the combat profession. In the eyes of the crowd, Yun Fan's most sensible choice was to be wise and choose to give up on challenging the 72nd floor so as to gain the existing merit and fame. After all, launching a challenge to the heavenly dragon child was tantamount to a moth to a flame. This was a kind of prediction of the future that she was born with, and as her cultivation strengthened, this feeling was constantly amplified, so she had always trusted her first sense. Humph, it's best that you guys didn't escape. Let's see if I don't clean you up. Chen Ziyi's beautiful eyes crossed, yumming as she dug into the earth and rocks. Some martial artists who were already disappointed were naturally excited to see the battle reversed, shouting and taking out a magic core from their spatial rings and throwing it into the arena. And the people from Dark Fragrance Court fed some light medicinal powder to the tarantula and brought it down. I want today's roasted lion's head, kung pao chicken, and the broth that was roasted before. Chen Ziyi licked her lips with her pink tongue in a highly seductive manner as she couldn't get enough of it. So, although Lu Yun was serving as a deacon in the miscellaneous affairs hall, through these few contacts, Lin Tianxian had a basic understanding of Lu Yun. An old man from the 10,000 Swords sect dressed in a metaphysical suit even personally came to invite Shui Yang to join the 10,000 Swords sect, and the Zhao family as well as the Guang family and a number of various other families also ran over to join in the fun. If it was Moe before, he definitely would not keep these points, because there is no use in keeping them, no matter when the time to use these points are all the same. But what was exchanged was Lin Xian's seeming smile. You'd better explain all this to our old Buddha, and see if the old Buddha can kick you out of the house before the New Year's Eve. As he said this, he walked towards the door. Han Jinyong's heart, in fact, still want to let this strong man to suffer some more. But the master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Listening to the words of the master, he immediately let go, jumped to the side. Yi Lingfeng was also speechless. This person should have the strength of the Foundation Establishment for Realm, only that his speed was comparable to that of the Wind God. No, it was even more terrifying than the Wind God. Chapter 49, There's a big shady secret in the King of Culinary program. Want to know? Ask a ghost. Sooner or later, someone will kill you. Schwerin sneered. However, even so, the state emperors and martial arts allies of the various states in the human world, as well as the various magical beast families in the demon world, also knew one after another that the 9 heavenly spirit fox family of the Sin state had sneaked across the Rift Valley, broken through the boundary wall, and arrived at the Hanging Hollow Island to evade the tax matter. Xiao Yan. It really isn't what you think, and you don't need to make any sacrifices for me. I called out to Xiao Yan, who was ready to leave. Then everyone got up, and since it was on a mountain, there were a lot of inconveniences. Even the washing water was from the mineral water they had brought with them. Guana looked at the 2 dumbfounded bruisers proudly and took the lead in the Rolls Royce that was at the head of the pack. If he was good at poison, then Knight Renju was quite knowledgeable about medicine. After identifying the odor, Knight Renju reversed the bottle, and in her palm lay a fragrant pill. Li Ming raised his right foot and prepared to get into the car. However, he hesitated for a moment, turned back and hugged Han Dong tightly before finally turning around and getting into the car, closing the pitch-black colored door. Perhaps growing to the end, he could kill half the lifeforms in the universe just by snapping his fingers. It is like a meteor tearing the pitch-black vacuum. The ripples spread, and the shockwaves confused thousands of Han Dong with the extreme speed of 100,000 meters per second, wildly soaring through the starry sky, close to the earth. Not true. Erin brainstormed for more than 10 seconds before she realized Lin Ai, who was trying to sneak away while she was lost in thought, and with a dark face, she flew in front of Lin Ai once again to block it. The ceiling drew infinitely upward from nowhere, and the dark, empty cries echoed high above, as if some cloud of demonic creatures were descending from the heavens. Blackened feathers obscured the view, casting a shadow across the boiling floor. The players were in batches, and everything that happened on the mountain was known only to those who went up there, and not to anyone else. Sophia rolled her eyes with a grimace. She honestly regretted a little bit that she didn't keep an eye on the area all the time, and was surprisingly open about it when she first found out about such a large amusement park. Not at all curious about the question who built such a big amusement park. Chapter 50 Brother Isha has posted a new video, begging for catch-up reading, begging for monthly votes. This gentle singing, like the sound of a wonderful Buddha, seemed holy and inviolable in this empty hall. Xia Hanwei even wanted to immerse herself in it. leaving behind the loneliness of her long life, leaving behind her long wait, and sinking down again. With Song Ershing's urbanity, how could he let these kids from Mystic Dreams see anything? Mengban was supposedly deep, but he was probably too happy, so he couldn't help it. Song Ershing had long since noticed the frowns of the Mystic Dreams, but Mengban was so happy right now. It was also quite good, so she didn't remind him of anything. Wang Shifeng, who had her back turned to Jia Lian, naturally did not see the favor in Jia Lian's smile, and was now sulking over Jia Lian's disregard. What spirit ghost? How did you meet a spirit ghost? Old rascal was even more surprised. That ghostly face changed again and again, already showing a look of fear. You go down first, I'll give you 5 days to build Ling Yun into a team. I don't want there to be infighting by then. Do you understand? Contemplating for a moment, Ling Fei slowly spoke. Daiyu was busy for 7 or 8 days, and then everything was packed. Only 2 houses were left to guard the ancestral home. After discussing with Jia Lian, Daiyu decided to go to Lin Ruhai's post first. On April 16, Daiyu and her party took a boat to Yanzhou, only to see a delicate figure in the mirror. A long red dress. The chest is designed as a diagonal pair of placket. Wide sleeves set off the waist is not a handful. The waist of the belt just right to make the lower half of the skirt more slender. As long as the people have enough to eat, they will have the energy to do something else. Development is not a problem. Lijia village is not the case? The original Lijia village in the current Tanggu County Qingyuan County is not bad. Is not also just a few years to develop? They were all elite soldiers who had been trained at the Anchorage defense line. More than half of them had been through the previous battle with the Soviets. There were not many new recruits among them, and even if they were re-enlisted, most of them were veterans who had been discharged from the Mexican battlefields. Du Zhixuan, who had finished saluting with Princess Nine, only felt a toothache, and her heart was full of depression and chagrin. White Hitch sneered. Really? Before the words left his mouth, a green smoke rose up and his figure disappeared in place. Auntie, Brother Chen said that he has something to do and left first, coming back later, going to that mountain to have a look. This is also estimated to be dangerous, so in order to not let Su Qingyan worry, Le Xian also changed his words to say that it is Mo Chen who has something to do. With every odd hand seal, the tone of the spell in Morpheus's mouth was 1 point higher than the previous tone, then higher and higher, higher and higher, and in the end, every character in the spell was almost shouted out, but even so, no one could understand what Morpheus actually said. At the time of Yu Henan's death, he held back and secretly laid out his plans for 2 months. Among other things, the assassination of the mayor was his game within a game. Chapter 50. Brother Isha has posted a new video, begging for a catch-up read, begging for monthly votes. It wasn't until the cursing on the other end of the phone gradually stopped that he pressed the phone to his ear and lazily leaned against the back of his chair. Dad, if you don't go find someone to help me, I'm going to be court-martialed. Will it be life imprisonment or death penalty? You see to it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. You what you? Can't you see that I'm talking to a few Lord God Lords? No manners at all. Fighting with Star. I'm afraid that the person who could take advantage of Star had yet to be born. Quasimodo stared blandly at Riolette, watching a tingle run through his body, and was wondering if he'd made some kind of fault in his performance when he heard him speak softly. Looking at the fiercely approaching thunderstrike that was like a giant spirit demon god, Mary Gino's face still did not have the slightest crease on it. Eventually Riolette shook her head sadly and finished as if nothing had happened, kicking the necromancer straight into the rubble and leaving it alone. Do I know you well? No time. Shi Chang was exasperated. Not that he was much of a big shot, but this was the first time he had encountered such a smug character. At the same time, Luo Jin and the others outside the door, at this time also still waiting patiently, Luo Jin and Bai Hua from time to time glanced at the courtyard outside, those shot in the cold gaze of the Fong family's children, casually glancing at it and then ignored it to go. Haha, mentioned So Anso was laughing at himself, laughing at the young warrior loss for my admiration among the people. The idea is actually so simple. Things now I also do not say lies. Before and after directly is to make me downright become a shrunken head turtle. In the middle of the words, under the night, the 4 holy monks of the first Tisa is finally revealed figure. A roar rang out as several winged monsters flew up from below and tore towards Baron Nash, while at the same time several flaming boulders shot over, thrown by several lava giants. He didn't pause. His palm tore towards the front. A wide spatial crack appeared and swept towards the black mist, but before he could wait to get close to the black mist, he was sucked in by the strong suction force that the black gourd suddenly spewed out. Eve, I've already warned you that you can't just trespass inside my mountain villa. You just don't listen. If you do this next time, I won't save you. Do you understand? Yi Wu Dao warned her again. Get up, all of you. We are all human beings, and since I know about the young children, I naturally can't just ignore it. This is all what I should do. Chen Feng said hurriedly, but those people still refused to get up. The enemy soldiers also commanded to cheer, and just at the moment when they had just shouted a couple of words, they suddenly only heard a messy whistling sound coming from the sky, and a pile of black stuff fell from the sky and smashed down towards their heads. That's true, but this substance is not common, so I'm afraid it's very difficult to figure it out. Elder Lu shook his head slightly. He had spent a lot of effort but still had no clue. Chapter 51, Shang Yixia, I'll make a big move. You guys feel free. Yu Zhangping, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not I will kill you. Yuan Shao was exactly when he had nowhere to vent his frustration. When he saw Yu Hong uttering this kind of sarcasm, he pulled out his sword at once. Once again, this put Dong Zhuo in deep thought, because everyone knew that Lu Bu was Ding Yuan's righteous son, so how could he possibly get him to defect to himself? A moment later, the ancient corpse's head finally stopped bobbing, and Zi lifted the ancient corpse's neck and yanked the body out from the corner. However, the ancient corpse he yanked out only had the head to the shoulders remaining, and below the shoulders, it had been completely severed, and was left in the hole. Who is it? Who is making noise in the hospital? Several security guards, who had received the support message, had already rushed to the scene, and the one in the lead was yelling ferociously. Lu Qingyi willow eyebrow raised, Hua turned just in time to attack, but saw that he was covering his chest and leaning against the door, his face a little white oozing. Jiang Ming also felt that his kung fu was good. Meditate and calm down, intending to have a few moves with him, too long without moving the muscles and bones. The palms of the hands also feel itchy. The person who came is the world-famous generation of warrior sword god Xia Bai. His name is Xia Bai, the word Liancheng, known as the god of swords by the people of Jianghu. Your sister is not an ordinary nanny. She is. You are not afraid that she and surnamed Zhang will fall in love over time and stir up trouble? Old Aide worriedly said. At this time the palace, although the building is still there, has long been gone. There wasn't even a single guard to watch the door. Also, when Dong Zhuo left, he moved all the good things that could be moved away, so there is no need for anyone to watch over this place. It is dead silent. Therefore, from time to time, he needed to come to Anti-Empress Dowager's place to seek a little support. But this time, in the process of seeking support, he learned that Empress Dowager's place had also become less generous. It turned out that as soon as Lin Baosher entered the inside, the bald head recognized her, and when he heard the underworlder call out to her as Lord Messenger, he thought that she must be a formidable character, and that it was always right to admit his mistake first. Zhu Feiyu rolled his eyes at him. What is this old man complacent about? What a strange old man. The reason why the Jinshi divine monarch was born so high spiritual intelligence, or because the four monarchs of the fate of the country also intersect with each other to form, but also can only appear in the way of this fate has just flourished in the place. If you change to the submerged dragon copy, one person's fate how can be compared with a country of the fate of a country? Shenans pushed the door and walked out after looking around this strange room of fat headglow for a while. It was only when this news reached Huangfeng Mountain that Su Chua smiled faintly. This hand was considered secure. The second madam brought the second master to the entrance of the marquee house. The strange thing is that there is no one guarding the entrance of the marquee house. Her brows lightly knit, and she glanced towards the subordinate behind her. The lionfish is a silent killer on the seafloor. It usually swims silently around the reef when feeding, suddenly attacking and capturing its victims without notice. It was so hard to find such a person who was willing to accompany her to go crazy and break away. How could something happen? Similarly, the more true essence filaments the organ puppet could carry, the higher its quality would be. No wonder it is said that inside the state banquet, most of the men is chef, cook this aspect of the matter, but also men in the line, said Su Fan as a light screen appeared in front of him, and in the light screen was the very image of Tang Beiwei and Jun battling against each other. In the future, the ancestral witches will work more closely together and their mastery of the formation will be more pure, so that they will naturally consume less and will be able to exert greater power. You don't have to ask Wang Wei about the male lead. There isn't a single word throughout that describes him as handsome, but instead says he's extremely good-looking. The lasciviousness of being about to be crashed through by someone familiar, the lust that had been hanging high, made the beads of sweat that smashed down from Xiaoshou's forehead fall on her delicate skin. After 3 glasses, Dorothy's eyes had visibly begun to loll, and Colin was a little lopsided. Dunhuang gave Zhuanggung a sufficient budget, not to mention, and in terms of camera control, narrative ability, etc. The fledgling Ning Hao is also absolutely no match for the experienced Zhuanggung. After the split, Song only gained the ability to be in the present, but that was enough for Song. After all, there is a word called living in the present, living every second of the present, then the past and the future become less important. Look, what director wouldn't love such a rising star who was a good actor but just over a year into his career has a limited price tag, and still manages to attract eyeballs and secure box office? Job fairs are all about introducing the company's development and prospects, as well as recruiting benefits. XINU then remembered that in the chaotic Star Sea region, the vast majority of the heavenly Tao's functions were in a state of failure. Thinking like this, the appraiser's heart that was originally in a state of 7 has also settled down. He was about to open his mouth to conduct another physical appraisal on this teenager, but he was not expecting to be preempted by someone else. After experiencing one strange and even unreasonable world after another, the system has been upgraded, gradually becoming somewhat subtly more likable. At least it was his own offspring. Even if he didn't have much kinship, it was only right to help and remind him not to let him fall into the path of the painted skin goblin. To buy this guy, when he left she still looked like a retarded child. How a few days did not see talk so sharp. Chapter 52 Upgrade of Card, Chinese Noodles and Desserts, requesting for catch-up reading and monthly tickets. Immediately afterward, a sea of fire rose from the ground, scorching the life above the earth for a long time, unwilling to disperse. 7 consecutive days of attack. The city on the city, wailing everywhere, the city walls everywhere blood, but also when the thunderbolt attack, potholes, with the hands of 2,000 defenders, in 10 times the enemy, and the enemy has the advantage of the thunderbolt car in the case, still be able to defend for 7 days, has been extremely difficult. This presents a serious point of contradiction. How can someone so talented easily let everyone see through his true nature in true colors? Carter's heart was full of despair for Hardy, and all the stupidity of the year they had known each other was less disturbing than this. Li Wuchang agreed with this statement. The royal family Yuan generation of talent is indeed very much, just that Li Wuchang did not pay much attention to it. Some years ago, there were not many wars, so those princes are very low profile. And the matter of the money housekeeper, just Li Wuchang deliberately mentioned. The purpose is to cause Li Lingwu's attention. Zhang will certainly not dare to be so unscrupulous in the future. Focusing his mind once again, he stared at the blood sun earlier without letting go, in order to prepare for leaving this place. And life after marriage is destined to have its ups and downs. People have different roles and think differently. Ordinary couples are caught up in trivialities and have to think every day about how they can achieve greater happiness. And just because they are ordinary people, they complain about each other. There is no momentum, there is no difference, as if it is an ordinary tea stall. But how can he not control the hot blood stirring in his heart? And even the whole body involuntarily exudes an icy cold. The blazing sunny weather as if the cold winter months generally killing and gloomy. There is a person he has been thirsty for a long time. This is the intuition. A stone giant soldier that wasn't afraid of electric shocks. Yaya's attacks lost their power. How to restrain such a big guy then becomes a problem. Although their own car is also not lightly injured. The front corner of the car has been flattened, but Chen Ling is still not dead. Once again give oil, and once again slammed forward. The servant outside the door conveyed Morong Che's words, and the stack of clothes held in his hands were all incomparably expensive. In that case, the nepotism of New Reigning Frontier is seated solidly. As everyone knows that New Reigning Frontier's predecessor was the old Yiho. Lu Tianyu nodded. The matter was important. He could save Sui Zilu and take her away from ANS, but he didn't dare to guarantee that he would still be able to protect her at all times in the future. Therefore, he told Feng Lingxue about the God General's request. Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu both thought of these 4 words almost simultaneously. There were conditions for the activation of the military formation. He needed to dispatch his troops to a designated location to form the military formation's momentum in order for it to take effect. Su Yang, you're right about everything. I can now imagine you as in politics. If you hadn't been stepped off halfway, then you would definitely be sitting in my position, the chief said with a smile. Yi Baohua fixed his eyes on it. But no. Dabeo was hanging on Chen Ling's body like a cute bear. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step. No matter how the green devil moves his steps, his figure is just staying in place. Caesar's words hit home, and the old man smiled more sincerely and gave a detailed answer. Zhao Musai agreed. Exit the office, do a good handover, finish packing, and thus began her first 20-day vacation in 6 years in Jicheng, and did not have to take care of work. And Zhang Wanjing was equally dissatisfied with Wu Tian's way of speaking. Only that Zhang Wanjing didn't say anything, but instead turned around and had eyes that stared fiercely at Wu Tian, as if she was going to kill him with her eyes. At the same time, a cold wind blew, and a little of it went through the gap between his necks and into his body. The 3 of them all looked over in unison, and then they saw Kuyu on a hillside in the distance, with her hands crossed, smiling at them and shaking her hand. The other hand, on the other hand, was holding something unknown. A long time ago, a fruit grew at the junction of the 9 specters in chaos. And there was only one. And at this time, Wu Tian also started plucking the strings, and another whole sound was spread through the loudspeaker to the whole stadium. The sound of the zither and the sound of the serpent mingled with each other and complemented each other. Immediately afterward, she leapt straight up and easily jumped over the row of blocks in front of her. The battlefield has long been covered with corpses. Broken arms and thighs are everywhere. Headless corpses are everywhere. The smell of blood in the sky is disgusting. Just like the hell of Shura, all people are sacrificing their lives to fight each other. The battle is close to white. The reason why Lin Feng didn't react was because Lin Feng was normally observing the attributes of the Dark G impermanent demon god. Older brother thought that you would go and seek help from the Li family. Lu Daosheng was a bit saddened. Mu Yang was benefited in the Li family. If it was such a simple help, the Li family would naturally be obliged. Everyone knows that Wei Zizhou is staying inside this jailless prison, and it's not unusual to hear who was killed when you think of the end times being chaotic everywhere. Ouyang Yi suddenly woke up from his sleep, and after that it was difficult to sleep. He opened the window and took a deep breath of cold and fresh air. Chapter 53. I'm sorry. I'm Shang Yixie's man now. The Battle of Wuji County has basically wiped out the Yellow Turbans in Lower Xuyang, and even General Zhang Bao, the Earth Public General, has been captured alive by Lu Tianhao. So it can be said that the Yellow Turbans in the northern part of Jizhou have already found it difficult to make any waves. A living Great Saint Realm cultivator with soul power that far exceeded the toughness and strength of his soul. Even the most spontaneous person would not dare to pat himself on the back and say, I have no contact with my biological parents who are still alive in my life, and I don't care about their existence at all. Even if I don't care about them at all, I can't cleanly erase their traces and existence in the depths of my heart. You should know that the purpose of my return is not limited to this. His voice was as unperturbed as ever, but a trace of imperceptible intolerance flashed in his eyes as he looked at Elder Lu. Suemo carried the soundly sleeping Xia Yili on his back and walked smoothly on the noisy street. The passers-by's eyes were all attracted by the tender interaction between the two lovers. Wang Li's heart jumped. He quietly picked up the flask in his hand and put his other hand on top of the lighter. As long as that spider was willing to come down, he would burn over it with a fire and make a fish out of water. Marshal, there is a strange movement in this river. Please go down with some elite soldiers to see what kind of god dares to cause trouble in our heavenly clan. Ancestral Dragon narrowed his eyes and said word by word, I really don't know anything. Caillou stammered in response when he saw Juju staring at him. Oh, smoking. Yan Xiao spat out two words without looking back. That arrogant attitude that drove Lu Xia crazy every time. He cried, laughed, was confused, silent, struggled hard, but in the end it was all disillusionment. As Xian Ciyuan continued to contemplate the third diagram of the true technique of the sorcerer's way, the ninth grade essence blood in the area of his heart jumped out drop by drop, transforming into a mist of blood and drilling into that large bowl. Before Akatsuki could even open her mouth to explain, Big Sister L took over the job. As she was the ship in question, naturally it would be more persuasive for her to make the explanation. Outside the deep pit, a soul of a god or devil with a terrifying aura that was constantly wreaking havoc in the void, upon discovering Wang Yang, immediately pounced madly towards him like a cat that smelled something fishy. I'm not sure what kind of person Akatsuki-sensei is. I only know that his apparent identity is the home economics class exchange teacher at Fujimi Academy. His strength is very powerful. Even with a body like mine he can deal with several times the number of individuals at the same time. And the firearms in your hands should be nothing more than a toy-like existence in his eyes. But the only thing that responded to him was an explosive roar filled with wind fury. And it seemed that humanity had faded away, leaving animalism, followed by a surprise attack to instantly wipe out all of the Katsuragi's raiding carriers. The odds are that our side will fall into a brief state of disorientation from such a heavy blow. Chapter 53. I'm sorry. I'm Shang Yixie's man now. Out of the clouds peak and other main peaks. Are the more up the more abundant heaven and earth Yuan Qi? The whole main peak overall divided into peak waist, peak bottom 3 sections. The peak in addition to several elders and protectors to live in addition to the cultivation of the treasure. Special cultivation formation, etc. For the ordinary cultivators to cultivate the cave is only 9. The cultivators present were all human savants who had lived for some years, and immediately understood Xiao Tian's meaning, which must have been to deal with this bizarre matter. Sacred Sword Peak, Giant Sword Hall. Ji Ximing entered the large hall and respectfully knelt in front of an old man with a pale face who sat cross-legged. The reason why he wasn't found by the Holy Sword Sex people right now was because he had absorbed the lessons from the last 100 Kingdoms battlefield and completely sealed his sword intent. I know that all this, Fong can be broken on their own, but this the people in this village. Fong please Taoist master to send them free, and then do a spell for them to send them into the path of reincarnation. The old man begged, stay here at ease. I will treat her as my own flesh and blood. Song Tinghua said as he reached out his hand and covered Meng Yinin's stomach. Yin Tianxiu was no longer an expert in using poison, although these poisons would not cause any substantial harm to him, but he did not expect that after eating so much just now, He did not even notice that there was poison in these meals, and this was what made him the most scornful. Lu Yu said and opened his arms as if he had just met Ouyang Roland. Ouyang Roland secretly laughed in her heart and also symbolically hugged Lu Yu. Behind them were two young men with 4 big eyes that kept sweeping over Guthrie's body as if they wanted to strip Guthrie naked. However, although mana can be accumulated, but the deduction of the method of reckoning must be full of spiritual wisdom root to do, so the mana deep does not necessarily be good at reckoning. When everyone was settled, Qin Shui went back to her room, then took a good shower and went to sleep. She wanted to have a good rest. When Lu Yu arrived, there was a big battle about to start. Below I will explain and give you a demonstration. You should listen and watch carefully. Li Hua voiced out a reminder to everyone. It seems that Meet Song can't let anyone else hear about this. The top floor is considered to be Meet Song's private space, which is open on weekdays, and visitors can also go up to the top floor to get a view of the Yangtze River and Snake Mountain. But no one can go up to the top floor as long as they are told to do so. A quick sweep of the sea showed sporadic flashes of light, like beautiful pieces of shattered jade. Lying in the carriage, Zhang Zhao did not have the slightest discomfort. The carriage with 5 quilts ordered was soft and incomparable. The Zhang Bo who drove the carriage was also very skillful. Although the official road was uneven, it did not have the slightest bump. Zhang Zhao was very comfortable lying on it. If this mysterious 7th master is really of Jindan realm cultivation, it doesn't seem very strange. Thinking about this, Yu Chen wanted to ask Zhongzhen a few questions, but when he saw that he had fallen into a deep sleep, he had no choice but to give up and quietly wait for the darkness to come. Chapter 54, Hegemonic Director, Dare to Touch My Shang Yisha? Seeking catch-up reading. Seeking monthly tickets. They opened their mouths to scream once more. Their eyes filled with helplessness within them. He had always thought that it was going to be easy, but that wasn't the case. The truth told her that it had been difficult. However, Huang if you they are the first time to see, then that is guessed that this is the new pure sex, although did not associate the other party as the legendary 5 elements of the demon, but will know that it must be a newcomer, and therefore have been exploited by Z Elder of the cultivators. They will hate secretly tell each other. It was always going to be a dying cycle going on. They never thought it would go this pattern. Especially the guy who didn't hold back and opened his mouth once again. The computer put away. His eyes wide in my house is saying, how could this happen? How did this happen? Once the Marshall Plains exterminating gun formation was out, it could indeed blast a Grand Master realm powerhouse to death, but at a cost that he, Innuendo, could not accept and could not afford. Fatty Han didn't know how much fatter he was than 11 years ago. His body was already bloated like a leather ball, so he estimated that a heel would directly save him the trouble of walking. Why is it that we don't recognize any of them? And we haven't even heard of these people before. And these 2 divine beasts, we haven't even heard of them before. Feng Tianqi also spoke to herself. A group of Kunlun secret realm experts feel the most genuine. This moment of Koan Hong even let them rise a sense of inner compliance. A grain of yellow sand overflowed from the doorway, followed by countless grains of sand like a torrent scrambling to be the first to overflow from the doorway, and in the blink of an eye it was piled up into a mound of sand within the shrine. He heard Yun Frost say that she didn't want to go home to live, so he subconsciously thought that this girl wanted to live in a hotel or something, but he forgot that the other party was a super rich person, and for these rich people, there were plenty of residences, so naturally, they couldn't have just one place to live. As for the Grey Fairy, the attitude is very sure. There is nothing in the world that Shitzi cannot do. Curious about what? Resolutely do not participate in the gossip of Jiang Han and Qin Kong. Only alone for the indignation of Luo Lian. Secretly slander Jiang Han negative and desperate. Cannot afford to be tempted by the beauty of the temptation. Worlds can bring 2 replacements this year. One is an AD replacement. The other brings a top single. It's impossible to let the replacement who plays the top single go down the road. That would be even worse. You can only let break continue to play. So I sat down in place, pushed aside the flowers and grasses around me, cleared the skeletons on the ground, and made a four-sided clearing, and then picked up a stone with my hand, ready to draw a floor plan of the area I had just explored. After all, saved me. Without her, maybe I really fell to my death that day. She didn't let you get killed, right? Zhuo Ziting looked at me nervously. Mo Yuan looked at Yang Fan, feeling that he seemed to be calm and somewhat abnormal, but did not care too much. Watching his good brothers die one after another in front of him if he could be normal would be strange, right? Chapter 54, Hegemonic Director, Dare to Touch My Shang Yisha? Seeking for catch-up reading, seeking for monthly tickets. Zhang Jianlong's father heard, ignored, continue to cry. Zhang Jianlong take their own father cannot help, can only let him cry. In a bawling and 2 system of exuberant beeps, the movie's 11th sorry and thank you plot ended. The last scene do not need to be smart, just love, presented in front of all the people. As a dazzling white light flashed by, Li Shixin only felt like he was riding a rocket to heaven, and he lost consciousness in a moment of relief. After all, Nyo was only a 4-year-old child. Looking at the dark night, she cried in fear all of a sudden. Su Qiaoqiao was instantly unsteady in her center of gravity, and before she could react, she was clamped down by a strong arm. Jiang Xuehe thought to herself, these words do sound familiar, but isn't that how people are? Persuade others when always a set of reasoning, but their own turn, then cannot help but drilling the bullseye. What others say is useless. Right now my side is in a total state of suppressing him, so I'm eager to humiliate him properly when I find the opportunity. How to get up again? Moronyan looked at the big monkey vicious appearance burst of fear. The heart cannot help but complain, and at this time to look at it and feel where there is something wrong. Under the gray tones of the moonlit night, this big monkey body is like shrouded in a kind of evil atmosphere. Panting heavily and uneasily, she went to the window and watched Luo Feima's car leave before she panicked and put on her clothes. After all, the aura here was extremely dense, completely different from what she had felt in the outside world. Although Chu Chu had long foreseen that she might be implicated by Jiang Xiaoyu, she did not expect the Duke would directly place such a charge on her head, so that it was as if her coming to work in the casino was premeditated. No, I still think this is too risky. Xu Jinting was uneasy. He had rarely been this uneasy. When Min's sharp gaze landed on my body, then slowly traveled to the underworld emperor streamer I was holding in my hand, he didn't speak again for a long time, and when he slowly took his gaze back we heard Wen Min's steady voice. It's okay. You don't have to become something else even if you become a mom. Just be yourself. So, Long Ziding really spoiled Tian to the bone. Even when faced with the only 2 sons in his life, after meeting Tian's case, he had to take a back seat. Chapter 55 Fan Backstabbing. Zhao Junfei is finished, begging for catch-up reads, begging for monthly votes. See the flurry of hot takes. Su Jie froze for a good few moments before she snapped back to her senses, and she hurriedly followed the hot search and found the video of the martial arts scene in which Shang Yixia and Zhao Junfei confronted each other that had been exposed by the Divine Constable crew. In the video, Shang Yixia was dressed in plain black clothes, holding a sharp sword, a standard ordinary assassin's outfit. Instead, Zhao Junfei was dressed in white. His makeup was soft and pretty, he held a jade flute, his posture was dashing, and he looked like an excellent seller, as if he was in stark contrast to Shang Yixia's simplicity. Not bad for a good-looking Junfei. Aha, Shang Yixia is pretty cool too. He. However, his handsomeness was different from Zhao Junfei's slightly soft-looking good looks. Shang Yixia was more sunny and handsome. 2 big handsome men acting in a fight scene instantly made Su Jie raise her spirit and interest, and watched it intently, forgetting why she had clicked into this video. It's good. It's so good to see 2 big handsome guys fighting. Ha! As Su Jie looked on, she felt that something didn't seem quite right, but she was filled with the shadows of 2 handsome men rolling back and forth in her mind. It took a moment to react. It just feels out of place and awkward. Then she opened the pop-up to see what the waterbenders had to say. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. This Zhao Junfei is a pussy, right? He doesn't even have the strength to hit people. It's mainly because Shang Yixia's movements are too bored, making it look like Zhao Junfei has no strength. Laugh it up. You can't do it yourself and you're blaming others? Why do I get the feeling that this white-clothed male is a woman dressed as a man? With this flowery fist, it feels like he's flirting with a black-clothed assassin. Asterisk. By you, my senses are up. Well, I can't look at this fight scene straight anymore. I kind of understand why the director of God's Catch replaced Zhao Junfei and cast Shang Yixia as the second male lead. This kind of person is not replaced. The director keeps it for the new year nah. The pop-ups were so dense that it was numbing to see Su Jie's scalp. Out of habit, she had the presence of mind to post a few pop-ups for Zhao Junfei's cleansing, but when she opened the input box, her movements paused again. How do you wash this? After being brainwashed by the pop-ups, she now can't look at the fight scene directly, and her mind is filled with pussy, flirting and other materialization of the scene. She didn't even finish the video before she backed out. Look again at the announcements sent out by the God's Catcher's crew. The announcement sternly affirmed that Zhao Junfei's withdrawal from the Divine Constabulary crew was not due to ill health, but the crew believed that Zhao Junfei's ability was not enough to fulfill the role of Zhao Runhua. The crew decided to hire another Shang Yixia to play the role of Zhao Runhua, the male number 2 of the god arresting Yin Xiai, after deliberation due to the quality of the play. This announcement was also stamped with the big red official seal of the producers company, making it look very official. One of them even didn't give Zhao Junfei half a face, nakedly uncovering his shaming cloth, even characterizing Zhao Junfei as not capable enough for the role. This point was extremely fatal to Zhao Junfei. Once his body was labeled with the lack of ability, it would be difficult for him to take on plays in the future. At least it would be difficult to easily receive a second male role in a big drama at the level of Zhao Runhua. Under this announcement vlog, the melon eaters were also happily eating their melons and discussing the various aspects of it. According to some insiders in the know, the director originally gave Zhao Junfei a chance to leave in a dignified manner, but Zhao Junfei preferred to mobilize his fans to smear Shang Yixia for relying on collusion with the director to replace him. You have to know that this situation not only discredits Shang Yixia, but also discredits the crew and director, and even puts a black label on the entire drama. It is for this reason that the Divine Constabulary crew unceremoniously released a video of the martial arts scene, and director Li even came down to blast Zhao Junfei and praise Shang Yixia. By the way, the program group also ate a wave of Shang Yixia's heat bonus to help the god catcher Yan Xiaoyi hype a bit of heat. So it is. After Su Jia read the announcement, her brain was full of buzzing, and the fire in her heart rubbed off furiously, hoping that what the agent, Sister Qian, had said before was all a lie, and that she had been deceived. What's even worse is that one is being used as a knife, and just in time, Zhao Junfei's manager, Sister Qian, messaged Su Jia again. Su Jia, something's wrong, trouble you to lead the fans and help block the way under each comment. Seeing this, Su Jia was furious. How can we block it? Now that the sky is covered with Zhao Junfei's negative comments, with this size of our fan base, what's to stop it? The opposite party obviously froze for a few seconds, and then quickly replied, Su Jia, how can you talk like that? Let's go all out. Just block as many as we can. The rest I'll go by water army and find a way to withdraw the hot search. How I speak is none of your business. Su Jia replied out of anger. I'm not your Zhao Junfei's dog. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say more. You guys created your own sins and wiped them away yourselves. After saying that, Su Jia directly pulled the broker to black. Open the Junfei Brothers Core Fans group to see. Sure enough, the discussion inside the group was intense. The vast majority of them were scolding Zhao Junfei for deceiving them, clearly being incompetent and losing their roles, and selling them short to use them to smear Shang Yixia. Even, they not only scolded Zhao Junfei, but also scolded Su Jia and Junfei's brother's little fan, saying that they were all traitors to Zhao Junfei, and helped Zhao Junfei to unite to cheat them and use them. Before Su Jia could express herself, the little fangirl's side was the first to open her mouth and jumped back. Don't misunderstand me. In fact, I've already been Brother Ishia's little fangirl for a long time. Sure enough, as the little fangirl spoke, her name had changed to Brother Ishia's little fangirl. She followed it up with a quick, by the way, you've all seen Double Agent, right? Everyone thought that I was going to Brother Ishia's fanbase to lurk and cause trouble, but it was actually another deeper meaning, the purpose of which was to dismantle Zhao Junfei's despicable villain's sordid tactics. As it turns out, I made it. I'll show you screenshots to prove that I retweeted Ishia's brother's clarification video first thing last night. A screenshot was sent out to the group, and sure enough, the little fangirl turned first thing last night. The sisters instantly forgave the little minx and complimented her on a job well done. Still, Suj was shocked and said she had learned. She hurriedly shut down her prestige and went to the vlog to edit a letter of apology, sincerely apologizing to Shang Yixia, stating that she had been hoodwinked by Zhao Junfei before planning and organizing the smear campaign against Shang Yixia. Here, Su Jia said she felt deeply guilty and was willing to bear all the legal consequences, and also agreed to compensate Shang Yixia for the loss of reputation. She sent a screenshot of the vlog to the group and said, Sisters, I'm also a victim, having been hoodwinked by that dog thief Zhao Junfei. The group leaders jumping back instantly silenced the inside of the group. It was a full 10 seconds before the messages in the group poured out like a flood after opening the gate. Hug Sister Suj. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scolded you. We'll all still be good sisters from now on. I'm going to retweet the vlog, resolutely not letting that dog thief Zhao Junfei live too comfortably. I'm going for a spin. As expected, as soon as Su Jia's vlog came out, it received a great deal of attention and generated a large number of retweets, and the heat increased geometrically and quickly made its way onto the natural hot searches. Zhao Junfei's #1 fan jumps against him. Zhao Junfei's core fans complain of being deceived by celebrities. Many self-media have keenly smelled the flavor of traffic, have published a large number of articles on this incident, explaining the video, revealing the causes and consequences, and so on. Zhao Junfei, who was originally on the tip of the wind, was all of a sudden blown to the sky by this wind. He had never experienced such terrible heat in his life, never gotten such a huge amount of attention. But these, all of them, are negative attention, negative hot takes. In the restroom of a 5-star hotel, Zhao Junfei's hand holding the cell phone was trembling, and his face in the mirror was green and red with anger to the extreme. Shang Yixia's counterattack, he could fight it with his teeth. The dog director's tearing, he could barely stand it. But the backstabbing from his core fanbase left him breathless as if something was blocking the opening of his throat. those fans are off limits to him. Now it was for Shang Yixia, ruthlessly stabbing him in the heart. It was a cut that was still so deadly. All of them. Just as Zhao Junfei was about to drop his cell phone to vent his anger, his agent, Sister Qian, called, and as soon as he connected, Sister Qian's anxious voice came from the opposite side. Junfei, something big has happened. Our endorsement business partner called to terminate the contract with us, and also demanded that we compensate them for the loss of reputation. Zhao Junfei's face went white for a moment, covering his chest and gasping for breath. Which one is it? Sister Qian on the other side was silent for a few seconds before she let out a trembling voice. Is all. Ah, Barta. After Zhao Junfei screamed miserably, his cell phone fell heavily on the restroom floor. 3 times today at 9:000 words, begging for monthly votes and catch-up reading. Chapter 56, Card Upgrade to 3 stars. Evolution Potion, Request for Catch-up Reading. Monthly Tickets. All the flurry, Shang Yixia didn't pay attention to. He was just mindfully wrapping the small cage buns and dealing with the wave after wave, continuous and constant stream of fans who came. During this period, Shang Yixia realized that his energy and stamina would rapidly decrease when he was making Xiaolong steamed buns that covered 2 words. Obviously, the double-worded buns are not a big burden on him at the moment. Therefore, he tried to block the blue phrase, restore energy, in it and only retained the effect of the green phrase, spiritual healing, and it didn't occur to him that he actually succeeded in his test. In this way, when he used the card's ability, he could completely control which words were used or block a certain word as he wished, and at the same time, as cage after cage of Xiaolong steamed buns came out of the pot, the experience value progress bar of his skill card, Chinese noodles and pastries, was also climbing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just one morning's work, Chinese pastry had successfully upgraded from a 1-star skill level to 2 stars, and the experience value was still climbing upwards, driven by the motivation to ascend to the stars. Shang Yixia tirelessly wrapped the small steamed buns, furiously brushing the experience value, and the speed of his hands became faster and faster, and in the end, he needed a few senior brothers to team up and play assistants to barely keep up with his rhythm. But as time passed, his senior brothers were a bit unable to carry on. They were all 30 to 45 years old, and their energy and stamina would not have been comparable to a young and strong young man like Shang Yixia. Shang Yixia naturally had his own way of dealing with this situation. He had specially wrapped up several cages of small steamed buns covering 2 phrases, steamed them and shared the food with his brothers in the name of intermission. Fruity. After the brothers ate these steamed buns, their emotions were immediately stabilized, their energy and strength were restored, and they were once again in high spirits and tirelessly engaged in the auxiliary work of laying on hands. Their master, Li Changshan, was holding up a cell phone stand and was broadcasting live on Deshan Lu's public video number, introducing the historical origins of Deshan Lu's Chinese pasta, its development, and the new generation of intangible cultural inheritors, Shang Yixia, focusing on how and why he had instantly recognized Shang Yixia from among all the people and poured his heart out to him. Look at his fluttering eyebrows and red face. A look of the old man is the wise eye to recognize the talent, as if he had completely forgotten the cold and lonely look when he first taught Shang Yixia Xiaolong steamed buns. However, Shang Yixia's flow was pretty tasty. Since just started live broadcast Shang Yixia, Deshan Lu's public number of attention rubbing upward. Li Changshan also has a reputation in the jungle, known as Shang Yixia's pasta master, so on and so forth. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock in the evening that Shang Yixia wrapped up her work. In fact, the original closing time is not so late, but the scene of the fire completely exceeded the expected. Until the half-afternoon there are still constantly herd of people come over to line up. Fortunately, the staff of Dahon Lu reacted quickly, and began to flex at the end of the line at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to dissuade the endless stream of fans, and Shang Yixia also sent a vlog to explain the situation. Otherwise, it is impossible to serve all the fans even if they are busy until midnight or until tomorrow morning. The senior brothers were all about to be paralyzed with exhaustion, and as soon as they heard that they were calling it a day, they all instantly collapsed into their chairs, unable to straighten their backs. They had never fought such a tiring battle in their lives. This also allows Shang Yixia to try out the word, restore energy, limit. The first time this thing is eaten the effect is excellent, then eat the effect is much weaker, and so on the third time to eat the effect is not obvious. Think about it indeed. The phrase would be buggy if you could restore energy indefinitely without a cooldown. It's been a hard day's work. Hard work. Hard work. Please take more care of Yixia in the future. At this time, taking advantage of the gap between Shang Yixia's change of clothes, Zhang Qing walked over and bowed to the senior brothers one by one, thanking them and offering each of them a thick red packet with $10,000 inside. This event, though, has also resulted in tremendous exposure for Dahon Lu, and business is bound to be brisk in the future. But in the final analysis, Shang Yixia was the one who benefited the most. In just one day, The amount of his vlog followers had come to more than 240,000. Although the fan growth rate had gradually slowed down by the afternoon, but in the coming period of time, as the situation at the scene of the event was released online, after the secondary fermentation, Shang Yixu's number of followers would still have a not insignificant increase. With such a number of fans, coupled with his active fan base, it was already enough to suppress third-tier traffic starlets like Zhao Junfei. Thus, how could Zhang Qing not show her feelings towards these senior brothers? As soon as the senior brothers got the thick red packets, they immediately became excited as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, as if they had eaten 10 soul-healing Xiaolong Bao buns in one breath. All of them were red-faced, and they patted their chests to Zhang Qing to ensure that Shang Yixu's matters would be their matters in the future. Soon, Shang Yixu also changed her clothes and thanked her brothers and masters once again before she carried a few zhang of small steamed buns and left a Hong building with Zhang Qing and called an online taxi back to Jingchen. As soon as Shang Yixu got into the car, she felt a strong sense of exhaustion hit her. This day is busy down. Busy time does not feel anything, but a slack down. The whole person becomes very heavy. Hands are uncontrollably trembling. This whole day even his own cannot count how many small steamed buns actually wrapped. The good news is that hard work is hard work and the rewards are great. In addition to his popularity heat soaring by a huge wave, the skill level of his Chinese pastry card had also soared to a 3-star level, tying the Divine Numinous card in second only to the 4-star card control technique. As the star level of the card increased, Shang Yixu's proficiency in making Chinese pasta and the increase in the effects of the words would also be greater. And with Chinese pastry now being a blue card, it's theoretically not at the star cap yet, and still has quite a bit of room to grow. When the star level reaches a certain level and the quality of the card is upgraded a bit, this small life skill card may be able to play a role comparable to that of a god card. Yixia, take a rest and rest first. I'll call you when we get to your home downstairs. Zhang Qing, who was sitting in the front row, turned back. Originally she was planning to talk to Shang Yixu about today's situation in gains, but once she saw this tired look on his face, she wisely shut her mouth. Thank you, Sister Zhang Qing. Shang Yixu didn't make any pretense, and after thanking her, she leaned on the back of the chair and rested up. After arriving at Jingchen, Shang Yixu bid farewell to Zhang Chang and took a shower after picking up Ing Jun and going home with him, and it was as if the whole person had just come to life. Half lying on the sofa, enjoying Ing Jun's milk-stomping massage, he then had the leisure to open his cell phone to reply to a message. As expected, his cell phone message exploded straight away. It was too much to read, so he had to pick and choose some key ones to read and respond to. The first thing is the news from Mom. She said that the steamed buns have been received. I did not expect my son's craftsmanship is so outstanding. The 3 aunts and 6 aunts have praised him for his greatness. By the way, Mom sent him a 18,888 red envelope, and urged him not to work so hard. The 5 million loss is a loss. Do not wear yourself out for this. Anyway, the family has Lao Deng touting the bottom. If you lose money, you can ask him for more and fight again. See here, Shang Yixu cannot help but reveal a happy smile, clicked to receive the mom's red packet, and patted a round of horse's farts, only then looked to the next chapter. 2 zhang? Shang Yixu, you have the nerve to give me just 2 zhang Xiaolong buns? The God's Catch Cruise chief director sent an angry growl. Do you know how much risk I've taken for you to angrily mess with Zhao Junfei? How much pressure I've resisted? Shang Yixu, give me an explanation. Then tomorrow bring me 20 zhang Xiaolong buns and I'll forgive you. Oh, Shang Yixu pressed him. I have to shoot a movie tomorrow. I don't have time. The day after tomorrow then. The director of the Baja returned in seconds and made a concession. Recently very busy. Wait for the free time to do. That's it. I'm going to take a shower. Shang Yixu finished. Also do not care how the boss Lao Deng side of the message. Directly skipped over him. Began to read the next Shang Yixu finished. After a flurry of activity, Shang Yixu, who was beginning to do nothing, remembered the matter of entrusting Firenze Ray to run an errand. So he changed his clothes, put on a mask, and used his transportation card to take a taxi to a remote place, where he continued to rub the public Wi-Fi to log on to the House of Transcendence. Just as soon as he logged in, he saw that Firenze Ray had sent him a full half-dozen messages, all of them stating that the battle playing cards were still on order and would take some time, and that the rest of the shipment was in hand. Inquiring as to how they were going to be jointed, Shang Yixu gave her a new address for the supermarket, the same as last time, and still put it in the safe deposit box. Firenze Ray is obviously online 24 hours a day, and speedy seconds to indicate receipt. 40 minutes later, Shang Yixu again asked her to transfer to a safe deposit box at another address. Hiranori was shocked, but went along with the plan. Another 40 minutes passed. Shang Yixu finally got a box as he wished, and according to his divine perception, he didn't find any signs of tracking, and there was only a healing talisman and 2 evolution potions inside the box, with no traces of being tampered with. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Forenza Lee was still reliable, and the NCA had kept its word. It looks like the contact can be gradually increased in the future. However, going to work was out of the question, and he didn't want to live a life where he had to run around all day fighting monsters and brushing up on quests. Item received. Thank you. Shang Yixia sent a message to Forenza Ray. Big brother, do we have any big actions coming up next? Fire Noni once again replied in seconds. I think that with the combined strength of the 2 of us, we can completely take on some C-rank outsourcing missions. Don't worry, you'll definitely get the lion's share of the mission rewards. I've been busy lately. Let's talk about it in some days. After Shang Yixia replied, she exited the House of Transcendence, disconnected the power to her assembled cell phone, and took a cab back home. And over there, Forenza Ray fell into a moment of silence, but then whirled around and gave himself a secret pep talk. Flamingo, don't be discouraged. It's not that easy to take down a big brother. These are the tests that Big Brother puts you through. Biggie, Forenza Ray, will brush up on your favor sooner or later. After rolling back home, Shang Yixia changed her clothes and laid on the sofa once again. He held an F-rank evolutionary potion in his hand and scrutinized it. There was a slight tingle in his heart. 3 times today at 9:000 words, begging for catch-up reading and monthly votes. Chapter 57, Yaojiachi, let's have a kissing scene. Through the light, a liquid could be faintly seen flowing inside the dark brown bottle. The size and style of the bottle made Shang Yixia couldn't help but think of the tranquilizing brain tonic that she had drunk as a child. Yeah, that's the stuff. Shang Yixia couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Officials aren't going to just use off-the-shelf commodity bottles to save money, are they? The label on the bottle was also rather informal. A simple printed label with a big F and a series of security numbers and a QR code. The rest don't even have a production date or shelf life, let alone ingredient labeling or anything. 1 point of credit for 2 of these things, and 1 is going to combine to $50,000. It turned out that it didn't even have a manual. The whole thing was like a third-rate product. Good thing Shang Yixia has already viewed on the official website and remembered to take contraindications and precautions. In general, the use of this lowest level of evolutionary medicine contraindications are not much. Healthy adults can once directly oral 1. If you think the taste is heavy, can also be diluted with pure water oral. Shang Yixia pondered slightly for a while, then opened the cap of the bottle and blended it into a glass of water and shook it well. First, a light sip and a shallow taste, because the dilution to too light can only taste a little bit of sweet and sour flavor. When he didn't feel anything different after a while, he gulped down the glass of water. Soon, the body reacted, vaguely tingling, but the sense of alienation was not strong. The official website said that this was a normal phenomenon after taking the evolutionary potion, and that it would be fine after a good night's sleep. He was just about to lie down on the bed and go to sleep when he was not prevented from Shang Yingjun rubbing up against his feet and meowing disgruntledly at him, with his eyes glancing towards the brown bottle every now and then. The meaning of the expression is very obvious. That is, Shang Yixia, you dare to hide from me to sneak and eat delicious food? Okay. In fact, Shang Yixia noticed last time that Yingjun was very interested in the enchanted demon crystal core, with a look of I want to eat it very much. According to the information on the official website, this evolutionary potion was originally made by extracting the active ingredients from the core of the demon, eliminating the harmful impurities and then mixing it with the nutrient solution. So it's no wonder that Shang Yingjun rubbed over when he caught a whiff of it. The official website doesn't say that evolutionary potions can't be given to animals either, but a potion certainly can't give it all at once. Shang Yixia, after a little thought, held Shang Yingjun and weighed him on the scale, then subtracted his own weight, and came up with Yingjun's weight of about 6.5 kilograms, which was quite a bit higher than the average civet male cat, and was really quite a majestic and strong cat. He then put on a mask and disinfected his hands and the surface of the bottle of evolutionary potion with alcohol spray, as well as disinfecting the bottle and the outer cap of a bottle of 500 milliliters of pure water with spray, before unscrewing the cap of the pure water, pouring out 60% of the water left about 200 milliliters. The evolution potion was injected into the bottle of pure water and shaken well to dilute it. Immediately after that, he took the diluted evolution potion and poured out about a tenth of it into a small basin, then quickly tightened the cap after sterilizing it with alcohol spray. Yingjun has been waiting for a long time. Shang Yixia has just finished pouring. It immediately pounced on the front, tongue-fast projectile licking, like eating what the world's most delicious. Almost in the blink of an eye, it licked the evolutionary potion dilution clean, and then meowed around Shang Yixia again, indicating that it still wanted to eat. Alright, you just drank up $5,000 of my money in these few sips. Shang Yixia rubbed its head and said, sleep first tonight. I'll feed you tomorrow after checking the situation. After saying that, Shang Yisha put the pure water bottle containing the remaining evolution potion dilution into the 0-degree preservation area of the refrigerator. Just now, he had sterilized the entire process of diluting the purification solution operation, and the dilution solution he used was also sterile pure water. Theoretically, these evolutionary agents did not have any bacterial contamination, only that this room was not a sterile laboratory, and it was not possible to completely guarantee that it was not contaminated in the slightest. But it wasn't a big problem. This bottle of evolutionary potion dilution shouldn't be a problem to store in the 0-degree preservation area for a few days. After doing this, Shang Yisha stopped ignoring the still pestering Ing Jun and closed the door to her room and went to bed early. The next day, Shang Yisha woke up after the exhaustion dissipated. The whole person was in high spirits. After getting up and washing up and roughly feeling it, all aspects of the body seemed to have some improvement, but did not produce a qualitative leap. After checking Shang Ing Jun again, he found that he was very healthy and was bouncing around asking him for cat food to eat, but it was impossible to observe exactly how much had changed. Seeing this, Shang Yisha was also relieved. It was decided to observe the follow-up situation again, collect more relevant intelligence, and when it was determined that there was no problem at all, he would get some evolutionary potions for Ma and Lao Dang, so that they could enhance their physical qualities as well. With this in mind, Shang Yisha calculated that he should still have 9 points on hand right now. 1 point could be exchanged for 2 F-rank evolution potions, but E-rank evolution potions required 3 points to exchange for 2. He decided to exchange 4 more F-rank and 2 E-rank evolutionary potions, so that was an expenditure of 5 points, leaving only 4 points remaining. As the NCA had kept its promise, it did not deliberately pry into his privacy. This time, he simply got a little bolder, just dabbled in a superstore a few kilometers away, messaged Firenze Ray and transferred the points to her. The 24-hour online fire Noni's entire body went numb when she received the message and the points. This is not. I mean, big guy, can we stop posting low-level errands every time? Can we get down to business? For example, teaming up to go on a C-rank quest or something. But then she thought, Big Brother doesn't ask anyone else to run errands. He asks her exclusively to do it. What does that prove? That proves that the big man has her in his heart and that's why he thought of her first. Right. That's the rationale. And this could be that this was a test for the big guy. She must have patience. If she was persistent, the big guy would surely take her on a big quest. Then, Firenze Ray replied cheerfully, Roger that. Hard work. Shang Yisha replied as such. After the matter is dealt with, Shang Yisha home to change clothes, then from the refrigerator to carry out a few Zhang Xiaolong steamed buns taxi to the crew, looking for a restaurant temporary storage chilled up. Yesterday, when he was at Da Hong Lu, he had already entrusted Zhang Qing to communicate with the crew, and in order to speed up the finalization of Dr. Wu's character, he wanted to arrange for his scenes to be shot as intensively as possible. To this, director Zhang and Yang Jingsong agreed wholeheartedly. For one thing, it is Shang Yisha's golden father status. For another, it is still Shang Yisha's drama does not account for a high percentage, and even less action scenes, so it is not a big problem to concentrate on filming, so that the other actors can cooperate with it. Shang Yisha put on her makeup when she arrived at the crew and quickly got into the working state, because Shang Yisha has a stronger sense of immersion in the role of Dr. Wu. He plays it extraordinarily well, plus the fact that Dr. Wu himself is an academically obsessed, unsmiling, not very expressive persona, and the entirety of his feelings for his wife and daughter are now in the action. He plays it simply like a fish out of water, and he's totally just swimming in his comfort zone. As time passes, a scene keeps getting shot. A whole day of shooting down the scene. After dinner everyone is a little depressed. Even the director is a little drowsy. At this time, Zhang Qing will entrust the hotel steamed buns brought to the crew. To each person sent 2. See, the director has been working hard for many days, but also gave him 2 extra. After the guys ate, naturally, they were all full of praise, and the fatigue was swept away, and their energy was dramatically restored, so they all looked like they had been energized by chicken blood, and screamed that they wanted to continue filming. This is the strong effect of the Chinese noodle, spiritual healing, and restore energy, double entries. On this basis, the guys shot most of the midnight scene in a row, and finished almost all of Shang Yisha's scenes before they dispersed. Filming continued the following day. Today is Shang Yisha's last few scenes, filming reminiscent scenes of the young Dr. Wu and his wife. As a result, Yao Jiaqi, who plays Dr. Wu's wife, also came to the scene. The younger version of Dr. Wu's makeup was simpler, and this time it was applied unusually quickly. When Shang Yisha walked out of the dressing room wearing the makeup and outfit of a younger version of Dr. Wu, there was a round of applause. There is no other reason. Mainly because the vicissitudes of the version of Dr. Wu see too much, cold see a younger version of Dr. Wu. The sense of contrast is stronger. Even Yao Jieqi's eyes lit up when she looked at him, feeling that the young version of Dr. Wu was not only handsome, but also exuded a taste of knowledge that made her look up to him. Luckily, the younger version of Dr. Wu's persona was equally unsmiling, and Shang Yixia could continue to paddle within her comfort zone, secretly thinking that she could get off work early today and draw a card. Until Director Zhang said, "Okay, next shoot the last scene." Then, he started giving out gum to Shang Yixia and Yao Jieqi. Wait, Shang Yixia was stunned. What does chewing gum mean? Ha, don't you know? The last scene is your kissing scene. Wait, when was the kissing scene added? Shang Yixia was a bit alarmed. The script I saw was clearly two people holding hands and walking around the campus. Oh, that version of your script is a bit behind. With a disinterested face, Director Zhang flipped out a new script from the corner and slipped it to Shang Yixia. What do you mean the script version is behind? Shang Yixia was filled with confusion. Who blindly changed the script again? It's me, Yao Jieqi, who was dressed as a youthful and pretty college student, raised her hand with a smile and said, I think that this last scene, just holding hands and walking around is just too plain. There's no explosive point at all. So, I discussed with the director to change the script, but don't blame Director Zhang. I forced him to change it. Mother asterisk 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 her. So Yao Jieqi, you're the big bully on the set? Shang Yixia felt like her head was full of buzzing. If you don't like it, why don't you change the script? It's outrageous. 39,000 word shifts today. Begging for monthly votes. Yo, Chapter 58 Killing, my bionic mechanical girlfriend. Good moment. Shang Yixia slightly backed to some god, looking at the face full of treacherous face of Yao Jieqi, and glanced to the director said, Zhang director, we can still change the scene back? Can't. Director Zhang thought seriously for a while and replied solemnly, I also think that this scene was added quite well, adding a touch of romanticism to the heavy and depressing tone of our film. Romanticize your ass. Dog director, you are just trying to get traffic. Shang Yixia glared fiercely at Director Zhang, and just when she wanted to say something, she was disliked by Zhou Shuiwei, the supervising producer, who came over. Shang Yixia, people Yao Jieqi, a popular young flower, doesn't mind to shoot a kissing scene with you? So you're pretending to be a hammer here. She wiped the corners of her mouth, really hating that she couldn't replace Yao Jieqi to play the female lead. Unfortunately, she wasn't this material, and could only hope to make more money, then make a big production, recruit Shang Yixia into the crew, and subvert this way and that, and so. Jia. Sister Zhang Qing. Shang Yixia ignored Zhou Shuiwei and looked helpfully at Zhang Chang, who was watching from the sidelines, hoping that she would come out to do justice. Zhang Chang nodded and walked over to Shang Yixia with a serious face. Yixia, you don't want to lose your mom's 5 million, do you? Shang Yixia was dryly silenced by these words. He sort of realized that the gang had already conspired a long time ago. The reason why he was hidden until the end was that he, Shang Yixia, was afraid that he would put his foot down and forcefully demand that the script be changed. But now, all the sets are set up, all the crew is in place, even the camera tracks are laid. Can you say no to Shang Yixia? Besides, as Zhang Cheng said, he didn't want his mom to lose her $5 million. The film has a full $14.3 million in production and distribution costs, and while it is true that a large cost can be made more polished, the risk of payback is also heightened. The effective airplay of this movie would have to reach at least 2 to 3 million views to make back the money, and then beyond that would be the profitable part. Okay. Shang Yixia also looked like she was going out on a limb and said, come on, it's not just a kissing scene. Besides, Sister Dick is so pretty, so I'm taking advantage of it. Director Zhang, you say how to act. As soon as I heard this, the always serious Director Zhang all of a sudden came to energy, personally went up to Shang Yixia and Yao Jieqi to talk about the play. A moment to play the role of Dr. Wu, a moment to play the role of the wife. What eyes, what actions, he is talking about the colorful. After a rendition, he concluded with great interest, all in all, this is an outburst from the repressed emotions of the younger version of Dr. Wu, a preview of the destructive energy that lies beneath his apparently calm exterior. So, you have to transform from a character, as much as possible, into, no way. Shang Yixia raised her hand and interrupted. Director Zhang, this kind of emotional transformation is too complicated for me to act. He really wasn't being pretentious. He really wouldn't. Mother asterisk 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 her. Director Zhang all of a sudden tasted the boss director the other day, snapped back to recall. Shang Yixia is a flow star whose acting pulls the crotch. Before the shooting went smoothly. That's because Dr. Wu's poker face fits Shang Yixia, giving him the illusion that Shang Yixia's acting skills are okay. Forget it if you won't. Yao Jieqi rounded off. This scene is indeed difficult for him. It's a bit too hard for him. Shang Yixia was heartily relieved to hear it, secretly thinking, good, Yao Jieqi is really buddy enough and righteous. But his thoughts had only just fallen when Yao Jieqi turned the tables and said, I don't think there's any point in forcibly reversing Dr. Wu's persona. And since the female lead's character is already more outgoing and proactive, why don't she break the goodwill stalemate and close the scene with the female lead forcibly kissing the male lead? Shang Yixia was greatly shocked as she looked at Yao Jieqi. The director applauded and shouted loudly, wonderful! This play is so changed. The heroine's persona immediately stood up. And when the second part is filmed in the future, the heroine will be able to stand firm when she appears again. Ms. Yao, you are worthy of being an excellent actress. Your understanding and pinpointing of the character's heart is spot on. Just kidding. Yao Jieqi and Shang Yixia's kissing scene. Yao Jieqi forcibly kissed Shang Yixia. With these two topic titles, even if you think about it with your toes, you know that the latter one is more powerful and more likely to draw traffic to the movie. The surrounding people such as Yang Jingsong, Zhou Shuiwei, and other readers also roared their approval. There were many praises for Yao Jieqi, and they all said that she was an outstanding artist. The corner of Shang Yixia's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at Yao Jieqi with a smug smile in those eyes, as happy as if a fox had stolen a chicken. He knew then that this was not a brilliant artist, but a horny one. The purpose was to take advantage of the act and eat his tofu. Oh, Yao Jieqi, you're really a scum of show business. However, with things having come to this point, there was no time for Shang Yixia to dilly-dally. Consider it a sacrifice for the sake of art. Consider it a sacrifice for the sake of not losing Mom's $5 million. Chapter 58 Killing My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend. Soon. Everything is ready. Action. I'm leaving, Shang Yixia said as she looked at Yao Jieqi, maintaining her poker face. Can you not go? Yao Jieqi instantly entered the scene, her eyes a little flustered and uneasy. I can't. My country needs me. But what about me? In return, there was Shang Yixia's silence. A moment later, he still said, I'm leaving, you have to take care of yourself. And just at the moment when Shang Yixia turned around, Yao Jieqi suddenly exploded with emotion, pulled his hand, and violently held his head down, tiptoed, and kissed Shang Yixia's lips at a speed that caught him off guard. Shang Yixia's entire body froze in place, her eyes filled with shock. That fast? Aren't there 2 lines left to read? Wait, Yao Jieqi, you are not allowed to stick out your tongue. Oh, his eyes are even more shocked. 5 seconds later, cut. After the director shouted click, he said to Shang Yixia, Teacher Yixia, please put away your horrified expression. Don't look like a good woman and man who are being molested. Do it again. Still coming? Okay. The two separated and readjusted. Shang Yixia read the lines again. Then, it was kissed again forcibly. This one doesn't work. Another one. The director looked at Shang Yixia with a look of disgust. Teacher Yixia, you responded a little too enthusiastically just now. It doesn't fit Dr. Wu's persona. Okay. Again. Click. 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 The director had clicked a dozen times, and Shang Yixia felt that her mouth was going to be swollen by Yao Jieqi's suction. So she said to the director in a bad mood, Director Zhang, you wouldn't be colluding with Sister Dick, would you? He feels like the crew sold him out to Yao Jieqi to rub it in repeatedly for the sake of traffic. Yao Jieqi, however, laughed on the sidelines, smiling smugly and contentedly, with a look of old me. I finally got a good kiss today. How can it be? As a director, I have professionalism, Director Zhang said with a serious face, but it's true that it's almost time. I'll look through the previous ones to see which one will work. Well, it seems like the first one fits quite well. Ichika-sensei's instinctive reactions are outstanding and fit Dr. Wu's inner conservative persona. The corner of Shang Yixia's mouth twitched, and she had the urge to beat this director to death. The first one already passed, and you made me shoot a dozen more? Shang Yixia had reason to suspect that this was using him as a perk to send to Yao Jieqi to pat her on the back, while at this time, has been on the sidelines happily watching the drama of the producer Yang Jingsong came over, took out 2 big red packets, one handed to Yao Jieqi, said gratefully, Mr. Yao, congratulations on your kill. Thank you for your busy schedule to help cameo. A small token of appreciation, do not excuse. Thank you, Mr. Young. Yao Jieqi smiled very happily. It's quite fun shooting with you guys. We'll continue to work together when we have the chance in the future. Well, there will be a chance. There will definitely be a chance. Yang Jingsong was overjoyed. For this kind of second-tier little flower to be able to come and shoot his Netflix, wasn't it a descending blow? Her fan flow could be more than one step stronger than Shang Yixia. What's more, the industry is now very good looking at the god arresting Yen Shai. If that drama catches fire, Yao Jieqi's promotion to a line of small flowers is also very likely. When she casually shoots a drama's paycheck, the starting point is tens of millions of dollars. Shang Yixia on the side was looking at it with her eyebrows jumping. This matter was really shady. Yang Jingsong perceived the words, hurriedly smiled to Shang Yixia, also handed a red packet. Yixia teacher, also congratulate you killed the green. Hard work. A small intention. Not waiting for him to finish, Shang Yixia then took the red packet and glared fiercely at Yan Laodang. A customary pinch of the red envelope. Well, $10,000. Seems to be okay. As a Netflix kill bonus. That's pretty generous. After all, he's a contracted actor of the crew itself. Unlike Yao Jieqi, who's here to make a cameo appearance to help out. So it's only right to give a little more. You know, he only took $1,000 of the killing red packet when he killed off the immortal sword and demon subduing tail crew. But these are minor things. The big headline is that my bionic robot girlfriend has finally rapped. He can happily draw cards. Chapter 59 Drawing Cards. New skill deck, begging for monthly votes. However, he couldn't draw a card yet. He had to go send Yao Jieqi off. No matter what, people came to guest star is to see his face. All the way to send her and her assistant to the studio outside a few dozen meters. Yao Jieqi suddenly said, okay, Yixia, you just send it here. We will just go back to the Godcatcher's crew by ourselves. How can this be good? Shang Yixia politely said. In fact, he also felt that it was almost enough to be sent here, and thought of hurrying to find a secluded place to draw cards. What's wrong with that? Besides, I might meet my fans all the way back, and I don't want my fans to get the wrong idea, smiled Yao Jieqi. Ha. Shang Yixia sneered twice without any good humor. You don't want the fans to misunderstand, and you still dare to shoot a kissing scene with me? And it's also determined not to use the mise en scene technique. And even more outrageously, it has the audacity to stick its tongue out. He could already imagine how many waves would be created and how much public opinion would be created when Bionic Girlfriend was broadcasted. However, he also understands that this method of speculating on CP will have huge benefits for both his and Yao Jieqi's heat, and will also have huge gains for Bionic Girlfriend's airplay, further reducing the possibility of losing money. Alright, I see you're a bit distracted. There must be something else going on. Go ahead and get busy. Yao Jieqi smiled and waved her hand, dashingly saying goodbye to Shang Yixia. After sending Yao Jieqi away, Shang Yixia immediately searched for a secluded corner to sit down and called out while drinking water. System. Congratulations to the host for killing off the character in My Bionic Mechanical Girlfriend, Dar. Woo. The system's voice sounded in his head, cool and still. The host can extract the character's character card. Drops. Detected that the online university has medium, investment. Medium, worldview completeness. Medium, character fleshing. Low, character popularity. Medium, host interpretation. Medium, host character integration. A series of comments later, the system is unable to effectively extract the character's character card. Instead, it will randomly extract a skill card from the character. Will it be extracted immediately? Yes/no. This didn't even draw a character card? Shang Yixia couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. However, this was kind of expected of him. If it was that easy to draw character cards, it would be too anticlimactic. One step at a time. Slightly stilling her mind, Shang Yixia silently recited, yes, extraction. At the same time, the heart has secretly prayed. Good cards, must draw good cards. Although he didn't understand what good cards could be drawn from Dr. Wu, it didn't stop him from harboring good expectations. The system randomly selected Dr. Wu skill card in. Ding. The crisp and pleasant electronic sound of the blessing gem dropping sounded. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the skill card, Scientific Inspiration. Scientific Inspiration? Shang Yixia was slightly bewildered, but whirled around to meditate and check the skill card, Scientific Inspiration. Swish! A green skill card deck presented itself in his mind. Card name, Scientific Inspiration. Card quality, fine. Skill level, 1 star. Card description, after equipping this card, the host can obtain the skill, Scientific Inspiration. The success of a scientist comes from 99% sweat, and that 1% inspiration. But without that 1% inspiration, even more sweat is useless. Note 1, the effectiveness of this skill can be enhanced with the star level of the card. Note 2, the scope of scientific inspiration is limited to the field of science only. This card is of fine quality and possesses the green phrase diligence makes up for clumsiness, which increases the chance of triggering scientific inspiration when the host is engrossed in study and research. Shang Yixia was silent for a moment, her face gradually turning to ecstasy. What do you mean by a god card? This is the sacred card. Shang Yixia, who was self-recognized as a pseudo-scholar, could understand all too well how important scientific inspiration really was to a scientist. And the thing about scientific inspiration is that it's relatively abstract and not exactly positively correlated with IQ. Lots of people with very high IQs are dozens of blocks away from others in terms of academic ability, and get into top institutions early. However, by the time they have learned the top level of the relevant field and need to explore new areas, they begin to fade into obscurity. There are even a percentage of researchers with high IQs who have never built much in their lives. Instead, there are so many researchers who are not at the top of their intellectual game, who are inspired and repeatedly make achievements after stepping into a research position. The most crucial difference lies in the mysterious, difficult to grasp and understand scientific inspiration. In Shang Yixia's self-perception, his intelligence is not top-notch, and his scientific inspiration has not yet manifested itself, but he is mostly mediocre in the field of science. Also for this reason, Shang Yixia has always positioned himself as, taking the path of a scientist is mostly a mediocre ordinary researcher. And now that he, Shang Yixia, had the divine thoughts card in front of him to improve his mental focus and indirectly increase his intelligence, and the scientific inspiration card in the back to add to it, it was simply the perfect combination. This was tantamount to just giving Shang Yixia the potential of a top scientist. Good. Once Shang Yixia thought about this, she couldn't sit down anymore. After he went back to the theater to say so, he took an internet taxi straight back to his home. Riding in an online car, Shang Yixia began to fake sleep. After checking his card deck, the 4 card slots were currently loaded with Divine Numinous, Card Control Technique, Lightness of Being, and Chinese Pastry. Now, however, he had 6 cards, with the remaining 2 being Chinese Musical Instrument and Scientific Inspiration. Chapter 59 Drawing Cards, New Skill Deck, Begging for Monthly Votes. For a while, Shang Yixia felt like her card slot was a bit underused. After a brief thought, he then uninstalled Chinese Pasta first and inserted Scientific Inspiration into the card slot. Suddenly, he felt his mind clear for a while, and his mind unconsciously deduced the design plan for the functional requirements laid out by Gao Laodeng into. These days, he didn't slack off too much on Laodeng's task, just messing around, coming up with a version of the design program that even he himself wasn't satisfied with. Naturally, he didn't have the face to send it to Gao Laodeng, but now, as he recalled the various designs in his mind, a small spark of inspiration blossomed in his mind from time to time, giving him a sudden sense of blessedness, and points that had once felt obscure and bewildering could be easily figured out with a little thought. One by one, the little problems that had once made him so torn and difficult were cut down by the scientific inspiration in his mind. This unimpeded feeling of inspiration bursting out made Shang Yixia incomparably comfortable from body to soul, much more refreshing than eating a double-worded xiaolongbao steamed bun. The net car had only just arrived downstairs at Qingchen, and a brand new scheme had already been gradually constructed and molded in Shang Yixia's mind. He couldn't wait to get home, go into his study and close the door, turn on his computer and start designing a new version of the program. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. Shang Yixia, who had been burying his head in his hands, finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before sitting up straight. Although his spirit was very tired now, he was full of redness and excitement. Done. The design of the functional requirements for Gao Laodeng is finally complete. Moreover, Shang Yixia felt extremely good about himself. He felt that he had perfectly realized the functional requirements of Gao Laodeng, and possessed the qualities of simplicity, efficiency and stability. Of course, how exactly the latter 2 points work has to be verified in practice. But Shang Yixia herself was extremely confident, feeling that her program was absolutely bullish. After checking it again and feeling that there were no problems, Shang Yixia sent the design to Gao Laodeng's mailbox and reminded him on Weixin. Tutor, I've finished the program you asked for, so please correct it 1 or 2 times. His mouth said axe correction, but his heart was overflowing with a strong color of complacency. He could already imagine that when Gao Laodeng looked at his program, he must have had a cold expression at the beginning, and when he finished reading the program, he must have been dumbfounded at first, and then clapped his hands and said, "Good, worthy of being my student, Shang Yixia, you can really be a ing genius." Shang Yixia waited and waited, but did not wait for Gao Laodeng to return the news. It was only when he cooked himself a bowl of noodles and started to eat them that Gao Laodeng spared a word to say back to him on the wiki. It was okay. What? Gordon, are you kidding me? Shang Yixia suddenly felt that the noodles in the bowl didn't even smell good anymore. Gao Laodeng is definitely pretending. Yes, he must have been pretending, maintaining his concise persona, and on the Wilson end, he must have been laughing his ass off. After eating the noodles, Shang Yixia didn't wait for Gao Laodeng to reply with a second sentence, so she just ignored him and went to take a nap. I've been too busy and too tired for a while now, and although I have Xiaolong Bao buns to help restore my mood and energy, I still feel mentally exhausted and less energized when I eat too much of them. It's the body starting to overdraw. It was a fitful sleep, another dream. In his dream, he built a real bionic cyborg with a dense mechanical army behind him. What with Gao Laodang and what with Wang Jianfeng, they had all become the most loyal assistants on his team. Especially Wang Jianfeng, who surrounded him all day long calling his father 666. In the meantime, inside a secret research institute in Magic City, a Gao Hongba, wearing a white coat and glasses, with a cold and unsmiling expression, was staring at the large monitor in front of him. Not many moments, a scientific researcher responsible for the calculation turned around and said excitedly, Gao Bo, you provide a new program has been through a variety of software deduction and calculation. Functional efficiency is higher than the program provided by Zhao Bo 11, 76%. Stability also withstand the test. You can enter the next step of the practical verification process. The surrounding group of researchers applauded and praised. It's really worthy of Dr. Gao. You casually made a move and solved a difficult problem. Gao Hongba's cold face couldn't help but twitch slightly, and his voice remained cold. This is a program that my student, no, it's my apprentice who came up with. In fact, he sent this question to Shang Yixia. Just wanted to point out this sinful disciple who was obsessed with romance and acting. Didn't think, this? The surrounding researchers were slightly stunned, somewhat incredulous, but then eagerly discussed, which of Gao Bo's senior disciples had done this. It's so true that it's Gobo. Even the apprentice is that good. Gao Hongba rested the frames of his glasses, and a touch of imperceptible smugness swept across his cold eyes. Lao Zhao, to step in and deal with you. All I need is a mediocre shut-in disciple of mine. I haven't even pushed hard enough and you're down. Oh, yeah, old, weak, wasted, scum. Ask for a monthly ticket. Tomorrow Wednesday's chapter. Chase reading data is to PK with other books. Hope brothers and sisters tomorrow Wednesday. Busy schedule to take time to chase reading. Mwahahaha. Love you guys. Chapter 60 Shang Yixia. You're my father. These gold was originally earned by Li Zhuguang. For them to be considered a windfall, Li Zhuguang want how to distribute no problem. Since his head was in a state of vertigo and he didn't hear what the system had just said, Zhu Yu asked with some excitement. The guests arrived one after another within 15 minutes, and seeing the people who came, Wang Jun was even more relieved. Every person in charge who came to see the movie had a young person with them, and some even had two. It seemed that LV Shihua had released a promotional video and made herself hot again, causing these people to pay more attention to their films. It's nothing. It's just a complete gift of the pure Yuan Qi of the Yuan Qi that originally belonged to us within the divine pendant, Blaze said without a care in the world. Lioli wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Kurapika. Based on Scorchlight Li's previous behavior, this person really wasn't the type of person who had nothing to say. That is to say, if one drills well and picks off more of the enemy's turbans on the battlefield, one will be rewarded handsomely. Just as Louis Fei went forward to catch up with Zhang Liangying, Luo Jin and Tang Yan both came. But Xia Wuzhou's heart is very clear. This is just the appearance of it. There are always some people will not be able to resist jumping out. There is no ambition will be on the mountain and see wonders of this treasure mountain indifferent. The reason why everything is now calm, but are waiting for an opportunity. After a few breaths, Li Zhuguang patted the weeds on his body, sat up, and introduced the situation of this world to the crowd. Just now in Chen Xingxue in the car talked about a lot of things, more or less learned some ways to deal with people, and hurriedly said, "It's you, Zhang Xiaofeng?" When he saw Zhang Xiaofeng, the killing intent in the eyes of the immortal battle frenzy dissipated, but he was looking at Zhang Xiaofeng suspiciously, saying, "How did you come here? I'm so hidden here. How did you know I was here?" "Yes, the young lord had distributed your portrait to all the people so that they would not recognize your lordship and treat you with negligence," the Taoyuan city lord said respectfully. Mozhi had 53 articles of Moz passed down, which mainly talked about 10 ideological propositions such as conciliatory love and non-attack. In addition to that huge door, a foreword, the rest of the things have been dissipated. At this time, Hua Xiang is also surprised. Their own means are broken clean. Only that huge door did not dissipate, but it is also shaking like, as if it is about to be dissipated in general. Suddenly, the sweatshirt man's eyes froze. Then a smile appeared on his face, followed by a large gulp. After a short drive, the car stopped. The driver tapped on the window, signaling that we could open the door. In just a few moments, the chaotic melee was over, only to see the two palaces, men and horses, one by one, all by that golden circle of light, on the hands hooked tightly, sticking to the body. Without warning, a cylindrical object rose noiselessly from the smooth ground, rising to about a meter or so before coming to a stop. Of course it counts. You have to know that the Kunlun sex people are the pillars of the entire Red Chang Palace's power. Therefore if we defeat them, then we can execute them all. Zhuo spoke back in a grim voice. Chapter 60 Shang Yixia. You're my father. Zhao Chang began to be indeed ready to leave. After all, the purpose of this time out is to collect those kinds of medicines designated by Dr. May. A day down no harvest not to mention, but also for their own curiosity and wasted so much time. The other party, since there is no malice cut, do not welcome themselves, then peacefully leave is the best choice. In the open space built a fire, adjusted the breath. The operation of that day to see and hear the law listening to half a day. Did not hear any unusual movements around? Cheng Daojin only then put his hand into his arms. Will be searched from the body of that goat desert things pulled out. With the bright light of the fire began to one by one a detailed examination. Solely fortunately, although there were quite a few snakes, they were all underground, so if they weren't deliberately messed with, there shouldn't be any problems. The duo made their way to the side cave where there happened to be Sakurako and their tent still spread out on the ground. Monkey and Xiaojiao sat down on their knees. But that speed isn't right. Lao San raised his head. He was obviously not that afraid of Lu Dongquan. I reckon that he should be a bodyguard under Wang Ai, only temporarily at Lu Dongquan's beck and call, because Zhong Jiwei was one of her suitors and the craziest one. If it wasn't for her amazing family background, Zhong Jiwei wouldn't have dared to lay a hidden hand on her. She would have been scourged by this scum. He was really afraid that when Dao couple returned to the Five Poisons sect, there would be an extra patch of green grass on his head, and he would carry a green hat with him from then on. If he recuperates in Nanzhuang, even though he is in the base area, there is a Japanese agent who has set up store right in the town. The consequences could not be predicted. That's what you don't understand. The boss made the throw, and there's an upper and lower half. Oh, the one you saw close to you guys was the second half. Yellow Hair tilted his head in triumph. Ouyang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that the words he received were related to the survival of the entire Ouyang family. Every word had to be considered. But Monkey and Bamboo Green were always gone in a flash. The ghost's firing was also equivalent to blind fire, posing little threat to Monkey and Bamboo Green. Monkey and Bamboo Green casually returned fire. The sound of gunfire. There must be ghosts shot. Originally, when carrying out such a mission, Smith would not have used such an obvious weapon, but because he did not expect to be discovered and controlled so easily, Smith did not change his weapon, and now it was too late to regret it. And this weapon had already told Fongzhen and the others a lot of things. It turns out that both Bald Head Lee and Bald Head Club are just pawns in this bitter trick of Bu Gaoshang, who received a call from some big shot before, and then asked Bald Head Lee to find Yi Feng's trouble, and then went to force him to bring him back to the police station for torture himself, before he felt that Xia Li is not a simple character. Now the performance out, he felt more so, coupled with the previous Xia Li also insulted their Shaolin Temple abbot. In the empty net thinks Xia Li is also a devil heart into the body of the guy, only afraid not to stay. Ha ha, it's already a gift from heaven to see you again. Come on, come in first. The youth laughed. No matter how powerful a shepherd dog is, it is still only a canine, and it is naturally submissive and fearful of a fierce tiger. Ning Yuenda died in the hands of just such a demon king, and it wasn't just an ordinary kill, it was also the kind that ate flesh. It was simply brutal to the extreme. Unbelievable intake of breath came from all around, and there were no words for a while. Hua Sakeida's lips just held a smile as she looked at Long Zhongshan, who had a satisfied look on his face. Chapter 61, Abnormal Human Beings, Request for Catch-up Readings and Monthly Tickets. A moment later, the black-clothed Poison Emperor suddenly moved in and transformed into a white light, blinking and drilling into Shi Quan's head. Li Xiaoshang is also a ruthless. The thirst for poisonous arts is far more intense than Shi Quan. Facing such a great temptation, how will easily give up. Although I am still not very familiar with Shangguan, but I'm not the kind of character who sees death, and then think about their own has been the first generation of the Demon Corpse King. Facing these blood and this Ghost King should not be a problem. Even if you can't beat it, the ability to take still escape still have. And what are old Shay and old Van doing here? Is it that someone's life is going to end here? I slowly dropped from the sky and hovered above the hilt of that blade, attentively observing the wind around me. Xiaolin stepped forward and asked, Gang Master, are you hungry? The meal is ready. Lu Hanyanyan said in a strange Yang accent. Man is iron and rice is steel. A meal not eaten makes one hungry. Xiao Lin. Someone is a little panicked even though they are not hungry. Who's panicking? Xiao Lin did not understand the meaning of Lu Hanyan's words. Of course, later on, when the wife's group exchanges their experience, Dusty was ridiculed for it, and then Shan Shan was brutally beaten up. All of these are for later. Sunan is now most concerned about their own wealth plan. The brain is the first big thing. Since graduating from the university, there is nothing to make him so concerned. on the University of Computer Science. Information technology for the network has some understanding. Hua Meng couldn't help but look at the sky. This person was really getting the better of him. Forget it, seeing as he did work hard for himself all night. Just fulfill him. And at this moment, that good man is thrown in the intensive care unit and death is fighting to the death. He is stubborn and tenacious struggle. Hearing this roar, Su Jin stood up at once and glanced at the door from the cat's eye, making sure that there was no one outside the door before she dared to run out. I hope he can break through. Once he succeeds in his breakthrough, then our situation will open up a lot. Zhang Tianlong's face changed when he heard this. The meaning of this was obvious. Wanting to rely on Dark Knight to reclaim the throne was impossible. Su Feng's words are indeed true. A single round of formations. He is at most only the 9th level. With his current cultivation is still not able to set up a master level formation, let alone the Dao realm. Although Bai Yunfei was killing red eyes in the mansion, he was almost killing people on sight. Never letting go. Dr. Mike, who had half of his face swollen directly into a pig's head, suddenly had his head lolled and instantly fainted. Daoist Time and Space laughed in self-deprecation, but his gaze fell on the faces of the top echelons of the Dao Alliance present. Observing their faces, Tai sensed 10,000 fires from this refining hall. But when these fires encountered the sun true flame, there were few who could match it, so he said to Haoqian with some contempt. The smile on Duan Yi's face disappeared, his gaze staring straight at the innkeeper as if he wanted to swallow the other party. As soon as enough time had passed and there were enough souls in the Frostgrave, then Alsace would be completely controlled by the Frostgrave and reduced to the Witch King that everyone hated. Sword World is a complete heaven and earth. As her injuries are healing, she has been able to connect some parts of the Sword World with the world where her real body is located, and can even collect a piece of land. Chapter 61, Abnormal Humans, requesting catch-up readings and monthly tickets. The scouts hidden in the darkness suddenly saw the 4 people of the underworld who came out from the house. Because of his deep internal strength, plus the fact that he had practiced the war god's decision, his body temperature dropped slowly for a bit. But suddenly, Qinjia's right hand trembled for a bit, and then, only a layer of frost slowly emerged from his fingertips, and gradually covered one of his fingers. The second was unable to react in time and was directly hit by an oncoming kick that sent him flying, smashing the wooden table in the room. The icy blue eyes did not carry any emotions inside. Just like emotionless robots, one could only see his own reflection in the other's eyes, as if the surface of a calm lake was generally not rippling. The yellow-clothed man, with a bland expression and empty eyes, stepped forward with his left foot and directly leapt onto the stage. The words reached Xiu Han's ears. He immediately sat up and spoke. Auntie, don't mouth the word benefactor. This is all part of the job. I also said to say that there is a favor. Shinya has a favor to me. You don't mind just call me by my name directly, so that it's cordial. After saying that, he also smiled affectionately. It seems to be just a rumor though. Just like Kiba, there are quite a few jutsu that are not known to have been invented by anyone, so they are attributed to the inventor. Naruto too. It looked as if this bandaged freak had undergone some kind of stimulation, temporarily shielding his senses from the pain nerves. Hence this phenomenon of how he couldn't be knocked down. Lin Xiaolan and Huang Aihua held one side, both at the same time force, tugging Luo Yuanyuan's screaming voice distortion. The volume of sharp ear-piercing to almost burst their eardrums. Luo Yuanyuan but still lying in place motionless. My previous self, a handsome young man in his chipper 20s, had been working for some time. After listening to Jia Zhang's way of being an official, Jia Qian laughed, and finally understood the reason why he had been an official for more than 10 years but was still spinning his wheels from the 5th rank. Xiangchun also do not know. Jia Baoyu sai up. Jia Zhang is not like him with so many people to protect. To be beaten. I am afraid of how to escape. It was because she didn't show up for class that he hit her. And now he did. To the point where she couldn't go to class for a few days. Oh, I don't know. I'm scared anyway. Hold me tight taking the opportunity to eat Li Fine's tofu. This before Prof. Lu also has done such programming, and at that time is still dealing with a very difficult cross-border monitoring. At that time that is called is difficult. Nyo Cici, on the other hand, thought, Rong Rong has been slept with by him, and now she is going to save you. Sooner or later, she will be his person. What else can you do but follow him? It's impossible to separate from Rong Rong. As a matter of fact, under the framework of this set of program and ethics of the feudal society, Jia Pai, as the biological father, had a huge inherent advantage when using this kind of tactics to deal with Jia Zhang, and he really didn't have any good ways to take the initiative except passively inviting him to fight, only to see that in the void, the originally invisible dragon Qi, as if receiving some kind of response, the wind and clouds changed. As a matter of fact, apart from the Wudong sect disciples and the Ghost Prohibition Army, The total number of Wudong sect disciples who were present today was only about a dozen or so, all of which were the close disciples of the Wudong Seven Warriors, and before coming, they had all been ordered that today's marriage should not be mentioned to others. Wang Mei's store has been redecorated and has been refreshed. The original wooden doors and windows have been replaced with glass doors and windows, which looks very bright, and the plaque above the lintel has been replaced with a new one. Chapter 62 Promotion. Young Jun has become stronger, 3 shifts for catch-up reading. Go, follow me to the Dragonheart Palace. I'll carry you on my back. Feng Luyu carried Meteor on his back without any further ado. Then his dochi was violently lifted, and with the pole jump executed, he ran in the direction of the Dragonheart Palace. Looking at Chen Rongyanli's appearance, the Chen Gonghuang and other Chen elders who were squeezed to the periphery. At this time, they all sighed with emotion. They can only sigh with emotion. Chen Rong. From the moment she left the family, she no longer has the surname of Chen. Immediately after, Nangong Han looked at the mirror on the dresser and found that above his side face, he had already been cut by Kim Ji-yun with a 4 or 5 centimeters long mouth, and the blood couldn't stop flowing down along with the wound, and the snow-white shirt was instantly dyed red with blood. At noon, Ling Yuqi finally couldn't resist and went to a restaurant near the company to pack 2 meals and drove to the People's Hospital. Dead girl, all with a purpose? Say it, what is it? Muiba was helpless, just couldn't do anything with this girl. She was noticing a difference in him. Somehow he had become a different person since when, and had grown farther and farther away from her. Though once so close for a day or two, he had eventually grown rusty. Fortunately, she had taken the initiative to get closer now, and he hadn't refused. Qingfan ruthlessly revealed the truth, worried that their thieving hearts would still be undefeated or they would try to mount the ring at all costs, in which case there would be no good results. Once her breathing was a little smoother, Longyan immediately ducked to a safe place and defended herself against him from a distance across a couch. Yi Fan from the ground up. Si Gu Feiyun suddenly appeared in this situation. Instantly realize. Surname Ji show that kind of horrifying forbidden move. Forcibly dig their own potential. Has been to the exhaustion of the situation. Tao Xiu's footsteps stalled as he remembered that there were no adults in Gu Wenji's house. It was just the 2 siblings, so even if it was New Year's Eve, it didn't have any atmosphere, right? Her eyes are elegant and serene. Her eyes look back and flow. Her words are soft and gentle. Her demeanor is charming, and between her knitted brows and her smile, she reveals her bright eyes and white teeth, which is mesmerizing. They knew that the next thing that would come out of this man, who was also of very high status in Zeliogansha, would be very important words. Resistance? Mikael, you don't know how we deal with resistance. Victor raised the wooden stick in his hand. Since he came into contact with online gaming, he had never felt the feeling of being utterly overwhelmed as he was right now. Menya was still sitting on the floor. She hadn't heard what Emer had said at all, and Fina had called her several times before Menya looked up, shaking her head as she listened to Fina's retelling of the question. Originally, this year's reorganization of the Max team because of the incomparably strong Lower Road, once was the favorite to crush the LCK dynasty, but the fate of the people, a mistake, and ultimately with the championship trophy once again lost. Kenyon was stunned as Hugo controlled his emotions and didn't have the fists to invoke the guy who was a chattel in his mind. Chapter 62 Promotion. Young Jun has become stronger, 3 more requests for catch-up reading. You want to tell all of Trapani that we're cuties, that took over a mess and fell for it? Hugo asked rhetorically. Looking obviously their superior, the stewardess rushed over to open the door, but what she saw was the face of a 4th master in a police uniform. Jomanoki is saved? Jubilee jumped up and down with great joy. He had been told by someone from the Chibi family when he got home that Jomanoki might not be saved, and at that time he had been so sad that he had almost fallen to the dark side inside. Chen Fan's match was right after Dawes, and he was now thinking about how to win the match, and didn't have time to care about Dawes' love-hate relationship with Nikki Bella. Lu Shangnan felt very strange after seeing these people. Last night when she went back she was instructed to eat over here in the morning, thinking it was just a normal meal. Also, human life is at stake, never a child's play. Rijing is their village chief, out of such a big thing, surely to report to him. And Yen and Yu Lu unanimously felt that Xia Ran's dress was too plain. Whether she was going to meet a man or not, she should change her style. There was an essential gap between the strength of the 3 and Jian Yun. Even if they were to face a withered corruptor alone they would have to fight for half a day before they could kill it. However, compared to the Sacred Shield and Wyatt family, the 3MB is a bit miserable. They don't have the resources of the Sacred Shield and Wyatt family. They have been only able to hover in the 3rd tier, and usually at most, they can play soy sauce and be brushed as an experience pack. After Zhang Baochen ascended to the throne there was no change of dynasty. It was still called the Great Zhou Dynasty, and Zhou Xian was not yet considered a former dynasty. His sons were former emperors. Song Qingge nodded and held Xiao Jini's hand as she walked inside. Lu Lianqing didn't want Xiao Jini to enter, but he could see that at this time Xiao Jini definitely wouldn't let Song Qingge go in on her own, and after a slight pause, she also followed. She just felt her body being slammed so hard that she almost fainted and couldn't breathe, and all the stars were in front of her eyes, just to fight for a breath of air. Wu Jia Union, poor Taoist had heard of you more than 10 years ago. I heard that you had once fought with the white Maithreya who had been reincarnated for 19 lifetimes for dozens of moves without dying. You are definitely a heavenly prodigy. Do you know where that white Maithreyas was born? Yu Hengzi said rather arrogantly. The silky cold wind blew a little shivering. The weather was already in autumn. Slightly cooler. Luo Yangfan moved his shoulders and adjusted his suit, as if it could be slightly warmer this way. The assistant followed Luo Yangfan and also felt slightly cold. Its body slowly poked out from the hole in the ground, revealing a large portion of its body out, and on its body, apart from its eyes, there was thick black scale armor that reflected a cold, chilling aura. In fact, yesterday, in the first moment of learning about Jiang Jian's prank, Li Pingan was really angry and simply hated to strangle her alive. Chapter 63, Below the Line Base. Hirano Ray. A dozen merchant houses. Basically every merchant house has bought more than 1,000. Like Wang Languages bought 2,000 bottles. Here is more than 10,000. Zhang Tian and two people are also purchased 3,000. Close to 20,000. Although Belmont had already seen the other party's photo before, he didn't expect the real person to be much more handsome than the photo. Cross-country face value, which made Belmont feel that the other party's development prospects in the movie industry were no worse than his own. When she thought of all the sins that Wu Fei had suffered in the past, she was especially heartbroken, so she had to go this time. Her goal was the stamen of that flower, and if she could make Wu Fei change back to her human form, the trip would be worth it. Gu Lingxi was choked for a moment. She wanted to say that Gu Ning hadn't given her a sister, but looking at Lin Wanwan's condescending appearance, she suddenly couldn't remember why she had gotten angry just now. And Lin Jing just reminded Feng Bao Bao at that moment and got 1,000 points, and he only got 2,000 for killing all those Inhumans. Ancient Silence wasn't idle these days. He kept his promise and started pushing the door. Every night he would impact the white door with his mind, but never touched the black door. The Empress Dowager looked at the white-bearded old man, seeing him in green clothes, slightly closed eyes. The expression on his face is calm and collected, looking really like that. Ancient Silence didn't say a word, just quietly looking at him, while Han Feifei hurriedly turned her face away and secretly wiped away her tears. Lin Jing had replaced most of his parasites in his body with fourth-turn parasites, which meant that the cost of raising his parasites had once again increased by a notch. As soon as these words came out, 10 or so people in security clothes rushed out from outside in a scuffle, surrounding Su Qingning. The Xian Heavenly Sect's technical utilization of the Xian light technique had clearly reached an extremely mature point. Marquis had been thinking about things. When he sensed Li Yunhui walking over, Marquis directly flew down from the tree and came to Li Yunhui's side. Li Yunhui smiled at Marquis after seeing him. This question had appeared in his mind more than once, especially today's auction. Just that moon pillow bead alone would cause some shock in the cultivation world. After all, anyone would want to have an extra life. Toyotomi Hideyoshi didn't dare to say more, just kowtowed. He actually regretted in his heart, before Takanaka and the others advised him to show more in front of Jiangde. Mr. Song, the matter in the morning was indeed my ill consideration. Here I sincerely apologize to you. Just forgive me. Yu Jingyan made a 90-degree bow. Very and sincere. The relative Hakamori was undoubtedly a capable person. Even with 3 children who were like dragons in a situation where there were deadly barren gods all over the place. So at this time sitting in the South China Sea Aosu, bottom of the air. Although the form of the Mingyu Sea tribe is very unfavorable, but the morale alone, even when the reign of the 4 seas just when the fish and dragons of the tribe, cannot be compared with the legion he now has. No one opened their mouths or cheered, because the cloud that pressed on the hearts of the crowd still hadn't dissipated. As for the other several supreme beings, they continued to bombard Yi Chen with astonishing means, and various phantoms surfaced one after another, which then skyrocketed and towered into the cosmic clouds. Chapter 63 Below the Line Base. Forenza Ray. This weapon has a special origin. The casting material is one of the 3 great divine materials, Yen rust iron, although thin as a piece of paper, but the power is horrible, heavy as 10,000 pounds, like the unconventional mountain fell. The pressure of the void rumbled, smashed the Qianku and are overturned. Wu Hao was a bit confused when he looked at this instantly completed human race. He thought it was a very complicated process, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple process as one light and one dark. Horned N's head rumbled, and he yelled at North Star eagerly before pulling North Star up and running outside, completely not expecting that things would actually dramatize into this. Li Chenfeng and Li Longyi were both dumbfounded. with the feeling that there were too many grooves and they didn't know where to start. Facing the savior of the whole Lingji, Wang Xian was naturally very cordial, following a piece of out in addition to a group of officials. There are also people from the city's families. Seeing this formation, everyone was dumbfounded and froze. There was no reaction for a while. This patrolling army was 80,000. Just as what Wandu had said before. Was there more of Zhao's army? The opponents Aodo had faced before were all talented enough. Narumi and Neru, Sugimoto, and Hongo were all such people. They each ordered a spicy pork feet rice and ate it leisurely while observing the situation on Uncle's side. Overlord, Batir, who had an ominous premonition rising in his mind in an instant, didn't have time to hesitate and practically jumped up against Meng Su, while stretching his arms in the air, trying to block Meng Su's line of sight. All of them exhaled the turbid air in their mouths in a long breath, and it was only then that the crowd realized that in the shock of the moment, they had actually only remembered to inhale, but had forgotten to exhale. Since an evil noble like Barbara is on the eradication list, Ariel and the organization behind her should be considered righteous, right? Now, because the head office has not been established, the branch to share the tasks of the head office. To do things, we have to keep a low profile, and their past combat mission was to prevent them from fleeing around, thus annihilating them as much as possible. Just like Yen Bei can do a good merchant, but step in the merchant's talent and achievement, ultimately is not as good as with the brothers to get rich by trickery. But after finally getting it right, Xu Chonghong needed to plan something else. After all, the time of parting was getting closer and closer. However, although your realm is shallow now, but the great momentum of the sword road has opened, straight to the heart. Although this Tsangxing sword road is a shortcut, but it is not the road you want to take. The swordsman Lin Yu Yuan, every step is dangerous. Do not put the cart before the horse. Broken Chao's cultivation was getting more and more refined, growing so rapidly, his strength was unfathomable. If he said that there was no problem in this, it was indeed unbelievable. Lin didn't see what was going on in the janitor's room, but the janitor opened the door for him, so he went up and thanked him before entering the school gates. Chapter 64 Transcendental Playing Cards, Big Ghost and Little Ghost. When he personally experienced the state of going from death to life, he truly realized the great significance of a divine medicine. Su Shinua pulled the curtains halfway closed and suddenly felt a little sleepy, so she laid down on the bed to rest and take a nap. Chen Ziyuan was in a hurry, although he couldn't wait for the old master to die earlier, but now that the old master was dead, the position of the head of the family couldn't be his turn. Even if she succeeded in her revenge, her thoughts and desires were not to have a life of her own, but to continue to carry on her mother's legacy of guarding the island and the traditions of the Dugong festival. Yesterday, Su Zionuo told him to go out. He didn't ask much, and he told him that he wouldn't come back at night. He also didn't say much. He recognized Yang Fan in his heart, and reverse life triple heir Lu Jin Lu Grandma, that is 1900 born living fossil, personally experienced 100 years since almost all the big events, said walking modern history is not too much. This dharma of hiding the relics in the green lotus was originally a divine ability that he had fused by himself by combining the strengths of the two religions of Shangqing in the west. Zhang Chuyi didn't dodge or flash, letting the giant snake crash into pieces on his body. He was covered in a mixture of gold and red colors, and he hardened himself to charge out from the middle of the big snake, stabbing a stick in front of Lu Kuanxing. At the entrance of the golden toad, Yang Yi felt his body was on fire, and the powerful energy was like jumping candy, bursting and overflowing in his mouth. You should still think about how to lead classical poetry side and win over my father's side. Wan Yuyan hummed and then left. She was here to find someone, not to buy something. Luo Qingyu thought about it and went up and knocked on the glass door. A quarter of an hour hadn't even arrived yet, and Mu Chen had already washed up and changed into the lingerie on the side, and Mu Chen skimmed his lips. Godmother proposed her son to set up a pearl shell farm on the island. Not only can supply to the insiders to make jewelry, but also more convenient for the girls to come over to get pearls for face cream when they have time, without having to go through the trouble of going outside to buy indiscriminately. Ming Shuang had followed a merchant caravan to the capital, so there were others traveling with her, including two slightly older men who carried medical boxes and claimed to be doctors who were also traveling with her. Zhang Yuan's heart is bitter. I did not expect that the old king wants to tamper with the class to seize power. Immediately after that, he was angry. Why do I have to listen to you when you, the old king, say that you want me to become a puppet? He felt that he had been a harbor for long enough, and it was not easy for Bai Gongxing to give himself a chance. He had to grasp it no matter what. In addition, the two stores have already communicated. Today let her wear which sets of clothes, with which jewelry, this morning and bring. First, we will take photos of the plane, and then go to the two stores for live shooting of the plane as well as promotional video clips. Jean Chi's river roar came from outside the door. and Mu Chen's hand shook, and the fire paint on the ceiling envelope went askew. Every path has obstacles. I can't just avoid difficulties whenever I encounter them, right? There's always an effort to try to overcome it. Huang Bishi tried desperately to try to convince her. Looking at him as if nothing had happened, Shunzilu suddenly felt like a burden. She remembered that in high school he was full of glowing eyes saying that he wanted to be an architect and go to the world's most famous architectural school to study. But when the opportunity came, he gave up the chance because of her. I also graduated from Jiangling University because my grades were better. So I stayed on as a teacher directly after graduation. This is my first time as a counselor, Wu Fei Fei said. He had just walked over to the map and was about to bend down to look at it when he suddenly felt something against his back. Having been in the military for many years, he immediately understood what was happening. Chapter 64 Transcendental Playing Cards, Big Ghost and Little Ghost. Mo Yin to the end also failed to say. The Conan will bring what kind of big surprise to Lu Kahong. However, Lu Kahong is not worried. When he gave the Conan full energy reserves, all this is not a problem at all. You, are you okay? After the object in the back fell on Sung Woo, he immediately got up and anxiously covered Sung Woo's back. I didn't do it on purpose. The voice was full of aggravation. Damn it! Mao 17 ruthlessly smashed his fist on the ground. The name of the Five Poisons sect, in the Jianghu was loud and clear. Whoever offends the Five Poisons sect, who will die without a body. Back in the day to be able to escape from one of the 8 sects, under the Huashan sect, just this endurance. You can know that this Five Poisons sect is not something to be messed with. For all of this, Yenny was unaware of it and continued to run towards Area A1 in a panic. Those soldiers all pulled out their waist-long knives and rushed over. Mao 17 and the others naturally pulled out their weapons, and both sides fought at once. That veteran soldier has been in the army for many years, and does have a lot of experience in fighting, but there is also a lot of experience in being lazy and skittish. Just like now obviously 2 people on sentry duty, but he all handed over to the new soldier, but he secretly dozed off. Take them all down for this house. That lord angrily slapped the desktop, and Mao 17 meant to say exactly what they said. Taking advantage of the fact that the evil spirits had not appeared, Xingyang hurriedly threw down a paperman talisman written in blood, then darted into the cellar of the utility room, but now found that he can bypass Wang Engshi, through Han Jiang to rank a place in the future Shining change of law. The heart of the happy is difficult to describe. This repeatedly confirms the saying, I plant flowers and flowers do not send unintentional willow into shade. However, now that the party had initially completed the centralization of power, the power of military decision was almost in the hands of Liang Yi buried alone. Hearing Chen Kang's words like a confession, Lu Meier also gave up her struggle and responded to Chen Kang's kiss. Yuan Yu when Wang Engshi had heard his new law was repealed one by one did not say a word. Until the exemption law was repealed cannot help but painfully. Even this law was also struck down? But now he seems to be addicted to cigarettes because when he opens the door, he smells the strong odor of smoke from Songrongqing. Chinese medicine soup, bitter to death. Beard period pinch his arm to hold back did not vomit. Hold back the corner of the eye are hanging tears. The leader of the tribe holding the white flag wanted to surrender to save himself from being killed, but he was slashed down by the oncoming Tibetan cavalry, and Hanchen wanted to ask him if he would operate tomorrow, or if he would wait 3 or 6 months. This place is the southern end of the ancient Shanyu Road. From here to the north, is a long 800 miles of Qinling Road. Is this the turbulent vortex? It's really unusual. This mist is somewhat similar to the cold mist. Could it be that the heavenly lunar planet is also a turbulent vortex? Song Ming muttered to himself, already sensing the special spatial energy fluctuations nearby, knowing in his heart that lightning was not far away. It's also a side note that these things aren't simple, as evidenced by Washu's dream to manipulate the Tang dynasty. Fang Tianqing's eyes flashed with strange colors. No one noticed that at this very moment, a touch of strange aura filled his entire body, and as soon as he closed his eyes, his spiritual energy raged out, wrapping towards the entire battleship. Chapter 65 Shangixia, I haven't exerted myself yet. Not waiting for him to slow down and climb to his feet, another third tune sounded, followed by a fourth, and a fifth. The black guy managed to twitch twice at first, but soon he was lying still. They rotated violently and swept past the black guy's wrists and ankles, nullifying his hands and feet, and then dribbled and spun and flew back, eventually landing in the hands of a mysterious man holding a jade flute, wearing a black robe and a Wu Nua mask. Forenza Li fixed her eyes and was overjoyed. Big brother, it's really you. And at this moment, Shangixia was also a bit dazed. He thought there would be a vicious battle, and he had the small cage buns for continuous voyage ready. As a result, just this, I haven't even pushed hard enough and you're down. Isn't this stalking guy a bit too much of a vegetable? However, Shangixia quickly collected his mind. His eyes looked through the holes of the witch Nua mask at the fire wildly, and then glanced at the man in black lying paralyzed on the ground. After all, Flaming Wild Ray was also someone who was able to get into Aurora University, and her intelligence was also not bad. In the face of the big brother's questioning eyes, she immediately snapped back to her senses, and hurriedly waved her hands back and forth, saying, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. This person is definitely not my accomplice. You're being followed and you don't even know it?" Shangisha slightly changed the tone of her voice, making it sound slightly icy. "That's a skill I learned from Gu." He had taught and trained Shangisha in vocal techniques, and although there wasn't much to build on for the time being, it was enough to deal with the small scene at hand. Firenze Ray suddenly blushed in embarrassment as she stuttered, "I'm sorry, big guy. Thanks for saving me again. There's also a not-so-small possibility that he's coming at me," Shangisha calmly said. "Recall how many people know that you're running errands for me lately." He had made it a point to secretly observe before he struck just now. Flaming Noni had already walked into the dark alley a long way away, but that black-clothed guy was still just secretly following Flaming Noni, with no sign of wanting to make a move. It means that there is a greater possibility that the other party is following Firenze Ray to uncover the person she wants to see. Startled and realizing that the situation was getting a bit serious, Raya Hirono hurriedly frowned and thought, "Take your time to think about it, and you don't need to tell me when you have an answer. Just report it directly to the top management of the NCA to let them investigate themselves internally," Shangisha said, walking slowly to the black-clothed guy. The man's head had been hit by several of his sonic attacks in a row, and he was currently in a comatose state. With a flick of Shangisha's long and slender fingers, a playing card spun and flew out, cutting open the black mask of the man in black and then flying back to him, not hurting the skin on the other's face in the slightest. The black mask split into two valves and came off, revealing a face that looked to be in its 30s and somewhat sharp-looking. The face was unfamiliar. Shangisha was sure she had never seen him before. Firenze Ray also came over to take a look and shook her head. "I don't recognize him. Tie the person up first," Shangisha commanded. Fire Noni first froze, but immediately chose to carry out the order. Looked around, and then thump ran out a dozen steps. From the alley side of the pile of debris rummage out of some old hemp rope and rags, and then thump ran back to the black-clothed man on the Nimbus, tied up. Not to mention, this Fire Noni has a lot of strength. Although this black man is thin, but ultimately is a grown man, weight 120 pounds is still there, but Fire Noni carrying him over and over seems very easy. Shangisha couldn't help but look at her with a slight tremble in her eyes, feeling that her physical fitness was still far from her awe. Is this a true transcendentalist? Shangisha secretly envied, wondering how many bottles of evolutionary potion she would have to drink before she could stack her physical qualities to her level. In addition, that man in black was actually not weak. After he suffered a sneak attack, he was still able to fight hard against the damage and pain to escape over the wall, and looking at his agile demeanor, he seemed to be a little more powerful than Shangisha, who was loaded with a lightweight card. Of course, even if it was head-on, Shangisha was sure to take him down. After all, the big brat cards worth 2,800,000 and 1,600,000 were still in his hands, and he was sure that his resources would not be spent in vain. After Firenze Ray finished tying up the person, she looked at Shangisha with bated breath waiting for the next instruction. "Go into this courtyard." Shangisha pointed to a courtyard more than 10 meters ahead. He had already scanned it with his divine thoughts to make sure that there was no one in that courtyard or house. "Okay." Firenze Lee lifted the man up and took 3 or 2 steps to the outside of the courtyard, then carried him nimbly over the wall. This strength and physical quality made Shangisha's scalp numb when he looked at it. "Isn't this girl a flame transcendent? Why are you so strong?" It looks like he should be a little more wary of the transcendence. In the middle of his thoughts, Shangisha made an assisted run, made a light point on the wall, and easily flipped over with a casual hitch, landing firmly on the ground in a handsome pose. This scene also caused Fire Noni's eyes to light up as she praised. "Big brother deserves to be a big brother. He's obviously a transcendent on the spirit side, and his hands are surprisingly so agile as well." Shangisha didn't pay attention to her horse's ass, but looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Probably the owner of the house had already relocated to a new house and was waiting for the old mansion to be demolished, and the messy clutter was piled up everywhere. "Right, big brother, what do we do next?" Firenze Ray, who was teaming up with Big Brother for the first time, looked like she was eager to do something, and couldn't wait for the next wave of instructions. Shangisha ignored her, took out an enameled basin from the clutter, caught some water from a nearby faucet, and walked over to the black-clothed man who was tied up. With a slight movement of his divine mind, a column of water shot out from the enamel basin, nourishing the black-clothed man's face. The sharp-tongued man in black woke up leisurely, his eyes still a bit dazed. Then he saw a body covered in black robes, face also wearing a hideous and terrible mask of people in front of his eyes, suddenly revealed the color of fear. Struggling, but found that his hands and feet are all tied by hemp rope, cannot break free, it is more and more alarmed up. Look at me. There was a hint of majesty in Shang Yixu's voice, and his divine thoughts spread like water towards the man in black, attempting to shock and interfere with his consciousness. The next instant, a flash of trepidation first swept across the black-clothed man's eyes, and then he fell into a state of bewilderment and disorientation. In the meantime, wow! The crisp shuffle of the cards sounded. The newly acquired deck of combat-type playing cards in his hands kept tumbling and overlapping, rotating and flying. Each playing card seemed to possess life. They intertwined and flew. Together they performed a magnificent song and dance chapter. The man wearing the terrible mask also seemed to be shrouded by an invisible spotlight, so that the black-clothed man could not help but be flooded with feelings of closeness and trust in his heart. At the same time, there was also a scene in his mind like a walking lantern cascading to the surface. There are scenes of being ostracized and bullied when he was a child because he was ugly. Scenes of loneliness and desolation when his grandma and uncle were not close to him. And images of him quietly stalking his favorite girls every day. There are even scenes where you watch your favorite goddess throw herself at someone else, until he awakens to his transcendent powers. First in horror, then in ecstasy of images. Who sent you? Shang Yixu's majestic yet fluttering voice rang in the black-clothed man's ears. The man in black was in a trance and somewhat resisted answering the question. But he also felt that this man in black was very close and trustworthy, so he spat out in a daze. It was Big Sister Prickly Vine who sent me. Prickly Vine? Shang Yixu's brows under the mask wrinkled slightly, and she was about to ask again. Forenza Ray beside him also made a dreamy sound. The sneaky mysterious big man sent me. Shang Yixu looked sideways in surprise, but she saw that Fire Noni had also been hit, with a dazed look in her eyes, as if she had also been caught in the double trap of the light of charm and the light of ecstasy. She had this anime beauty girl outfit, plus that disoriented and demented look. This feeling, how do I look at it? It feels like the legendary Ah Hei Yin. Chapter 66, Danger Attacks. Purple Extreme Cards. Actually, before Shang Yixu came here today, he had also considered whether or not to disclose some of his identity to Forenza Lee, in order to enhance the trust of mutual cooperation. But seeing her in this demented state that oozed out of her when she was hit with glamour light and psychedelic light, it felt better to let it go. Her mental defenses were too weak. Resistance to illusions, hypnosis and other means is not good. In case if he is hypnotized or hallucinated by the enemy or something, won't he Shang Yixu be shaken out in a minute? Anyway, it's better to keep a bit of mystery with each other, so that he, Shang Yixu, is also safer. One thought to this. Shang Yixu again used her divine thought to stir up a column of water in the enameled basin, and it nourished Furno Lee's face. Ah, this. Forenza Ray instantly came to her senses, horrified to find her face covered in water. Without waiting for her to ask a question, Shang Yixu's slightly icy and authoritative voice rang in her ears. Hide far away. Don't just look around. As if realizing something, Flame Wild Rhea immediately showed a horrified expression and hurriedly turned around, taking 7 or 8 quick steps to crouch down in the corner, still covering her ears with death. When she's gone, only then did Shang Yixu continue interrogating the man in black. This guy, just like Forenza Lee, was not very resistant to illusions and hypnosis, and spilled out the truth of the matter little by little in Shang Yixu's constant questioning. This black-robed man was codenamed Dark Assassin, a D-rank transcendent, specializing in fusion shadow tracking and assassination, and belonging to the Twilight, a dark transcendent organization that had long been active abroad. His superior was codenamed Thornvine, and was the leader of the Thornvine Squad, one of the transcendent squads that Dusk had infiltrated into the East China region. Dark Spike was a member of the Thorny Vine Squad. They had first set their sights on Forenza Lee, so they set up a trap to lure HS-013 to Forenza Lee's mission location, wanting to wait for Forenza Lee to be seriously injured and absorb her into the organization. But he didn't want Shang Yixu to show up at the last moment, killing the HS-013 and successfully rescuing Fire Noni. And that's exactly why. That stinging bind then set her sights on Shang Yixu, wanting to absorb him into the Dusk, as well and become a member of her stinging bind squad. Which is how she was able to find out that Fire Wild Ray was in contact with Shang Yixu through the inner circle that the Dusk organization had developed in the NCA. He then sends his assassin to follow Fire Wild Ray, wanting to wait until he finds out Shang Yixu's identity before launching his next move. After listening to this information explained by the Dark Assassin, Shang Yixu couldn't help but feel a chill down her back and her scalp tingling. Mother ********. This Twilight organization was actually trying to screw him in the dark. And what's the NSA for? To have eyes of the dark forces inside. At the thought of this, Shang Yixu couldn't help but feel a pang of gratitude. Fortunately, He had been cautious in his contact with the NCAA, and the leadership side of the NCAA had been relatively cooperative and had not pursued him. This is what makes his personal information remain hidden beneath the surface of the water and not exposed. After this contact with Firenze Ray, he had already wanted to step up contact with the NCAA, but today it seems that it's better to go ahead with business as usual. The waters of this transcendental world are too deep. After the trial, Shang Yixia once again took out her jade flute and played the half-raised prelude of Sanhai's laughter to this black-robed man codenamed Darkthorn. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive sound waves hit him in the head, helping him to continue into a state of rest as his legs stomped and his eyes closed. And Shang Yixia, who had done all this, also felt a throbbing pain in his brain, a symptom of a severe overdraft of divine thoughts. The consumption of mental interference was actually greater than he had predicted. However, he still forced himself to endure the pain, and quickly summarized and edited the information he had obtained into a text message and sent it to Flame Wild Ray, which called her over. Big brother, you are finished? After reading the information, Fire Noni ran over with her short skirt flying, and then said enthusiastically, "It turns out that there is still a mastermind behind this matter who is targeting us. So are we going to kill the other party's lair and chop up the vegetables?" This look of leaping into action saw the corner of Shang Yixiao's mouth under the mask twitch. This is really a middle-aged girl. Are you fantasizing about me too powerfully? Shang Yixia forced herself to hold back the feeling of a splitting headache and said seriously, "No, you stay here and then notify the NCA to come and provide support. I'll leave first." This. Fire Noni was filled with shock and doubt. "We're just going to give away this handful of quests and points to the National Bureau of Africa. What about the mission that's still in hand? If we really go up against that stinging Vines team, we're both going to die. Professional things, it's better to leave it to the professionals." Shang Yixia didn't have the heart to say, "You let that tank take over the follow-up. I feel like he's quite reliable." Shang Yixia and the black-clothed strongman tank contacted. As soon as he said that his own home gas pipe leakage, the tank immediately helped to carefully check. Seeing the slightest thing, this man's character should be over the top. "Big brother, don't." Firenze Lee looked at Shang Yixia blearily. "Why don't you stay here and chat with me?" Shang Yixia didn't bother with her, but left her with an email address. "After things have a concrete result, use this email to contact me." With that, he turned around and left. "Big brother, could you at least take off your mask and let me take a look at what you look like? I'm not afraid even if you give me an unmasked kill. Let's talk about it when we have the chance." Shang Yixia waved her hand and easily went over the fence, disappearing into the darkness, and soon fetched her shoulder bag and stuffed both the black robe and mask inside before heading straight back home. At home, Shang Yixia steamed a few steamed buns containing the phrase "restore energy" and ate them, and found that his mood and energy had recovered a lot, but his head still hurt. It seems that this blue phrase "restore energy" is not very effective in restoring divine thoughts. He could only pull over Injin, ignoring its protests, and lay on the couch while jerking off with his eyes closed, and it was more than half an hour before the headache dissipated much. It was only then that he let go of the nearly jacked-up engine and got up to take a shower amidst his cursing and catcalls. The hot water washed over his body, again dispelling some of the fatigue. Only then did he half lay down on the couch, checking out the newly acquired evolution potions and combat playing cards. He didn't use the big brat just now and wasn't sure of the exact power, but even these ordinary cards were much better than paper cards, and it was extremely sharp and tough, and the elasticity was superior, fitting perfectly with his card control skill. Card control skills. Not casually take a thing to play can play the skill effect, at least must be consistent with the shape and characteristics of the playing cards, cannot take a needle, razor blades, iron, tiles and so on to perform card control. However, this common battle card is not worth much. The bulk of the points consumption is still on the big brat cards. It was just a pity that the man in black fell too quickly today, and he didn't even have a chance to try out the power of the big little ghost sign. Wow! Swish! 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 Shang Yixia cut and shuffled the deck of cards for a while, and felt that the comfort was more than one step better than ordinary poker cards. It was only after a few moments that he put it down fondly and picked up the evolutionary potion. This time, he had exchanged a total of 4 F rank and 2 E rank evolution potions, and he decided to try an E rank potion after using 3 F ranks for himself. Lao Deng and Mom's side could be in no hurry for now. Giving them 1 or 2 now would not have much effect. When he and Ning Jun's strength became strong, gaining points would become easier, and then they would be given more at once. That's right. Shang Yixia decided to train Ning Jun properly and make him his battle pet. This young Jun guy is very agile, and with training, he could at least be a scouting pet. Shang Yixia ate one for herself, feeling herself warm and hot. Her headache dissipated a lot, and after feeding some more to Ning Jun, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, spirits were high, and yesterday's overdraft on the divine mind had nonetheless been fully restored. and spirits were extraordinarily high. He just didn't have any other plans for the day, had some nothing to do, and didn't have an email from Forenza Ray's side. Shang Yixia then began to train the war pet, opening the video website to look for cat training tutorials. But it is at this point, the system's crisp beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's rendition of the character, Wu Yangguang. The character spread has increased. The character recognition has increased. The quality of the skill card, Chinese pastry, has been upgraded to Purple Extreme. And he has gained the card phrase, Replenish Energy. Another upgrade to Chinese pasta? And this phrase, Replenish Energy? What the hell is this? Could it be the legendary blue return effect? Chapter 67 Unlocking Crab Shell Yellow. This is a divine card, 2-in-1. Perhaps, to the top echelons of the Great Holy Lands, or even the heirs, the existence of the descendants was not considered a secret. But to the ordinary cultivators, this kind of news would be extremely important. The blazing flames burst into flames, but fortunately the floor of the box was made of alabaster tiles, and the fire did not spread to other places. At this point, she didn't know what kind of image she had in Mu Bing's mind, but Zhao Yu knew that it definitely wouldn't be any better. Are the sales department and the minister destined to oppose each other? Taking a look at the situation in the field, Wang Yu understood what was happening. So anxious? Xianan didn't drink her own cup of flower tea. Instead, she looked at Chen Shui. After buying the furniture at the old lady's place, the crowd didn't even look at the other stores and left the furniture city in diameter. But at this time outside is not calm at all. Not to mention Li Yifeng here, special forces members do not relax, is still in the Nationalist Party's military police force for mutual vigilance. Even the whole Chongqing is also not stop. The old Prince Yelu looming, with several important ministers of the Liao domestic prince-princess, here to try to make the Liao Emperor Empress Dowager Shao, can know that Han Dijiang's crime? But Han Dijiang bite the dead is not admit. Empress Dowager Shao see Han Dijiang so determined. Also more refused to believe it. Jiang Yu watched from behind, not knowing what was going on in her heart. But anyway, she suddenly yelled, "My mom asked you to come to my house this Sunday for a meal, saying that she was thanking you." Actually, did mom say anything? Not at all. She was lying. Lu Yuanxi to Lu Yang Xan mischievous set on pulling me ran out of the side hall. Take me in the shadow door of the mountain gate, stroll up. Lu Yuanxi on the mountain gate is very familiar with. On the contrary, I'm the shadow door of the disciple with an outsider like. To be in the Lu Yuanxi under the leadership of the mountain gate and the mountain gate to me to introduce themselves to the mountain gate. This is the flame of the god of war? After all, the fighting technique that the god of war personally tried out had disappeared for thousands of years. It was normal that Li Chongtian and Sun Penkai's few people couldn't recognize it. But of course it was only a suspicion now. At this moment, only Chu Haotian was left in the Lizardman cave. He took a few steps back and summoned out the Dark Destruction Demon Scorpion. Someone jumped onto its back and sneered as he looked at the stone pillars in front of him. The Borer Locust Guard protected the Borer Locust Queen and rushed straight all the way. Only when they rushed to the exit, a huge one-horned beetle had already sealed the cave. And the Dark Butterfly Queen with 4 bloodthirsty phantom demon butterflies had already been waiting for a long time. Several more people walked out in the darkness. Tian Mengling holding Tian Yenner was clearly among them, being supervised by several big men. In fact, last night, a phone call, her son came to the appointment has greatly exceeded her expectations. According to the past days, I am afraid that in the end, she had to go out to look for him in person. Lin Rui couldn't help but look down, but he saw that the first floor hall was in chaos. And Xiao Chao had actually retreated in from outside. After choosing a good piece of land in Phoenix Hill Cemetery to bury Uncle Zhang, Lin Rui, Zhang Wanxue and Zhang Dashi had dinner and drove back to Qiancheng. Times are different now. With The Ghost World by Xiao Shang, Jin Yuanbo has been able to accurately distinguish what kind of ghost this ghost is from, and whether or not it has been tainted with killing sins can be seen at a glance. Those who know too much must die. With a single word from Gu Dao Feng, Moing stepped forward with his sword, raising the steel blade high and about to slash down. Looking at the people in this room who were all full of smiles, Xiao Yingdi's heart was flooded with a hint of bitterness. It is true that when you are in the royal family, you always can't help it. Once because the Empress Dowager felt that she and Lu Zidi were not suitable, so she betrothed her sister to him, and now the Empress Dowager is taking it upon herself to betroth her to the 7th prince. Dad, Qian Yi, you guys take care of the other things. I'm tired and want to go take a nap. Mu Yang yawned and said a little tiredly. Without its mouth and eyes, this lake monster was still alive, but it was also bouncing around like a headless fly, and was no longer a threat. Yao Xiang tugged at his sleeve that had been scratched during the previous battle, and his writing tablet slammed down, slapping down the head of the other lake monster, and hooking another kick to send it into a tailspin. Bai Shu heard the complaint and self-blame in Xiao Yingdi's tone when she said this, but after all, what happened 3 years ago was caused by the Empress Dowager, and she, a royal maid, was not qualified to talk about it, so she just remained silent. Chase? We can't even avoid it. Why would we chase after it? Lang Yiyun let her words scare him and waved his hand in disapproval. Feng Mercy Ji ignored it, holding the handful of silver needles and fiercely stabbing the large vertebrae point at the back of his collar. He also touched the tea bowl on the table, and with a flick of his finger, flames rose from the tea bowl. Brother Qin Yu, Chiban shouted, but no one responded. The farther they walked along the bloodstains on the ground, they still couldn't find Su Qinyu. Chiban went from worry to disappointment, and from disappointment on the verge of despair. For 16 years, the first brother he had made, was he going to be lost like this? Though having been surprised to learn of his true enemy, it was because of disbelief that he had come to ask this man, not realizing that the truth was that. Wan Li yawned and said, what I'm worried about is someone taking advantage of the situation and implicating innocent people. After the crown prince left in the early morning, he recovered from his shock, and the shadow of consort Zhang Ai constantly surfaced in front of his eyes. Lingering. Hybrid return. Chi Barbarian shouted, and the yellow aura pierced through his chest into Meng Wanlong's body, and then out the back of his heart, slamming into the stone wall and rumbling with vibrations. He couldn't believe that those people from War Frenzy were able to get a whole set of level 30 dark gold equipment for Death Canoe in the course of today. When she finished speaking, she had a very thankful expression on her face, and those who didn't know could really be fooled. Then Han Fei and Fa Jing talked for a long time, and Han Fei's erudition made Fa Jing immensely impressed, while in his heart he was even more glad that he was not his enemy. As for Wang Can, he took a deep breath. This thing was simply as if it was specially prepared for him. He cultivated the Great Sun's sacred body. His body was strong, and at the same time he mastered the true meaning of rejuvenation, so he was completely immune to the side effects of this Tsung Tian hegemony blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia looked towards Hai Wenxiang with an expectant expression, and not only him, but everyone's attention was also placed on her as a result. Mu Dian can be said to be sick in the mind tired, but many years of fighting and killing practiced vigilance has become a kind of instinct. Heard the sound of the wind outside the door, raised his head. See Chang Qianfu's sinking eyebrow solemn. The face is very bad look, and hastened to stand up. Could it be that they were so playful that they were still on their way now? Holding this thought, Chen Jia spent another day in waiting. At this moment, the Jojo shepherd looked at the three people in front of him with a complicated expression, and at the same time, he also took a complicated look at Qi Cheng, who was collapsed on the ground, and at this moment, Qi Cheng was dead in the water, with both of his eyes glaring at one direction, presumably unable to believe that he would die here. Chapter 68 Rogue Troop Audition. Xiao Jingqiu came to the cast to engage in shady practices, along with the noisy sound of joyful music, when the first turn into the long street, but full of eye-catching dowry, a lift dowry, from the front through, countless, where ordinary people have seen such a row, only remembered the gold, jade and emerald, bright and shiny, a lifetime of spending not finished rich. Then it's up to you to perform today. I'll assist you in killing people. I'm actually quite familiar with this map. We deliberately practiced this map before when we were on the school varsity team in order to play the League Cup. Dong Laoer said, Captain, we're playing too much in the second half. Why don't we just kill them directly from the center and attack them head-on? We'll fight and lose in a heroic way. Being surrounded by them in the blasting point is too cowardly, a team member suggested. At that time to send 6 crab stuffed orange. The old lady ate a taste, rewarded one to the side of the waiting Tian Shui. The rest was the old state prince swept away, but not enough to eat. Outside the window was a pale green and yellow. After a night wind, the leaves hanging on the branches were visible in bits and pieces, making it look even more sluggish. Cloud out of the dust for his own family, this attached to the elegant love of sightseeing. Mysterious. Deep old master, in fact, heart or a little baffled. Chunying and LV looked at each other in dismay. The girl this means, is not happy to see that person. Asked her to door to stop people go? Green Fu shrinking a neck, shaking his head at Chunying, vigorously back away from the door farther. Originally, after the government examination, Chang Jin was going to return to Tongsu County with Wang Qinian. It was only because he had some feelings that he stayed behind. Chen Fuyun gritted his teeth, but he hadn't thought that his attack would meet such resistance. It was simply amazing. Let's eat. Chang Jin nodded and responded with a smile, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. With the deepening of the realm, Chang Jin's actions, sitting and lying down, and his treatment of others all had a certain demeanor. I knew that the secret of the spiritual eyes into the divine realm could no longer be hidden from the Li family. After all, so many people were watching me that I couldn't hide it even if I wanted to. He Kaijie laughed. Child, come to my side. Will Riedge sniffed and had no choice but to come to Ikaijie's front. He was hit by the Lok Yuan needle in the last night has been moon shadow secretly removed, but cultivation is restored. At this time stand alone and stand tall. There is a rather for the jade, not for the whole, to prevent the Wei family crowd to enter the determination, because the body was already dead through and through. The death aura was something that matched his body. Then the Yaoqi holy liquid naturally wouldn't drive away the aura that matched the body, even if it was the death aura. Therefore, he now cherished the time he spent with Lu Xia very much, and whenever he could accompany Lu Xia, he would definitely do so, because he felt that this was also a kind of compensation for Lu Xia. In this short swiftness, the willow had already penetrated the distance of tens of feet between the two, arriving at a distance of 2 feet in front of Chu Feng. Chapter 68, Rogue Troop Audition. Xiao Jinqiu came to the cast to engage in shady practices. This is a contradictory illusion. Ghostly light sensitivity and fierce and violent, two kinds of experience intertwined in Ling Zhao's inner heart. No one expressed any objections. Lu Hongyun was about to open his mouth, but exchanged a look with Lu Xian and shook his head with a dark sigh. Moon Shadow hurriedly dodged. She didn't want to endanger herself before she knew what it was, and at the same time, she split a swordlight and swiftly chopped at the two black shadows. Instructor, will we be able to start the vehicle training content in the afternoon? Wei Yan was also extremely excited and quietly asked Yishao. That world? Jing Chuan froze. Could there be two other worlds? Could it be that at this moment over there, there was also a self that was talking to Ao Feng? Furthermore, the killing aura of these 200 people was particularly strong. Obviously battle experience. Battle aura was extraordinary. How could the Spirit Sky sect have such guards? Furthermore, to have so many come out at once? The Wheel King side paused, seemingly digesting the meaning of Ning Hao's words. After another moment, a message finally came back. Well, Fu Rui knew that he was simply powerless to take Jin Kang, and he was fighting without rear or supplies. So on the one hand, of course, this was to show off his own prestige and boost his side's morale, but on the other hand, there was another very important task, which was to trap Lu Yu. From time to time, Xiao Wei and Zhang Ming commented on these jadeite mines, and it looked like they still had a common language. It can't be helped. Who made them so much more powerful than you? Fei Long opened his mouth. Dignity is important, but how many people are willing to give their lives for it? All people have the instinct of life. If not in the case of no way to live, who is willing to choose to die? Of course, it is not that there are no such people, just too few. Humph, want to compare punching speeds? Come on then. Yi Yanqing was undaunted to compare fist speed with Zhou Lu. Qin Xiao immediately reached out and pulled. A suction force dragged the old man stumbling over. Qin Xiao bent down and carried the old man onto the horse's back. Reaching out, he pinched his throat. Later, the late Emperor Qin Shuan is an envoy to visit the Western Pacific many times, to study and learn a lot of useful things, but also spend a lot of money to introduce the Westerners out of some of the old worn-out machinery and equipment back, so that usually only swinging a sledgehammer to beat the iron of some of the Hanzi to crack research. How would I know who to look for in this? Also, why do you call me Master Dao? Zhang Xia asked in disbelief. Chapter 69, I'm a great wizard, 2-in-1, begging for monthly votes. Hey, this old man's maintenance is not bad. All this age has such good skin. Secretly, Li Xin muttered in his heart. Of course, with her current cultivation, the movements on Feng Qianqian's side naturally fell into her ears. Said he exposed the chi completely changed. 1,000 Yuan Patriarch's figure in a flash as if all of a sudden taller up as a god of war in the sky, a majestic momentum straight up into the sky, its power to shock the sky and the earth. Xuanwu brothers' defense ability is stronger. There should be no danger now. You go over and take a look, please. In the future, if Aocean has any command, I, Vermilion Bird, will die by all means. Vermilion Bird gently nodded and said. A stabbing pain that went straight through his chest made Qin Jijian fall helplessly to his knees, choking, making it hard for him to breathe. Tears, making his eyes blur. With his constantly trembling hand, he caressed the pendant necklace that was causing him so much pain that it felt like he was touching her face. The voice disappeared, and only Huao's anxious voice echoed between the one palace and the other, and no one paid attention to Huao anymore. Purple flame even slowly metamorphosed. Seems to be affected by the 2 meters of the mysterious fire this horrible flame. Huao's purple flame even slowly metamorphosed, began to raise up on its own. The potato festival is when the monarch labors with his subjects. In the palace's mainland, the crown farm. Sowing potatoes there. Princess Curry. It's looking for Director Jiang, but you only guessed half right. I should say that I'm begging the great director to give a chance for a friendly appearance. I heard that this movie production work is quite a sensation in Hollywood. This is not Mengfei's self-importance to try to dilly-dally with a role. I hope that Director Jiang will give a chance. Zhao Mengfei said modestly. You're not allowed to hurt them. Duo strained out the words as pain shot through his chest. which knew that Chu Chen laughed out loud. Chu Ming and the three of them also smiled without saying a word. And Xing Chu was uncertain, not knowing what medicine they were selling in their gourds. Yang loved to think Big Brother to go to the Ministry of Households is very good, but really too tired. The 6 ministries have a lot of trivia, which are not free, but hanging a post and cannot be said. Yang Shudwan is the face of the Yang family. To seek a low position is to trample on who? You see, I told you all the top secrets of the harem. Long Jin Yu smiled wickedly. How about you repay me a little bit with practical actions? Saying that, Long Jin Yu's hand was about to reach towards He Lin Yao's chin. Although the program team was curious as to what year the ginseng was, but none of them were professionals. And since the ginseng was dug up by Zhou Zikai himself, it wasn't something that could be shared. So they eventually agreed to give Zhou Zikai a call after some deliberation. Wei Inger was using her mana to embroider on an extremely white silk. On the cloth was a family of 4, with Wei Yusu and his wife, as well as Wei Inger and her husband, He Yuanan. The old man roared, directly broke through the rock layer and continued to charge towards Phantom Passage. And with one blast of his fist, he hardened the black vortex blocking in front of him, and those black streams of air were burned away by the black flames. Chapter 69, I'm a Great Magician, 2-in-1. Begging for monthly votes. Since Lu Fubai was not a normal reincarnation, as long as the spiritual domain was healed, he would roughly regain the memories of his previous life as well. Now that Shi Hui knew the truth, she had no choice but to teach the method of healing. As a matter of fact, as a spiritual practitioner, Lu Fubai himself should be more adept at this matter, and Shi Hui's medical skills can't help much, so she can only remind him from the sidelines. Isn't there still the King of the North? He's a native of Shengjing City, so maybe he's been here before. A Beijing general questioned. The night at the hospital was colder than I expected. The wall sconces in the corridors weren't lit and everywhere was so dim that I could only rely on the little light that seeped out of the room to help me see my feet. A Haotian hammer suddenly appeared in his hand and fiercely blasted down at the anvil lying on it. The anvil, which was made of an unknown material, was indifferent in the face of Xing Chu's repeated whacks. Xing Chu estimated that it was at the very least something close to the level of a divine artifact. Just Sui at this time already cannot care so much. The beast man's so crazy or good, he also have time can come to store power. If the beast man calm down, his chance instead will not be so much. Swansea replaced Mishu with Schechter in the 79th minute, while Chelsea also replaced Oscar with Bertrand. In the end, Jackie Chan personally ordered one of the most experienced henchmen and gave him a lot of instructions before letting him go on the stage. So this exercises the imperial physician, a hand of very surprising pharmaceutical techniques. What disease with how much medicine? Many imperial doctors can even do the exact same. For them, a little mistake, maybe cut off their lives. The two frowned, did not speak. Zhang Yi continued, I think you do not want to see. A strong rival appeared. The two naturally do not want the rise of the North Wolf, Tianxiang Guild, but the opening of the service and the North Wolf feud. The wind and clouds in the world and the North Wolf Guild is a direct competition. Sitting in the last place, we could not help but let out a long sigh. It seems that he has no possibility to play today. Milan's overall state is too general, and now the snow is even more difficult to see the hope of equalization. It seems that today is also like this. In fact, Luo Xiaoyun was planning to use his troops against Li Yangsong to cut off the Xia army's backroads and disrupt the army's center of gravity, forcing Dou Jianda to send his troops back to save the day so that he could separate his forces. The chariot drove slowly to the bottom of the hearth, and the wounded and disabled soldiers on board, facing the hearth, made a salute. So, the fragrant jade cow, if sold as a type of beef cattle, is absolutely no problem and is perfectly capable of doing the job. Time passed half a month, all the way above the calm, like the night quiet Lingbo Lake, not any waves. Coupled with Zhao Royal is a low-key person, rarely appear in the public eye, so gradually His Royal Highness in the occasional show of sharpness, and then re-hidden back behind the heavy fog, only in the mountains. This is a poem that is widely spread in the Great Xia Central Plains. In the general view of the people, this shopkeeper takes this name of the mountains to express that this inn is located in the most northern part of the Great Xia within the 100,000 Great Mountains, while in my view, it is actually a sigh of relief. Chapter 70, Shang Yixiao's Palace Magic Frying Ground, 2-in-1. These are not important. The important thing is that he seems to have only 3 years to live, which can make the unprepared Xia Hui feel a little difficult to accept. With that in mind, I touched the talisman on my body, took a deep breath, and looked over toward that hole. Ing Li Zong said so. Just now at the dinner table he was attracted by this beautiful sister. Lively, cheerful, energetic, sweet-mouthed coaxed the grandfather was very happy. As far as she knew, there seemed to be a lot of precious and rare medicinal herbs in this auction, so if she could get them, it would definitely be worth it. Gu Xiaoye's consciousness began to be confused again. smelling the male, sexual, scent, and her soft lips covered someone's lips at once, itching to swallow him at once. I thought that this time Qin Yang came over just on a whim, but what I didn't expect was that every day after that, Qin Yang would come over in his sports car and hang out in front of the birthday suit store every day. Where is my mother? Xia Yan's entire heart was hanging over Yan, and she couldn't care less. Gao Yuxing couldn't help but be a little curious as to what it was that could cause this tough big sister of his to show such a complicated look. Now, the photos of the two covered the whole city, and yesterday, Elder Lu had announced in front of the dignitaries of Min City that Lu Yunqi and Lin Xinghuan would be getting married. But now, she had destroyed all this beauty with her own hands, and now she was no different from those people, even more miserable and sad than they were. Let's talk about it when the time comes. You guys go back and have a good rest first. With that, she turned her head away so quickly that even Xiao Mingqi didn't dare to look at her anymore. He. Noble guest please. The butler fawned and laughed a few times, which then hurriedly head forward to lead the way for Xiao Han, who naturally followed the good advice. You went through those bodies? With which claw did you turn them over? Xiao Han, who was squatting in the corner, looked at Cheng Daojin in horror and said, after the shooting Xiao Muran took his hand, as if recalling the elasticity of that ass, and thought, it's not bad at all. Dong Yifeng pinched his hands and his figure took off into the air. The dense water rule power illuminated into a vast sea. The seawater was like a sword. The moonlight was like a blade, directly towards Fengsun face to face. Huangfu Shiqing frowned, looked at Dong Hai Tian and Fox Emperor, thought about it but still did not open his mouth. You are beside Bonesaw and have a heart for me. I won't let you die. I will save you. All you can do is hold on and don't fail me. I turned around and tilted my head to look at her. This is the recent situation of most of the young people who represent the third category. And although this situation is also improving, it will take a relatively long time after all. When Pan Yun gave this place to himself, he explained everything. There would be no pressure on Luo Shang to live here. Everything would be as he pleased. He squeezed his fist, his bone joints clicking. The superintendent took a look and paled slightly. Get up. I accompanied mother over to check on the boy Afu. What has he eaten today? Lin Su said and sat on the side of Afu's bed. As soon as Afu saw Lin Su, he didn't have the slightest sense of alienation from not seeing him for a long time. Instead, he stretched out his hands towards Lin Su, signaling for Lin Su to hold him. Although Qing Ying's painting work was average, but despite this, the face of the man in the painting was still astonishing, more stunning than Zhang Ling. The difference was that the hardness between the brows of the man in the painting was something that Zhang Ling did not have. Everyone on the sidelines were somewhat dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Jingshuan's change in this instant. The first time they were frightened by Chu Luoxi. This once again, they were also shocked by Xiao Tianwang. Feng Jing looked back and then left in silence. Xia Yan watched his figure disappear into the night and glanced at the guards guarding the Fu Lu Hall before turning back. The ferocious reverberation impact coming from the fist, letting Long Tian retreat 2 steps before dissolving it. The bland face, immediately gloomy down, lifting his eyes to look at the opposite side looking at his own youth, is full of embedded anger. A pair of evil triangular eyes, releasing cold killing intent, shooting straight out. Magic flame illusory killing finger with the first time to break the seal. The second time Long Tian also have enough confidence. Feet under the thunder on flashing. Thunder shadow steps first cast to the best state. Just waiting for the illusory killing finger to break the seal. She naturally doesn't count. After all, she was cast in the role of Belle, or picked up later, unlike Xiao Jingxian, who was set from the beginning. And it seems he even said that playing the male third was his own choice. Exhaling angrily, Long Tian's eyes then caught sight of the white jade trigger on Guan Xiaofeng's finger, which flickered bright white under the light, indicating that there was an absolute difference between this storage trigger and the general storage space. Xin Yan and Hao Lingwei looked at each other and smiled. Both of them said goodbye to Aunt Xin and went back to the north courtyard. Seriously, in a way, she was really afraid of all these media praising her, and every time she had the illusion of a chilling and unpleasant experience. But now it was okay. At least there was a certain god as a companion to fall together. The green-shirt old man looked at Bei He who was staring indifferently, and his eyes were filled with panic. The obliterating silver thunderbolt was unexpectedly unable to cause any injuries to Bei He. Even he didn't know if it was a mistake or not. He also realized that a strand of lightning power was actually being absorbed into Bei He's body. More and more wealthy people are now seeking training from Mira, most of whom know little or nothing about the path of a trainer, and are among those who come back after a successful career to make up for the lack of it. Shen Longshan looked at these people. Their eyes were full of provocation and excitement. It seemed that their purpose of coming here was actually to take revenge on Shen Longshan. Perhaps money was a more realistic answer, but Luther rubbed the light green leaf in his hand and thought it should be something else. But Yo-Yo Breeding House's stuff is also really good. And even if some people bought Yo-Yo breeding house's goods with a special reason, they were never dissatisfied after using them. Knowing that he couldn't enter, the almost doll had been quite lost. But he was so happy to see Yuga arguing so strongly for himself that he offered to wait at the entrance himself. Lu Yuan, who had already run 100 meters away from the palace, suddenly felt a tremor behind him. He looked back and was met with an unparalleled flash of light and a palace that was instantly obliterated. Shouldn't you also let me see the strength of the barbarian race's #1 expert? Wenran Chengda asked rhetorically. And hearing that there was actually a village in the vicinity that had been corrupted by nascent devotees without a word, the bishop of the Church of Sigmar here was naturally less than convinced. Chapter 71, A Great Victory. Demon Surrender is going to be released, 2-in-1. Then I'll try the spinning mill. Asshole had a well-connected girl who worked at the Jiangcheng spinning factory. That's why it's all the more important for us to cherish the rare and hard-won opportunities and concentrate on our cultivation, so that perhaps one day we'll be able to swim in heaven and earth without fear of any right or wrong. Thousand Winds said firmly. It seemed as if his heartbeat was again captured by the unknown being, as a bright light once again shot out from his left wrist, transforming into an LCD screen about the size of a computer screen placed in front of him. For this bit of stuff from the Lin family, she really doesn't care about it. Unable to help the old man's gift, and in front of so many people, she could not refuse. Afterwards, she secretly looked for her grandfather and wanted to return the seal stone. She was also reprimanded by the old man. It's so meaningless to make a scene. Old rules. The man's long, white fingers removed the cigarette held on his lips, revealing a mouthful of neat, white teeth, revealing a gloating expression out, not saying much nonsense, just simply saying, because of the marks on the body. Zhang Yao, paralyzed at home for 2 or 3 days, did not go out. After all, there are people serving for free. Among the concubines, the 2 gentle and soft-looking twins, smiling sweetly, went far away with Zhu Xionying on their left and right in the envious eyes of the other concubines, leaving only the old eunuch who announced the decree to be messed up in the cold wind in the early morning. And now, it reinforced Lin Yi's determination to enhance his strength and pass the Japanese Armageddon game. Dying a few times was nothing. If he could achieve his goal, it was worth it to die many times. If he had a force under his hand, it would be much better to just surround the place and protect it. The mighty and incomparable golden pagoda shattered into a sky of gold dust in an instant, raining down a golden rain that landed on the shoulders of the crowd. The video, shot in the kiln, was just posted on Douwei's Weibo account and instantly attracted more than 100,000 views. Nursery rhyme spat with a red face. Although she was simple, she was not an idiot and still understood some things. In the late summer of the 32nd year of the Chen calendar, when the rain continued for a long time, the embankment of the moat of Yidu toppled over, killing and injuring many people. After rinsing off in the water room and receiving ridicule from Qingwen and Xiangling, Jia Zhen went to Jia Mother's courtyard refreshed. From the fact that the other party had given him Idiot Miney such a close name, Hai Miney knew who the other party was. The moment the attacks of the many puppets swarmed towards Dongfang Yunyang, Dongfang Yunyang's hands suddenly joined together, and then only saw powerful chakra energy suddenly erupt around his body. No matter what, today he's done it, right? If anyone dares to stop him, do you believe he can slap himself to death? Well, pipe heaven and earth YouTube people how to think it. First get something in hand, fall into the bag for peace. Nine-tailed Demon Fox's destructive ability was absolutely unquestionable. The buildings in the battle area were almost destroyed. There were debris everywhere, and the original multiple palace buildings had been thought to be flat. I was on the first floor of the corridor and once saw a wall of blood. Su Mingyan didn't listen to her anger and directly interrupted, his words becoming more and more aggressive. I saw many signs claiming to vow to fight to the death. Chapter 71, A Great Victory. The Demon Faller's tale is going to be released, 2-in-1. For the 100th time. I wonder how long it took her to reach a happy ending for all. As for unsuccessful? Defeated? No, must not be defeated. There is nothing difficult in the world, but only those who have the will to do it. Ming Yuan continuously strengthened his confidence. They also understood that Zhang Jiang wanted to use limited sacrifices for a victory that uplifted the spirit of the nation. A victory that was not only formal, but also on a spiritual level. Even the president of the Green Dragon Society, a 1,000 gold personally helped to set up. This high specification is really scary. Su Xian Chang also reacted. She looked at Su Ning in a daze. Seeing the mockery in Su Ning's eyes, she turned sheepishly to Qiao Emo by her side. As expected, nothing happened in the army in these 2 days, and the devil side was very calm. Warriors are excited because the 5 major immortal families to come to support. The closer the day is, the more joyful the heart. The opposite Dryad's goal was also clear, which was to cripple Dong Wang Tai so that he didn't have the possibility of flashing in to succor. With his middle finger held high and a bright red patch on his forehead, Akane somehow managed to make a decision in Makino-sensei's mind all of a sudden. At first, we were only surprised, but the more we looked on, the fear slowly surged into our hearts. The look of those children. How to look like Chiu Mingyu, Dai Xin and Ruan Xin. It is said that the thinking of the post-90 generation is the people of other generations cannot be analyzed. Even Yitian, this quasi-post-90 generation, cannot. This is not a generation gap problem. This is purely an era of the watershed. Perhaps a number of years later, when they are a group of people in charge of the world, it is estimated that it should be a different world. Upon hearing these arcane words, the sect leader of the prosperous sect's true master naturally revealed a look of bewilderment and disbelief. Hey, you two need to finish eating before you get close, okay? This is still hungry. Xiahou Dun grinned broadly. Is this the advanced Xian-ranked Thunder Squeeze? It's really powerful enough. Mu Tianchen looked at the destructive power he caused with great satisfaction. This is just a preliminary cultivation, not even an introduction. I really don't know how much power will go with the improvement of his own strength and cultivation to the great achievement realm. No need to be greeted. One by one, holding a bottle of wine, some went to grab the steel pipe next to them. Wailing and screaming towards Song Ziang once again pounced on. For a while, everyone's mood was once again tense. At this time they were nervous not about whether they could survive or not, but the hard work they had crystallized over the years. For them, this was even more unbearable than killing them. A huge roar mixed with a strong fury swept over. Ling Qian only felt that his brain was white. The idea power in his body stopped functioning in an instant, and his body no longer manipulated the power of heaven and earth, and he began to fall to the ground involuntarily. In the 13 states of the Han Dynasty, what day is there not a death? Has the emperor's old man ever felt slightly out of place? Huang Yan said contemptuously. Hearing the response of the people in his country, the man with the mouth full of stinky socks turned pale in a flash, because he knew that the greatest hope of his life had been completely dashed. Dodge! Mu Tianchen shouted, but as his voice fell, it was already too late for Lulu to dodge, and right at this moment, Mu Tianchen's body was transformed into a lightning arc, and in the blink of an eye, his body had already arrived in front of Lulu. Chapter 72 Demon Descending Legend puffs the streets. Shang Yixiao's whole life, on the shelves next Tuesday. Remember to catch up on your subscriptions. Seeing that their strongest security chief was being abused like this, how could these people still dare to make a move against Shenhao? One after another looked at each other. After this idea appeared, Li Zhong gave it a direct veto, even cursing his own stupidity in his heart. The new ruler was only 8 years old. How could he have experienced it? The impact of a box of neatly arranged wooden boxes was extremely strong. This was at least thousands of boxes. If this was all alone, it would not be enough to call Li Bin, Huang Long and the others like this. Under this kind of speculation, let a lot of people ignore one thing. That is, the Daxing Hall issued another decree, heavy reward on duty of the Forbidden Army Ministries, and by the time he had arrived at the Street of Flowing Souls, he felt that there wasn't much to do anyway. So he simply sat down at the entrance of the White Road Gate and found the ancient Danfang and chatted about it. Yangwu's capital city, Gaoyang. Li Tian's was stared at the crowd with an expressionless face, which made the crowd, who had just suffered a defeat, uneasy, and they were all worried about their lord's thunderous wrath, and they didn't know who would be pushed out to be beheaded. The blind man sang languidly, put away his trillium, fumbled to pick up the copper coins on the ground, and rose to prepare for his departure. If Kasuke Urahara had implanted the avalanche jade only after Lucretia had arrived in the present world, Blue Dye wouldn't have said that. Nor would he have said that he had gone with his gut instincts before deciding that Kasuke Urahara had done it. The 100-men general suddenly realized what the problem was and rushed into the palace to see if Madame was there. When he entered the palace, but there was no sign of Mrs. Wei. The 100 generals were shocked and chased after him with their men and horses. You call this not a big deal? Shen Nua stared at him with rounded eyes, wondering how he could say such a thing with a clear conscience. Without much hesitation, Chen Sheng chose the triangular sail that cost 10 points and had 5 cabins, but the usually almighty money was of no use at all now, and all that answered him was a cold steel knife. On that day, Mao Renfeng and Wu Xiuhua were so proud of themselves that they even bought a firecracker and set it off in front of the chess room to celebrate that their grandson was okay. Because the secret pattern diagrams contained in the 64 beast god statues within the beast god realm were known to very few people throughout the primordial universe, and no one had yet succeeded in cultivating them. In addition to eating, Yu also wrote some flyers, so that Black Moon to flyers, and incidentally checked the news. After all, she had seen the crown prince countless times before, and was indifferent to being humiliated by the second and third emperors at banquets. A breath later, the crowd felt a vibration of space coming from above, and then they saw an old man in green clothes appear out of thin air. Chapter 72 Demon Descending Legend Puffs the Streets. Shang Yixia Whole Living, next Tuesday on the shelves. Remember to chase the booking yo. Subsequently, Yellen and the others found 200 grams of white powder in this house, which is not a very large amount. The others began to slowly discuss the 5-day deadline and everyone was feeling the pressure. In the prison of the sovereign house, King of Wei Jiyao was huddled in the corner fuming with a disheveled face. His hair was disheveled. His description was haggard. And except for the expensive clothes on his body that showed his status, he could no longer see the shadow of his former spirited and vigorous self. Alright, let's go out and talk. Mu Gaoyuan half forced and half invited, leading Gu Tailin and Fu Yu out of the hospital room. He only saw his legs slightly bowed, his footsteps lightly staggered, his waist twisted. Zhao Changha only saw the light of the knife flashing by, and the knife stopped steadily at a 90-degree position behind him. Klein drew the crimson moon on her chest again, and wanted to add Your Highness as a sign of respect, as was the custom within the church, but thought of what Angel had called her, and changed her mind. Su Zhan, how do you look at it? It's the name of the Qian, Chu, and Jin countries. It's still very different from the name of the southern barbarians she imagined. Luoqi has already begun to step on the spot early, really just as Zhao Changhai envisioned, to investigate the villages and towns outside the mountain to see if there are any lords for the rich and unkind, to go and do justice for heaven for a time. In fact, Yu Hongling chased Xuet Sunhai for thousands of miles. Is it also related to Zhao Changha? Thinking that Zhao Changha died in Luo Zhezhuang, that she harmed Zhao Changha or something like that, or that she already knew the murderer, Zhao Changha, and killed the door to ask for an explanation? Zhao Changha wasn't that narcissistic to be sure. After being suspected of being recognized by justice at the charity gala, Angel did some self-examination, but strangely enough, she didn't reveal any behavior or expression that would make a viewer notice anything unusual, and at most, there was an inevitable look of surprise in her eyes when she saw the other person. At most, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she first saw the other woman. The Daxia Dragon Sparrow was a new acquisition, and no matter how long or short, light or heavy, thick or thin, it was not yet easy to use. How could it be used as a weapon without being honed? Are you too crazy? Yu Xiaohan screamed in disbelief. She thought things would turn around, but she didn't expect the situation to be worse instead. Seeing that Lan Fina thought of his gong method as something like a child's gong or something like that, Liang Shan cried and laughed, and considered it a default. Said, the old man gently waved his hand, but saw thousands of each candle flame at the same time jumped. Colorful light, illusory light and shadow suddenly disappeared. Only in an instant, the candle flame will be transformed into an ordinary yellowish candle light. Zhangyan to the cloud to see her to go. The heart is a shock. For the moment he is still in the East China Sea, but looked down at the beast god claws and then spit out the words back. Changed his mouth to pray said, so, disciples respectfully send off the godfather adults. When he said, he also really made a salute. Unconscionable. Looking at desolate Cheng's action, Soul Warrior coldly snorted, and then hand seals fluttered. A huge long knife was floating in midair, and then rushed to desolate Cheng was attacked. Chapter 73? Divine Thought Deck. Upgrading quality. Teacher Asia is really handsome. The makeup artist and costume artist were also used to seeing handsome men and women, but seeing this look and appearance of Shang Yixia, they couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Thanks. Shang Yixia nodded slightly and politely thanked her before walking out of the dressing room to the set. As soon as Chief Director Ba saw Shang Yixia, he first froze, then circled around him twice, slapped his thigh and said in chagrin, if I had known that you looked so good in this costume, I should have let you play the male lead. Ha! Shang Yixia secretly laughed twice, talking as if you guys knew him. Shang Yixia, when you were planning to make this movie. Besides, at that time, he had no fame and no acting skills, so you'd be damned if you, the chief director of the hegemony, could look at him. Time on set is precious. Without much delay, Chief Director Ba took out the script of the footage he had just designed, and discussed the shooting process of this small promotional video with the camera team, the wigwam team, the action director team, and Shang Yixia. He was talking with a spit and a beard full of excitement, his mouth spewing out countless technical terms. Said half a day boils down to one sentence. I want to shoot an awesome one-shot to the end of the long shot, showing the style and flavor of the immortal sword flight. Got it. This Ba Director-in-Chief has clearly gotten a taste of the cool smoothness of the one-shot sweetness and is no longer satisfied with the various cuts to and from the screen. Apparently, the chief director of this said bully is very authoritative. What he says is what it is, and no one dares to raise objections. After some preparation, the shooting has officially begun. With the help of Wei Ya, Shang Yixia carried one hand behind his back and flew up in the air with his foot on an ancient flying sword. In order to hurry up and save time for doing post-production special effects, The prop flying swords were glued directly to the soles of his boots. However, because the sticking was not firm, under normal circumstances the flying sword would be a bit wobbly and unstable. Shang Yixia could only secretly use his divine mind to support the bottom a bit, as far as possible to make himself look as if he had his feet on a flying sword. Fortunately, the prop flying sword was not heavy, so he was able to manage it. In addition to that, Shang Yixia's light card also gave him considerable help, although he couldn't fly in the air on his own because of the lack of internal power card. But with the skillful assistance of the light card, his control over his body while hanging the Weiya was already no less than those action actors who professionally ate this bowl of rice. Coupled with his excellent image, beautiful modeling, excellent temperament, so that the sword flight is really floating naturally, smooth and fluid, as if there is really an ancient immortal cultivator feat flying sword soaring. Immediately, the wyvern came to a stop, and he hovered in the air with his arms folded, overlooking the crowds of people who were mobbing him from the crew, and he couldn't help but frown as he said coldly, "This seat, In Wugo, where is this?" At this moment, Yao Jiachi, dressed in ancient costume, looked up to the sky and shouted, "Did this immortal just cross over? This is Magic City Film and TV City. We are the crew of Divine Constable Yan Shai, and this is our director Li Jianmen. Immortal, come down and play." Ridiculous. With a wave of his sleeve, In Wugue once again flew his sword in the direction of the Magic City district, which would give him a close-up of his face and resound with In Wugue's heartfelt words. "Strange, this seed faked his death to get out of it, so why did I arrive at this side of this strange world? Magic capital? Humph. In front of this seat, which one dares to call himself a devil? Let this seat go and break into this magic capital movie city. Good. Click." Chief Director Ba shouted excitedly, "This one's good. Straight through." The little video comes to a screeching halt at this point. He then gleefully replayed this one little video in front of the monitor, mesmerized as he watched it. At this time, Shang Yixia was also released by Weiya, and after undoing the snaps, she went over to watch the video with the other main actors of the Divine Constabulary crew. The video image sense is really very beautiful, especially when his Shang Yixia Imperial sword flight is very decent. Then in the Sword Fairy Demilitarization biography do not know how many times to be smooth and natural. If not his back of the vaguely appearing Weiya sling, almost thought it was really in the Imperial sword flight. Not bad, not bad. Shang Yixia also felt that the footage was good. Worthy of Director Li, absolutely master level. Ha ha ha. Chief Director Ba also looked very pleased with himself. "I told you, I'm also extremely talented at directing immortal films, and keeping on making ancient puppet films is simply a waste of my talent. After messing around with this Divine Constable Yan Shai, I'm going to take on an immortal movie, and I promise I'll be able to make it taste like an immortal movie." The more he talked, the more excited he got, thinking that he was so awesome that it wouldn't be long before he could sweep the country and abroad and kill his way through Hollywood. The surrounding crowd was silent, looked at each other and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, to be able to shoot this effect, wasn't it someone else Shang Yixia's good acting? However, based on the authority of Chief Director Ba, naturally no one dared to interrupt his self-indulgence, and at a time like this, Shang Yixia naturally wouldn't refute him, just secretly thinking that it's good that you're happy. Director Li. What's more, the fact that Chief Director Ba really drifted off and went to take on a fairy movie was a favorable thing for him. Shang Yixia, with their relationship, it would definitely be no problem to rub a lead role when the time comes, and then the two of them would team up and then mess up this movie properly, and it's guaranteed that they'll be able to draw an immortal character card. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? After a few moments of being mesmerized, the director of Bully came back to his senses and got someone to briefly handle the post of this video. Because of the path In Wugue took to fake his death and get out of the way and travel through the city, a lot of the background doesn't have to be dealt with. Just blur out the wyvern lines. Soon, Shang Yixia got a promotional video as expected. This is a video that kills 3 birds with 1 stone, both explaining the aftermath of In Wugue's death and the demon fallers, which is equivalent to an extra egg, and publicizing the demon fallers, and even more so by way of another wave of publicity for Divine Constable Yan Shai. How could Shang Yixia have the nerve to ask the Divine Constabulary crew to help with the filming of this promo if there wasn't one last item? Shang Yixia in the time of makeup removal, opened the V-blog, edited a publicity advertisement. "I play, Sword Immortal Descending, in the villainous role of In Wugue. The fledgling acting skills are a bit raw. The production team is poor, no money to do post, but very hard. The current film playback data is a bit dismal. Have time to brothers and sisters can go to take a look to increase the amount of some playback in addition. Attached to a video I just shot today. Attach the video and click send. Same time frame, in a group called Ishia's Harem Group. The atmosphere was a little sad. Sister Su Jie, say something. That crappy movie is lame and cliched. Not only did it rub off on our brother Ishia's traffic, but it also killed his plot. Should we rush to their official microblog? Heartsick, my brother Ichika. Oh, I can't stand it anymore. The crew of that Thai movie is so bullying. Apparently, when the Demon Fall biography was publicized, Shang Yixia was put in the C position, which naturally attracted a group of Shang Yixia fans to watch it. It turned out that not looking at it pissed off the fans. However, because of the lesson learned from the last King of Kitchen, they were all more restrained this time, and instead of choosing to get into trouble on the spot, they all spoke up and discussed in the group. The group leader, Su Jie, finally let loose. Shut up all. I talked to Ishia's agent. Our family Ishia is different from that dog thief Zhao Junfei. Ishia is a senior student from a prestigious university. He just wants to play his role quietly. Let's be goody two-shoes and not cause trouble for Ishia. This group is not the original Zhao Junfei's fan group. Instead, Su Jie disbanded the original group and then started a new one, recruiting the fans who were willing to switch to Shang Yixia one by one and adding them back. At the same time, Isha brother's little fan sister also spoke in the group. Sisters, to be good yo. Isha brother does not like too much noise fans. Let us do quiet little fan sister in the back of the silent support him. Yeah. Let's just spit out any complaints in the group. The ethos was quickly brought to bear. But it is at this point. A fan suddenly said, Brother Isha has posted a new vlog with a video. Swish. The group went quiet for a moment, apparently all running off to watch the new video Shang Isha had posted. Likewise, in another Shang Isha's core fan group, the situation is similar. After a few minutes of silence, the two groups instantly exploded with a volume of messages that was originally several times larger. Asterisk sisters. What do I see? Brother Isha is flying. Wow. In Wugue is so handsome and cool. Then condescendingly ask, this seat in Wugue? Where is this? It's really cool and overbearing. So In Wugue didn't die. He was unwilling to play house with those little kids and faked his death to cross over. I told you, Brother Isha's performance of In Wugue is so powerful. How could he be killed by a group of middle-aged male and female protagonists? Dramatically? Playing with their minions? Brother has long since stopped wanting to play. Brother wants to travel to modern times to see us. I'm going to die. Brother Isha's performance as In Wugue kills me too much. It turns out his ancient fairy costume is so cool. 100 times better than King of Chefs Wu Yongwon. Various messages that filled the cell phone screens of both groups. The group leaders of the two groups, end of summer and beginning of autumn, and Su Jie, were instructed by Shang Ishia's agent, Zhang Cheng, to start leading a rhythm and guiding public opinion in the group. End of summer, beginning of autumn. Although Demon Fall is a bad movie, we have to help Isha with his performance, lest people say that the movie Isha starred in flopped and wonder if he can carry the box office. In another group, Su Jie also sent a message saying, Sisters, let's go help Isha's movie to brush up the duration. And when we come across a bad plot to hang on and brush up the duration, I have a timetable here. All of them are the time nodes when Isha appeared. Yeah. You can skip the other crappy episodes and focus on the footage of Isha's brother's appearance. Soon, the public opinion tone of using brush hours to support Shang Isha's performance was spread, and a unified idea was formed under Shang Isha's vlog video, hanging out to brush hours and picking Shang Isha's footage to watch. This demon descending biography of yours is indeed garbage, but my brother Isha has acted very wonderfully. Look at his expressionless and cold look. He has simply played the villain in Wugue to a T. So. Sword Immortal Descendants effective airplay began to pick up quickly, and while the pop-ups were cold and quiet the rest of the time, when it came to Shang Isha's appearance various pop-ups suddenly exploded. This result, naturally, it makes the production team of The Devil's Descent both happy and sad. Happy is that after the broadcast volume is climbing, they want to get the subsequent promotion resources of the Y station is much more convenient, and there is also the hope of turning a loss into a profit. The worry is that those fans of Shang Isha simply don't recognize the film, only their brother Isha. However, the production team soon realized the reality. The current situation. It is lucky to have a chance to return to the capital. How can they care about so much? And Shang Isha, after posting the vlog and removing the makeup, he said goodbye to Chief Director Ba, Yao Jiachi and the others. But all the way to a film and television city, Shang Isha simply went to the Bionic Girlfriend crew to take a stroll again. Although his Dr. Wu has been killed off, he is still the golden father of the cast. He was still concerned about the quality and progress of the play. Although it's basically impossible to make a big hit with the amount of money invested in this movie, the quality of the script, and the cast, it's also really hard to make a return on the money if the quality is too poor. The scene care and encouragement of the guys. Check the progress of the shooting. He will no longer stay in the way. Just want to take a taxi back. But then unexpectedly received a message from his mentor, Gao Hongba, tomorrow noon to have a meal at home. Yes, Bring 2 Zhang Xiaolong steamed buns. Your teacher's wife loves to eat this. Ah, this. Shang Yixia didn't think there was this. Gao Laodang invited him to his home for dinner again. Was this a recent case of him? Shang Yixia, behaving well and forgiving him? And so on. How did Gao Lao and the others know he could make Xiaolong buns? Can it be that, on the one hand, he dislikes his student for being addicted to acting and delaying his studies, but on the other hand, he has been secretly following his vlog in private? That's mostly it. Obviously, it was he who wanted to eat Xiaolong buns, but he also dumped the pot on the head of his teacher's wife. Oh, my Gao Laodang is really quite arrogant. Shang Yixia was bellyaching in her heart, but her mouth was honest. Roger. Then, straight to take a taxi to the Dahong house. Borrowed the Dahong house kitchen. A mouthful of dozens of Zhang Xiaolong steamed buns for themselves. Left part of it to the Dahong house, and sent part of it to the old mom and the 2 main crews of God's catchers and girlfriends. Take the rest back and stuff the crisper section of the fridge full for gifting. It is worth saying that the business of Dahong Lu is now very hot. Especially the small steamed buns are simply sold out, but also led to other dishes. Especially at noon. Not to book in advance cannot be lined up. I have to say, the new owner of the Dahong building is really bold. When the Dahong building free loaned out to shoot the king of chefs, now is considered to be earning a lot of money. This period of time is estimated to sleep can wake up with a smile. The next day, Shang Yixia dressed up clean and handsome, bought some high-grade fruits and healthcare products in the commercial street outside of Qingchen, and carried a few zhang of small steamed buns placed in a refrigerated box, and directly took a taxi to the Aurora University's faculty residential area. Halfway through the net, Shang Yixia suddenly received a message from the supervising producer Lu Wan. Mr. Yixia, thank you for your help with the publicity and distribution. That video is so wonderfully done. It's almost as if you're actually flying on a sword. By the way, the last time you were invited to participate in the collective kill banquet, you said in the play to sharpen the acting skills did not have time to come over. I'm here to make up for you to kill the red packet. I wish Mr. Yixia more and more fire. Said, it's just a direct transfer red packet of 18,888 labeled sword in fairy descendants kill red packet. Shang Yixia couldn't help but laugh. Is this a roundabout way of not recognizing that the $1,000 given that day was a kill bonus, and trying to figure out how to round out that $1,000? Sure, this also proves that his promo video should work pretty well, and at least give the Demon Fall production team the possibility of getting their money back now. Shang Yixia didn't hesitate, directly clicked to accept the transfer of red packets, and smilingly returned the message. Many thanks, Sister Lu, and I also wish Sword Immortal Descending Devil Biography a big sale, and early preparation for the second part. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your kind words. Luan also instantly replied back in seconds. When I'm busy for a while, I must invite Mr. Yixia for dinner, to make up for the regret that you didn't come to the greening banquet. Definitely. Shang Xia also exchanged a few pleasantries with her before ending the conversation. That's the way it is in the jungle. There's no such thing as a hurdle that can't be overcome. At the time, he was nothing more than a muckety-muck, and it was normal for him to get some slack. And in the meantime, Shang Yixia's crisp system beep sounded in her head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's rendition of the character, In Wu Gue. The character spread has increased. The character recognition has increased. The quality of the skill card, Divine Thoughts, has been upgraded to Green Refinement, and he has gained the card phrase, Perception Reinforcement. Such a sudden and unexpected blessing. It immediately made Shang Yixia's eyes light up with joy. The Divine Thought deck he had been longing for had finally been promoted in quality. Next Tuesday morning on the shelves. The last few days of Brothers every day to catch up on reading. This will affect the flow after the shelves. Hard work. Thank you. Chapter 74, Spiritual Awareness Reinforcement. Mentor forgive Shang Yixia, 2-1. What do you mean? If you compare and you still lose? Xiao Han is going crazy right now. What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean you can still beat me in this situation? The tragic battlefield has been with the Blackbeard pirate group cadres led by Shilio has prevailed. Margot was defeated by the Blackbeard. Whitebeard side lacks the top of the battle force. It seems that you must get to the bottom of this. If I don't tell you, will you defect? Elder Lu asked a very dangerous question. Moreover, there was almost a 90% chance that the Lin family's innate was the one who had achieved innate by virtue of the Runwu reversal technique. The primary drawing room was a bit overpowered to face the robbing realm, but now that the drawing room had been upgraded twice to the advanced level, not only did it have more functions, but the power of its own defense system was also much greater. This is also the reason why even if Du Ziyuan knew that Lily Tia was an angel, he was not at all false to her and still disliked her hard. A large number of naval forces chased after Luffy and the others. A shining sword blade flew through the open space in front of them. The sharp sword blade stirred up a large amount of dust, forcing the many naval soldiers to stop in their tracks. The FA Cup 5th round opponent will be Blackburn, still a Premier League team with a tough schedule. He did not use the probing technique to probe the old man's information. After all, the probing technique was not foolproof. The old man's position was above Lin Chang. Hell knows how much higher his strength was, and how sharp his intuition was. If he found out about the probing technique, it would not be good. The people including Lin Tian had long been dumbfounded. Their open mouths could not be closed for a long time. It was not that Lin Tian and the others were not able to will. It was just that such a shocking scene could not exist in the world of the living at all, and could only be seen in the Yellow Springs, which was beyond cognizance. Cesc Fabregas is a better organizer in comparison, but his style of play is soft, which is a loophole. Lampard's style of play is strong, but his organizational ability is genuinely average, and they are compared to the recent outstanding performance of Matic instead has become the iron mainstay. This was not the most crucial. The most crucial thing was that the ability Su Qingyue possessed right now was beyond many people's imagination. Just as that terrifying blade was about to forcefully slash into Guan Yu's 5 people, a long, blood-colored rainbow swept in sharply, bringing up a long trailing light. I'll see you again. The next time we meet, I'll exterminate your entire family. Ziling Tian snorted coldly and tore up a black talisman in his hand. Not much. I bought this mansion 10 years ago. It was only a few million gold coins then. Junling Mo replied. But if one realm of Huaxia alone were to deal with the 6 realms, although they were not afraid, they would not make too much of a commotion. After Her Highness, the first princess of the world, had fully grasped the power of the heart of the sacred spring, even with such a top-tier demon subduing divine art, she was fully capable of releasing it instantly without reciting a spell. Shan brother gave an order. Has long been suffocating, cannot not do gangsters suddenly a happy. Drop the hands of the stick. Want to spread out the wild run. The word energy was originally spoken by Wang Zhe during his lectures in the Faculty of Science, and was initially used only in some courses in the Faculty of Science, but with the gradual expansion of the various majors in the Faculty of Science, it was often learned by a large number of students from outside the faculty when they came running to listen to the lectures. Chen Liang also obeyed and took the transfiguration pill, and also took an additional pill to internalize his spiritual energy so that no one could see the bottom. You guys taste what it's like to die on your own clan-suppressing ferocious weapon. Ziling Tian laughed out loud before activating the heaven-splitting tiger whistling 3 souls claw, and a monstrous ferocious smite swept across the heavens as Ziling Tian crossed his claws and slashed violently. Although he was the dean of Pu 3, if Chen Yubin went down hard to teach this freshman a lesson, he really couldn't stop himself. There was something wrong with this Zisang, on his body, and Ran smelled a smell of rouge and powder, but there were no traces of rouge and powder on his face. Li Er was sitting at this time, leaning against the wall, seemingly calm face, but his heart was like a river turning over. Mo Ning gradually recovered quite a bit at this point and rolled over, lying down to watch the scorching battle in front of him. The 2 parrots flew to a perch table and ate walnuts together, beak to beak, feeding each other and looking close. Looking at the tiger's flawless white fur, Han Yuan wanted to get a dress to give to Princess Changle. Han Yuan finished his meal and then had a chair brought in to sit down and rest next to the pond in the back garden. Previously redeemed ibuprofen suspensions still have most of the bottle. First nowadays can be used to reduce the fever with drugs to try to use for the child harmless drugs. If the suspension drink the fever still did not come down, then it may need to use the intravenous injection. Sure enough, Redbud ran off the perch in an uncharacteristic jump and lunge, and this time it was Chestnut's turn to run ahead of him. However, his white blasphemous clothes were covered with layers of frost, and although they were not frozen, they exuded a gust of coldness. Blue Zephyr didn't know what exactly Gandalf was doing by letting himself come to Middle-earth. But Blue Zephyr knew that after his strength had been restored, all things had become simpler, and this made Blue Zephyr feel very bored. Standing in the middle of countless destroyed tanks, Li Ling looked at the few remaining crews and the large number of sick and wounded of that armored regiment whose number he didn't even know, and gave a rather helpless order. Finally, this person took steps. Su Su from the dark place out. Su Su from the side out towards the Qianqing Palace main hall. Su Su and the door guards whispered a few words, and Su Su pushed open the door of the hall. Nick did not look down on the 2 SUVs in front of him. In fact, Nick knew very well that the value of the 2 SUVs in front of him should be far more than the 2 cars he had remodeled before. It was a very complex cause and effect relationship that Blueseeker still didn't fully understand, and the only thing he knew was that this peculiar relationship had something to do with death. The red lotus was budding, and when Lu Qi sat firmly, the bud actually nodded 3 times towards Lu Qi, and then an intense blood light shot out from this lotus, illuminating the entire villa's hall in a reddish color. What gives you the right to block the road? Hurry up and let the car drive away. We want to go home to see Dad. Boss Lu pointed at the dump truck and said with some agitation. As the Empress Dowager, is already a million people? Why do you still need to find a pillar in the courtroom? Lu Ji is not very think to understand. Can only guess that this is the Dowager Empress Dowager decades in the harem survival instincts. Everything always have to be in control of the hand. Otherwise there will be a lack of security. Just as I was secretly wondering in my heart, and my brows furrowed, suddenly, there was a sound that came from far and near. After I flinched for a moment, my face instantly became ugly. There were actually people approaching. Moreover, there were still many people. Listening to this voice, there were at least as many as 7 or 8. Chapter 75 Class C Transcendent? I shake people to fight together, 2 and 1. That's right. Shang Yixia's divine thought coverage could already reach 50 meters. Changing to the ancient unit of measurement, it would be a dozen feet square. A good deal stronger than when it was white in ordinary. Around. The look and movement of car after car driving by on the road. The driver and passengers inside the car. The tires bulging and rising and falling as they run over the asphalt because of the different weights they are carrying. The greenery in the flower beds along the road. The ants and bugs rustling by. And a fried young June and a couple of stray cats with overwhelmed, bewildered faces. Then, there are the razor clams in sauce and lobsters in garlic sauce on the tables inside the Chenji seafood restaurant. And the rich variety of expressions on the faces of the diners as they enjoy the delicacies. Even the grouper, Eastern star spot, eels, sea shrimp and sea crabs, etc. swimming in the tank were all reflected in Shang Yixia's brain without fail. Nearby, startled by the cat's call, the boss's wife flinched back, deep crow's feet showing at the corners of her eyes under her horrified expression, signaling that her face had aged. On the other hand, her doctor's daughter, Chen Chang, had an expression that appeared a bit complicated, a bit stunned, but then immediately showed interest in Shang Yingjun, and her eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly as a stern aura flickered past. All of it was captured by Shang Yixia's strengthened spiritual sense perception, and was presented in his mind like a 3D movie. Suddenly, a clear warning sign made his scalp tingle, as if an electric current had rippled through his cerebral cortex and instantly flowed throughout his body, causing his body to tingle and his pupils to constrict from the adrenaline spike. There's danger. Promoted to a green refined quality divine idea card and strengthened with spiritual sense. It allowed him to instantly catch a hint of an unusually dangerous flavor hidden in Chen Chang's body, though she seemed to be trying her best to refrain. But it was still unstoppably inspired by a hint of an abnormal aura by Handsome's provocation. This Chen Chang, I can't believe he's a transcendentalist too. Shang Yixia's heart tightened slightly, but quickly calmed down. After a period of time to sharpen his acting skills and the actual battle, has made his acting skills have skyrocketed. Although still not as good as those actors who come from the class, but also much stronger than ordinary vegetarians. Shang Yixia suddenly slapped her head, revealing a sudden movement of remembering something. Oops, not good. My mom is still waiting for me to buy food to go back. Boss lady, I'll leave first today, and come back to support the show. What kind of food are you buying? Call your mom and ask her to come and eat with you. I'll give you guys a 50% discount. The boss's wife reacted and remained very enthusiastic, as if she didn't realize what had happened at all. No. My mom is allergic to seafood. I'm just passing by today to see how things are going. Shang Yixia slightly coyly excused herself and said with a smile, Boss lady, I wish your family's business is getting more and more prosperous. I'll bring my friends to eat in a few days. MS. Chen. Bye. He politely waved goodbye and walked back with a relaxed posture, but not yet out of more than 10 meters away. Shang Yingjun, who had previously exploded his hair, suddenly pressed his tail and bumbled to follow him, landing 2 or 3 meters behind him all the way to trot alone. When Shang Yixia was fast, it was fast, and when Shang Yixia was slow, it followed. The one attitude that was shown was it was in league with Shang Yixia. Shang Yixia's entire body went numb. Shang Yingjun, you idiot, just now I called you and ignored you, but now that you've encountered danger, you're bending over backwards to team up with me. Don't you understand that in this situation, it should be you, the battle pet, to attract the attention of the source of danger, while I, the master, should hide in the shadows and provide you with fire support at all times. That's a good one. Now we're both exposed. In the meantime, that Chun Chang looked at Shang Yixia's distant back of one person and one cat. The corner of her mouth hooked up a playful smile. Quite interesting. Mom, you're busy. I'll go out for a stroll first. Hearing this, the boss's wife thought she wanted to go up and talk to the handsome boy. Smiling more and more, go. Our business is more than a table. Less than a table are all right. You give me this young man to take down as my son-in-law. All along, her daughter's marriage is her heart disease. If she can find such a handsome boy as a son-in-law, not only to solve her daughter's marriage problem, she looked at such a son-in-law also eye-catching. Chen Chang also did not explain, but followed from afar. As she walked, her footsteps were suddenly light, and she landed on the ground as if she was floating lightly. without stirring up any strange sounds, and her figure seemed to blend in with her surroundings. Nice one. At this time, Shang Yixia was already about 60 meters away from her, and could only contract his divine thoughts into a fan to scan her from afar, only to find that Chen Chang's presence had become iffy all of a sudden. Shang Yixia couldn't help but feel another shock in her heart. This transcendent was even able to circumvent the reconnaissance of his divine thoughts to a certain extent? If it wasn't for the fact that the divine idea had become stronger over all this time, and the spiritual sense had even been further word strengthened, perhaps it would have really been circumvented by her using some special method to avoid the divine sense perception. At the same time, the sense of alarm hit him again, making his scalp tingle constantly. I'm afraid this woman is not weak. At least it was much more powerful than the dark thorn that he had controlled with sound waves until it died. However, it felt like it should be quite a bit worse than that black trenchcoat woman. After all, the level of the sense of danger it brought was not quite the same. As Shang Yixia walked, she was calculating in her mind. Judging from some of the enemies he had fought personally, the first eyeball monster should be considered a D rank. The humanoid monster in the back was considered a D+ rank, and the dark stinger was considered a D rank, all of which were the answers given in the NCA's mission settlement. Forenza Ray herself hadn't beaten her, but she should have been a D rank as well. Then from this, it could be deduced that this Chen Chang was most likely a C-class transcendent. Shang Yixia didn't know what level of transcendent he counted as, but he definitely didn't want to face a C-class transcendent alone. Although Shang Yixia was not clear about the origin of this Chen Chang, nor did he know which camp she was from, but judging from the fact that the other party followed him without saying a word, and deliberately hid her breath and whereabouts, she might not be a good bird. He had seen the news on the official website of the State Security Bureau before. But recently the dark forces have increased their penetration power to the East China region, and the criminal activities are becoming more and more rampant, and that dark force, Dusk, seems to be a dark transcendent force from outside the country. Listening to her mom just now, Chen Chang has been studying medicine abroad some years ago, and only returned to China for development in the first half of this year. Judging from this point, it would basically exclude her from being a formal member of the State Africa Bureau. The State Africa Bureau was a formal state organization, and it was impossible to casually recruit a transcendent who had studied abroad for so many years and had only just returned to China for a few months. In her case, she couldn't pass the political examination at all. In addition to that, Shang Yixia also remembered some of the information related to Prickly Vine that Sister Fei had sent to his mailbox. Has lived overseas, suspected to be of Chinese descent, between 28 and 35 years old, possesses supernatural abilities to manipulate plants, between the ages of 28 and 35. And possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate plants. Shang Yixia didn't dare to say that this Chen Chang was Prickly Vine, but she couldn't be ruled out as a suspect either. As soon as he thought of this, the thoughts in Shang Yixia's brain became clearer and clearer. Absently turning back and picking up June, he walked into a nearby pet supply store, bought a cat bag and putting June in it, and carried the cat bag on his back and then went out of the pet store. He then paced back into the big supermarket, first buying a flute. Went back into the fresh food section and started picking and choosing for fresh ingredients, and every now and then sent a Wi-Fi voice on his cell phone. Mom, we're out of the fine ribeye steaks you asked for. Do you want the fine steaks with black pork? Ah, it's too expensive, so I'll just get some pancetta. I'm craving red meat. At this time, Shang Yixia had already discovered that Chen Chang had already hidden himself in the crowd, silently approaching to a dozen meters away from him, and was secretly observing him. And the other guy unknowingly changed his image and wore a duck hat and sunglasses. Judging from the other party's stalking methods, it seemed to be very professional, at least much more professional than he, Shang Yixia, seemed to be. Nice guy. What kind of medicine did you study abroad for several years? Shang Yixia harped more and more on Chen Chang vigilance and suspicion, but also seems to remember something. Dialed a phone number, Master Tan? Yes, it's me. Zhang Ah. You came to my house the other day to check the gas pipeline. And also left me a business card. Do you still remember? Yeah, it's me. My mom came to me today complaining about the gas meter going haywire again. You need to come by and give my house another check. Yes, it's coming over today. And my mom says now, immediately, right away. You do not come to the door in half an hour. I call your headquarters to complain. Also, you just go upstairs alone. Don't bring a whole bunch of people. Make a whole lot of noise. My mom, she has a nervous breakdown and is too annoyed. Don't worry, my phone won't be turned off, but you'd better not mess with my phone. I'm most annoyed with one harassing phone call after another. Just send me a message if there's anything. That's it. I'm helping my mom with the groceries. With that, Shang Yixia hung up the phone and continued to buy groceries. After a while, and after looking at the phone for a few more moments, his face gradually grew impatient, and he directly called back with a voice call. Mom, why are you so nosy? I've said it before. Wei Wei and I broke up because of personality incompatibility. Let's let our youngsters things work themselves out. Okay? Okay. It's not peaceful for me to buy a grocery. Is it? Then I won't buy any more. And I won't eat dinner either. Fine. Do whatever you like, said Shang Yixia, directly hung up the voice call, angrily put back all the picked dishes, and muttered, still eat what to eat, all day nagging. Annoyed are annoyed to death. Then he muttered a complaint and walked right out of the fresh food area. Seems to be a little angry. Bought a pack of cigarettes and lighters. Check out to the street. Puffing on the point of smoking a mouthful of cigarettes. Cough was choked to the point of no return. Holy, what a mess of everything. Shang Yixia ruthlessly pinched the cigarette, and then carried the cat bag towards the back of the commercial street. Behind this was the Jingchen Huating neighborhood that was blocked by a fence. But walk a little further towards the right-hand side of the neighborhood and you'll reach the river. The neighborhood is a large landscaped area along the river, with a pedestrian runway, bike paths, lots of green belts, and a small wetland park along the river, where the air is fresher with the river breeze. At this point in the day, the sun is still so hot that very few people come to the river to walk and play, and the small wetland park is even hotter, so fewer people will go and make a nuisance of themselves. Shang Yixia casually picked up some stones in the riverside flower beds and smashed them into the river as if he was venting the emotions and troubles of a rebellious young man. Not long after, his cell phone received a message. Shang Yixia picked up the phone to call back. Master Tan, you find my mom on your own. Do not harass me, okay? Where I am, it's none of your business. I'm at the Riverside Wetland Park, being annoyed and ready to jump in the river, okay? With that, he hung up again with an indignant look on his face and wandered off toward the wetland park with his cat bag on his back. Vaguely, he could still sense the Chun Chang following from afar, which made him more and more skeptical about Chun Chang's identity, feeling that she was most likely that thorn vine. Right now, he couldn't care less. Exposing his identity to the tanks is fine. Anyway, he has also decided to gradually close to the State Security Bureau. Even if he does not join, it will strengthen the cooperation in all aspects. His identity is clean and innocent. To a small number of reliable people to learn about it is not a big deal. At least, this immediate crisis from Chun Chang was a real one. Shang Yixia didn't know exactly what she wanted, but thinking in the bad direction of everything, one can deduce that it is possible that Chun Chang wants to track and scout out his identity address before taking the next step. Once she gets her way with the stalking, the situation of his Shang Yixia's profile would be exposed. There would be endless trouble waiting for him in the future. Shang Yixia didn't know if he could single-handedly defeat her, but even if he could, he didn't want to face her alone. So, swinging the tank over now is the way to go. If you find out afterward that you misunderstood Chun Chang, her identity is innocent. The big deal is to make amends with her again. A little bit of time passed. Shang Yixia walked slowly into the small piece of wetland park along the river. Not long after, in a fan-shaped spread out of the divine sense perception, also faintly perceived that she sneakily followed in. Suddenly, Shang Yixia received another text message on her cell phone. After taking a look at it, he casually walked deeper into the wetland park, which was an uninhabited area that had been scanned in advance with his divine thoughts. Subsequently, Shang Yixia found a shady place to put down her cat bag, took out her flute, and began to play the flute to those eye-pleasing greenery and ponds, as if she wanted to use this way to soothe the depression of her life and smooth out her inner agitation. Chun Chang, on the other hand, stayed behind a clump of shade trees 40 to 50 meters away from him and no longer approached, which made Shang Yixia's heart breathe a slight sigh of relief. Guessing that this woman was currently just trying to follow him and did not have the intention of attacking him immediately. Suddenly, in Shang Yixia's divine sense perception, a figure quickly appeared within the range of his divine sense perception. The other party was burly and fast, like a tank rumbling through the wilderness. Here we go. The tanks are coming. Shang Yixia unzipped the cat bag and released Shang Yingjun, who had been impatient for a long time. Then he held the flute, whoosh, scurried out, quickly ran in the direction of Chun Chang. After adding the light card, his speed is also very fast, already not inferior to those professional sprinters much, and he got off to an even faster start, dashing out 17 or 18 meters in 2 seconds or so, closing the small half of the distance between the two. Such a strange change naturally alarmed Chun Chang. Like a frightened rabbit, she jumped up and ran towards the river at a speed faster than Shang Yixia and Tank, which was exactly the direction where she could avoid Tank and Shang Yixia's pincer attack. However, Shang Yixia had prepared for this moment for so long, so how could she let her get away? Swish! Between runs, a dark gold playing card bounced out in a spin at breakneck speed. It glistened under the sunlight, and as it sped through the air, it was like a golden stream of light speeding through the air. The $2,800,000 worth of big ghost cards sharply whistled and drew an arc flying out more than 30 meters. accurately and incomparably intercepting the line of escape towards Chen Chang. Chen Chang also sensed the terrifying danger contained in that blow, hurriedly decelerated abruptly. The poker swept in front of her, cutting a tree as thick as an arm, and then flew down into the grass. But it was this delay. Chen Chang's speed slowed down a beat, and the tanks that were encircling and chasing after him didn't hesitate to pull out their silenced pistols, shooting at Chen Chang while running by you. However, it's hard to say how much accuracy you can get from shooting while running. That Chen Chang is obviously not a simple roll. As if she can warn in advance, very sensitively rolled on the ground, the posture of some woeful to avoid the bullet. At the same time, an emerald green energy spread out over her body, and the plants around her grew wildly as if they had taken a mysterious growth hormone, enveloping and covering her in an instant. Several thick vines like cobras tilting their heads back poked out of the plants and danced wildly in the wind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shang Yisha's scalp went numb. Manipulating plants. There's a 90% chance that this woman is a thorn vine. Also take advantage of this effort. He has approached to Chen Chang more than 10 meters away. Without saying a word, picked up the flute just bought and violently played at Sunghai a laugh. Under the homing beam of divine thought, a sound wave struck into the plant bushes, and those madly rising plants were broken into pieces. And there were also 2 sound waves that were blocked by the vines, striking the vines so much that their juices flew across the ground and they were injured, sagging and drooping. However, under the guidance of the divine thoughts, there was also a sound wave that passed through the heavy obstacles and directly hit Chen Chang's chest. The blow caused her to stifle a grunt and her body stumbled off balance. Bingo! Shang Yisha was delighted in his heart, and with a shake of his hand, 24 playing cards shot out, flying in the sky towards the group of plants where Chen Chang was, enveloping them. And a dark silver brat card was silently hidden amongst the flying cards that filled the sky, like the fangs of a viper emitting a cold aura. Chapter 76. This Shang Yisha's strength is strong. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of combat-type playing cards were like lawnmowers, slicing into the maddening flora from different directions. Roots, vines, grass and leaves have been cut at the waist and then clattered down, vaguely revealing the figure of Chen Chang hidden in it. Chen Chang had just slightly regained some of his senses from the dizziness of being hit by the sound wave, and after sensing and seeing this scene, his complexion tightened, revealing an expression of horror, and his eyes instantly filled with a thick green light. At the next moment, her strength erupted, her body rolled down to the ground with incredible speed, instantly scrambling 5 or 6 meters away, narrowly avoiding the range of 24 or so playing cards enveloping her. Pffffffffff. The playing cards either cut deep into the ground or hit the gutter aside. Only a small ghost card emitting a silver-colored dark aura, which drew an unimaginable arc against the ground, accelerated in violation of the principles of physics and shot toward Chen Chang in a spinning manner. At this time, Chen Chang's old force has just dispersed, and the new force has not yet been born. In layman's terms, the tumbling skill was still on cooldown, so naturally it was unavoidable and could only barely twist its body to avoid the fatal part. Put! Ah! The incomparably sharp brat tag sliced into her shoulder, embedding itself deeply into her shoulder blade. Blood quickly stained her clothes red, and Chen Chang could hardly suppress a miserable howl as her face turned very pale. But even so, she still hardened her teeth and scurried up, wanting to cross the ditch to continue escaping, but her feet had not yet taken a step, when suddenly an unusually obscure energy scurried into her body along with the little ghost sign, spreading into her body like venom. In a flash, her entire body suddenly went numb, losing her balance and flopping straight down towards the ground. At the same time, a strong regret surfaced in her heart. She was afraid of carrying her transcendent equipment to be detected, and she was going to the store to help her parents to watch the store. That's why she traveled with her bare equipment, and she never thought of it that she would run into this kind of thing. In the meantime, swish, another 20 or so playing cards appeared in Shang Yisha's hand, and he violently raised his arm. Swish, swish, swish. Once again, they were scattered like flowers in the sky as they whistled sharply towards the fallen Chen Chang. This time, Chen Chang's whole body was tingling and failed to make another evasive maneuver. Put, put. A playing card was nailed into her body, especially her limbs and joints, which received the focus of the playing card, and for a while, blood continued to spurt outward, and some ligaments in her hands and feet were cut and sliced. This time, Shang Yisha didn't hold back. From the fact that Chen Chang's first reaction when she saw someone rushing towards her was an extremely experienced escape, she could tell that her transcendent identity was more than likely not so clean. Similarly, the tank's direct action of drawing his gun and firing gave strong corroboration to Shang Yisha's speculation. Tank, as a full member of the NCAA, was required to write a report for every use of his gun and every shot he fired, and there was no way he was going to shoot at someone for no reason. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tank, who swooped to the scene, was also stunned by this ferocious scene, but he just froze for a second, then hurriedly took out special material handcuffs and handcuffed Chen Chang. At the same time, a hand knife hit her in the back of the head at the neck, so that she completely fell into a coma. And at this time, the members of the tank squad also surrounded from all sides, and it was obvious that the tanks had already surrounded this small wetland park in advance. Apparently, he had understood the subtext of Shang Yisha's phone call. "Bring more people," he shouted through his headset. "It's okay to come over here, to clear the battlefield." Up until this point, Shang Yingjun, who also wanted to form a team to participate in the battle, had only just run to the edge of the battlefield. It looked at the collapsed Chen Chang, and then looked at Shang Yisha, blank eyes all of a sudden awake, dizzy a trot to Shang Yisha's feet, around the S-step and his pants leg rubbing around, meowing to look very intimate and well-behaved. Okay, Shang Yisha was speechless. Lousy trained you many times, you are not convinced, and now that you have seen your father's strength explode, this time you are convinced? Oh, Young Jun, you know who's the father now, don't you? The black-clothed burly tank called for backup before giving a thumbs up to the masked Shang Yisha. "Little brother, you're awesome. Do you realize that you almost single-handedly killed a C-rank dark transcendent?" He had already realized that Shang Yisha was the spirit side transcendent he had been longing for from the moment he received Shang Yisha's phone call. After the HS-016 escape incident some time ago, the NCAA probably screened out more than 70 key targets, and Shang Yisha is one of them. He also repeatedly read Shang Yisha's information, and personally door-to-door inventory, and also left him contact information, and his impression of him is still quite deep. "It's just a fluke, Brother Tank. About my identity, is it okay if I want to keep it a secret?" Shang Yisha humbly said, and then sincerely requested. "I understand your thoughts. Now that the dark forces are increasing their infiltration of our country, the advantages of you hiding yourself outweigh the disadvantages." After a slight meditation, Tank said seriously, "But Faye and the branch chief definitely can't hide it. We must let them step in to help hide your identity information. My authority is too small." He had known about Shang Yisha's personal and family situation. He was especially appreciative of the overall ability he'd shown on his last few missions, and he was definitely willing to help out within the realm of things being sensible and reasonable. Most of all, Shang Yisha's family was clean, and he was the kind of person who could definitely pass the political trial. As long as he was willing to nod his head, he would definitely be able to join the team soon. "Thank you, Tank." Then, Shang Yisha moved his mind, and the playing cards scattered around, as well as those inserted into Chen Chang's body, all flew back into his palm as if they were going back in time, including that little ghost card. It was the playing cards that were inserted into the mud that were more difficult to get at, consuming a lot of his divine power. But if you don't want to waste your divine mind, you will have to plow them out one by one, which will look very unforced. The most troubling card is the big ghost card, which falls farther away. But even so, Shang Yisha still didn't walk over to pick it up, but instead used her divine mind to gently hook it. Swish! In the distance, the dark golden big ghost sign turned into a dark golden stream of light and flew back. Shang Yisha gently reached out and pinched it, and caught it. Her fingertips could feel its thick texture and the powerful energy that was circulating inside in wisps and strands. 54 cards, all of them recovered without a single drop. Such a cool and pretentious card collecting skill. Once again, Tank looked envious. "I really envy spiritual side transcendents like you. Pretending to be a pussy is much stronger than physical side reinforced transcendents like us. However, you have a very fine control of this mental power, much more delicate than any other spirit side transcendent I've seen." "Oh really? I haven't seen any other spirit side transcendents, so I'll have the chance to find them and exchange ideas." After Shang Yisha made a slightly perfunctory remark, she said, "Brother Tank, then I'll take my leave first. I'll talk to you online later." In fact, Shang Yisha had speculated about this. There had been that sentence in the introduction column of the Divine Thoughts deck that divine thoughts were the materialized manifestation of spiritual power, so it was evident that there was such a thing as spiritual power in the system's cognition. From this, it could be judged that the level of divine mind was probably at least one level higher than mental power. Otherwise, why didn't this card call itself a mental power card, but had to be called a divine mind card? "Okay, you go first. I will help you declare this mission. Remember to claim it then," Tank also said very boldly. After seeing Shang Yisha's powerful strength, he was even more looking forward to working with Shang Yisha on the mission. Previously, he thought that Shang Yisha might be a D+ level, but now it seemed that he was afraid that he might be at least a C-level spirit side transcendent, and certain aspects of his performance looked like there were even some signs of a C+ level. Even if he tanked and fought him one-on-one, the win would most likely only be in a 50-50 split. Of course, who would win and who would lose also depended on the combat environment. He thought that if he fought in a small space, he could easily take down Shang Yixia, but if he fought in a complex environment, he himself would most likely be kited to death. However, there was no need for fleshside and spirit-side transcendence to be hostile. Teaming up and engaging in quests together could definitely bring out the strength of 1+1. It's not guaranteed, and with the right tactics it can still be a match for a weaker B rank. Shang Yixia nodded his thanks again and was about to leave when he glanced again at Chun Chang, who had fallen to the ground in a coma, and realized that her wounds had healed a lot, as if there was a green invisible energy that was helping her to continuously heal her injuries. TSK. Really can't underestimate any transcendent. This terrifying healing ability that originates from oneself can greatly enhance a transcendent's endurance. Once she is allowed to drag the pace of the battle out, she will be undefeated. Fortunately Shang Yixia, made a decisive move and dealt her a thunderous blow. Looking back, Shang Yixia also had a few moments of fear. This time, fortunately, the tank came in time and cooperated well, so that he could clean up her neatly. Otherwise, he might have let her run away single-handedly, and then, it would really be a disaster. It seemed that he was still a bit weak and had to upgrade as soon as possible. After a few more moments of vigilance in her heart, Shang Yixia called on Ying Jun to walk back together. At this time, Ying Jun, as if he had already been convinced of his master's strength, became unusually well-behaved and obedient. Even when he was put into the cat bag, he was honest and showed no signs of resistance. By the time the tank squad members arrived at the scene, Shang Yixia had already disappeared into the wetland park. It was only after another roundabout that he made his way back to the house. After arriving home, Shang Yixia's entire body also relaxed, but her brain couldn't help but have another splitting headache. Mother *******. His divine thoughts had clearly been raised by a large wave, yet it was still not enough. Of course, the main thing was that his enemy this time was no generalized person. In Tang's words, it was a C-class transcendent. Earlier, when he used his divine thoughts to scout and stalk from a distance, it had already consumed a large amount of his divine thoughts. And then it was even more so that every move and every style, he went all out and did not hold back. Naturally, it had again consumed a large amount of his divine thought power. Shang Yixia let the cat out of the cat bag first, letting Ying Jun move around freely, and went to take a hot shower before feeling slightly more soothed. Afterwards, he used the microwave oven to heat up a few full word strips of crab shell yolk, shared one with Ying Jun, and took 3 for himself and couldn't wait to eat them. And in an instant, a warmth began to spread from the stomach to the whole body. And the emptiness of that splitting headache was dispersed quite a bit as if it had been soothed. When all 3 were down, he only felt that his whole body was warm and very satisfied. His body was soothed, his soul was pure, and his energy and strength were greatly restored. Even the nearly dried up divine thoughts had recovered half of their appearance, making him rejuvenated and feeling like he could fight another 300 rounds again. Good, crab shell yellow. Good skill. Shang Yixia sincerely felt that his Chinese noodles was truly a marvelous divine skill that could greatly enhance his range. If there were more phrases that could heal wounds, increase attribute points or whatever, it would be perfect. Only, King of Cooks is now slipping so badly in terms of airplay that you'll have to wait for King of Cooks 2 if you want to upgrade the quality of the Chinese pasta and add more words again. Shang Yixia somewhat lazily half-lay on the sofa and called for Ying Jun to help him massage. In this way, a transcendent scrap cat that had failed to reflect its value in battle was reduced to being a post-battle masseuse. Using its front paws with a serious face to help Shang Yixia press on the east and step on the west, Shang Yixia's entire body also completely relaxed, and softly exclaimed in her mind, "Check the divine thought deck." Swish! A card that emitted a light green glow presented itself in his mind. Card name, Divine Thoughts. Card quality, Fine. Skill level, 3 stars. Card description, after equipping this card, the host can obtain the skill, Divine Mind. Although this Divine Thought deck skill level was still only 3 stars, on the experience value progress bar, it had advanced by more than half and was surging towards 4 stars. You can tell from this, after the quality of the Divine Thought deck was promoted to Green Fine, the 3-star skill level restriction that had once limited it was broken, and it could be upgraded again. In addition, the experience value seized from that battle with Chun Chang just now was so much that one more time would be enough to promote the skill level of the Divine Thought deck to 4 stars. So much for that. The system's mechanism was a few more points clearer in Shang Yixia's mind. This Divine Thought is such a great card to use. Unfortunately, the quality of the Sword Fairy descending the devil biography of this network big 2 pull crotch. Even if he found a way to hold up the dead can only pull it from blood loss to a small profit. Relying on these spread and recognition alone, it would be difficult to support the Divine Thought deck's promotion from Green Fine to Blue Extreme. In which case, I'm afraid it would only be reduced to a single word green deck for a long time. Oh, my god, Shang Yixia sighed softly, feeling a bit sorry for herself. What Shang Yixia didn't know was that just as he was worrying about the upgrading of the Divine Numinous card, Brother Yixia's harem in the Prestige group, the group leader Su Jie sent out a video and then it all said, "Sisters, take a look. This is the In Wu Gui propaganda video I edited out." The group, which had tended to be cold, came alive. Fans chattered as they clicked on the video. A lot of that video was edited from the Sword Immortal Demon Fall biography, picking out the most handsome, coolest images of In Wu Gui, and she strung those image shots together into a single story. The story is about the villain In Wu Gui, who is in the Devil's Gate, is very dissatisfied with his situation, so he lays out a little bit in the dark and uses the protagonist group to fake his death to get out of it, and crosses over to the modern Devil's City. A small section of the latter video is a direct quote from the video posted by Shang Yixia. The whole video isn't long, just 10 short minutes. However, the former life of the villain, In Wu Gui, was told clearly, coupled with the cold and handsome In Wu Gui in the drama itself, making the whole video look very eye-catching. And the final part of the crossing, it is the whole video upward infinitely sublimated. 10 minutes later, the group exploded at once. Oh, cut too good. So this is the truth. I said Brother Yixia played In Wu Gui so handsome. In the play, how will be that rookie heroine drama killed? The original In Wu Gui early counted everything, faked his death to get out of the way to join the sisters. I so want Brother Wu Gu to step on a flying sword and suddenly drill in through my window. Oops, I'm so shy yo. Brother Wu Gu, you're in too much of a hurry, allow me to take a bath first. Where can I run into Brother Wu Gui in Magic City? Wait online. I'm in a hurry. At this point, Brother Yixia's little fangirl, however, said, alright, you guys can get your Nymphomane mania on later. That Sword Immortal subduing the devil movie was so bad that it dragged down our Brother Yixia's fame growth. If you guys are free, post In Wu Gui's promotional video everywhere, help our brother hype up his personal hotness. Roger that. Righteousness. I fought for Brother Yixia. I sent it to the head office leadership group. I'll post it in the neighborhood association group as well. I'm the department manager. I'll have my men all send it together. And whoever dares not will have his performance deducted. Su Jie also said, you guys post it first. I'm going to drop some money to get the big V's to post it. And I'm going to buy hot searches. In the other Shang Yixia's core fan group, the situation was much the same. And the enthusiasm of the fans instantly rose after they had a target. And Shang Yixia, who was sighing longingly that his divine numinous cards couldn't raise their quality any further, didn't pay any attention to all of this at all. He just received a message from Sister Zhang Qing. Yixia, the day after tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning, the opening ceremony will be held at the Magic City Republic Film and Television City, Republic of China Demon Thieves. Get ready. I'll come to pick you up at about 6 o'clock. Shang Yixia's eyes lit up. Finally, has the Magic Thief opened yet? My juggler character card. Here I come.